who says that at the tender age of 5, one can only be a burden. Xiaoxiao, a formidable individual in a post-apocalyptic world, has been reborn, returning to 6 days prior to the outbreak. With a father who shows no affection and a mother who has abandoned her, she finds herself neglected and unwanted. Thus, the 5-year-old unleashes her fury. She empties her father's supermarkets and car dealerships, sending him straight to the hospital. Amidst the relentless onslaught of zombies, scorching heat, frigid cold, and acid rain, she wields a super system, stockpiling provisions sufficient to last several lifetimes, ultimately transforming into a construction prodigy, erecting the mightiest fortress of the apocalypse. A charming young man remarks, "Little one, would you like me to sing you a lullaby to help you sleep?" Chapter 1. 6 days before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Recently, various geological disasters have been frequent, and experts predict. Jiang Ruian, I can provide you with child support, but you must take care of the child. Why should I? Taking care of a burden like this will ruin my chances of remarrying. The heated arguments echoed from the divorce registration office at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The staff cast a sympathetic glance at the porcelain-like 5-year-old girl standing by their feet and let out a slight sigh. At such a young age, her parents had divorced, leaving her unwanted. How pitiful. But wait, how curious. Why is she smiling? Indeed, Xiaoxiao is in high spirits, for she has been reborn. Back to 10 years ago, 6 days before the apocalypse began. Xiaokai, allow me to convey this to you. Should you refuse to raise this burden, do not even entertain the notion of departing from this marriage today, nor shall you indulge in the company of your female acquaintances any longer. Jiang Ruian, do not presume that I am oblivious to your actions. Have you not recently ensnared a man of considerable power and influence? Are you not apprehensive that should you take her along, you may jeopardize your prospects of marrying into a prominent family? Xiaokai remarked, gesturing disdainfully at Xiaoxiao, who stood silently to the side, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Esteemed guests, unless you have reached a consensus regarding the custody of the child, we are unable to proceed with your divorce. The staff interjected, visibly perturbed. What manner of peculiar parents are these, who so brazenly discuss such matters in the presence of their child? If they had no desire to nurture, why did they choose to bring her into this world? Xiaoxiao quietly trailed behind, her little legs moving steadily. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. She lifted her gaze, only to meet a pair of eyes filled with disdain. Do not follow me, go with your father. She cast a contemptuous glance at Xiaoxiao, scoffing before turning on her heels and departing. As she watched the heartless woman leave, Xiaoxiao lowered her head slowly. Beneath her thick, feathery lashes, her bright eyes held an unsettling coldness that belied her tender age. In a previous lifetime, at the same time and place, what had she done? Oh yes, she had cried. Indeed, in her past existence, her eyes had swelled from tears shed in desperation, pleading with them not to divorce, imploring her mother to take her away. Yet, the only response she had received was a callous, "Your father will find you many mothers," before being unceremoniously pushed away. A diminutive figure fell onto the cold ground. The pain was physical, but the heart lay shattered. What a stroke of misfortune! Xiaokai kicked the flower bed by the roadside in frustration. Irritated, he withdrew a 100 yuan note from his wallet and angrily tossed it onto the ground. He then strode towards a nearby luxury car. Just before entering, he answered a phone call. "All right, darling. Wait for me, of course. I love you the most." What Xiaokai said next was lost on Xiaoxiao, as the car had already sped away, leaving her in a cloud of dust. She picked up the 100 yuan note from the ground, lightly flicking it with her finger. As she gazed at the rapidly receding tail lights, a smirk, both sardonic and wistful, graced her lips. How heartless they were. What to do? She longed to tear them apart. A deep-seated hatred flickered in Xiaoxiao's eyes. In her previous life, after the apocalypse began, her good father berated her daily as a burden, scolding and striking her for even a morsel of food. In the end, he deceived her at a tender age to lure zombies away, buying time for himself and his paramour to escape. After narrowly evading the relentless pursuit of the undead, she found herself in a den of cannibals. There, she encountered Jiang Ruian, a good mother who could stand by and watch her own daughter bleed. She pleaded for her assistance, Yet the other party feigned ignorance, displaying an icy indifference. Yun Xiaoxiao scoffed in this life. She would ensure that all these individuals paid dearly for their transgressions. At that moment, a sudden pain pierced her head. Subsequently, a chilling voice resonated. Ding! The super invincible City Lord system has been activated. Reward, beginner's gift package. As the words fell, a diminutive space of 6 cubic decimeters suddenly appeared within Yun Xiaoxiao's consciousness. It was stark white, devoid of any contents. Yun Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. What on earth is this? Dear host, this is the system's space, where the flow rate of space is 0, serving to preserve items. It seemed the voice sensed her confusion. So, whatever is placed inside remains unchanged upon removal. Indeed, the host is remarkably astute. Isn't this akin to spatial abilities? In her previous life, individuals endowed with spatial powers were treasured assets in every team. Such a space that ensures preservation is rarer than a gem among 100 spatial manipulators. However, with such a minuscule area, what can I possibly store? Yun Xiaoxiao disdainfully pouted. It was merely the size of shoebox, little more than a triviality. Not even a few packets of instant noodles could fit. Ding! System task activated. From this moment, as long as the host fills the original volume to 99, the space will expand to double its size, with a time limit of 6 days, commencing immediately. Should the host manage to enlarge the spatial area to 1 square kilometer within 6 days, a generous reward awaits. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that miraculous? Skeptically, she approached the flower bed that Yun Xiaokai had just kicked. With her hand resting upon one of the potted flowers, a mere thought caused the blossom to vanish in an instant. In its place, an additional flower materialized within the confines of her consciousness. With a flicker of her gaze, she swiftly absorbed yet another bloom. Ding! The space is now full, reward of 6 cubic decimeters granted. Indeed, the expanse of her mental realm doubled in size. Is there a limit to how much the area can expand? Yun Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. In light of this, she felt no need for restraint. As long as she could hoard without consequence, she would amass to her heart's content. Once more, Yun Xiaoxiao produced a 100 yuan bill, a playful smile gracing her lips. It was time to present her good father with a delightful surprise. Positioned at the roadside, she hailed a taxi. As the vehicle came to a halt, she reached for the door handle, only to find it stubbornly unyielding. Yun Xiaoxiao sighed in exasperation, casting a disdainful glance at her petite arms and short legs. After a brief adjustment to her body, she finally mustered the strength to wrench the door open, taking a seat in the back. The driver, a middle-aged man, noticed her solitary presence and turned his head in puzzlement. Little girl, why are you alone? Where are your parents? Oh, they have all passed away, Yun Xiaoxiao replied, narrowing her eyes and offering a naive smile. Her sweet expression momentarily stunned the driver. To lose one's parents at such a tender age, yet remain so resilient and optimistic, what a remarkable child she was. Perhaps, being so young, she did not fully comprehend the concept of death. His tone softened as he spoke. Well then, little one, where are you headed? Let me take you there. Yunsheng Department Store. This is a sprawling supermarket under the ownership of Yun Xiaokai, spanning several floors filled with an abundance of goods. How could she not empty it out to honor her good father? Chapter 02. Emptying the entire supermarket, infuriating her biological father. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the lights of the entire supermarket extinguished. The last remaining staff member locked the final door and departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the hushed darkness, a small figure emerged from a patterned laundry basket. Yun Xiaoxiao let out a tremendous yawn and stretched her limbs. Having concealed herself here for several hours, her back ached from the uncomfortable position. She rubbed her back. Well, she didn't possess a back in the conventional sense yet. But that was beside the point. The crux of the matter was, Yun Xiaoxiao cast her gaze upon the shelves brimming with goods, her round, sparkling eyes gleaming with excitement. Supplies, here I come, Ding. The item is too large, please choose another. Kind reminder, haste makes waste, even small items have their merits. Yun Xiaoxiao, gazing at the stack of large barrels at her feet, she furrowed her brow in resignation and set them aside. This section was entirely dedicated to everyday essentials, she resolved to begin with smaller items. Having only gathered a few stacks of toothbrushes, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding! Space is full, reward of 12 cubic decimeters awarded. Now, she possessed a total of 24 cubic decimeters. As she beheld the ever-expanding space, Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. She continued to pack toothbrushes, towels, toothpaste, cups, soap, socks, slippers, shampoo, conditioner, hand cream, hair masks, cling film, and plastic bags. Sanitary napkins, toilet paper, mops, brooms, water bottles, laundry powder, laundry detergent, quilts, cotton, hangers, toilet cleaner, cleaning balls, trash bins, combs, and hair. Dryers, mosquito nets, bedding, pillowcases, pots, pans, and so forth. She seized everything in sight, akin to a bandit's sweeping raid. In less than an hour, she had cleared the entire daily necessities section. Having pillaged the daily essentials, she ventured into the adjacent appliance section. Refrigerators, water dispensers, air conditioners, electric fans, exhaust fans, dehumidifiers, cooling machines, and humidifiers. Washing machines, irons, vacuum cleaners, robotic vacuums, induction cookers, microwave ovens, and rice cookers. Electric blankets, televisions, projectors, cameras, mobile phones, computers, speakers, and much more. She gathered an array of appliances, leaving nothing behind. To her astonishment, there were even drones 25 in total. Such items would prove invaluable in a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from her stomach. It dawned on her that she had yet to have dinner. Perfect timing. She would first visit the snack aisle to satisfy her hunger. After all, she was merely 5 years old and still needed to grow. Xiaoxiao ascended to the second floor, where milk awaited her on the entrance shelf. She took a box of pure milk, inserted a straw, and while sipping, sought out other edibles. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, food scarcity rendered it exceedingly difficult to find opportunities for a hearty meal. Although Xiaoxiao did not indulge in her food with ravenous abandon, her manner of eating could hardly be described as graceful. After a vigorous effort, she savored a plain lollipop, continuing her grand endeavor of scavenging. Various types of milk, whole milk, yogurt, calcium-fortified milk, fresh milk, skim milk, and reconstituted milk were all collected, whether in scattered containers or in bulk. She needed to grow taller and thus required ample nutrition. An array of snacks including bread, biscuits, chips, spicy strips, candies, jerky, nuts, and pickled chicken feet filled her haul. Naturally, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and re-added rice were indispensable. These items were largely unfamiliar to her in her past life, but in this one, she was determined to indulge to her heart's content. After gathering her snacks, she proceeded to the maternity and infant section. Since she aimed to grow, powdered milk was essential. Calcium, zinc, iron supplements, probiotics, and all manners of nutritional boosters were a must. Unbeknownst to her, she had already amassed a considerable portion of the supermarket's offerings into her space. Xiaoxiao then ventured into the condiments aisle. She collected all manner of seasonings: table salt, soy sauce, MSG, chicken essence, vinegar, Sichuan pepper, chili, and hot tea base, among others. She did not overlook the stacked bags of rice nearby. There were approximately 50 bags, ranging from 10 to 100 pounds, including some bulk offerings, amounting to nearly a ton in total. Adjacent to this was the section selling vegetables and fruits. However, the items above were not particularly numerous or novel. Nevertheless, Xiaoxiao did not mind and collected them all. In the apocalyptic world, these were indeed treasures that many could not afford to consume. As her space expanded, Xiaoxiao's method of gathering changed from picking items one by one to transporting entire shelves at once. When she reached the fresh and frozen goods section, she ruthlessly took the entire refrigerator, along with its power outlet. The contents within were indeed remarkable: frozen chickens, ducks, beef, pork, meatballs, dumplings, buns, shrimp, an array of flavored glutinous rice balls, various seafood, and an assortment of ice creams. After clearing the first 2 floors, Xiaoxiao proceeded to gather all the shoes and clothing from the 3rd floor. The western wing housed home textiles, cosmetics, sports equipment, and children's toys, all of which she collected without hesitation. Most audaciously, after thoroughly scavenging the entire building, she was still unsatisfied and proceeded to dismantle the cash register, Surveillance cameras, street lamps, Rylan, GS, and doors nothing that could be taken apart escaped her grasp. She initially contemplated removing the flooring, but considering her petite stature, she realized that she might not complete the task before exhausting herself, so she abandoned the idea. However, her relentless dismantling led to unexpected discoveries. She found several storage rooms, almost on every floor. Naturally, all these items found their way into her space. Even the small cart used for transporting goods and discarded cardboard boxes were not spared from her meticulous gathering. G'd up throughout the night, Xiaoxiao's space expanded exponentially, ultimately measuring a staggering 20 million cubic decimeters, equivalent to 20,000 cubic meters. To illustrate, if we consider a villa with 5 stories, each covering 120 square meters and standing 3 meters high, this would approximate the size of around 10 such villas. At present, Xiaoxiao had amassed resources that constituted half of this newfound space. Casting her gaze around the desolate building, save for the walls and floor, Xiaoxiao stretched luxuriously, her spirits buoyed as she departed. Meanwhile, Xiaokai lay entwined with his beloved deep in slumber when he was abruptly roused by a persistent ringing of the phone. "What is it?" he mumbled, placing the device to his ear, his eyes still half closed and his voice laced with languor, embodying the essence of someone still ensnared in the realm oft. "Reams, what did you say?" He suddenly sprang upright, his voice booming with alarm. "How could everything just vanish? Are you certain you aren't imagining things? What about the surveillance? Check the footage." "What? The cameras have been dismantled. Call the police. We need to report this immediately. I'm on my way." "Xiaokai, what happened?" A pure and enchanting woman embraced Xiaokai from behind, her voice laced with an alluring tone. He gently pried her arms away, hastily donning his clothes from the bedside. "Judge, there's been an incident at the supermarket. I must go at once." With that, he hurriedly exited, a sense of urgency propelling him forth. Chapter 3. The Kidnapper Becomes the Victim. Little one, do you reside in Dongling Xiaoyuan? Yes, uncle. Oh, haha. The taxi driver's eyes narrowed slightly. Dongling Xiaoyuan was a villa district, home to the affluent and the elite. He glanced at the rearview mirror and caught a glimpse of Xiaoxiao's innocent face. A glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. This very expression was captured by the observant Xiaoxiao, who slowly curved her lips into a smile. "Uncle, have you taken a wrong turn? I haven tea. This route is shorter." Xiaoxiao responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent. The journey was remarkably quiet, much to the driver's delight. "Uncle, where are you taking me?" "To my house. I just spoke with your father, and he said he would come to fetch you shortly." "Oh, I see. Well then, does your house have toys?" "Indeed. That's wonderful." As the driver gazed upon Xiaoxiao's adorable and innocent smile, he secretly chuckled to himself. Children were indeed easy to deceive. However, mere minutes later, he wished he could strike himself, who claimed that children were easy to fool. "Step forward, and I assure you, no harm shall come to you." Heaven above! How could he be so foolish as to invite a wolf into his den? This little sprite was merely feigning innocence. Upon entering the house, her true, ruthless nature was unveiled. Claiming to be tired, she insisted on being carried, only to suddenly produce a fruit knife from who knows where, aiming it at his throat, coercing him to surrender his phone, bank card, and password, and even demanding that he bind himself. Who, in fact, is the kidnapper? Xiaoxiao rummaged through the drawers and discovered a thicker strip of cloth, which she used to bind the driver's hands in a tight knot, fastening him to the toilet's water pipe. With a casual motion, she stuffed a foul rag into his mouth. MMM. MMM. The driver widened his eyes, desperate for Xiaoxiao to release him. Leaning against the doorframe, she wiggled her little finger. "No, my dear. Those who commit misdeeds must face their consequences. Remain here obediently. If fortune smiles upon you, you might perish from hunger, but if not, in a few days, you might receive a nibble, granting you your ultimate freedom. Isn't that something to anticipate?" Xiaoxiao squinted, her smile innocent yet undeniably sinister. The driver pondered for quite some time, unable to decipher the meaning behind her words. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the bathroom door slammed shut. Xiaoxiao made her way to the living room, settled onto the sofa, and retrieved the driver's phone, opening the Mate 1 app displayed upon it. Having often observed the family's maid ordering takeout, she had already mastered the art. She scoured several establishments specializing in children's nutritional meals, ordering 30 portions of each set. In total, that amounted to a staggering 500 meals. Additionally, she ordered 100 family buckets, 100 roasted ducks, and 100 steaks. Various Sichuan dishes followed, such as boiled sliced pork, mapo tofu, spicy fish, and kung pao chicken, each receiving 5 orders. She even included a selection from breakfast eateries like buns, steamed bread, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, each starting at 100 portions. She initially intended to order even more, but the screen indicated insufficient funds. The driver's entire wealth amounted to approximately 100,000 yuan. During the wait for her belongings, Xiaoxiao cast a leisurely glance around the entire house, and a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. The television was taken. The coffee table was taken. The wardrobe was taken. Within less than half an hour. Apart from some foul-smelling socks, unpleasant clothing, and the sofa, everything else had been thoroughly ransacked by Xiaoxiao. Just as she settled down for a brief respite, a knock resounded at the door. The delivery had arrived. 2 hours later, Xiaoxiao finally stowed the last sofa into her space, and with her petite legs, she nonchalantly closed the door behind her as she stepped outside. She hailed another taxi. Upon entering, she found the nanny, Zhang Fun, leisurely sprawled on the sofa with her phone in hand. The sounds of one tube, 2 strips, lines, and flowers emanated from the device. Although Yun Shaokai and Jiang Ruan were not particularly fond of Yun Xiaoxiao, their financial stability allowed them to employ a nanny to care for her. However, that was the extent of their involvement. Their neglect and prolonged absences had emboldened the nanny's demeanor. At times, she would forego cooking and merely provide instant noodles for the young Yun Xiaoxiao. The frail girl owed much of her delicate state to this nanny's negligence. Meanwhile, the nanny treated the villa as her own residence, waking and sleeping at her leisure, often lounging on the sofa while playing mobile mahjong. Occasionally, if Yun Xiaoxiao disturbed or annoyed her, she would unleash a tirade of angry reprimands. Yet, she was astute enough never to leave behind any evidence. "You little brat. Where did you run off to last night?" Upon spotting Yun Xiaoxiao, she sprang from the sofa in a swift motion, striding over to seize Yun Xiaoxiao by the ear. "Alas, it hurts, it hurts. Please stop. I can no longer bear it. Woe is me, it pains so." Yun Xiaoxiao cried and exclaimed, appearing as though she had endured a merciless beating. The nanny, Zhang Fan, furrowed her brow and released her grip. She had scarcely exerted any force, and in the past, when she tugged at her like this, the child had remained silent. Zhang Fan cast a perplexed glance at Yun Xiaoxiao. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Zhang Fan approached and opened the door, instantly taken aback. Standing at the threshold were 3 police officers. "Officers, whom are you seeking?" She stammered. "Good day. We received a report alleging that there is child abuse occurring here." Child abuse? Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. Who? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned her gaze toward Yun Xiaoxiao. The once composed child now had her round, large eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of spilling over, evoking immense sympathy. One of the female officers, overwhelmed by maternal instinct, hurried over with a tissue to dry her tears. "Little one, do not cry. Who has wronged you? Tell Annie, and she will handle it." "Woe is me." Yun Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into loud sobs, pointing her small finger at Zhang Fan. "Police Annie, she hit me. It hurts so." Zhang Fan. Panic surged through her, and she quickly denied the accusation. "Oh, officers, I have never laid a hand on her. She is merely fabricating stories." Can one trust the words of a child? Why can one not trust a child's words? Have you not heard of the unfiltered truth spoken by children? Confess honestly. Have you harmed her in any way? I truly have not. No sooner had Zhang Fan uttered her denial than Yun Xiaoxiao pitifully extended her hand toward the female officer. Upon her arm, there lay a dark bruise, a remnant of an unfortunate accident while she was dismantling a light fixture at the supermarket. The female officer, upon noticing it, was instantly filled with indignation. How could you inflict such harm on this innocent child? Look at her, such a lovely little girl. How could you be so cruel? But truly, it was not me. Zhang Fan lamented, her brows knitting together in distress. What was happening? Suddenly, another officer bent down and picked up a small silver object from the ground. This looks remarkably like a recording device. Let's see what it contains. Before long, the pitiful voice of Yun Xiaoxiao, pleading in pain, echoed from the device. Zhang Fan exclaimed in panic, "No, please, let me explain. I truly..." The righteous officer immediately apprehended Zhang Fan. "Little sister, where are your parents?" Just as the question hung in the air, Yun Xiaokai entered the room, his expression one of evident concern. However, upon spotting the officers, he abruptly halted. "What is happening? Why are the police here?" Your daughter is being mistreated by this nanny. We received a report and are here to apprehend her, the officer explained. At this, Xiaoxiao merely raised an eyebrow. Then please, take her away quickly. He showed no concern for Xiaoxiao whatsoever. The three officers exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in confusion. The female officer turned to Xiaoxiao, asking gently, "Is this your father?" Upon receiving a nod from the child, her worry subsided. It is understandable for her to inquire further. The demeanor of the other party is hardly that of a father. What kind of father is indifferent upon discovering that his daughter has been mistreated? Yet, this is a matter of family, and it is indeed difficult for outsiders to intervene. "Annie, may I have your phone number?" Xiaoxiao sweetly gazed at the police officer. Without much hesitation, the officer wrote her number on a piece of paper and handed it to her. "Call me if you need anything." After the police left with the individual, Xiaoxiao immediately approached Xiaoxiao, his expression stern. "Were you at my supermarket last night?" Xiaoxiao's downcast eyes revealed a hint of frost. This was her so-called caring father, aware of her suffering yet devoid of any words of comfort. Only concerned about his supermarket. Perhaps this was for the best, for now, she had no reservations left. She lifted her head, narrowed her eyes, and smiled sweetly. "Yes, Daddy. Xiaoxiao missed you. I thought you were there, but I accidentally fell asleep in the restroom." Xiaoxiao furrowed his brow. "Did you hear any noises or see anyone last night?" The police had reviewed the nearby surveillance footage and found only Xiaoxiao exiting, with no one else in sight. He certainly did not expect a 5-year-old to be capable of clearing an entire supermarket, but he sought to inquire if she possessed any critical clues. Xiaoxiao shook her head earnestly. Xiaoxiao's brow tightened. He realized he was overthinking. How could he possibly hope to extract information from a 5-year-old? Perhaps he should instead search for the vehicles that were parked near the supermarket last night. She contemplated whether she could uncover useful clues from the dashcam footage. Observing Xiaoxiao turn away without hesitation, Xiaoxiao's delicate lips gradually curled into a smile, her eyes glinting with a frigid resolve. She made her way to the second floor, to Xiaoxiao's room. The door was locked. From her space, Xiaoxiao retrieved a piece of wire and inserted it into the keyhole, fiddling with it for a moment. With a click, the door swung open. Pressing her lips together, she stepped inside. She searched meticulously, and at last, she discovered what she sought within the drawer of the wardrobe, Xiaoxiao's property deed. She was aware that the deed was at home, as she had witnessed Xiaoxiao prepare to flee with these items when the apocalypse erupted in her previous life. Now, only 5 days remained until the impending catastrophe, and she had to act swiftly to amass resources. Besides the supermarket, Xiaoxiao owned a car dealership, 2 villas, 3 apartments, and several luxury vehicles. The supermarket had already been emptied. To avoid arousing suspicion from Xiaoxiao and the police, she planned to visit the car dealership in a few days. The pressing priority was to mortgage the properties quickly to convert them into cash for stockpiling supplies. Thus, she hastily searched for several private lending centers' contact numbers on her phone, calling them one by one. This was thanks to her previous life, where she had overheard gamblers discussing how to secure online loans during their idle chatter. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss despite possessing the property deed. A gentle reminder, gambling can lead to ruin, and reckless borrowing can strip one of their means. Please, do not engage in gambling or online loans. She intended to approach different lending centers for each property, ensuring that she would not raise any suspicions. The second option also guarantees the swift acquisition of funds. Xiaoxiao retrieved a voice changer from her space, having previously arranged the time and place for the meeting at her home. Half an hour later, the first loan manager arrived, a refined young man sporting spectacles. Upon noticing that only Xiaoxiao was present, his eyes, hidden behind the lenses, glanced around. "Little sister, where is your father? He's busy with something. And he asked me to speak with you," Xiaoxiao replied, her expression bright and innocent. The corners of the man's mouth twitched in disbelief. Was he truly expected to negotiate with a 5-year-old? However, when he saw Xiaoxiao produce the property deed, his demeanor shifted. As long as the deed was in hand, what did it matter? After all, how much could a child understand? He could easily maneuver the situation, and the money would soon fill his pockets. Clearing his throat, he smiled and inquired, "Little sister, what did your father say to you?" Xiaoxiao pointed to the property deed and replied sweetly, "Father said that this house needs a loan of 1 million to be repaid in a week. As long as the funds can be transferred today, everything else is negotiable." The man's eyes darted around, feigning contemplation. 1 million was no small sum, and the immediate transfer would require at least a 50% interest rate. meaning that her father would need to repay the company $2 million. Furthermore, if the loan was not repaid within a week, they were obligated to seize the house. In truth, he had already calculated the potential value before arriving. If the property were to be listed for sale, it could easily fetch around $250,000. Regardless of the outcome, they were guaranteed a profitable venture. Xiaoxiao harbored a cold smile within. To repay an additional $1 million in merely a week was nothing short of extortion. Yet, this was no longer her concern. 1 week later, she would let him seek out the zombies. Xiaoxiao played back a pre-recorded message. Upon hearing it, the other party promptly produced the contract. "Let us sign," he said. This document belonged to Xiaoxiao's cabinet, and fortuitously, there was also a photocopy of an identification card. Though the interest rates of the microloan company were exorbitant, the constraints were far less stringent than those of a bank. The counterpart readily agreed. Initially, he intended to collect the photocopy of the ID, but Xiaoxiao did not permit it, so he merely took a photograph. Once the formalities were completed, the funds were swiftly transferred to Xiaoxiao. He inquired, "Why is this account not under the name of the account holder, Xiaoxiao?" Xiaoxiao explained that it was under her father's subordinate, and for the sake of financial maneuvering, it was inconvenient to use her own account. The counterpart chose not to press further. Naturally, this account belonged to that unfortunate driver. However, there was no need for the other party to be privy to such information. Subsequently, Xiaoxiao employed similar tactics with several loan managers. By the end of the day, multiple properties owned by Xiaoxiao had been mortgaged. Xiaoxiao's bank account swelled by over $8 million. Although the loaned amount was significantly less than the actual market value of the properties, it was a fortunate outcome under the circumstances. After leaving her home, Xiaoxiao headed directly toward another villa not far away. In her previous life, after the onset of the apocalypse, this villa had remained uninhabited. Since that was the case, she would take temporary residence there. Situated on the outskirts of the city, on a hillside, the location was still quite desirable. Moreover, the residential area is sparsely populated, with many inhabitants using their properties solely for vacation purposes. While she could have sought a more secluded and secure location, she had a significant reason to remain here. She awaited someone, the individual who, in her previous life, had rescued her from the clutches of those fiends just before her demise, imparted invaluable skills, accompanied her in vanquishing zombies, and protected her at every turn. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself, being devoured by zombies to ensure her escape from the onslaught. In this life, it was her turn to safeguard him. Xiaoxiao coordinated with a renovation company, requesting an increased workforce to expedite the fortification of the villa both inside and out. She envisioned demolishing the existing walls and replacing them with granite, a material typically reserved for bomb shelters, indicative of its formidable strength. The walls would be no less than 2 meters high, with an additional layer of bulletproof glass on the interior side. Electric fencing would be installed around the perimeter and atop the roof, with surveillance cameras positioned strategically on the western side and rooftop. The financial implications were of little concern. Her only stipulation was urgency. Chapter 05. Uncle, my father's mobility is impaired early the next morning, as Xiaoxiao prepared her formula. She was startled by the roar of engines outside. After securing her voice changer, her phone rang. "Mr. Yun, are you not at home?" A deep, resonant voice inquired from the other end. "Yes, I have matters to attend to for a few days. Please call me once the repairs are completed, and I will promptly transfer the final payment, provided that everything is finished within the designated time frame." "Understood. We assure you of our commitment to this task." After concluding the phone call, Xiaoxiao swiftly consumed 2 eggs and drank the milk powder. At that moment, the taxi she had summoned in advance arrived. Time was of the essence. She needed to spend the $8 million without delay. Otherwise, in a few days, when the apocalypse descended, this money would transform into meaningless digits. "Little girl, here is the key," said a middle-aged man with a beer belly, handing a key to Xiaoxiao at the entrance of an idol factory located at the foot of the villa. A smile graced his face as he remarked, "You're quite young to be running errands for your father, aren't you?" "Indeed, my father has difficulty walking," Xiaoxiao replied, raising her face to reveal an innocent smile. The middle-aged man looked at her with a hint of pity. "It seems your family is facing hardships. A disabled father supporting a young girl while striving to start a business is no easy feat initially. I was reluctant to agree to a monthly rent, but given your circumstances, I shall make an exception." "Thank you, uncle. You are truly a kind-hearted person." Xiaoxiao beamed even more brightly. After the landlord departed, she hailed another taxi, heading directly to the largest wholesale market in City A. This market was divided into several sections, and Yun Xiaoxiao first ventured to the grain and oil section. Although she had previously stockpiled some rice, it was still far from sufficient. "Grandpa, how much for a 50-pound bag of rice?" The store owner, hearing her voice, glanced around and took a while to spot her, as she was partially obscured by the rice bags, with only her head visible. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Little girl, are you looking to buy rice?" "Indeed, grandfather. How much is a bag of this 50-pound rice?" "The better quality is 160 per bag, while the lower quality is 105. There are several tiers in between. Did your mother mention how much you should spend per bag?" The shopkeeper found it quite intriguing. After decades in business, it was his first encounter with a 5 or 6-year-old child purchasing rice at a wholesale market. "Could you help me gather 500 bags of rice priced between 130 and 160? Upon hearing Yun Xiaoxiao's request, the shopkeeper's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure. "Young one, please wait a moment. I shall contact your mother right away." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed 110. Yun Xiaoxiao caught sight of this and felt a bit overwhelmed. "Grandfather, I assure you, I am perfectly sane. I genuinely intend to purchase rice. If you doubt me, I can provide a deposit." Yun Xiaoxiao then scanned the WeChat QR code on the wall and entered 2,000. The notification chimed, confirming a receipt of 2,000 yuan. The shopkeeper halted momentarily. "Are you truly serious about buying such a large quantity of rice?" he inquired, still uncertain. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded. "Yes, my father is opening a large supermarket. He is quite busy, so he asked me to help him order some supplies." "Oh, I see." Although the shopkeeper remained somewhat skeptical, he ultimately abandoned the idea of calling the police. After signing a simple contract, Yun Xiaoxiao transferred a further deposit, instructing the shopkeeper to deliver the goods to the designated location the following day before she departed. In this day and age, even children seem to possess extraordinary wisdom. Observing the departing figure of Yun Xiaoxiao, the boss could not help but lament. To prevent similar incidents from recurring, Yun Xiaoxiao refrained from returning to the store to finalize her rice order. Instead, she jotted down the phone numbers of various shop owners, found a secluded corner, and utilized a voice changer to discreetly call each proprietor. In total, she placed orders for 500 bags of 50-pound rice from 10 different stores, expending over 750,000. Subsequently, she employed the same method to order 1,000 bags of flour, 1,000 packs of noodles, and 200 units of each type of seasoning. She also ordered 200 units each of various flavors of instant noodles and self-heating rice. Additionally, she procured 200 boxes of assorted ham sausages and pickled vegetables. Altogether, over 600,000 had vanished. These provisions would suffice for her and her elder brother for several lifetimes. Filled with a profound sense of satisfaction, Yun Xiaoxiao then ventured to the livestock and aquaculture section. She purchased 500 of each type of adult chicken, duck, goose, pig, sheep, and cow, as well as 200 for breeding purposes. She requested the owner to deliver some fencing, feeding boxes, and feed. For various fish and shrimp, she acquired over 300 of each. The owner generously provided some water buckets, tanks, and fish feed. Next, she proceeded to the seed section. She ordered 100 bags of seeds for various crops, fruits, and flowers. Naturally, she did not overlook the snack section. After the apocalypse, with factories ceasing operations, these delectable junk foods would soon become a rare commodity. Every bag would count. She had to stockpile generously. Having missed out on these treats in her previous life, she was determined to indulge in this one. With snacks secured, she also deemed it prudent to acquire an abundance of clothing. Upon thinking of her elder brother, she also ventured into the section for men's clothing. Subsequently, she proceeded to purchase shoes, primarily opting for sneakers and casual footwear. Naturally, she also acquired a fair number of sandals and warm cotton shoes. Additionally, she stocked up on daily necessities, including bathing products, shampoo, as well as an ample supply of toilet paper and sanitary pads. The bulk of her purchases consisted of large containers of mineral water. It was an undeniable fact that their affordability and space-saving qualities made them irresistible to her. After a day of shopping, nearly a fifth of her money had vanished. Indeed, the adage that money flows like water held true. Upon departing from the wholesale market, she first made her way to an auto repair shop. "Hello, young lady, how can I assist you?" A young man emerged from beneath a vehicle. Dirt smudged across his face, wielding a power drill. "Can you modify cars?" she inquired. The young man nodded, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he jested, "Certainly. But we don't modify toy cars." The surrounding men erupted into laughter, not out of malice but rather amusement. Yun Xiaoxiao interjected. This is not a toy car. She produced a blueprint, one she had drawn herself the previous night. Upon examining it, the young man's expression shifted to one of perplexity. You intend to raise the brake and accelerator positions by this much? And is this the desired exterior modification? Yun Xiaoxiao nodded, unprepared to elaborate further. Yes. Can it be done? It can be done, but to achieve such modifications, it would require at least over 1 million. Do you possess that kind of money, little one? Just as long as it can be done within 3 days, I don't care about the cost. Indeed, here is the address of the vehicle. You shall need to drive it yourselves. Yun Xiaoxiao handed the car keys to the other party. The vehicle being a robust off-road SUV parked by Yun Xiaokai in the garage, now stationed outside the villa, observing the small figure departing while chewing on a lollipop. The several burly men at the auto repair shop exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a hint of confusion. Boss, what shall we do? This was their first encounter with a child seeking to modify a vehicle. The tone was reminiscent of a little adult. The staff remained silent. Chapter 06. Youngster. We do not sell toy guns upon returning home. Yun Xiaoxiao first glanced at the renovation progress of the neighboring villa. The original exterior walls had been entirely demolished, and granite was being meticulously erected. The workers were laboring diligently, and at this pace, the new perimeter wall should be completed by tonight. She pursed her lips in satisfaction. Once home, she retrieved the children's nutritional meal from the system's space, a roasted chicken and a glass of milk, indulging in her meal with contentment. She could not help but marvel at the efficiency of this system, which adeptly categorized various supplies, presenting them in an orderly fashion, devoid of chaos. After dinner, she reclined on the sofa, resting while simultaneously ordering supplies online. A year after the apocalypse, humanity had just begun to recover from the horrors of the zombie outbreak when another calamity struck, an extreme cold wave. Heavy snow persisted for 3 months, plunging the world into an icy era. Temperatures plummeted to a staggering -70 to 80 degrees, and the toll of those succumbing to frostbite was innumerable. Once the snow melted, everyone thought they had endured the worst, only to be met with an onslaught of sweltering heat. Those who have endured the bitter cold often find themselves tragically succumbing to the sweltering heat. In light of this, she ordered an array of winter apparel, including thermal clothing, hand warmers, gloves, hats, scarves, heat packs, and an electric oven from local online shops. To expedite the delivery, she opted for express shipping, anticipating the arrival of her goods by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. She also perused generators online, but found their power output unsatisfactory and resolved to visit a physical store later, in the event of a global power outage rendering all electrical devices inoperable. Possessing a generator would be crucial. With a few air conditioners, she could withstand both extreme heat and frigid cold. Concerned that the generators she found were underpowered, she feared they would fail too soon. After placing her orders, she commenced her training regimen, as her physical condition was far from adequate and required fortification. Recalling the methods taught by her elder brother in her previous life, Yun Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and practiced until 11 o'clock at night, before finally bathing, drinking milk, and retiring for the night. The following morning, she rose early and headed to the warehouse, as it was the day of delivery. However, she chose to remain incognito, instructing the delivery personnel to unload the goods without her presence. The final payment was transmitted via bank transfer. She deemed it prudent to avoid any complications that might arise should the delivery person perceive her as merely a child and harbor ulterior motives. Once the delivery personnel departed, she swiftly collected the supplies into her space, awaiting the arrival of the next wave of goods. During the interim, she ordered a batch of prepared foods online. As her youth rendered her incapable of cooking, it was far more convenient to rely on ready-to-eat meals. Trucks continued to arrive and depart in a steady stream. At just past 5 in the afternoon, all supplies had finally arrived. Now, only 3 days remained until the onset of the apocalypse. Yun Xiaoxiao dared not squander a single moment. She promptly hailed a taxi to the city center. Once the apocalypse struck, many individuals would transform into ravenous monsters. Immortal and endowed with astonishing strength, her petite frame would scarcely suffice to serve as a mere morsel. Moreover, beyond these terrifying zombies, the depraved humanity posed an equally substantial threat. At times, they could be even more fearsome than the undead. Vigilance was paramount. I must acquire a firearm. Yun Xiaoxiao entered a tobacco shop, where the clerk, a buzz-cut young man, lounged with his feet up, engrossed in a video game. Casting a cursory glance at Yun Xiaoxiao, he then looked behind her. Noticing the absence of any adults, he nonchalantly gestured dismissively. Kid, you've come to the wrong place. We don't sell toy guns here. Which scoundrel dares to impede my progress? He exclaimed, springing to his feet in indignation. Observing that Xiaoxiao had yet to depart, his impatience grew. Why are you still here, brat? Unfazed, Xiaoxiao calmly pointed towards the back wall. I wish to purchase the items behind there. No sooner had the words left her lips than the buzz-cut young man set down his phone, regarding her with newfound vigilance. Who exactly are you, child? I am not a child. I am 20 years old, Xiaoxiao lied without a flicker of hesitation. There was no choice. This place lacked the means for placing orders over the phone. The young man furrowed his brow in confusion. You're 20? Believe it or not. I have but one purpose today, to buy real guns and ammunition. She deliberately emphasized the word truth. The man with a buzz cut raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the other party was indeed an adult? A dwarf? Those who were aware of the authenticity of the items typically came through personal recommendations. His expression grew more serious. How many do you require? 3 Ruger Mark 22 handguns, 3 P229 handguns, 5 Vector submachine guns, 2 AS-50 sniper rifles. 10,000 rounds for handguns, 10,000 rounds for submachine guns, and 3,000 rounds for sniper rifles, all fitted with silencers. The handguns she selected were those with relatively low recoil, primarily due to concern for her fragile physique. The submachine guns and sniper rifles were intended for her elder brother. Upon finishing her request, the boy's eyes narrowed. Little girl, you have quite the appetite. Do you possess such wealth? Money is not an issue, Xiaoxiao replied, exuding an air of affluence. Why do you need so many firearms and ammunition? He inquired, puzzled. You need not concern yourself with that, I assure you. No one will discover that the purchase came from you. Then a deposit of 100,000 is required. Agreed. Xiaoxiao was unperturbed by the possibility of being swindled. In her previous life, her elder brother had mentioned that this establishment was utterly reputable, never engaging in deceitful practices. Observing Xiaoxiao's straightforwardness, the man furrowed his brow. I do not have the stock on hand. Tomorrow at noon, payment and delivery will occur simultaneously. Understood. The following day at noon, the man fulfilled his promise, delivering the firearms and ammunition to her. She inspected the goods, confirming their authenticity. After the payment was made, she found herself with just over 2 million remaining. Do you require assistance? That seems a bit heavy, the man remarked. Xiaoxiao gestured towards the small cart parked at the door. Just put it on there. You seem quite well prepared, the man with the buzz cut chuckled. However, you certainly do not appear to be in your 20s. Even for a dwarf, you look remarkably youthful. Xiaoxiao merely smiled, offering no explanation, and pulled the cart away. Once she reached a secluded corner devoid of onlookers, she waved her hand, and both the cart and its contents vanished into her spatial pocket. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a cake shop across the street. Her eyes sparkled slightly, and she stepped forward. Hello, young lady. Are you here to buy a cake? A young and attractive saleswoman greeted her with a warm smile. Xiaoxiao returned the smile sweetly. Pretty sister, I would like to order some custom cakes. Of course. First, let us choose the style, the saleswoman replied, handing over a booklet filled with various cake designs. Pretty sister, could you help me choose? From the age of 5 to 80, Xiaoxiao requested. The saleswoman's jaw dropped in surprise. Young lady, you must be joking. Who would order so many cakes at once? Moreover, cakes don't have such a long shelf life. I am quite serious. I can provide you with a partial deposit up front, but I require them to be completed within 2 days, as I will come to collect them every other day, Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. For a long time, she had envied those whose birthdays were celebrated with their parents, enjoying cake together. Since others could not fulfill that wish, she would grant it to herself. The saleswoman stood in stunned silence for a while, only snapping back to reality upon hearing the sound of the register. This little one truly intends to accomplish so much all at once. Beautiful sister. I shall take my leave now. I will return later to collect the first batch. With a wave of her hand, Xiaoxiao exited the cake shop. Once outside, she meandered along the street, jotting down the locations of various shops. Although she had already amassed a considerable amount of supplies, one can never have too much, can they? Moreover, she had yet to procure items such as pharmaceuticals and petroleum, which are strictly regulated by the government. She was aware that some black markets had stock, yet she lacked the connections and means to access them. Such acquisitions would have to wait until the outbreak of the zombie virus, when she could obtain them at no cost. Thus, while strolling, she paid particular attention to the locations of pharmacies and gas stations. Chapter 07, Little One. Minors are not permitted to drive. Seizing the opportunity, she also took a moment to inspect generators. Initially, she intended to purchase 2, but upon reviewing the prices, She found them rather steep. High-performance models cost upwards of 1 to 2 million, while even the more affordable options were in the range of 100 to 200,000. Generators that were too inexpensive would undoubtedly have shorter lifespans. After some contemplation, she opted for rental instead. After noting the owner's phone number, she discreetly hid in an unoccupied area and began conversing with him using a voice changer. She arranged to rent 2 5,000 kilowatt generators and 3 1,000 kilowatt generators for 2 days, costing her less than 13,000 in total. However, a deposit of 100,000 was required. Even with the deposit, it was still considerably cheaper than purchasing them outright. She instructed the owner to deliver the generators to the warehouse between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the following morning. At 10 o'clock that evening, she returned to the cake shop as promised, utilizing her small cart to transport the items in batches. When the staff offered assistance, she politely declined. She, with her petite frame, stealthily dragged the cake to a secluded spot, quietly stowing it away in her hidden space. This process repeated itself until she successfully removed the first batch of 25 cakes. At 3 in the morning, a small figure arrived in front of a 4S shop. Having learned from her previous experience, Xiaoxiao first disabled all the nearby surveillance cameras with a silenced weapon. If anyone were to witness a 5-year-old child wielding a gun, with that piercing gaze and impeccable aim, they would surely be left in utter disbelief. Xiaoxiao broke into the store, setting off the alarm instantly. Without a flutter of her eyelids, she shattered the alarm system. Following that, with astonishing speed, she obliterated all the surveillance equipment in the store. Next, she swiftly gathered every vehicle within the premises into her concealed space, leaving no item untouched, not even the sofas, water dispensers, or potted plants. It was as if a bandit had swept through. In less than 20 minutes, the store was stripped bare. Satisfied, Xiaoxiao smirked and confidently strolled out before the police could arrive. What did you say? Repeat that. Xiaoxiao was awakened in the middle of the night, already in a foul mood, and upon hearing the content of the call, he felt ready to explode. Mr. Xiaoxiao, your 4S shop has just been robbed, and everything inside is gone. Would it be convenient for you to come by now? The police patiently reiterated. With a resounding crash, Xiaoxiao slammed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The fury in his eyes was palpable. Who was it? Who had been scheming against him in the shadows? In a fit of rage, Xiaoxiao sped to the store. A police car, its lights flashing, was stationed there, with 3 officers inside gathering evidence. As another officer noticed Mr. Xiaoxiao's arrival, he approached him and inquired, as was customary, Mr. Yun, regarding the 2 incidents at your residence, it is evident that someone is deliberately targeting you. Have you recently offended anyone? However, this question seemed to strike a nerve with Xiaoxiao, who erupted in furious indignation. What exactly are you officers doing? It has been days since the supermarket incident, and there has been no progress. Furthermore, this establishment is clearly connected to your alarm system. How could those criminals so easily abscond with everything inside? Why? The officer furrowed his brow and replied, Mr. Yun, please remain calm. We ensured our immediate response at the first sound of the alarm. We are equally perplexed as to how they managed to remove everything in such a brief span. We are currently investigating this matter. We hope for your cooperation so that we may swiftly bring clarity to the situation. In frustration, Xiaoxiao kicked a tire, venting his pent-up anger. The following day, Xiaoxiao rose early. After breakfast, she thoroughly searched the villa, ensuring not a single broken dish was left behind before departing. From this day forth, she would no longer reside there. Before leaving, she cast a glance at the neighboring property. Upon exiting, she first visited the warehouse to collect the generator. Subsequently, she ventured into the streets, intent on spending the remainder of her funds to fully relish the serene beauty that this world offered before its impending demise. She indulged in candied hawthorn and cotton candy at a roadside stall. Like snail noodles, stinky tofu, fried potatoes, cold noodles, and barbecued chicken, she is currently unfit to indulge in such delicacies. Nevertheless, she is purchased in abundance. It is merely a matter of time. She can savor these treats when she is older. Subsequently, she ventured to an amusement park in the city, experiencing bumper cars, merry-go-rounds, and little trains, activities she had never encountered in her previous life. The atmosphere around her was filled with joyous laughter, yet she remained silent, akin to a little old lady. She understood that after tonight, the world would transform into a hellish nightmare. The laughter would dissipate, leaving only cries and howls in its wake. The exuberance of the place became overwhelming for Xiaoxiao, prompting her to leave shortly after her arrival. If you happen to witness a blood moon tonight, Prepare your supplies and weapons, and seek refuge in a less populated, secure location, ideally alone, for the apocalypse is imminent. Those around you may very well turn into monstrous beings. Suddenly, she recalled the concerned female police officer and decided to send a text message. Even if the authorities were to investigate, they would only trace it back to that unfortunate driver, never suspecting her. Moreover, should they wish to pursue the matter, their opportunities were rapidly dwindling. She had done all she could. Whether they believed her or not was no longer her concern. She could offer a warning, but only if it posed no threat to her own interests. If, after the fall of civilization, she were to risk herself unnecessarily to save others, she regrettably might not possess such benevolence. Xiaoxiao wandered about, acquiring items she deemed useful. After 6 in the evening, she first retrieved the final batch of cakes from the bakery, then proceeded to the auto repair shop to collect her vehicle. "Brother, is the car ready?" Xiaoxiao looked up, smiling sweetly. "Ah, little one, you've arrived." A young man emerged from the front of the vehicle, lowering his gaze to the petite figure at his feet. "The car is ready, it's over there." Xiaoxiao followed his gaze, and what she saw left her in awe. The once ordinary off-road vehicle had undergone a complete transformation. The front was adorned with a formidable, V-shaped iron shovel, exuding an intimidating presence. The body was encircled by steel pipes, sealing off the doors and windows entirely, while the rear was equipped with menacing spikes. As per her earlier specifications, the vehicle was fitted with bulletproof enhancements, and those spikes were designed to extend and retract at will, capable of impaling even a bull with ease. The entry point was located atop the vehicle. The front boasted 6 buttons, each corresponding to one of the 6 massive steel pipes positioned at the front, back, and sides. With a simple press, flames would erupt from the respective pipe. After demonstrating the vehicle's capabilities, the young man took it outside, showcasing its prowess. However, the heightened acceleration and braking made his feet curl awkwardly, creating a rather amusing sight. As she watched the car knock over a large oil drum filled with stones, with flames erupting from all 6 steel pipes, Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile. This was the super war machine she had envisioned. She exuberantly transferred 1.2 million to his account. "Little one, why does this car look like it's meant for zombie hunting?" The young man chuckled. He too enjoyed watching zombie films, and upon seeing the blueprints, he felt a surge of excitement, even adding some of his own ideas to enhance the design significantly. Xiaoxiao chuckled, pondering the uncertain fate that could unfold by tomorrow. Perhaps a world overrun by zombies. "Oh, you are aware of zombies. That's rather intriguing," she remarked. She bit her lip and inquired, "May I take a look inside?" "Of course," came the reply. Thus, Xiaoxiao ascended the external ladder to the rooftop of the vehicle and then climbed inside, settling into the driver's seat. The seat had been elevated significantly per her request and was cushioned with a sponge pad. After adjusting her posture and testing the feel of the controls, she was immensely pleased. With a flick of the ignition and a press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. The young man, astonished, slapped his thigh in disbelief. "Damn, she's driving it herself," he exclaimed, bewildered by her peculiar modifications regarding the brakes, accelerator, and seat. In a flurry, he hurried a few steps after her, shouting, "Little one, minors aren't allowed to drive." Yet, his words were lost on Xiaoxiao. Even if she had heard him, she would have brushed it off. In this apocalyptic world, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? Chapter 08. The Dawn of the Apocalypse. The onslaught begins. Xiaoxiao navigated the vehicle along the highway when her phone unexpectedly rang. It was the renovation technician calling. She pulled over to the roadside and pressed the answer button. The technician informed her that everything had been completed and shared several videos with her, some showcasing the overall layout, others detailing the new door codes, along with instructions for using various equipment, all presented with remarkable clarity. Xiaoxiao felt a wave of satisfaction and promptly transferred the requested 800,000. Setting her phone aside, she steered the car towards the villa. As the sun gradually descended, the sky was awash with spectacular fiery clouds, casting a breathtaking orange-red hue that was simply mesmerizing. On the road, many individuals could still be seen halting their vehicles to capture photographs of the sky, their faces radiating with brilliant smiles. Little do they realize that this beauty is but a fleeting illusion, a deceptive facade that blinds humanity. When the splendor fades, peril will surge forth like a deluge unleashed, cascading relentlessly upon mankind. It is thanks to this fiery sunset that few noticed her remarkably unique car. As she passed by her residence, she spotted a sports car parked at the entrance. The following day, he would once again take her to finalize her divorce with Zhang Ruan. seemingly having arranged the matter of her future. However, reality offered him no such opportunity. The next morning, as he opened the door, he was nearly paralyzed with fear by a zombie, its face grotesquely half-destroyed, lunging toward him. From that moment on, they sought refuge within the villa. Eventually, when food became scarce, he pushed her out to fend off the zombies, escaping alone with his lover. Reflecting on this, Xiaoxiao's gaze darkened considerably. She pressed the accelerator and drove forward. Meanwhile, upon entering the vacant house, Xiaokai and his loverly Jiajia were rendered utterly dumbfounded by the emptiness that surrounded them. Xiaokai, why is there nothing at home? But in the next moment, Xiaokai was overcome with rage, collapsing unconscious. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived. Not far away, Xiaoxiao stood beside the window, watching as Xiaokai was lifted onto a stretcher, a smile curving her lips. He was hospitalized due to his anger? Indeed, the presence of zombies is quite abundant there. Savor it well, my dear father. After watching the ambulance depart, Xiaoxiao first altered the password of the main door, then proceeded to check the surveillance. Satisfied with the comprehensive view offered by the cameras, which left no blind spots in the house, she settled at the dining table and retrieved her dinner from the space. With the apocalypse looming, she decided to indulge in a lavish meal tonight: boiled hairy crabs, nourishing porridge, fried chicken legs, crispy grilled wings, large prawns, and Christian carp tofu soup. Xiaoxiao also turned on the television, tuning into the local news of City A. While dining, she busily downloaded numerous animated series, films, television dramas, and variety shows from the internet. Should boredom strike in the future, these would serve as delightful distractions. Although she might never need them, it is always prudent to be prepared. Breaking news. Just moments ago, a super blood moon was spotted in the skies over our city. A female voice suddenly resonated. The television screen then shifted to reveal the vast night sky, where a blood-red moon radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire world. The moon appeared larger than usual, exuding an inexplicable sense of eerie oppression. Xiaoxiao, however, was not interested in this. She switched to another channel. Almost every report was related to the super blood moon. Numerous lunar enthusiasts had driven to more open areas to admire this rare celestial spectacle. Gazing out the window at the high-hanging blood moon, her eyes darkened. What was destined to happen had, after all, arrived as anticipated. Little did she know, her previous comments online had already surged to become the second trending topic. A renowned blogger compared the timing of her announcements with the occurrence of the blood moon, asserting that while experts failed to predict its appearance tonight, she had foreseen it. Does this imply that her words may hold truth? The comments section erupted with diverse opinions. Some dismissed her as merely fortunate, while others expressed unwavering belief. Consequently, a minor frenzy of purchases ensued in supermarkets and malls, albeit limited. After all, not everyone is attuned to Weibo, nor does everyone subscribe to such seemingly baseless claims. Life continued in its tranquil beauty as individuals indulged in meals, danced the night away, or admired the moon. In the early hours, as many were lost in sweet slumber, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Many mistook it for thunder and turned over to continue their dreams, unaware that the world had irrevocably changed. Within an hour, the first mutations would occur. Most would remain unchanged, while a select few would undergo extreme transformations, either becoming monstrous creatures or awakening latent powers. Thus, the gates of hell on earth would swing open, unleashing unspeakable horrors. At a street corner in the city center, a flashy SUV stood parked. When the thunder struck, the driver, a small figure, immediately opened her eyes. She had been waiting here for an hour, anticipating that very sound. The apocalypse had arrived. Before the streets overflowed with zombies, she intended to stockpile supplies. The great scavenging had officially commenced, and her prior reconnaissance ensured her efficiency. She hurried to the pharmacies lining the street, where 6 establishments stood, and she completely cleared out 3 of them. Without a moment's hesitation, she gathered an array of medications, cold remedies, antibiotics, analgesics, ibuprofen, montmorillonite powder, hemostatic agents, band-aids, dressings, alcohol, and contraceptives, taking everything from the shelves and cabinets in a single sweep. In this post-apocalyptic world, the weather had grown increasingly extreme, oscillating between frigid cold and scorching heat. Though she had succumbed to the zombie virus, rendering her beyond salvation, the peril of a minor cold could escalate into a high fever and ultimately pneumonia, leading to a tragic demise due to the lack of timely treatment. In her previous life, she had nearly perished from a fever during the bitter cold, saved only by her elder brother's brave quest for antipyretics that allowed her to survive. Thus, stockpiling medicine was imperative. After securing the pharmaceuticals, She ventured into a century-old weapon shop. She collected an assortment of short knives, short swords, tang knives, large cleavers, hefty hammers, red-tasseled spears, and great axes, leaving nothing behind. Next, she entered a bookstore, where she gathered volumes such as the three-character classic, The Complete Set of Pinion, Journey to the West, Dream of the Red Chamber, Water Margin, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and The Wisdom of Life, ensuring not a single book was missed, all stored within her space. During her leisure moments, these would serve to pass the time. Adjacent to her was a moderately sized supermarket. After shattering the glass, Xiaoxiao swiftly glided through on her scooter, rapidly clearing an entire row of beverages, another row of biscuits, and yet another row of spicy snacks. Within mere minutes, the supermarket too was left barren. Following her successful raids, Xiaoxiao nonchalantly made her way to a nearby gas station. Having nearly amassed all the other supplies she needed, she and her elder brother would have enough to last several lifetimes. The immediate priority is to stockpile essential supplies and then seek substantial items to maximize space. Chapter 09, Fuel Station Hoarding. Bang. Xiaoxiao was driving when a sudden, thunderous noise erupted ahead. She furrowed her brow. The sound seemed to emanate from the gas station. Pressing the accelerator, she quickened her pace. As she approached, she spotted a middle-aged woman clad in a gas station uniform sprinting towards a large truck that had collided with a gas station pillar, now tipped over. The woman hurriedly rapped on the window, swung the door open, and attempted to drag the injured truck driver out. However, just as she managed to pull him halfway, the driver, his head bowed, suddenly lifted it. His bulging eyes, clouded and streaked with blood, bore a grotesque expression. With a gaping mouth, he lunged at the woman's neck. Xiaoxiao, having just drawn her firearm, was too late to intervene as she heard the woman's piercing scream. Her brow furrowed in concern. She had missed her chance. To her astonishment, the mutation had commenced at such an alarming pace. Steeling herself, she aimed her gun at the crazed truck driver who was viciously attacking the woman. Bang! A single shot rang out. The now transformed zombie driver collapsed to the ground. The driver had lost half his neck. His head was grotesquely tilted, blood gushing from the severed area, staining half of his body crimson. His bewildered eyes darted around, mouth opening and closing, issuing hoarse howls. Suddenly, he turned towards Xiaoxiao's vehicle, roaring with manic excitement at the scent of fresh flesh. With a primal scream, he stumbled towards her. Bang! Xiaoxiao remained impassive, sending him on his way. Perhaps due to the late hour, the gas station was devoid of any personnel except for the female attendant encountered earlier. Xiaoxiao parked her vehicle next to the fuel pump and proceeded to fetch a chair from the adjacent convenience store. She climbed upon the chair, retrieved the fuel nozzle, and inserted it into the fuel tank of her robust off-road vehicle, pressing the switch to commence refueling. Subsequently, she extracted 7 large fuel barrels from her spatial compartment and, utilizing the same method, began to stockpile fuel. Once filled, she promptly placed them into her storage space and continued to retrieve additional barrels. During the brief interlude of refueling, she also took the opportunity to gather all the items from the nearby convenience store. Naturally, she did not overlook the overturned truck, which was laden with a substantial pile of parcels. After a span of over 10 minutes, the sudden screech of tires pierced the air as a gray pickup truck came to a steady halt beside pump number 1. 2 imposing men, their arms adorned with tattoos and their expressions fierce, emerged from the vehicle, exuding an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Brother, did you see? There's that thing over there. Though it seems someone has taken it down, one of the men remarked. Never mind that. Let's fill up first, the other replied. Xiaoxiao, leisurely savoring a lollipop, observed the two with calm interest. It appeared she had encountered peers in this venture. Perhaps due to her diminutive stature, they had failed to notice her presence. Look, brother, exclaimed one of the crew-cut men, pointing at Xiaoxiao's fuel barrels with excitement. Someone has already done the filling for us, saving us the trouble. As he reached out to grab one, she interjected, Uncle, it's rather impolite to meddle with someone else's belongings. At that moment, a child's voice, laced with laughter, suddenly rang out. Upon hearing it, the man with the buzz cut abruptly halted his movements. He lifted his gaze toward the source of the sound and beheld a little girl, around 5 years old, chewing on a lollipop, gazing at him with a playful smile. Her bright black eyes sparkled like clear black jewels, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Her cherubic face was adorably soft, and when she smiled, 2 charming dimples appeared. With her short hair framing her face, she donned a white tracksuit and a white cap, exuding a certain coolness. The two exchanged glances, then surveyed their surroundings. Noticing the absence of anyone else, save for the little girl, they both let out a sigh of relief. You pesky little girl, move aside. How dare you meddle in our affairs? You must be weary of life. The buzz-cut man glared fiercely at the girl. He anticipated her to burst into tears. Yet she appeared oblivious, continuing to leisurely enjoy her lollipop. Frowning, he contemplated scolding her further, but was halted by a man beside him, who bore a scar across his cheek. Enough. We must focus on the task at hand. Both men placed their hands on an oil drum, preparing to lift it. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the air. They felt something was past them, followed by a shattering crash as the windshield of their pickup truck exploded into shards. Their pupils dilated in shock as they turned incredulously towards the smiling little girl, who was now brandishing a gun in her hand. You, the buzzcut man stuttered, his face a mask of disbelief. How could this child possibly possess a firearm? Most importantly, at such a tender age, she could actually wield a firearm. Alas, what a pity that she missed her target. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with mirth as a look of regret crossed her face. Then, with a playful arch of her brow, she seemingly asked, "Shall we have another shot?" Although she wore a smile, an eerie chill seeped up from the ground, enveloping the two men in an unsettling aura. This child was not to be trifled with. Indeed, she was exceptionally formidable. A simultaneous thought echoed in their minds, though they were reluctant to admit it. They were genuinely intimidated by a 5-year-old. "Little girl, we didn't mean to take your things. Please, don't be upset," the man with a buzz cut swallowed hard, fearing that Xiaoxiao might aim her weapon at his head. It was ludicrous, especially considering the two lifeless bodies lying nearby, each with a bullet hole in the center of their foreheads. It was evident who was responsible for this. One could deduce it with mere instinct. "We shall take our leave immediately. We promise not to obstruct your view." With that, the two men prepared to flee in their vehicle. "Wait a moment," Xiaoxiao's voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, suddenly pierced the air behind them. Consequently, the two unfortunate souls became mere pawns in Xiaoxiao's game, assisting her in filling up containers with oil and arranging the filled barrels in an orderly fashion, even contributing their own. As for the empty oil drums, Xiaoxiao discreetly placed them beside the gas station, concealed in the darkness, conveniently situated within the blind spot of the two men, who remained oblivious to her clever maneuvering, believing the barrels had been there all along. While the two individuals toiled diligently, Xiaoxiao reclined leisurely on a deck chair, indulging in potato chips and sunflower seeds. Her relaxed demeanor evoked a mixture of envy and irritation in the two workers. However, upon the sight of the firearm, their tempers were quelled. As the last drop of oil dripped from the barrel, both sighed in relief. "Little sister, the oil is all filled," said the crew-cut man with a beaming smile. After inspecting the oil, Xiaoxiao nodded in confirmation and replied, "You may leave now." The two were on the brink of tears from joy as they prepared to board their vehicle. Yet, a chilling child's voice echoed from behind, commanding, "Leave the car." The two exclaimed in disbelief, "Are we being robbed?" Chapter 10. The Inferno of Humanity unfolds in full. "Little sister, you can't drive this car anyway, so just leave it to us. We can offer you money," the crew-cut man said with a face full of ingratiation. However, Xiaoxiao calmly raised her handgun, aiming it directly at him. "I will count to 3. If you do not leave by then, I will shoot." In this apocalyptic world, what use was money? Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the two men shifted dramatically. This little girl is ruthless. Is she really going to shoot over a mere oil barrel? As they silently grumbled, Xiaoxiao began her countdown. Instantly, alarm bells rang in their minds, and they took off running with remarkable speed, as if pursued by 1,000 wild beasts. Xiaoxiao barely had the chance to count to 2. She touched her nose, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Was she truly that terrifying? Wasn't she rather adorable? Just yesterday, after gazing into the mirror, she had nearly fallen in love with her own reflection. Approaching the 101st oil barrel, she waved her hand and collected them all. This was largely thanks to the assistance of the two individuals who had arranged them neatly, saving her considerable time and effort. Having gathered a substantial amount of medicine and oil, her next destination was the largest automobile city in Roaching, where she aimed to collect all the vehicles at the swiftest pace possible. The system had stated that if she expanded the ground area to 1 square kilometer within 6 days, she would receive generous rewards. Within the confines of her space, the height had already been fixed at 1,000 meters. Thus, to increase the ground area to 1 square kilometer, she merely needed to collect 0.5 cubic kilometers of resources. Through her prior efforts, she had amassed approximately 0.2 cubic kilometers of materials, yet this fell significantly short of the task's requirements. With less than 6 hours remaining until the deadline, she had to utilize every moment judiciously. Although failing to complete the task would not bear severe consequences, who would not appreciate a reward? Barely having driven a short distance from the gas station, 2 stylish female zombies, clad in high heels and ultra-short shorts, suddenly emerged from an intersection. Their faces, adorned with exquisite makeup, only served to enhance the eerie aura surrounding them. They lunged towards Xiaoxiao's vehicle with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, she crashed into them. The two zombies were instantly sent flying. One was cleaved in two, while the other lost an arm in the collision. However, it wasn't long before the disarmed zombie awkwardly regained its footing, continuing its aimless wandering along the desolate street. Amidst the desolate night, a figure, reduced to merely its upper body, crawled forward with its gaping maw agape, hands propelling its ghastly form. The stillness of the night sky was shattered by the cacophony of roars and screams, echoing relentlessly. Emergency vehicles, both ambulances and police cars, surged into action, their bright lights flickering incessantly, while the shrill wails of sirens pierced the air above the city. A hellish scene had unfurled before humanity. Xiaoxiao drove through the streets, when suddenly a white van careened forward, colliding violently with a black sedan at an angle, erupting into flames with a deafening roar. Nearby, at the entrance of a residential complex, a police car and an ambulance stood vigil. Two medical personnel clad in white coats hastily carried a victim, whose eye had been viciously torn away, blood streaming down their face, towards the ambulance. Just as they approached, the injured individual unexpectedly surged from the stretcher, lunging at one of the medical staff, knocking them to the ground and savagely biting. The assailant's gnashing teeth tore into the intestines of the fallen medic, who lay helplessly as their insides spilled forth. Another medical worker, paralyzed by terror, screamed in horror, trembling so violently that escape seemed a distant thought. A nearby police officer, alerted by the commotion, rushed to restrain the assailant. In a mere moment, the officer's eyes transformed, the whites fading into a ghastly gray, and an unsettling sound escaped their lips. The bitten medic, now risen, stood with intestines trailing behind, swaying grotesquely. Three grotesque figures converged upon the petrified medical worker, and their anguished cries pierced the heavens. Such scenes of chaos and despair were countless along the way. Composed yet determined, Xiaoxiao accelerated her vehicle. The zombie mutations occurred earlier and more ferociously than she had anticipated. The automobile city, located on the outskirts, spans an extensive area of 200,000 square meters. It boasts the most comprehensive assortment of vehicles in the entire city, accompanied by maintenance, repair, and parts sales services. At the entrance stood a solitary gatekeeper, who had now transformed into a zombie, aimlessly wandering within the security lounge. A barrier obstructed the entrance, preventing any vehicles from entering. Xiaoxiao aimed her gun at the head of the security guard and pulled the trigger. Once he fell to the ground, she opened the security room door and pressed the button to lift the barrier. She paused before the first shop, a BMW dealership. Without hesitation, Xiaoxiao fired at the tempered glass door, shattering it, and strode inside. Riding her scooter, she ruthlessly swept through the store. The BMW 5 Series, 7 Series, BMW X7, BMW M3, a myriad of vehicles stood before her, and she surveyed them with the same indifference as one would while inspecting cabbages, swiftly gathering them into her space. In less than 10 minutes, the entire store was stripped bare, leaving only the cars, sofas, water dispensers, large potted plants, along with various automotive fluids such as engine oil, brake fluid, battery water, car wash liquid, water wax, and power steering fluid, all conveniently arranged on shelves for easy collection. Additionally, a range of automotive repair equipment was available, including jacks, tire repair machines, air compressors, electric wrenches, screwdrivers, hammers, pliers, and other essential tools for maintenance, all of which were also gathered without difficulty. Indeed, various automobile components, such as engine parts, brake system accessories, electrical instruments, automotive lighting, and modification fittings, were seized. She moved like a locust, taking whatever she encountered, leaving desolation in her wake. After visiting a BMW dealership, she proceeded to the next establishment. However, this time, her selection criteria were solely based on size. Only the substantial items caught her attention. Consequently, her pace of acquisition accelerated significantly. Before long, those luxurious vehicles, which had been coveted by many before the apocalypse, were unceremoniously tossed into her spatial storage with the indifference of a child tossing beanbags. Chapter 11. Excavators, bulldozers. In filling my aircraft, the initial rows of the automotive city were filled with sedans and compact SUVs. As one ventured further back, a variety of other vehicles became apparent. These included agricultural machinery such as tractors, weeders, fertilizer spreaders, seeders, harvesters, balers, and spray vehicles. While these may seem insignificant to others in a post-apocalyptic world, For her, they were precious treasures, large and space-consuming. Additionally, there were several types of construction vehicles including excavators, bulldozers, loaders, cranes, rollers, heavy trucks, mixers, drilling machines, and water tankers. Xiaoxiao relished the process, moving with remarkable speed. In less than an hour and a half, the entire automotive city had been thoroughly plundered. Naturally, this escapade was not without its share of discontent. Several night patrol personnel, alerted by the alarm, pursued her relentlessly. Fortunately, she was swift in her movements. Whenever those individuals were on the verge of catching up, she had already transitioned to another location. She resembled a slippery loach, evading capture at every turn. Upon exiting the automotive city, Xiaoxiao promptly made her way to the open-air parking lot diagonally opposite. She had noticed it while passing earlier, and it housed a considerable number of sizable vehicles. After spending a mere 10 minutes scouring the parking lot, she set her sights on the adjacent industrial park. This expansive area spanned 10,000 acres and served as the largest logistics hub in Rongqing, with nearly all logistics enterprises leasing space within. As Xiaoxiao approached the main entrance of the park, she observed that the gates were wide open, revealing a large truck that had collided with the guardhouse at the entrance. Bloodstains, vivid and crimson, marred the truck, tires, ground, and the walls of the guardhouse. In a corner, she spotted a macabre sight, a skeleton of what had once been a body, gnawed to the bone, with a raised brow. She realized that something had indeed gone awry in this park. The logistics industry operated around the clock, with personnel working in shifts day and night. Thus, even at just past 6 in the morning, there were likely numerous individuals present. Should one person become infected, it would spell disaster for the others. Xiaoxiao's gaze deepened with contemplation, and after a fleeting second, she retrieved a speaker from her space and activated her phone's Bluetooth. She then opened the Kugu music app, and a resounding melody erupted from the speaker. The moment the music filled the air, her vehicle surged into the park, racing down the corridors with reckless abandon. Before long, a horde of zombies, drawn by the alluring sounds, began to pursue her. Fixating on the male zombie clad in employee attire, swiftly approaching the vehicle. A peculiar thrill surged within Xiaoxiao. She did not reduce her speed. Instead, she pressed down hard on the accelerator. With a resounding crash, the male zombie was instantly obliterated. Soon after, 3 more grotesque zombies emerged before the car. A wicked smile danced on Xiaoxiao's lips as she pressed 2 buttons on the dashboard. In an instant, fierce flames erupted from the front's large metal pipes, engulfing the 3 zombies in scalding fire, reducing them to mere ashes in a matter of moments. The music continued to play, exuding an enticing and flamboyant vibe. A long line of snarling, frenzied zombies trailed behind the vehicle. Any zombie that dared to appear in front would be mercilessly crushed by Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, within a factory, 3 employees garbed in work uniforms huddled together in a cramped changing room, trembling in fear. "Did you hear that? It sounds like music outside." Along with the sound of a car, murmured a man in his 20s, lowering his voice. Another man shrugged, dismissing it. Who cares about the music or the car? It's probably just another reckless fool driving in. Just wait, they might end up doomed soon, he added. Don't worry, I've already called the police. They should arrive to rescue us shortly. Just hold on a bit longer, the man in his 20s reassured. But it's been so long, why haven't they come yet? Should we call again? All right, let me try. The man quickly dialed 110, but all he received was a busy signal. He redialed several times, but the outcome remained unchanged. His complexion gradually turned pale. Observing the altered expressions of her companions, the woman hurriedly inquired, "What is it? Why do you bear such a countenance? Have they mentioned when they would arrive?" "They will not come," the man murmured, his voice trembling, as if he had suffered a grave blow. "What do you mean? What do you mean they will not come?" The woman anxiously grasped his sleeve. "It's over. It's truly over now," another man exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at the news on his phone. The screen was filled with videos of zombies attacking people. Some clips were filmed by the roadside, where 2 individuals were arguing when one suddenly dropped his head. When he next opened his eyes, he lunged at the other, ferociously biting into his face, rendering it a grotesque sight of blood and flesh. There were even recordings from within a hospital. The entire lobby was a scene of chaos, with people fleeing and frenzied zombies biting at them. Some of these creatures were even seen attached to 4 drips or bandaged, yet within the footage, they bore no signs of illness. Instead, they appeared extraordinarily fierce, seizing anyone in their path to bite. As they watched the distressing videos and listened to the anguished cries emanating from the screen, the trio's faces drained of color, and they found their breathing becoming labored. This world had descended into utter chaos. Suddenly, they heard a faint noise outside the door. The 3 held their breath, fearing it might be a zombie. Yet, after a brief moment, the sound dissipated. They exchanged worried glances and cautiously opened the door a crack. To their astonishment, they stood frozen in shock. Why had the entire warehouse's inventory vanished? Had not only man-eating monsters emerged, but also phantoms capable of whisking away objects in the blink of an eye? The eyes of the three were filled with terror as they hastily secured the door, too fearful to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the figure they deemed a ghost, Xiaoxiao, effortlessly navigated through the various factory spaces, akin to a bandit sweeping away an array of goods. She lured all the zombies within the park to a vast open area at the far end of the premises. Deploying the sound system with a drone atop the perimeter wall, these low-tier ordinary zombies primarily discerned direction through sound, thus congregating in that location, which facilitated her frenzied collection of supplies. Not only did she seize the goods within the factory, but she also commandeered the large trucks and trailers transporting them. Some of the drivers' cabins still housed the transformed zombie truck drivers. Initially, she intended to capture both the vehicle and its occupant within her space, only to discover it was impossible. Casting a disdainful glance at the zombie driver, she drew her pistol and delivered a precise shot to the forehead. After dragging the lifeless body from the vehicle, she finally succeeded in storing the truck within her space. She had previously attempted to collect elements such as mud and trees, but they proved equally elusive. She even endeavored to enter her own space, yet was expelled within mere moments. Such a merciless contraption. Chapter 12. Those who dare to betray her must face death. As she was about to clear the entire park, an unforeseen event transpired. A few survivors, seeing no zombies in the vicinity, ventured out from their hiding places. Unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently disturbed the horde of zombies nearby, who were engrossed in the music. In comparison to the melody, zombies were undoubtedly far more attracted to fresh blood and flesh. A horde of over 100 zombies immediately surged after the few remaining survivors. Upon seeing two individuals fleeing towards her, accompanied by dozens of the undead, Xiaoxiao nearly uttered a curse. The proximity of the threat, coupled with the presence of witnesses, rendered her unable to retrieve her vehicle. She hastily dashed into a nearby factory, and just as she was about to shut the door, a man and a woman forcefully pushed it open and barged in. They paid no heed to Xiaoxiao, who had fallen to the ground. Their immediate concern was to secure the entrance. The moment the door was closed, a cacophony of bang 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 resonated from outside as the zombies collided with it. After locking the door, the two collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. They appeared to be quite young, around 25 years of age, clad in uniforms emblazoned with Hoarding logistics. They were evidently employees of the industrial park. Once they caught their breath, they finally noticed Xiaoxiao beside them. "What is a child doing here?" The man frowned. He regarded her sternly and warned, "Little girl, no crying, understand? If you attract the zombies, I will not hesitate to deal with you." The woman cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoxiao, clearly enveloped in a wave of aversion. She had an intense dislike for children, who, in her eyes, were nothing but a source of noise and hindrance, utterly useless. "Yang, there are zombies outside. What should we do next?" The woman expressed her concern. "What else can we do? We must wait for the zombies to disperse before we devise a plan to escape. However, those creatures are quick to react, and it is likely that the moment we step out of the warehouse, we will be discovered." As the woman uttered these words, she caught a glimpse of Xiaoxiao standing at the doorway. Her eyes sparkled momentarily, revealing a glimmer of cunning. She elbowed the man beside her and subtly gestured towards Xiaoxiao. The man immediately comprehended her intent, nodding in response. The woman then flashed a wide grin and approached Xiaoxiao. "Little sister, why are you all alone? Where are your parents?" "They're all dead," Xiaoxiao replied. "Auntie, your forced smile resembles the way they looked before they died, so unappealing." The woman was taken aback. How dare the child curse her existence and then comment on her appearance? Children truly possess an irksome quality. Were it not for the fact that she would require this little girl shortly, she would have relished the opportunity to silence her immediately. Taking a deep breath, she stifled the urge to unleash her fury upon Xiaoxiao and adopted a stern demeanor. "Shortly, you will accompany us outside. We will protect you." Xiaoxiao tugged at the corners of her lips. Protect her? The expression on their faces suggested they were more inclined to harm her than shield her. She feigned innocence. "All right." After several minutes, the sound of zombies pounding against the door diminished significantly. A few moments later, silence enveloped the surroundings. The man crouched down to assess the situation outside. "All clear. They have departed." He rose and slightly opened the warehouse door, handing a mobile phone to Xiaoxiao. He instructed, "Take this. Once you step outside, turn left and head to the adjacent warehouse. There are plenty of delicious candies and dolls. You go ahead, and we will follow closely to ensure your safety." The man, with a cunning smile, believed that children were easily deceived, merely enticed by sweets and toys. Displaying an utter foolishness. He had already set an alarm on his phone. The moment the little girl carried the phone to the adjacent warehouse, the alarm would ring. When the zombies lunged at her, it would present the perfect opportunity for their escape. He felt a swell of pride in his own cleverness. Xiaoxiao, clutching the phone, beamed sweetly. Very well. No one noticed the fleeting glint of malice in her eyes. Upon seeing that Xiaoxiao had indeed agreed, the two exchanged a triumphant glance. See, children are so easily tricked. They reveled in their success as they watched Xiaoxiao step outside. As soon as she left, they hurriedly locked the door. A short while later, the sound of the ringing alarm echoed in the air. The two wore triumphant smiles, quickly opening the door and dashing outside. However, barely had they made it out when a cacophony of music erupted behind them. They turned to see a bizarrely shaped vehicle speeding toward them. The sound emanated from this very car, which was followed by a horde of terrifying zombies. Most alarming of all, numerous zombies were already converging from the west, surrounding them on all sides. The two were instantly engulfed in dread. They frantically waved at the peculiar, speeding vehicle, hoping its driver would come to their rescue. They were encircled, and their only chance of survival lay in boarding that car. I can't be mistaken. The driver was that little girl. No, I did not misinterpret. I too have witnessed it. Staring at Xiaoxiao, who smiled leisurely at them from within the vehicle. Both men felt a shiver run down their spines. Who has ever seen a 5-year-old girl driving a large off-road vehicle all by herself? They had, just moments ago. They had regarded this little girl as exceedingly foolish, yet now, they perceived themselves as the true fools, utterly naive. The innocent and charming demeanor she had exhibited earlier was undoubtedly a ruse. She must have discerned their scheme from the very beginning. Was she deliberately seeking revenge on them? These zombies were intentionally lured out by her. As the realization dawned upon them, regret consumed their hearts. However, it was far too late. The sole vehicle that harbored their last hope for survival would certainly not extend its assistance to them. The fate awaiting them was all too predictable. Amidst their astonishment and fear, Xiaoxiao accelerated past, without the slightest hesitation. The wind tousled their hair, sealing their grim fate. They attempted to struggle and flee, but soon found themselves surrounded by an incessant horde of advancing zombies. Before long, 2 piercing screams echoed through the air. Xiaoxiao gazed into the rearview mirror, observing the mass of zombies clustered together, gnawing at something. A cruel smile graced her lips. They wished for her to attract the zombies. They had indeed chosen the right person for the task. This was a venture she was well acquainted with. Yet, unlike the fortunate Xiaoxiao, they had encountered her in her current form. To dare deceive her was to embrace the certainty of death. In this moment, she found herself pondering her good father, wondering, had he survived? Chapter 13. A solo venture into the airport. Upon exiting the industrial park, Xiaoxiao searched for Rongqing Airport on the map. The accumulated supplies amounted to a mere 0. For cubic kilometers, still falling short by 0.1 cubic kilometers. With less than 2 hours remaining until the final deadline, it was imperative to locate the largest objects within such a limited time frame. The thought of large aircraft crossed her mind, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Reaching the airport would only require half an hour. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus last night, the airport was likely in disarray, and many planes probably remained grounded. If she could swiftly eliminate the zombies inside, she would be able to seize these magnificent treasures. Thus, resolute in her decision, Xiaoxiao wasted not a single second. She programmed her navigation and set off immediately. Perhaps fortune favored her, or perhaps the timing of the outbreak during the night had spared the traffic from complete chaos. Although numerous vehicles lay overturned, collided, or stalled along the road, they did not obstruct traffic entirely, allowing for navigation around them. Some zombies wandered aimlessly, but upon spotting her vehicle, they lunged at her with wild abandon. Nevertheless, they were either knocked aside or left far behind in her wake. After half an hour, Xiaoxiao arrived at the airport punctually. However, she did not venture into the terminal, which was undoubtedly overrun by zombies. Entering from that direction would surely result in a fierce assault. Instead, she approached a road on the outer edge of the tarmac, where a slope led directly to the runway and parking area for the aircraft. She alighted from the vehicle and, after stowing it away, swiftly ascended the slope. Upon reaching the summit, she encountered a ring of fencing. Without hesitation, Xiaoxiao drew forth a machete she had previously acquired from the weapons shop. Gripping it firmly with both hands, she struck forcefully at the barrier. After an indeterminate number of blows, her palms were sore and numb before a narrow gap finally emerged. Disdainfully, she cast a glance at her slender arms, lamenting their inadequacy. How pitiful. In her previous life, she could have easily dismantled this fence with a single stroke. With the opening created, she sheathed the machete and slipped through the gap. Before her lay an expansive and desolate airfield, dotted with numerous large aircraft. Naturally, a few zombies were meandering about within. Upon reaching the runway, Xiaoxiao retrieved her vehicle and hopped inside. The car surged forward like a tempest, racing toward the nearest hangar where a neat array of a dozen or so planes stood. Though somewhat antiquated, they were remnants of the airport's abandoned fleet. She harbored no disdain for the discarded. As long as they were sufficiently spacious, they sufficed. With no zombies in sight, she efficiently gathered all the aircraft. Subsequently, she directed her vehicle to the opposite side, where an even greater number of planes awaited, standing in formation as if at attention, seemingly eager for her to claim them. However, as she approached, 3 zombies clad in airport uniforms lunged at her. She pressed the accelerator, colliding with one, then reversed to dispatch another, while the last was neutralized with her handgun. In this endeavor, she successfully acquired a total of 10 passenger planes. She remained in the vehicle throughout, as the initial contact with the aircraft was sufficient for her to claim it, rendering any need to exit unnecessary. She continued to advance, collecting numerous passenger and cargo planes along the way. Within the airport, besides the airplanes, various other vehicles were present, such as tow trucks, refueling vehicles, catering trucks, power supply units, air supply vehicles, and de-icing trucks. Everything that came into her sight was hers for the taking. She drove from the rear of the parking area towards the airport terminal, and as she progressed, the presence of zombies began to increase. However, these were primarily airport personnel. Some engaged in maintenance, others in cargo handling, and some in cleaning duties. Ordinary travelers were not permitted to enter the parking area freely. From a distance, she gazed at the terminal, observing through the transparent glass that numerous zombies were pressing against it. It seemed they had noticed her moving vehicle, and they were frantically battering the glass, desperate to break through and tear her apart. The zombified airport staff, upon hearing the sound of her vehicle, abruptly turned their heads, fixating their grotesquely contorted faces upon her. With a collective, chilling roar, they charged towards her car. Xiaoxiao halted the vehicle, extended her head out of the roof, and retrieved 3 chickens from her space, tossing them in different directions. Indeed, the zombies were instantly drawn to the distraction, rushing in groups towards the chickens. Seizing this moment, Xiaoxiao hastily claimed all the nearby planes and vehicles. As she passed by an aircraft, she observed numerous zombies howling at her from the windows. This plane must have experienced an outbreak of the zombie virus just as it was about to disembark or board, causing all its passengers to transform. Xiaoxiao merely glanced at it and resolved to abandon the aircraft. It was not that she lacked the desire to salvage it. Rather, the interior was teeming with zombies, making any attempt to retrieve it futile. Moreover, dealing with the zombies would be an extravagant waste of time. After collecting for a while, suddenly, ding! The system space is full. Reward, 0. 5 cubic kilometers. Xiaoxiao froze momentarily, her expression shifting to one of delight. Task objective completed. Reward, 1 spiritual spring. The spring possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow, enhance beauty, and strengthen the physique. The reward allows the host to freely enter the space for 1 hour. This hour is equivalent to 10 hours in the outside world. Additionally, the host receives 10 primary crystal cores. Simultaneously, the next task is activated to construct the strongest fortress in the apocalypse. Will the host accept this challenge? Xiaoxiao was momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of her joy. Each of these 3 rewards struck a chord deep within her heart. Indeed, it was as if her thoughts were manifesting into reality. With these gifts, she could rapidly enhance her strength over the coming month and confront her enemies from her past life. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes. Just as she was about to inquire about the specifics of the strongest fortress task, a cacophony of zombie roars erupted around her. It turned out that those same zombies had regrouped. Without further hesitation, Xiaoxiao swiftly drove towards the location from which she had initially entered. The vehicle raced swiftly along the expansive track, pursued by a long line of ravenous zombies. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky not far away. A colossal airplane was tumbling through the air, spiraling downwards, and its trajectory was directly towards her. Chapter 14. Are you not going to step aside while I bathe? Xiaoxiao nearly cursed in frustration. Having narrowly escaped being devoured by the undead, would she really succumb to being crushed by a falling plane? That would be an excruciatingly ironic fate. Suddenly, her brow arched, and a faint smile graced her lips. She had almost forgotten that she had recently received a reward. In the instant the aircraft plummeted, Xiaoxiao, along with her vehicle, vanished into her spatial realm. The zombies that had been in pursuit were not so fortunate. The airplane crushed the first few into a grotesque pulp, while those who survived the initial impact were consumed by the flames that erupted fiercely, reducing them to mere ashes. The scene was chaotic. The burning aircraft skidded for several hundred meters before coming to a halt, thick plumes of dark smoke billowing into the air. Ultimately, the plane exploded with a resounding blast, claiming all passengers aboard, with not a single soul surviving, their remains utterly obliterated. Xiaoxiao emerged from her spatial sanctuary. She had no time to assess the nature of her haven, as the urgency of the moment precluded such considerations. Fortunately, her journey back was devoid of further mishaps. Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered a few wandering zombies, but paid them little mind, deftly steering her vehicle around them. Having some zombies linger in the neighborhood was beneficial. It meant fewer individuals would be inclined to linger here. Upon her return home, she secured the door, removed her cap, casually discarded her shoes, and slipped into her slippers before gracefully collapsing onto the sofa in the living room, utterly exhausted. She had not rested a single moment since the previous night. With her eyes squinted, she reclined comfortably for several minutes before turning on the television while propping her legs up. From her surroundings, she retrieved a carton of milk, a serving of fried chicken, a roasted duck, a bowl of nutritious porridge, and a box of French fries. She even brought out a massage chair, setting it to the lowest setting, and began to indulge in the soothing massage while savoring her delectable feast and watching television. However, after flipping through several channels, all she encountered were snowy screens, with some channels airing fixed content. It was understandable, after all, the zombie virus outbreak occurred around 5 in the morning, a time when most television station staff were still fast asleep in their homes. By the time dawn broke, chaos had already erupted, making it even less likely for anyone to report to work. Even if they attempted to do so, they would likely encounter unforeseen accidents en route to the station. Finding nothing worth watching, Xiaoxiao decided to turn off the television. Just then, her phone began to vibrate. Upon picking it up, she discovered that the screen had turned white, displaying an urgent notification. Emergency notice. Multiple locations in our city have suffered terrorist attacks. The police and military have been fully mobilized. It is believed that this turmoil will soon be quelled. Citizens are urged to remain indoors and refrain from going out. Please cooperate with the government's actions to restore order. This message was likely a mandatory alert sent to every mobile user in the region, vibrating for a full minute without the option to silence it. Xiaoxiao shook her head, realizing that people had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, perceiving it merely as a simple riot. Little did they know, this upheaval would not only persist, but escalate to an uncontrollable extent. At that time, even the police and military would struggle to safeguard themselves, let alone protect the innocent civilians. A genuine uprising concerning the essence of humanity would officially commence. The reason Xiaoxiao learned to read was that in her previous life, her elder brother not only taught her how to slay zombies but also compelled her to recognize characters when she turned 8, although she had little desire to study. Believing that killing zombies sufficed, she questioned the necessity of literacy, as it could not satiate her hunger or exchange for crystal cores. Yet, her elder brother remained resolute. Ultimately, despite her unwillingness, her innate talent for learning prevailed, and within a mere year, she mastered all 5,000 basic Chinese characters. After her brother's demise, she sought out books to read, perhaps due to her profound loneliness or perhaps as a tribute to that multifaceted figure who was both mentor and friend, as well as a father. It was fortunate that she had read some literature, otherwise, at the tender age of 5, utterly ignorant, she would have begun to experience the slaughter and the obliteration of humanity in the apocalypse, likely resulting in an even darker, more ruthless, and sinister disposition than she currently possessed. Although her present state is not markedly better, she has managed to temper her ferocity, at least refraining from indiscriminate killing. While consuming her meal, Xiaoxiao browsed through online posts. Oh no, it was utterly terrifying. Last night, while I was asleep, I heard a knock at the door. Since I was sharing the apartment, I assumed it was my roommate who had forgotten their keys and went to open the door. But as I opened it, a horrifying figure, drenched in blood, lunged at me. Fortunately, I hadn't fully opened the door. The chain secured it, preventing the intruder from barging in. I was utterly terrified and desperately tried to shut the door. But I ended up crushing the assailant's neck. Oh no. Does this mean I have committed murder? Madness. This world has truly gone insane. This morning, as soon as I stepped out, the cleaning lady chased after me. I have no affection for the elderly and unattractive, I was so frightened that I can hardly muster the courage to leave my home. Ha ha ha, finally. I can escape the shackles of work. To hell with the 996 grind. To hell with the absurd leaders. I refuse to toil any longer. I shall languish at home until I grow moldy. Oh yes, after years of indulging in zombie novels, I find myself amidst a reality that echoes those tales. Light shall become my strength, and I will ultimately reign supreme. Currently, the majority remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Office workers rejoice at their reprieve from labor, while students celebrate their liberation from classes. Only those who have truly witnessed the terror of the undead feel an unsettling anxiety. Xiaoxiao glanced at the scene for a while before losing interest. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she entered her space. She had yet to properly observe what lay within. The system space was vast, spanning the equivalent of over 140 football fields. The entirety of the space was divided. One half lay empty, while the other was meticulously stocked with various supplies. The first thing that caught her eye was a row of imposing aircraft. Following that were an array of vehicles, and then all manner of food, clothing, and essential items. Xiaoxiao discovered that within this space, she could instantly transport herself to any location by mere thought. After perusing her extensive inventory, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over her. System, are you there? I am here. Where is the reward spiritual spring? It is over there in the open area. With a flicker of her will, Xiaoxiao swiftly transported herself to the designated spot. Indeed, there lies a well, filled with spring water. Is this truly capable of cleansing the sinews and nourishing the skin? Enhancing vitality and health? You may wish to try it. Xiaoxiao promptly summoned a large basin. Can I manipulate the well water with my mind? Indeed, Xiaoxiao experimented, and the spring water obediently transformed into a gentle stream, flowing into the basin. This is quite remarkable. She pressed her lips together, preparing to disrobe, when suddenly, her brow furrowed. After a prolonged silence, no further sounds emerged. Xiaoxiao, am I still alive? You are not dead. Xiaoxiao, if you're not dead, why the silence? Xiaoxiao, can you even see me? Host, you need not concern yourself with me. I am merely an emotionless system. You may regard me as either a woman or a genderless being. Besides, you are but 5 years old. There is little to admire. Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat insulted, she chose to ignore it and reclined in the basin. The basin felt a tad small. Perhaps a swimming pool could be excavated here in the future. The water was slightly cool, yet not frigid, and still tolerable. Xiaoxiao quietly soaked for a while. After 5 minutes, she sensed a peculiar sensation in her body. Her skin felt a burning warmth, and an internal heat began to rise. 10 minutes later, a viscous layer of black substance oozed from her pores, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Xiaoxiao held her breath, nearly retching, before she abruptly stood up. It was unbearable. She hastily exited to the bathroom, rinsing her body thoroughly. System, come forth. You may refer to me as Xiaodi. Xiaodi. Does bathing in the spring water always result in such a foul stench? Not at all. The odor is due to the impurities in your body. Once they are eliminated, the smell will dissipate. The spring water is safe to drink, correct? Indeed, it is highly recommended that you consume it. It will enhance your agility and provide an extraordinary experience. Xiaoxiao felt a sense of unease regarding the system's demeanor. By the way, what was the next task you mentioned? The situation was too dire for me to inquire further. Construct the strongest fortress for the apocalypse. Once you fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, you will become the master of the fortress. Once completed, it will possess formidable defensive capabilities, ensuring that even an assault by 100,000 high-level zombies will not inflict any damage. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. A fortress equipped with the most potent defenses, impervious to an onslaught of 100,000 high-level zombies. This was precisely what she desired. As the apocalypse progressed, the zombies evolved, with some even exhibiting intelligence, leading hordes to besiege human strongholds. The downfall of many large bases was due to zombie sieges. If such an indomitable fortress truly existed, what fear would she have of zombies? She could simply recline within, indulging in food and drink while awaiting her demise. For her supplies were ample enough to sustain her for several lifetimes. Moreover, this fortress possessed offensive capabilities. It could autonomously repel external invaders and swiftly eliminate those who proved disloyal. With every task she completed, the system would reward her commensurately based on the difficulty of the undertaking. The more she listened, the more exhilarated Xiaoxiao became. How could she possibly decline such a mission? Pray tell, what is the first task? Host, you are indeed accepting the mission, correct? Absolutely. The first task is to elevate your combat prowess to level 1, with a deadline of 15 days. A gentle reminder, your current combat strength is at -1. Yin Xiaoxiao. Is this not a tad insulting? -1, really? Host, please remain calm. We must embrace our most authentic selves. The system consoled her with an unwavering demeanor. Ha! Yun Xiaoxiao scoffed. You certainly have a way with words. Yet deep down, she acknowledged the truth. Her current combat ability was indeed lacking. Without a firearm, she stood no chance against even a moderately skilled opponent. Her frail physique, a result of prolonged malnutrition, left her emaciated and devoid of strength. Furthermore, her previous lack of exercise meant that despite her recent efforts to train daily, she remained feeble. Lacking strength, any techniques she possessed were mere ornamental gestures. Stung by this realization, Yin Xiaoxiao immediately entered her space. After a warm-up, she began to run laps around the expansive area. The entire space is equivalent to the size of 140 football fields, with half of that being 70 football fields. After running only 2 kilometers, she found herself utterly exhausted, her limbs feeling foreign and her breath coming in gasps. However, she remained unhurried, taking a moment to walk in place and gradually regain her composure. Once her breath steadied, she took a sip of the mystical spring water and began her martial arts practice. Each movement was a technique taught to her by her elder brother. She was unaware of the specific style, yet every strike was fierce and lethal, particularly effective against zombies, where each blow found its mark with precision. After completing an entire set of techniques, she emerged as if pulled from water, soaked through. Nonetheless, she adhered to the philosophy of practicing until one could no longer withstand it. She then performed 20 squats, 20 frog jumps, 20 push-ups, and 20 sit-ups. Upon finishing, she felt neither human nor ghostly, merely clinging to life. Summoning a large basin from thin air, she placed it on the ground and filled it with spring water before slipping into it like a boneless serpent, resting there as if lifeless. This time, she soaked for 20 minutes. Ultimately, she could no longer endure the intoxicating aroma and was compelled to emerge. Strangely enough, after such exertion, immersing herself in the water yielded unexpectedly beneficial results. Prior to soaking, she felt as though she were on the brink of death, yet miraculously, post-soak, she felt revitalized. Moreover, she discovered that when utterly fatigued, a sip of the mystical spring water could replenish her strength, akin to recharging a battery, even when her energy seemed fully depleted. Just a little spring water could restore at least 30 of her vitality. This could prove life-saving in critical moments. In this space, 10 hours equate to 1 hour in the outside world. Earlier, she spent approximately 4.5 hours inside, while only a little over 20 minutes had passed in the outside world. Today, she could remain in that space for almost another 5.5 hours. How delightful it would be if she could spend 20 hours a day in that realm. It would provide her with an additional 200 hours compared to others, which would undoubtedly leave them in the dust. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Xiaodi, how can I extend my time in the space? Simply by defeating zombies. 10 zombies yield an additional minute. Only 10 zombies for a mere minute. How stingy. Yin Xiaoxiao nearly rolled her eyes. After waiting for quite some time, silence prevailed. How swiftly you slip away. Yin Xiaoxiao pouted, retrieving a carton of pure milk and gulping it down vigorously. Once finished, she still felt a hint of hunger. After all, she had engaged in strenuous activity for so long, depleting her earlier intake. However, there was no cause for concern. She had an abundance of food at her disposal. She could indulge in whatever she desired, and even if she ate tirelessly for 20 hours straight, it would not faze her. She brought out 3 bowls of white rice, a plate of shrimp and scrambled eggs, a dish of pearl meatballs, a platter of sweet and sour ribs, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of white radish soup. Selecting a random zombie movie, she leisurely dined while watching, enjoying a tranquil and carefree life. Chapter 16. Visitors outside the house after her meal. Yin Xiaoxiao took a stroll in the villa's courtyard to aid digestion. She checked the surveillance footage once more and, seeing that everything around the house appeared normal, decided to leave it be. She indulged in a brief nap of half an hour. Subsequently, she returned to the space to continue enhancing her physical abilities. This time, she extended her running distance to 2,500 meters. She practiced a set of martial arts, and for each physical training exercise, she increased the repetitions by 5. After her workout, she was utterly exhausted, collapsing like a lifeless body into the rejuvenating spring water. Once she refreshed herself, she took nutritional supplements for calcium, zinc, and iron, consuming them eagerly. Her current aspiration was to grow taller swiftly and escape the confines of her short stature. She understood that exercise must be gradual. One cannot push too hard at once. Thus, during her rest period, Yun Xiaoxiao ventured into her space to select a few books, all focused on medicine. She reasoned that idleness was unproductive, so acquiring useful knowledge would be beneficial. In case of any future ailments, she could potentially aid herself. Although the constitution of those with abilities is generally superior to that of ordinary individuals, it does not imply they are immune to illness. In her previous life, she was a wood elemental ability wielder. Initially, she was unaware of her powers. Some individuals would awaken their abilities at the onset of the apocalypse, while others might not experience this awakening until months or even a year later. It varied from person to person. In her past life, it was during a moment of peril when Yun Xiaokai pushed her forward to confront a zombie that her abilities manifested. It was precisely because of this power that she was able to evade the relentless pursuit of the undead until that group of nefarious individuals rescued her. However, at that time, she remained oblivious to her own abilities, only realizing them after encountering an older brother figure. It was through his assistance that her powers continually grew stronger. With this thought, a glimmer flickered in Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes. She wondered where her older brother might be now. After several hours of studying medical texts, she once again retreated into her space. She devoted her last moments entirely to exercise. After her workout, she soaked in the spiritual spring before finally succumbing to slumber. For the next 2 days, Yun Xiaoxiao's routine consisted solely of eating, exercising, studying medical texts, and sleeping. In her spare time, she even excavated a large swimming pool for herself. Her days were filled with contentment and ease. While she enjoyed a tranquil existence, the outside world had descended into chaos. The police, firefighters, and military were all mobilized to suppress the turmoil, yet the situation deteriorated further. The zombies had become relentless killing machines, biting anyone in sight, impervious to pain or injury, and unfazed by gunfire. Only a critical blow to the head could bring them down. Once bitten or clawed, a person's time as a human dwindled to mere seconds or minutes, depending on their physical constitution. Some police squads, while attempting to rescue others, suffered a casualty when one member was inadvertently bitten, leading to the tragic demise of the entire team. The government building also fell, awakening the realization that this upheaval was unlike any previous terror event. It was an unstoppable catastrophe. The higher authorities in Rongqing issued an urgent notification to convey the dire situation to everyone, urging self-preservation, not only in Rongqing but across the nation and the globe. Death was a constant occurrence everywhere, at every moment. Helplessness, despair, and bloodshed played out in various locales. Oh, has the government truly abandoned us, leaving us to fend for ourselves? Our supplies have run dry. Is there any kind-hearted soul who can spare us a little? We have elders and children at home. We implore you, may good people enjoy a life of peace. Help. The corridors of our community are infested with zombies, relentlessly pounding on doors every day. It is terrifying. I can no longer endure this. I am alone at home, and provisions are running out. If this continues, there is only a path to demise. My friends, do not advise me. I shall confront the zombies in a final battle. Either they perish or I do. At worst, I shall sink my teeth into one before my end. For I have yet to taste the flavor of a zombie. How maddening it is. I am on the brink of starvation. Upon the government's announcement, panic ensued among the populace. The authorities have abandoned them. They did not stockpile supplies, and if this persists, the only outcome is death. As the saying goes, the bold may feast while the timid starve. Without daring to fight, one may never truly grasp the extent of their own strength. Many, emboldened or simply desperate for sustenance, timidly wielded kitchen knives, mops, rolling pins, and hoes, trembling as they opened their doors, ready to venture outside in search of food. Some were immediately overwhelmed by zombies upon stepping out. Others, trembling with fear, managed to slay their first zombie. A few discovered newfound powers, delighting in their strength, which emboldened them further and sparked a multitude of ideas. When one finds themselves at the end of their rope, desire can erode humanity. There are those engaging in robbery, arson, and various atrocities. For now, the internet, electricity, and water remain intact. However, when these utilities fail, chaos will reign supreme. The onset of humanity's degradation signifies the true beginning of the apocalypse. Yun Xiaoxiao learned of all this through the internet. Yet she did not devote excessive time to dwelling on it. The existence or demise of others bears little significance to her. She is not a savior capable of rescuing countless souls. Her singular focus now is to continuously strengthen herself, to grow stronger, and ultimately transform into an indomitable force, capable of vanquishing others. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed. During this period, she endeavored to harness her supernatural abilities, yet to no avail. culminating in the wastage of a crystal core. Aside from her unawakened powers, she made considerable strides in other areas. Under the purifying influence of the spiritual spring water, she could now sprint a distance of 8,000 meters in one breath. Her physical training allowed her to complete 100 sets in one go, and her striking techniques gained tremendous destructive power. Overall, her coordination and agility have significantly improved. The only aspect that remained unchanged was her height. Gazing at her short legs in the mirror, Xiaoxiao pouted, lamenting when she might finally grow taller. She resolved to channel her frustration into her appetite. With her daily regimen of exercise, she found that the food she consumed was almost entirely digested, resulting in a steadily increasing appetite. Approaching the dining table, she began to lay out the dishes: oil-braised prawns, steamed fish, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, cola chicken wings, boiled broccoli, and shiitake mushroom, and scallop winter melon soup. Just as she was relishing her meal, an unusual sound emanated from the surveillance monitor. Startled, Xiaoxiao quickly lifted her head to gaze at the video feed. Over the past few days, a zombie or two had occasionally ventured outside the house, but they were invariably incapacitated by the electric nets on the walls. She presumed it was yet another zombie, but to her astonishment, this time it was not a zombie at all, but rather, a person. Chapter 17. Borrowing rice. This individual was someone Xiaoxiao recognized. They resided in the adjacent villa and appeared to be a university lecturer. The wife is engaged in business, and their family occasionally spends weekends here. At this moment, he clutches a metal rod tightly in his hand, his expression tense as he scans the surroundings, as if on guard against something. Noticing that no zombies are approaching, he swallows hard and presses the doorbell. Is anyone inside? I've come to borrow some rice. Our family has run out of food, and the children are crying from hunger. Could you lend us some rice, considering we are neighbors? We would be immensely grateful. Jiang Minhui spoke rapidly to the surveillance camera. No, came the cold reply, just as he finished speaking. A small red light on the camera flickered to life. Watching the man leave, Xiaoxiao's expression remained impassive. In this apocalyptic world, sometimes a moment of kindness can lead to dire consequences. There is an old saying, possessing a gem is a crime. Especially in this desolate era, those who possess resources are perceived as desirable prey, coveted by all. Even if she were to lend them rice, what would happen once it was consumed? Would they return for more? If so, would she oblige or refuse? Should she give? They would take it for granted, expressing superficial gratitude while viewing her as an endless source of charity. If she declined, it would surely breed animosity. Since animosity would be the outcome, why waste a bag of precious grain? She would not foolishly squander the hard-earned provisions on those who were unrelated to her. Moreover, while the zombies appear terrifying, they are of the most primitive kind. Any adult man with a bit of courage can easily dispatch them. If he is willing to seek food, he will undoubtedly find it. He will not starve. Will he obtain what he desires? A young woman, possessing a sharp demeanor yet speaking with an air of petulance, emerged from the house. Upon noticing that the man held nothing in his hands, her expression shifted immediately. The disdainful glance she cast upon Jiang Minhui left him feeling quite uncomfortable, yet his upbringing prevented him from losing his temper. Useless, unable to procure even the slightest item. And she is merely a young girl. You, a grown man, should consider resorting to more assertive means. The woman's caustic words flowed freely from her lips. Grandma, I want fries, roasted duck, fried chicken. An 8-year-old boy threw a tantrum in front of a woman in her 60s, whimpering for food. I've seen it. The little sister next door has so many delicious things every day. Grandma, I want to eat. I absolutely want to eat. All right, my dear grandson, don't cry. Don't cry. What if your health suffers? From these snippets of conversation, it became evident that this family was already aware that only Xiaoxiao resided next door, and they were envious of her possessions. Indeed, their home was positioned diagonally across from Xiaoxiao's. If one were to peer through the side window from the upper floor, it would certainly offer a glimpse into her surroundings. Observing his son's incessant wailing, Jiang Minhui's wife, Qianjing, found her temper escalating. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not partake in the act of stealing from a child. At such a time, you still cling to notions of etiquette and morality? I cannot fathom how I was blind enough to marry such a spineless man, incapable of protecting his own wife and child. Are you even a man? You. What do you mean by you? Retrieve the ladder from our home. If you feel too embarrassed to ask for it, I shall go. Of course. I have no inclination to seize another's belongings, yet if she remains ungrateful, we shall bear no blame. Why are you still hesitating? Quickly fetch the ladder. Xiaoxiao observed the man returning repeatedly on the surveillance monitor, accompanied by a woman standing beside him, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. Before long, Qianjing's voice echoed through the air. Little sister, I am aware you are home alone. Allow me to enter. It is quite perilous outside. If you are willing, I can adopt you as my goddaughter, and we shall protect you henceforth. Xiaoxiao leisurely extracted a lollipop, savoring it slowly. This woman, addressing her as little sister upon arrival, clearly understood that she was the sole occupant of the house, replete with supplies. Xiaoxiao glanced slyly at the small window on the second floor of the villa. Piecing together the scenario, she smiled wickedly. I advise you not to entertain thoughts of being my mother, for those who aspire to such a role ultimately meet a dire fate. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice crossed Qianjing's eyes. Such a feisty little girl, with quite the sharp tongue. Since she chooses to reject kindness, she shall not escape retribution. Let us see if I do not silence her. Seizing the ladder from Jiang Minhuai's hands, she placed it against the wall. You stay here and ensure the zombies do not approach, she commanded. Jiang Minhuai remained silent. The woman scoffed and began to ascend the ladder, concealing a fruit knife in her pocket, which she had stealthily taken while the man went to retrieve the ladder. In recent days, she had been observing the situation and was now quite certain that there was only a 5-year-old girl in the house, with no one else present. She found it hard to believe that, as an adult, she would be unable to handle a mere child. Once she dealt with the girl, she planned to relocate her entire family to this place. The walls were not only high but also equipped with electric fencing, far superior to what they had back home. Living within these confines would undoubtedly ensure their safety, alleviating any fears of zombies scaling the walls at night. Furthermore, the girl's provisions appeared to be quite delectable, indicating a substantial stockpile of good food. This must have been left behind by her parents. However, she pondered the whereabouts of the girl's parents and how they could leave such a young child alone in this place. Had they possibly perished? Lost in thought, she found herself at the top of the wall. Clad in insulated clothing, she was perfectly shielded from the electric fence. Carefully, she stepped onto the wall, preparing to shift the ladder inside when she suddenly lifted her gaze and met a pair of eyes that seemed to hold a knowing smile. The girl stood in the courtyard, leisurely watching her, a handgun firmly gripped in her hand. Her movement faltered, for some inexplicable reason. The girl's smile evoked a chilling sensation within her. She was startled by the gaze of a mere child. How utterly absurd. She couldn't fathom that a 5-year-old could possess a real firearm. It must be a toy, she reasoned. Chapter 18. A coarse show of intimidation. Xiaoxiao casually toyed with the handgun, exuding a blend of nonchalance and carefree demeanor. With a casual glance at the woman, her voice rang out melodiously, I'll give you a chance, come down. Her demeanor exuded the essence of a little tyrant raised amidst bandits, arrogant and imbued with a sinister charm. Qianjing involuntarily swallowed, striving to maintain her composure. Her words, though intimidating, were abruptly interrupted as Xiaoxiao aimed her toy gun at Qianjing's forehead. Her finger poised on the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth unexpectedly, draining the color from Qianjing's face. Terrified, she stumbled backward, narrowly evading the projectile. She crashed heavily to the ground, the sound of breaking bones reverberating through the air. The ladder clattered down upon her, intensifying the agony of her already fractured leg, eliciting a piercing scream. Suddenly, a nearby zombie, drawn by the commotion, rushed toward them. A zombie! The zombie's coming! Why are you just standing there? Help me up! Jiang Minhuai snapped out of his stupor and quickly hoisted Qianjing onto his back, dashing towards his home. Just as he closed the door, the thunderous sound of the zombie slamming against it echoed ominously. Both were left trembling. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would surely have met a grisly fate. Oh, my leg! It's broken! Qianjing wailed in despair. Keep your voice down. We don't want to attract more zombies, Jiang Minhuai admonished, frowning. I'm in excruciating pain. And you're making light of it? If you hadn't provoked that little girl, would you have broken your leg? This is all self-inflicted. Listening to Jiang Minhuai's words, Qianjing was immediately reminded of Xiaoxiao's merciless and sinister gaze when she pulled the trigger, as well as the terror of death looming as the bullet approached, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Madness! This world has utterly lost its sanity, she murmured, her eyes filled with fear. Mom, where are my chips, roasted duck, and fried chicken? Chubby little Jiang Zihao rushed out of the house, clamoring for food. Qianjing shot him a glare, recognizing his insatiable appetite. Look at how plump you've become. The little boy burst into tears. Jiang Minhui quickly covered his mouth. Stop crying. There will be more monsters soon. Xiaoxiao's straightforward and brutal method of intimidation proved remarkably effective. Thereafter, this family ceased to bother her. She dedicated herself to enhancing her abilities. Time flew by, and another 7 days had passed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Strength, 5. Speed, 10. Endurance, 15. Agility, 20. Combat power, 10. Ability value, 0. Overall combat power upgraded to level 1. Reward, overall combat power doubled. Health status improved by 100. 1 bottle of ability evolution liquid. Wood-based ability activated. Xiaoxiao. Just as she had been lamenting her meager strength of 5 and an ability value of 0, she suddenly felt invigorated. She distinctly sensed the changes in her body, feeling remarkably more alive. Throwing a punch, she was indeed stronger. The 100 improvement in health was particularly gratifying to her, as children often suffer the most from developmental ailments. The enhancement of her health value signifies that she is less susceptible to illness, which is, undoubtedly, tailor-made for her. In her excitement, she extended her palm, and with a mere thought, a delicate, swaying vine emerged from her hand. Indeed, her extraordinary abilities had been awakened 2 weeks earlier than in her previous life. Under the influence of her will, the vine extended, transforming into a formidable whip. She manipulated the vine with abandon, shaping it into various forms. However, her current level of ability was still rather low, and the vine's power was not particularly formidable. The hierarchy of abilities ranged from 1 to 10. Gazing at the floating evolution liquid before her, she pondered deeply. In her previous life, it was discovered that the crystal nuclei within the brains of zombies could enhance the strength of ability users, albeit with significant side effects. Many ability users initially consumed these nuclei, gaining power, yet their temperaments gradually became exceedingly irritable, ultimately risking explosive demise. Subsequently, a base devised the evolution liquid, extracted from zombie crystal nuclei, which proved to be far superior in effect with minimal side effects compared to the initial consumption of the nuclei. However, its price was exorbitantly steep, with a single bottle fetching an astronomical sum. Alas, this evolution liquid was monopolized by that singular base, rendering it a necessity despite the cost. After all, only by augmenting their strength could one hope to survive. She wondered how the evolution liquid rewarded by the system differed from the one she had consumed in her past life. Picking it up, she uncapped the bottle and drank it in one swift motion. As the small vial's contents coursed through her, she felt an immediate sense of relief and an indescribable fullness. The purity of this liquid was undoubtedly at least twice that of the evolution liquid she had ingested in her previous life. In the seemingly diminutive bottle, her ability level surged from the initial rank 1 to the advanced rank 1. This undoubtedly places her ahead of all current practitioners of supernatural abilities. What shall the next mission entail? She is already brimming with anticipation to undertake her second task. The post-mission rewards are exceedingly appealing to her, and she eagerly looks forward to the next reward. With unwavering confidence, Xiaoxiao declared, "All right, in celebration of the reward and to encourage myself, I shall indulge in a mushroom soup and rib hot pot for lunch today." Just as she emerged from her space, she was greeted by a cacophony of sounds from outside. Standing at the second-floor window, she drew back the curtains and beheld the neighboring family busily packing their belongings into the trunk of their car, seemingly preparing to depart. The woman, still recovering from her injury, limped along with the aid of a cane. After a few days apart, it was evident that the family had lost considerable weight. Before long, the car indeed pulled away from the villa complex. Paying no further heed, Xiaoxiao closed the curtains and descended to the dining room. As per her routine, she switched on the radio. Approaching the dining table, she arranged the soup pot and meticulously laid out the accompanying ingredients. An urgent announcement crackled through the radio. Temporary survivor bases have been established nationwide, and information regarding these bases is now being disclosed for survivors to access at their discretion. The radio continuously relayed the general locations of various bases. Xiaoxiao understood. It appeared that the neighboring family had headed to one of these bases. Meanwhile, the Jiang family, having just arrived at a road at the foot of the mountain, found themselves with a flat tire due to nails scattered on the ground. Almost immediately, a group of men armed with guns and clubs surrounded their vehicle. A family stood frozen in terror, with Xiaoxiao crying out in distress. Chapter 19. The Husband Exchange on the Spot. "You little brat, if you cry again, I shall cut out your tongue." A menacing brute pointed a knife threateningly at Xiaoxiao. No, he is just a child. Please, do not harm him," the elderly lady exclaimed in horror, hastily covering her precious grandson's mouth. "Brother Leopard, the trunk contains only some clothes and miscellaneous items. Nothing to eat," a man with a buzz cut shouted. To their dismay, it was the same man whom Xiaoxiao had encountered at the gas station. After being dismissed by Xiaoxiao that night, his former leader had been bitten by a zombie on the road. Surviving that ordeal, he had joined his current leader. Damn it. No food. The man known as Brother Leopard cursed under his breath. Then, impatiently, he declared, kill the useless ones. At this, Jiang Minhui and the others were left in a state of shock. Kill us. Please don't. We have food. Qianjing cried out in panic. Are you mocking me? Your vehicle is cleaner than your faces. Do you really have food? Brother Leopard taunted, patting her cheek, finding it surprisingly smooth, prompting him to stroke it a few more times. Terrified, Qianjing quickly recoiled. I am not lying to you. While we do not have food on hand, I can take you to a place where food is available. Qianjing. Jiang Minhui realized where his wife's words were leading, a sense of unease gnawing at his conscience. Be quiet, Jiang Minhui. Are you still concerned about morals at this moment? Do you want to witness our family perish before you feel satisfied? Qianjing shouted in fury, as Leopard gazed at the distressed woman. An inexplicable fire ignited within his lower abdomen. He smirked lewdly, remarking on her spirited demeanor, contemplating whether to dispose of her husband in favor of his own desires. Although the woman bore an injury to her foot, certain actions were not impeded by such a hindrance. Moreover, should complications arise, he deemed it sufficient to indulge himself before discarding her. The man's crude words elicited laughter from the men surrounding them. Qianjing observed Leopard. Despite his fierce appearance and imposing physique, exuding an unmistakable masculine aura, she found herself drawn to him. In former times, she would have dismissed such a man as a mere thug, unworthy of her consideration. Yet, in the current climate, survival necessitated allegiance to those like him. Furthermore, she had long grown weary of Jiang Minhui, a dullard she once perceived as refined but now regarded as a source of distress, unable to safeguard his own family, leaving them bereft of sustenance. Continuing to align with him would lead only to ruin. Having come to this realization, Qianjing nodded in agreement to Leopard. Very well. I shall accompany you. Qianjing, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Jiang Minhui could scarcely believe his ears as his wife openly declared her intention to abandon him for another man. Qianjing scoffed. Of course. I understand precisely what I am saying. To continue with you is to court death. Apart from teaching, you are nothing but a pathetic failure. In this apocalypse, who still seeks your instruction? Zombies. She stepped closer to Leopard, affectionately linking her arm with his. It was only with a man like him that she felt a sense of security. The laughter of Leopard echoed as he reveled in her attention, promptly leading Qianjing into the nearby thicket to engage in their clandestine affair. The sound of shame washed over her in waves. What a sin, truly a sin. The elderly woman wept bitterly, feeling as though she had lost her dignity for a lifetime. She dared not cry too loudly, for those earlier had warned that crying out would warrant the severing of her tongue. Jiang Minhui's eyes burned with rage in this moment. His masculine pride lay trampled beneath the feet of others, incessantly twisted and crushed. Xiaoxiao could not comprehend the gravity of the situation, hearing his mother's cries. He innocently gazed at the old woman. Grandma, why is mommy both laughing and crying? Upon hearing this, the old woman's tears flowed even more fiercely. She covered Xiaoxiao's ears, saying, Child, do not listen. Half an hour later, Brother Leopard emerged, satisfied, with Qianjing by his side, both disheveled. Darling, what shall we do about this group of people? I only want my son. Let the other two go. After all, they were once a couple. Even if they were allowed to leave, without transportation or sustenance, where could they possibly go? It would merely lead to a dead end. Yet, as long as they did not perish before her eyes, it would spare her the unease that haunted her dreams at night. In truth, she could not entirely blame herself. Even a good bird knows to perch on a sturdy tree. How much more so for humans who naturally aspire to ascend? Very well, let it be as you wish. Brother Leopard, having been well fed, was in high spirits. You too, hurry up and leave. He barked at Jiang Minhui and the old woman. I do not want to leave Grandma and Daddy. Xiaoxiao wailed. Xiaohao, come here quickly. Mommy will have something to eat for you soon. Is there food? Yes, there is. Instantly, Xiaoxiao joyfully rushed towards Qianjing. Disheartened and deeply humiliated, Jiang Minhui embarked on a desolate road with his elderly mother. After their departure, Brother Leopard embraced Qianjing. Darling, where are the supplies you mentioned earlier? Right beside the villa we previously occupied. Not only is there food, but the house has also been renovated. Residing there means we need not worry about zombies scaling the walls at night. With ample resources and a secure refuge, who would risk their life to venture to the base? Upon hearing this, Brother Leopard and his companion's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Absolutely. But it does come with certain dangers. Are there many zombies? Not really. There aren't many zombies. But there is a little girl inside, and she wields a gun. A little girl? How old? About 5 years old. At this revelation, everyone except for the crew-cut individual burst into laughter. What is there to fear from a 5-year-old child? She has a gun. Surely we possess firearms as well? Brother Leopard retrieved the gun secured to his belt. 2 of his subordinates also brandished their weapons. Qianjing felt an immediate sense of relief, shyly nestling against the man's chest. I knew you were the most formidable. I was right to trust you. While everyone else was laughing, the crew-cut man wore a slight frown. 5 years old, with a gun, a little girl. Why does that sound so familiar? Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao was about to lie down for a nap when she was suddenly startled by the roar of several vehicles. Furrowing her brow, she hurried to the window and pulled aside the curtains, discovering 3 cars parked outside, a dark green truck, a black SUV, and a gray-white sedan. 10 robust men emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by that woman from the neighboring house? Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of peril flashing within their depths. She cast a cold smile at the woman clinging to Brother Leopard's side. It seemed she had found a new ally. Remarkably, this woman exhibited a fierce tenacity. Her husband's whims meant nothing to her. Indeed, such individuals might thrive in a post-apocalyptic world, much like those loathsome cockroaches that scurry wherever there is a crevice. Yet, I must confess, my greatest delight lies in exterminating each and every one of those repugnant creatures. Chapter 20. Is she truly only 5 years old? Brothers, arm yourselves. Brother Leopard said, his eyes slanting as he surveyed the electrified and heightened walls ahead, a triumphant grin gracing his lips. This dwelling was evidently designed for the apocalypse. Soon, it would belong to him. Suddenly, a verdant vine shot forth without warning, akin to a speeding arrow. Brother Leopard's pupils constricted as he swiftly yanked Qianjing in front of him. The vine pierced through Qianjing's skull. Shocked, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Scalding blood cascaded from her forehead, staining her eyes, nose, lips, and chin as droplets fell to the ground. She felt her life ebbing away. She wished to speak, yet the words lodged in her throat, rendering her voiceless. Was she about to die? She had only sought to survive, betraying her husband in the process. Yet, this was the fate she had met. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with regret and fury. This heartless man had used her as a shield. Mother. Upon witnessing the sight of Qianjing, Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with terror, bursting into tears. His cries echoed, a desperate appeal for salvation. Suddenly, as Qianjing closed her eyes, a gunshot rang out, claiming her son as well. To conspire with a tiger is to invite disaster. It was a self-inflicted plight, deserving of no blame but their own. What on earth was that just now? Brother Leopard growled lowly, dragging Qianjing's lifeless body before him as he moved towards the rear of the vehicle, retrieving his pistol. He shouted to the others, insisting that the young girl must be on the 2nd floor, urging them to maintain fire suppression while the rest continued to scale the walls with ladders. Along the way, he had heard Qianjing mention that the little girl was well fed 3 times a day, suggesting that the supplies within were plentiful. If they could eliminate her, all the provisions, the house, along with the gun and ammunition she possessed, would be his. After all, she was merely a 5-year-old child. He hardly regarded her as a threat. The earlier incident was surely just an accident. Upon receiving the command, the 2 armed men immediately drew their weapons. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the familiar vines surged forth once more. One man was pierced through the chest, while the other narrowly evaded the attack, only to have his face marked by a deep gash. The fortunate survivor was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. Ghost. There must be a ghost. Among this group, not a single individual possessed any supernatural abilities, leaving them oblivious to the fact that the vines were manifestations of extraordinary power, instead believing they were haunted. Brother Leopard aimed a kick at the subordinate who had shouted about the ghost, retorting, "You look more like a ghost." In broad daylight, where would a ghost come from? Brothers, whether we feast on meat or sip soup hinges on today. Do not falter, charge forth. He brandished his firearm, aiming at the window on the 2nd floor. Yet before he could pull the trigger, he witnessed, with his own eyes, emerald tendrils ensnaring his weapon and wresting it from his grasp. This time, fear gripped him. Without his gun, what could he possibly do? What on earth were these vicious vines, so ferocious? Get in the car. Quickly, into the car. Bang. A bullet whizzed through the air, shattering his skull and splattering his brains onto the ground. My territory, do you think you can come and go as you please? A youthful voice, innocent yet laced with a sinister undertone, resonated slowly, sending an inexplicable chill coursing from his feet. Upon hearing this voice, the shaved-headed man was suddenly startled, swiftly turning to locate its source. There, framed in the window of the 2nd floor, stood a diminutive figure. She appeared soft and adorable, yet the cold smirk gracing her lips sent shivers down his spine. It was her. The memories of the past surged back with a vengeance. His heart thudded violently. He pondered, how could there be so many formidable 5-year-old girls in this world? Indeed, it was her. How could the world be so small? Bringing him face to face once more with this little demon, the urge to weep welled up within him. His instinct was to flee. He had to escape. Delay could mean his demise. As the remaining 7 were still in a daze, he immediately ignited the engine. Yet, merely a meter down the road, a tree suddenly erupted from the ground, obstructing his path. He collided head-on, and stars danced before his eyes. In the next moment, a petite figure deftly swung down from a vine, landing gracefully on the front of his car. As he glanced up, he was met with a pair of eyes that sparkled with a teasing smile. "So it was you." Xiaoxiao curled her lips in amusement. "Since you wish to depart so eagerly, allow me to escort you on your journey." With that, she extended her hand. The green vine shot forth instantaneously, piercing through the head of the buzz-cut man amid his terror-stricken gaze. Blood swiftly stained the windshield crimson. After the deed was done, Xiaoxiao stood atop the car, surveying the remaining 7 men, their faces drained of color from fright, as a slow smile curved her lips. "Now, shall we engage in a delightful little game?" The 7 remained silent, their hearts pounding with dread. They had no desire to play, they wished only to escape. When did they ever consent to this? They had not uttered a word. Yet, Xiaoxiao paid no heed to their thoughts. It was evident these men were not seasoned fighters, merely imposing in stature and fierce in appearance. They were the perfect practice for her. She drew forth a gleaming little knife. "From this moment on, I shall not use a gun, nor the green vine. You 7 shall confront me all at once. If you manage to defeat me, I will grant you your freedom." Upon hearing this, the 7 men perked up instantly. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Without a gun, without the peculiar vine. If these 7 towering men could not best a mere 5-year-old girl, then all their years would have been for naught. They exchanged glances, their confidence bolstered. Seeing their spirits ignited, the smile on Xiaoxiao's lips deepened. There was little thrill in a lackluster spar. It was far more entertaining when the challengers were filled with fervor. She leaped from the vehicle with an astonishing swiftness, rushing towards the 7 individuals. Her figure glided like a specter to the nearest man, delivering a swift strike to his thigh. The man cried out in pain, his body swaying. A wicked smile graced Xiaoxiao's lips as she seized his clothing, deftly stepping on his back to ascend, and with precision, she severed his throat. The remaining 6 were paralyzed with fear, their pupils dilating at the speed and ferocity of her assault. Could it be true that she was merely 5 years old? Was it possible for a child of such tender age to take a life with such ease, as if slicing through cabbage without even a flicker of an eye? Were they trapped in a dream, or had the world transformed into something fantastical? Chapter 21. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of despair. "Brothers, do not stand there foolishly. Today, it is either her demise or ours. We must act swiftly." One shouted urgently. "Indeed, we must eliminate her first. Damn it. We shall fight to the death. If we kill her, this safe house and its abundant supplies will belong to us." The others, snapping out of their stupor, brandished their large blades menacingly as they charged at Xiaoxiao. Her eyes narrowed, a wicked smirk curling her lips, a bloodthirsty glimmer flickering in her gaze. In an instant, as one man's blade descended upon her, she nimbly evaded, simultaneously grasping her dagger and slicing towards his wrist. Blood erupted as his veins burst, gushing forth. Following that, she stepped onto his body, swiftly ascending, grabbing his hair, and plunging the knife downward. As the others approached, she pressed the head of the fallen man and spun around, delivering kicks in succession to the 6 adversaries. She resembled a slippery, venomous serpent, elusive and untouchable. By the time one became aware of her presence nearby, she had already bared her fangs, glistening with lethal poison, ready to strike. It was only then that a few realized how ludicrous their previous confidence had been. Was she merely an ordinary 5-year-old child? Absolutely not. She was a little demon, brimming with malevolent energy. They lamented their folly in believing a mere child would be easy to handle. Why had they heedlessly followed that woman's instructions to commit robbery? As they hastily dealt with Xiaoxiao, the zombies in the villa district began to converge from the westward directions, ultimately overwhelmed by regret and resentment. They all closed their eyes and met their demise in a myriad of ways. Xiaoxiao upheld her promise, refraining from using firearms or supernatural powers against them, instead sending them to the afterlife with her blade. Only when confronting the encroaching zombies did she employ the vine abilities. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. Xiaoxiao counted the zombies she had slain. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your reward of an additional minute in the space has been granted. Was it not 13 zombies? 10 zombies grant an extra minute. Fewer than 10 are accumulated and counted together next time. Indeed, the deductions were meticulous. Upon returning, she entered the space to continue her training for the day. Through the recent skirmish, she had come to a profound understanding of her inadequacies. Her strength was still insufficient. For instance, when she thrust her blade into an opponent's forehead, it became lodged after penetrating only a third of the way. The pace remains insufficiently swift among these individuals. There are only a few with mere brute strength and ferocity. Just moments ago, the blade nearly struck her. Had she engaged in combat with someone skilled in martial arts or an extraordinary ability, she would have either perished or sustained grievous injuries. While supernatural abilities are undeniably crucial, the inherent strength of an individual cannot be disregarded, even if two opponents possess identical abilities at the same level. Disparities in their personal prowess will yield significantly different outcomes in battle. Xiaoxiao discovered sandbags among her supplies and secured them to her feet. Not only did she complete the entire training regimen, but she also added an additional 50 frog jumps. After her training, she could only crawl, utterly exhausted. Fortunately, with the aid of the spiritual spring water, her stamina rapidly restored to its original state through both drinking and soaking. Now, when she immerses herself in the spiritual spring water, it is no longer accompanied by the expulsion of numerous impurities as it once was. She can distinctly perceive an enhancement in her physical strength, resilience, and lightness. For instance, running 10,000 meters had been her limit previously. However, with the aid of the spiritual spring water, she anticipates that in her next session, she might reach 12,000 meters before hitting her threshold. In the ensuing days, Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to the outside world, engrossed in relentless training. Aside from meals, sleep, and studying medical texts, every other moment was devoted to her regimen. Meanwhile, the external world grew increasingly suffocating. The city faced water shortages, power outages, and loss of connectivity, subjecting the survivors to harsher trials for survival. Countless individuals risked their lives to escape the city. The fortunate ones evaded numerous perils and made it out, while the unfortunate either fell prey to zombies upon stepping outside or during their journey. Some individuals, however, are reluctant to venture beyond the city, aware that while the number of zombies within is substantial, so too are the resources. Thus, a few spontaneously formed small bases have emerged. They possess their own leaders and order, resembling a primitive tribal society, where the weak must obey the strong. In this world ravaged by the undead, the light of humanity is gradually being consumed by darkness. Some abandon their children and flee alone. Others, for the sake of a mere packet of instant noodles, betray their companions to the zombies. There are even those who, to secure a place of safety, relinquish their wives or girlfriends, watching helplessly as they are violated. This apocalyptic realm has transformed into a playground for lawless marauders, where slaughter, greed, lust, and violence unfold incessantly. On this particular day, Xiaoxiao had just completed her training when she detected a foul odor. She sniffed herself, no unpleasant smell. Confused, she gazed toward the source of the stench, slowly making her way toward its origin. What she encountered was a scene that shattered her composure. Excrement. Chicken droppings, duck droppings, goose droppings, pigeon droppings, pig droppings, rabbit droppings, sheep droppings, cow droppings. In essence, all she could see was a sea of filth. The droppings were densely packed, layered upon one another, emanating a repugnant stench. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Xiaoxiao could have sworn she saw a charming mist wafting above them. Some livestock had given birth, while others lay lifeless. It dawned upon Xiaoxiao that she had completely forgotten about the numerous poultry and livestock she had purchased. She then glanced at the fish tanks on the other side. Indeed, the bottom of each tank was pitch dark, and the water was murky. Xiaoxiao, in her previous and current lives, she had never raised such creatures, thus she was oblivious to the fact that they required her personal attention for feeding, cleaning their waste, and changing their water. She had naively assumed they could fend for themselves. It seemed she had underestimated the situation. With cotton stuffed in her nostrils and gloves donned, she resolutely commenced the cleaning process. She also cleared away some deceased ones to create space. The dual torment of taste and sight made her feel nauseous at the mere sight of food. That night, she consumed not a single bite, only managing to eat a little when she was awakened by hunger in the middle of the night. She even contemplated whether to discard all these creatures entirely. It appeared she could survive without meat, but the thought of having to clean up after them daily was a torment she could scarcely endure. Fortunately, a turning point emerged the next day. However, this twist left Xiaoxiao exclaiming in frustration. Chapter 22. The poop-scooping officer makes an appearance the following evening. Just as Xiaoxiao completed her final round of training, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements. Overall combat power has risen to level 5. Strength 30. Speed 50. Endurance 55. Agility 65. Combat value 50. Ability value 10. Reward: 1 evolution liquid manufacturing machine. The host can utilize crystal cores and spiritual spring water to produce evolution liquids. Reward: 1 set of combat attire. The combat attire is impervious to blades and firearms. Capable of withstanding the bites of zombies at level 3 and below. Requires no cleaning for a lifetime. Reward: 1 space management robot. It can assist the host in tidying up any corner of the space, organize items, and even cook. Henceforth, it shall serve as your personal maid. However, its capabilities are confined to the designated area. Upon hearing the initial few benefits, Xiaoxiao beamed with delight, her smile widening. Yet, upon hearing the final statement, the joy in her expression gradually faded. Are you saying that this robot can help with cleaning? Xiaoxiao bit her lip and inquired. Indeed it can, dear host. The system, affectionately known as Xiaodi, replied with a gentle smile. With hands on her hips and frustration bubbling within her, Xiaoxiao shouted. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You just watched me clean up yesterday. Was this a deliberate act? Come out, and I promise I won't hold back. After a long pause, silence ensued. Darn it. Another system failure. She huffed. Every time something went awry, it seemed to shut down. This system must surely be akin to a turtle. With pursed lips, her adorable face radiated an aura that screamed, I am furious. Provoke me at your peril. Exiting the space, she retrieved a roasted whole lamb and a small knife, slicing the meat into pieces and chewing vigorously. As she cut and chewed, it felt as though she were not consuming lamb, but rather, the defunct system. Xiaodi shuddered and opted for silence. While indulging in her meal, accompanied by a drink of happy fatty water, her irritation began to subside. Once satiated, she turned her attention to the evolution liquid manufacturing device. This machine was not large. Resembling a coffee maker, featuring a funnel-shaped opening at the top, alongside a water dispenser, with a sealed cylindrical compartment in the center, obscuring its inner workings from view. The funnel is designed to hold the crystal nuclei. However, it is advisable to cleanse the nuclei with spiritual spring water first. Each crystal nucleus requires an infusion of 10 milliliters of water, which should also preferably be spiritual spring water. The processing and creation take merely a minute. By pressing the button at the top, the production commences. The higher the level of the crystal nucleus, the more potent the resulting evolution liquid will be. Upon completion of each production cycle, the prepared evolution liquid will automatically be bottled, with the bottle emerging from the right side of the machine. This small empty bottle is supplied in infinite quantities, alleviating any concerns for the host. The little assistant provided a considerate explanation, tinged with a hint of flattery. Naturally, Xiaoxiao would not truly hold a non-existent system accountable. Besides, her irritation had nearly subsided. She retrieved the 10 crystal nuclei previously awarded by the system. After wasting one, she now had 9 remaining. She casually selected one, placing it in the palm of her right hand. With a mere thought, a pool of spiritual spring water coalesced in her palm. She used this water to wash the crystal nucleus before tossing it into the funnel. Additionally, she added another 10 milliliters of spiritual spring water to the injector and pressed the switch. Indeed, after a minute, the indicator light beside the switch transitioned from red to green, and a small door on the side of the machine opened, revealing a small bottle identical to the evolution liquid previously awarded by the system. Were these crystal nuclei and evolution liquids all of the lowest grade? Xiaoxiao inquired. Indeed, host. Your current ability level is not high. Consuming a higher grade evolution liquid may result in catastrophic consequences. Xiaoxiao did not refute this. In her previous life, she once obtained a bottle of high-grade evolution liquid, which she had intended to consume when she was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, during a mission, she encountered a zombie of a higher level than herself. At that moment, if she had been unable to defeat the zombie, her fate would have been sealed. Thus, she promptly consumed the bottle of high-grade evolution liquid. The experience was akin to being torn apart and reassembled, as though she were on the brink of explosion. Fortunately, she survived. Otherwise, her demise would have come much sooner. She processed the remaining 8 crystal nuclei into evolution liquid. After consuming one bottle, feeling the signs of an impending breakthrough, she eagerly drank another. The barrier between level 1 and level 2 was instantly shattered. Elated, she intended to save the remaining crystal nuclei for later consumption. Drinking too much at once posed the risk of bodily explosion, necessitating at least a 1-hour interval between doses. Host. The evolution liquid made from spiritual spring water requires no interval. You may consume as much as you desire, provided it is of a lower or equal level to your ability. There are no side effects, and it will not lead to your destruction. Cloud Xiaoxiao. Such an incredible advantage. Why wait any longer? She swiftly poured the remaining 8 bottles of evolution liquid into her mouth, one after the other. Had the people from her previous life witnessed her method of consumption, they would surely have lamented and scolded her for wastefulness. However, Cloud Xiaoxiao paid no heed to such concerns. After ingesting the 8 bottles of evolution liquid, her ability level surged to advanced level 2. She felt a twinge of disappointment, as she had anticipated a breakthrough to level 3. Nevertheless, she was content with reaching advanced level 2, having already surpassed everyone else. As one ascends through the ranks, the challenges of breaking through become increasingly formidable, a notion she comprehends well. After placing the evolution liquid manufacturing device into her spatial realm, she retrieved a combat suit. The fabric was soft and intimately adhered to her skin, a delicate layer akin to a membrane. She shed her garments and donned the combat suit, which felt remarkably comfortable, as if she were wearing nothing at all. Extending her left hand, she wielded a knife in her right and executed a decisive slash across her arm, unscathed. She then brandished a firearm and aimed at her calf, pulling the trigger. The bullet was effortlessly deflected. Cloud Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Even without a test, she was aware that this apparatus could withstand the bites of zombies. Indeed, once outside, she would be assured safety from the neck down. Clad in her outerwear, she entered the spatial realm, where she encountered a standing white robot, whom she decided to call Big White. Big White, clean up the mess. Big White, change the water in the fish tank. Big White, scatter some vegetable seeds. Big White, wash some fruits for me. Big White. Cloud Xiaoxiao reclined on a lounge chair, beside a small table laden with an array of delicacies. Xinjiang fragrant grapes, imperial mangoes, lychees known as Fizi Xiao, black beauty watermelons, along with sunflower seeds, hand-torn beef jerky, yogurt jelly, cherry tomatoes, and donuts. Chapter 23. Waiting for the bird by the stump. As Cloud Xiaoxiao leisurely indulged in her snacks, her gaze wandered to Big White diligently at work. Suddenly, a notification sound from the system echoed in her mind. Intrigued, she popped a grape into her mouth. Eliminate 1,000 zombies to earn a super city wall. The city wall stands a formidable height of 100 meters, impervious to the most potent assaults from both level 10 zombies and level 10 supernatural beings. Even a million-strong horde of zombies would find it unassailable. Is there a time limit? No time limit, and upon task completion, there are additional rewards. Naturally, it was imperative that she accepted. It has been nearly a month since the onset of the apocalypse. Reflecting on the timeline, it closely resembles the moment in her previous life when she was abandoned by Yin Shaokai and found herself ensnared in a den of wolves. It is indeed time for her to seek vengeance upon that group, for she has been yearning for it. That night, Yin Xiaoxiao retired early. At the break of dawn the following day, she set off in her vehicle down the mountain. By the way, did the 13 zombies I previously eliminated count towards the 1,000? They do not. Well, she ought to have tempered her expectations. Yin Xiaoxiao pouted and accelerated. Along the way, she encountered several wandering zombies, all of which were ruthlessly crushed beneath her grand vehicle. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying 1 zombie. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying 3 zombies. Ding. Congratulations. With each zombie dispatched, the system chimed with notifications. However, there were not many zombies on the road outside the city, and despite her journey, she had only managed to crush 21. Upon arriving at a small supermarket nestled beneath an overpass, she stepped out of her vehicle. As she gazed upon the familiar scene before her, her eyes gradually turned icy. In her previous life, Yun Shaokai had intended to drive her and his mistress to the survivor base, but upon passing this place and noticing the small supermarket by the roadside, he had decided to stop. They had been deprived of water and food for several days, their hunger so severe that they felt as if their stomachs were pressing against their spines. Upon spotting a supermarket, with no zombies in sight, Yun Shaokai was filled with exhilaration. He immediately instructed them to disembark and gather supplies. However, upon entering, they discovered that the shelves had been nearly stripped bare, leaving only inedible items like soap and laundry detergent. Yun Shaokai cursed under his breath, his displeasure evident as he ordered them to exit. Unbeknownst to them, as they stepped outside, 2 pallid zombies, their eyes devoid of life, charged towards them. Yun Shaokai, quick to react, unhesitatingly shoved her towards the oncoming creatures and hastily pulled his mistress into the vehicle, fleeing the scene. In his heart, she had always been a burden, one he could not shake off during the divorce, and now she was consuming his supplies in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, it was the perfect opportunity to rid himself of her, while also using her as a shield against danger, a situation that served him well. She could not comprehend how she ultimately survived. Terrified, her mind was a blank slate. When she regained consciousness, the two zombies lay lifeless, their foreheads bearing gaping holes. In retrospect, it seemed that her latent wood-based abilities had been inadvertently triggered in that dire moment, leading to their demise. At just 5 years old, she resembled a forsaken stray dog, pitifully curled up in a small corner of the supermarket, silently sobbing. After an indeterminate period, when her hunger had rendered her faint and on the brink of death, a group of individuals appeared. In her dazed state, she sensed herself being lifted. Yet she remained oblivious to their words or where they took her. Upon awakening once more, she discovered herself confined within a small room. Accompanying her were several other children, engaged in a fierce scramble for sustenance. The food in question was none other than dog kibble. Recalling the tribulations she had previously endured, Xiaoxiao pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes ignited with a feral glint. She stowed her vehicle within her spatial realm and ventured into the modest supermarket. Much like in her past life, the shelves had been thoroughly pillaged, leaving only items that seemed trivial in the face of an apocalypse. Yet, Xiaoxiao held no disdain for them. Soap, laundry powder, detergent, bleach, toilet cleaner, insecticide, toothbrushes, toothpaste, mosquito coils, thermos flasks, towels, mouthwash cups, cotton wadding, buckets, power strips, cutting boards, spatulas. Essentially anything usable was collected by her. Once her gathering was complete, she sought a place to sit, reminiscent of her previous life. However, she would not deprive herself of comfort. Spreading a layer of cotton wadding upon the ground, she laid down a sheet and reclined with a relaxed sprawl. Ah, the comfort! Uncertain of when the group might arrive, she resigned herself to wait. Yet, a tinge of worry crept in this lifetime. Xiaoxiao had been hospitalized due to her provocation and had not returned here. Would her rebirth induce a butterfly effect, causing them to forego this location entirely? Contemplating this conundrum yielded no answers, prompting Xiaoxiao to dismiss the thought. Should they fail to appear, she was determined to scour the entire city until she found them, and then eliminate them. On a fateful afternoon 3 days later, while exercising within her spatial realm, the sudden screech of car brakes pierced the air outside. Instantly alert, she swiftly exited her space and seated herself on the ground. Before long, the doors of the supermarket swung open from the outside, and the sound of heavy footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Damn it, there is nothing to eat in here. Where had Leopard and his gang disappeared to? It had been days without a trace of them. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted. Boss, there's a child here. A sharp voice pierced the air above Xiaoxiao's head. She looked up to see a tall, slender man resembling a monkey standing before her. Her eyes widened, revealing an innocent and bewildered expression. Uncle, are you here to rescue me? Her sweet voice, coupled with her adorable appearance, would lead anyone to perceive her as a harmless, endearing little girl. From the earlier conversation, Xiaoxiao had already deduced that this was likely the same group that had taken her in her previous life. The timing aligned, and they had mentioned Leopard and his crew. The leader of the group that had attempted to rob her before seemed to be called Leopard, as she recalled hearing his subordinate address him that way. Since the two groups were connected, they were undoubtedly no angels. The group that had harmed her in her past life was among the worst of the worst, truly vile individuals. Yes, uncles are here to save you. A man with a round face approached, his eyes curving into a sickening smile. Other men gathered around, their gazes fixed on Xiaoxiao as if they had encountered a fresh chick. Some even swallowed hard. Chapter 24. Survive and thrive. Upon gazing at the corpulent man before her, Xiaoxiao hastily lowered her head, concealing the murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Where she had previously held an 80% certainty that these individuals were the same as those from her past life, she was now unequivocally convinced this was indeed the same group. The repulsive, overweight man was the very one who had drawn her blood in her previous existence. Even if he were to turn to ashes, she would still remember him. Little girl, come here. Uncle will give you a hug. The rotund man leered with a grotesque grin. Disgust surged within Xiaoxiao, causing her to fight the urge to retch. She restrained herself, resisting the temptation to strike. She had not yet reached their stronghold, and now was not the time for bloodshed. She intended to locate their base and deal with them all at once. Moreover, she needed to wait for her older brother there, as he had rescued her from that very place in her previous life. Ah! She almost forgot. Her good mother was likely there as well. After such a long separation, she had been yearning for her. Raising her head, she donned an innocent and naive smile. Uncle, I can walk by myself. Mommy taught me that I must eat on my own and walk my own path, so as not to trouble others. This little girl is quite sensible. Several men erupted into hearty laughter. Ultimately, Xiaoxiao, with her short legs, followed closely behind them as they boarded the van parked outside. They proceeded to several locations in search of supplies, yet the results were disheartening, reflected in the sour expressions on their faces. Damn it, who the hell has cleaned out this area? What terrible luck. We've wasted an entire day. At this moment, darkness was swiftly enveloping the sky. The vehicle traversed the ring road outside the city, eventually coming to a steady halt before a factory after approximately an hour. This location was not far from the heart of Rome City, situated beside a secondary road leading out of town. As soon as the vehicle arrived, someone opened a small aperture in the iron gate to peer outside. Subsequently, the gate swung open from within. The van proceeded inside. Xiaoxiao gazed out the window, discreetly surveying her surroundings. In her previous life, she had awakened confined within a small room, utterly oblivious to the world beyond. When rescued by her elder brother, she had been in a daze. This time, however, she was determined to observe her environment closely. The area was modest in size. To her left and right, there were 2 rows of low structures. Behind the row of buildings on the left, an entire line of wall-less enclosures revealed numerous black iron cages filled with dogs. Even before approaching, the cacophony of barking reached her ears. No wonder she was fed dog food in her previous life. It became evident that this was a dog breeding facility. The vehicle came to rest at the far end of the compound. A few individuals disembarked, with Xiaoxiao trailing behind. Skinny, take her inside, commanded the rotund leader, gesturing towards a man who was as slender as a monkey. The thin man nodded in understanding, replying, "All right, boss." He then gave Xiaoxiao a rough shove. "Let us go." His actions were brusque and caught off guard. Xiaoxiao stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Just as she contemplated retaliating, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A furious shout echoed from within a chamber. "You clearly do not comprehend human speech, do you? I have no need for women, especially when they are less appealing than the stray dogs outside. How dare you attempt to entice me? Begone!" In the next moment, a disheveled woman fled the room in a panic, closely followed by a blazing inferno. Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed slightly. This was a fire-based supernatural ability. To her surprise, there were indeed practitioners of extraordinary powers within this base. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, various supernatural abilities emerged, commonly categorized into 7 elemental types: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind. Additionally, there existed physical enhancements such as strength, speed, olfactory sensitivity, auditory acuity, and vision. Some unique abilities included ice, light, darkness, mental manipulation, spatial control, invisibility, transformation, and venom. There were also supportive powers, such as healing and storage within spatial abilities. Among these, fire-based powers undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable in terms of offensive capability. Xiaoxiao's gaze darkened. She had not anticipated encountering a fire wielder in this modest camp. Might there be other practitioners of supernatural abilities present? She decided to suppress her initial impulse to act and instead observe the situation, discerning whether others possessed abilities that surpassed her own. Although the likelihood of that was slim, one could never be too cautious. In the post-apocalyptic world, underestimating anyone could lead to dire consequences. Often, the price of such underestimation was death. Without absolute certainty, it was prudent to bide her time, for survival was paramount, allowing one to endure and thrive in the long run. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Xiaoxiao has distilled a set of survival principles: endure when necessary, and unleash fury when the moment calls for it. "Uncle, who was that fiery individual just now? They seemed remarkably formidable," Xiaoxiao expressed with an innocent admiration. The thin man curled his lip. "He just arrived at the base yesterday. Our leader, recognizing his capabilities, has been treating him like royalty. But his temperament is quite foul. He confronts anyone and anything, igniting at the slightest provocation. TCH, I wonder how someone with such a disposition will meet their end." He sighed impatiently. "What am I even discussing with a little brat like you? Hurry along, don't waste my time," he urged, attempting to push Xiaoxiao aside, yet she preempted him, stepping forward just as his hand reached out. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Did this little girl sense his intent to shove her? He shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. How could a mere 5-year-old comprehend such nuances? Yet, as he observed Yun Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, he pondered. It had been a month since the world fell into chaos, and most of those seeking refuge appeared gaunt and feeble. Why did he find this little girl seemingly rosy-cheeked and spirited? Hey, little girl, why were you alone in that supermarket? Where are your parents? Not far ahead. Jiang Ruian leaned shyly against a man, her expression flushed. Whatever the man had said elicited a playful rebuke from her as she lightly punched his shoulder. Their interaction exuded an intimacy that was hard to overlook. A wicked smile crept upon Yun Xiaoxiao's lips. She opened her arms, her little feet pattering as she ran towards Jiang Ruian, tears streaming down her face. As she dashed forward, she cried out, "Mom, why did you leave Dad and Xiaoxiao behind?" Chapter 25, She is not my biological child. Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of many nearby. Yet, she was unfazed. In fact, her intent was quite the opposite. She reveled in the attention, her spirits lifted by the gaze of the crowd. However, Jiang Ruian's expression darkened. "Ruian, who is that little girl? Why is she calling you Mom? And claiming you abandoned her and her father?" The man beside Jiang Ruian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with discontent. When Jiang Ruian had first entered into a relationship with him, she had assured him that, although she had been married before, she was now divorced and had no children. "Dong Ge, don't listen to her nonsense. I don't know her. And I have no idea why she is calling me Mom. Perhaps she has mistaken me for someone else," Jiang Ruian said, forcing a smile as she spoke. At that moment, Yun Xiaoxiao had just approached and overheard her words. A cold smirk formed in her heart. Truly, this was her wonderful mother, as merciless and unfeeling as ever. Standing about a meter away from the two, she timidly gazed up at Jiang Ruian, her face a mask of hurt. "Mom, how can you say you don't know Xiaoxiao? You are my mother, Jiang Ruian. Although Dad said you divorced to marry into a wealthy family and abandoned me, I refuse to believe it. It must be that Xiaoxiao did something wrong that upset you, and that's why you don't acknowledge me, right? Please tell me. I will definitely improve, okay?" Yun Xiaoxiao spoke cautiously, her expression pleading for approval. Her eyes were red, brimming with unshed tears, resembling a forsaken little creature, evoking deep sympathy. Jiang Ruian's expression grew increasingly somber as she fixed her gaze on Yun Xiaoxiao. This wretched girl, when did she become so eloquent? In the past, she could hardly muster a word even with 10 fists. Now, she was quite the orator. Jiang wanted to explain herself to the man beside her, but he released her from his grasp. She had already called out his name. What more was there to say? The tone was unmistakable. He had seen through her earlier deceit. "Dong Ge, I truly love you. I have no desire to marry into any wealthy family. I am just a child." "What do I understand?" she implored. "When I said I was single, I was lying. I have long since severed ties with Yun Xiaokai. We were already in the process of divorce, but the paperwork remains incomplete. The apocalypse came, and it is not my fault. Moreover, this wretched girl is not even my biological daughter. I am not mistaken when I say I have no children." Jiang Ruian hastily defended herself. However, her final words left Yun Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. "You say I am not your biological child?" Her voice had grown colder. In her anger, Jiang Ruian failed to detect the shift, vehemently pointing at Yun Xiaoxiao. "Of course, you are not my biological child. Just look at how you don't resemble me at all." She pondered how the hospital could have made such a grave error, misplacing children. Had it not been for a time when Yun Xiaoxiao fell ill, revealing an incongruous blood type, she would have remained blissfully unaware after discreetly conducting a DNA test. However, she had not disclosed this to Yun Xiaokai. What if, during the divorce, he intentionally thrust this burden of Yun Xiaoxiao upon her? Listening to Jiang Ruian's words, Yun Xiaoxiao began to scrutinize her more closely. Although Jiang Ruian was indeed quite attractive, she bore no resemblance to her whatsoever. Specifically, there was not a trace of similarity between her features and those of Jiang Ruian or Yun Xiaokai. It was no wonder that both of them had always maintained a certain distance from her. However, if she was not their biological offspring, everything would make sense. Ironically, she had previously believed that her appearance was unappealing, or perhaps her personality was off-putting. The truth, however, was far more illuminating. Whether she felt joy or sorrow was uncertain. All she could ascertain was that at this moment, she felt a sense of relief. It was not her fault. Why should she engage in internal strife that only brought her unhappiness? If anyone should be unhappy, it ought to be others. How absurd this place was. Filled with such peculiar individuals, truly tiresome. At that moment, the previously irritable male voice resonated once more, clearer than before. Yun Xiaoxiao turned to see a young man with a neat buzz cut, his hair a striking shade of bright red, emerging from a nearby room. He appeared to be around 21 or 22 years of age. His eyes sparkled with brightness, and his tall, muscular physique exuded a rugged handsomeness that made him stand out remarkably. He cast a glance at Jiang Ruan, the implication of his earlier remark about peculiarities unmistakable. Then, without drawing attention, he glanced at Xiaoxiao before striding over to a rugged vehicle, opening the door. The plump man hurried forward. "Xiaofeng, where are you headed?" "Wherever I choose, it's none of your concern. I can't bear to remain in this dismal place any longer. I'll go wherever I wish. Who are you to dictate my movements?" "Step aside. A good dog does not block the way." The man, visibly agitated, slammed the door behind him and accelerated away in a cloud of dust. "Brother Fat, are you really letting him go?" One of the subordinates inquired anxiously. Brother Fat, his face etched with irritation, retorted, "If you have the guts, go stop him yourself." The subordinate rubbed his nose, knowing well he dared not intervene. He had no desire to meet a grim fate. Xiaoxiao watched the direction in which the vehicle had departed, her brow slightly furrowing. Xiaofeng? That name sounds rather familiar. In her previous life, the 6th-ranked werewolf on the Apocalypse leaderboard bore the same name. It was rumored that this individual was tempestuous, a man who confronted anyone and anything that displeased him, even barking at passing dogs. Possessing fire-related abilities, he was prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Undoubtedly a true instigator. In her last life, Xiaoxiao had never encountered him. However, from their brief interaction just now, it was highly likely that he was indeed the Xiaofeng from the werewolf rankings. It seemed that, in her previous life, he had also departed from this base prematurely. Otherwise, he would have inevitably crossed paths with her older brother. "Dongge, where are you going?" Jiang Rui anxiously grasped the departing man's hand. Zhao Rongdan, however, forcefully shook her off and approached Brother Fat. "You promised you would take me to the Roshing base. When do we set off? Are you truly the son of the base leader? What reason would I have to deceive you? You'll find out once we arrive. And the supplies you promised us. Rest assured, once I reach the base, I shall provide every single item." "Very well, let us prepare. We shall depart in a couple of days." After their conversation, Zhao Rongyan turned on his heels, his expression grave, as he entered a room. Jiang Ruan cast a fierce glare at Xiaoxiao before hastily following after her, shutting the door with a decisive slam. Soon, a series of delicate gasps echoed from within. The surrounding men were fully aware of the happenings inside, their expressions turning lewd with laughter. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. If you delay my meal any longer, beware of my wrath," the lean man urged impatiently. Chapter 26. The seller's intimidation. Xiaoxiao lowered her head, trailing behind the lean man into a small room. The door was secured with chains. The lean man produced a key, deftly unlocking the chains, and forcefully pulled Xiaoxiao inside. "Get in." The interior was barren, devoid of any furnishings, with heaps of straw scattered across the floor. The lean man approached the far right corner of the room, using his foot to clear away the straw, revealing a square wooden panel, also locked. He skillfully unlatched the lock on the panel and began to push Xiaoxiao downwards. "Uncle, I'm scared," Xiaoxiao feigned trepidation, glancing at the wooden ladder leading downwards. The lean man's expression soured, his tone sharp. "Get moving. Don't create unnecessary trouble." "Uncle, please take me down with you." "Wah. I'm afraid there are monsters below." Xiaoxiao squeezed her eyes shut and began to cry dramatically. When she descended, she closed the wooden panel behind her. The deeper she went, the clearer the surroundings became. It was a cellar, dimly illuminated, with straw carpeting the floor. In the furthest corner, 2 children, around 6 or 7 years old, huddled together, their bodies filthy and their eyes filled with terror. At their feet lay a bowl filled with dog food. Suspended from a wooden post was a boy, approximately 9 years of age. His body bore the marks of countless lashes, stained with blood. The wrist of his right hand was bound in bandages, which were drenched in crimson. Everything in this room was all too familiar to Xiaoxiao. In her past life, she was once among them. She had also been punished for her disobedience, hung from a post, whipped, and bled from her wrists. She and the other children confined here were merely playthings for the ruthless denizens of this dog farm. Their lives were forfeit when food ran scarce or meat was absent. With her head bowed, Xiaoxiao's gaze gradually darkened, transforming into something sinister. "Go over there." Before she could finish her command, a green vine pressed against the throat of a scrawny boy. He stared in terror at the creature poised to pierce his windpipe, his instinct urging him to scream. "If you dare to shout, it will send you to the afterlife in an instant." The corners of Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a cruel smile as she brandished the vine. The thorn-like tendrils exuded a lethal threat, rendering the boy pale with fear as he hastily covered his mouth. "Sit down over there." Xiaoxiao lifted her chin slightly. It was exhausting to hold her head high. Trembling in fear, the boy cautiously moved to the designated spot and sat down, his eyes filled with dread. How could the previously innocent-seeming girl transform into such a terrifying figure in an instant? Such a fearsome gaze and imposing presence were qualities he had never witnessed even in the leader. It was profoundly terrifying. In the dimly lit cellar, two children, a boy and a girl, who had initially buried their heads in fear, now lifted them, gazing at Xiaoxiao with expressions of admiration. Even the boy, bound to a wooden post and covered in injuries, strained to raise his head to look in her direction. Xiaoxiao paid no heed to their perceptions of her. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon the terrified thin man before her. Her voice was cold and unwavering. Now, I will pose questions, and you shall provide answers. The thin man nodded vigorously, as if his head were being pounded like garlic. How many of your people are there in this dogfighting ring? I noticed that there are clearly more than 11 of you. The thin man hurriedly replied, there are also some refugees who have sought shelter with us. What is the relationship between Xiaofeng and your group? He is merely passing through. He arrived just yesterday. Our fat brother wanted to win him over, so we have been treating him well. However, as you can see, he has quite the temper and has just left. Xiaoxiao understood. It seemed that Xiaofeng had no ties to this group. This was fortunate, for if he were associated with them, dealing with the situation would undoubtedly be more troublesome. Are there any other abilities among your group? Abilities? The thin man looked puzzled, unfamiliar with the term. Individuals like Xiaofeng, who can suddenly breathe fire or possess other peculiar powers. The thin man shook his head. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Now for the final question. Aside from your own people, is there anyone else aware of the existence of this cellar? In other words, has anyone else partaken of this raw meat? Xiaoxiao's intent was clear, and the thin man could not feign ignorance. He shook his head vigorously, eager to clarify. We haven't eaten, we merely. In this life, she was uncertain whether they had begun to eat. However, in the previous life, when she arrived here, the individuals confined within were not these three. So where had these three gone? It was obvious. No, the others are unaware of this place. We haven't had the chance to eat. Not had the chance? This implied that if they had, they would have already feasted. Truly, they were a despicable bunch of vile beasts. Under the icy gaze of Xiaoxiao, the thin man could not help but shiver. Please don't kill me. I've told you everything you wish to know, he pleaded anxiously. Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together. I shall not kill you. However, you must assist me with a task. What task? Summon your 10 brothers to this small house. Remember, do not play tricks or else. Before her threatening words could fully escape her lips, the thin man, terrified, nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will definitely call them over and will not resort to any tricks. To save his own life, he could only betray his brothers. This was a terrifying individual with powers akin to that of a ruthless overlord. He could not afford to provoke her. Go now. The thin man hurriedly stood and dashed outside. Xiaoxiao approached the two children whose hands were bound, slicing through their restraints with her knife. She then moved to the boy who hung upside down, wielding her knife to sever the rope above him. He fell onto the straw below. Having completed these tasks, Xiaoxiao cast one last glance at the three and then ascended the wooden ladder, making her way outside. The three individuals exchanged a glance, their eyes glistening with grateful tears. The two younger ones hurriedly assisted the severely injured elder. Brother Long, are you all right? Don't move just yet. The older boy cried out in pain, causing the two younger ones to instinctively release their grip. I'm sorry, Brother Long. Did I hurt you? It's fine, do not weep. It merely aches from being suspended for too long. I shall recover shortly. Longja glanced at the vacant wooden ladder, a sense of loss washing over him. Chapter 27. Under surveillance during his family's flight, they tragically encountered zombies. In a desperate bid to ensure his survival, his parents valiantly shielded him, pleading for him to flee. He was unwilling to abandon them. Yet, his father bellowed at him. Do you wish for our sacrifice to be in vain? Represent both me and your mother. Live well. Now, go. He recalled the final look from his father, one imbued with a smile. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had matured. Uncertain of how long he had been running, he eventually collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he had scarcely settled when a zombie abruptly lunged at him from behind. He was unaware of where the strength came from, but he seized a brick at his feet and struck the creature's head repeatedly until it fell to the ground, lifeless. However, the commotion attracted several more zombies. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a young couple rushed to his side. Unfortunately, during the struggle, they were inadvertently scratched by the zombies. They entrusted their 2 children to him, urging him to care for them. and then hastily departed, fearing they might harm the children should they succumb to the infection. Thus, he fled the city with his 2 younger siblings. Eventually, they encountered a group at the dog kennel. The strangers deceived them, claiming to be their saviors, assuring them that following them would lead to shelter and sustenance. He believed their words, unaware that it was all a ruse. Upon entering, they were imprisoned in a cellar, fed nothing but dog food. He yearned to escape with his siblings, but was met with brutal beatings and bloodletting. The assailants even threatened to slaughter them for meat. He regretted his naivety, lamenting that he should not have trusted strangers. Not only had he endangered himself, but he had also implicated his siblings. Just when he thought all hope was lost, he encountered someone even younger than himself. Despite their youth, this individual was powerful, intelligent, courageous, and ruthless, qualities he lacked but deeply desired. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze transformed into one of determination. One day, he would become strong enough to protect himself and those he cherished, ensuring they would no longer suffer harm. Xiaoxiao was unaware that she had quietly ignited a spark of ambition and resolve within the heart of a young boy. At that moment, she stood before the house, observing with nonchalance as the portly man and his companions approached her. "You better have a reason for being here. If not, I swear I'll end you." The portly man, picking at his teeth, kicked the thin man beside him in irritation. The thin man stumbled, lowering his head to conceal the resentment and malice in his eyes. "Humph. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. Your end is near. Why is that little girl still up here when I instructed you to confine her below?" At that moment, the portly man spotted Xiaoxiao and glared discontentedly at the thin man. The slender figure's eyes flickered, speaking in vague terms. "Well, you'll understand once you see for yourselves." The stout man frowned but refrained from commenting. Their group swiftly approached Xiaoxiao, intending to pass by her and enter the house. However, a foot suddenly lifted, resting on the doorframe on the opposite side, blocking their way. "Little girl, what do you mean by this? Do you dare to obstruct our path? Are you tired of living?" One of the stout man's subordinates snorted, barking angrily. As he reached to pry Xiaoxiao's foot away, a short blade abruptly plunged into the center of his hand. Caught off guard, the action was swift and decisive. "Ah!" The man cried out in pain, blood flowing from his palm onto the ground. Witnessing this, the slender figure shook and quietly retreated to the back. This cry of agony not only jolted the stout man and his companions back to reality, but also drew others from the dogfight arena, who rushed out of the rooms, bewildered by the commotion. While they were curious and scrutinizing the situation, the stout man and his group clearly discerned the events unfolding before them. They gazed in shock at Xiaoxiao, who wore a subtle smile at the corner of her lips, their hearts racing involuntarily. This little girl was formidable. The stout man immediately drew his pistol, aiming it at Xiaoxiao. "I didn't see it coming. You're quite ruthless, little girl. I truly underestimated you." It was their own fault for lacking vigilance. Seeing a mere child, they had let down their guard, assuming she was just a defenseless little girl. The stout man sneered coldly, however, "Daring to stir trouble on my territory, you are still too inexperienced." His gaze was malevolent, and he was about to pull the trigger. Yet in the next moment, a diminutive figure darted towards him with astonishing speed, and just as the gun fired, the child had already reached his front. With the agility of a nimble cat, the little one leaped onto his neck in a matter of moments. Before he could react, a sharp pain seized his throat. Crack! His eyes widened in shock, and then his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The child, seemingly unfazed, gracefully jumped off him, retrieved the gun from his hand, and fired another shot at his forehead. Everyone was left in stunned silence. A 5-year-old had just executed a towering adult with such precision. Most astonishingly, she had even fired a second shot. As Jiang Ruian and Zhao Rongyan emerged from the room, they witnessed this extraordinary scene. Jiang Ruian gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. "Is that Xiaoxiao? How is that possible?" Though she had not closely monitored her, she was well aware of Xiaoxiao's limitations, a mere 5-year-old girl. Naive and timid, how could she possess such formidable skills and have the audacity to kill in public? Zhao Rongyan raised an eyebrow. "Your daughter is quite impressive." "She is not my daughter," Jiang Ruian vehemently protested. Zhao Rongyan cast a glance at her and said in a grave tone, "She will be in the future." The little girl was already so capable at such a tender age. If properly harnessed, she could be an invisible blade of death, far more useful than Jiang Ruian. Moreover, judging by her appearance, she will undoubtedly surpass Jiang Ruian in beauty 100-fold as she matures. He does not mind nurturing her, patiently awaiting her growth. Jiang Ruian furrowed her brows, casting a perplexed glance at Zhao Rongyan. What does he mean? Does he intend to care for Xiaoxiao in the future? Or has he decided against forgiving her? Meanwhile, Zhao Rongyan and Jiang Ruian were both consumed by their own thoughts. They finally realized that this little girl before them was capable of bringing about dire consequences. They dared not underestimate her any longer. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously charged toward Xiaoxiao. However, their comrades had already scouted the terrain for them. This child was not to be trifled with. In a matter of moments, the group lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. The thin one trembled as he cowered at the back, witnessing the fallen comrades around him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Thankfully, he had betrayed them, and thus narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, just as he felt a surge of relief, a chilling gaze swept over him. Chapter 28. Xiaoxiao. I am your mother. He shuddered violently. You promised that as long as I betrayed them, you would spare my life. You cannot go back on your word. Frantically, he retreated, his fear rendering his tongue nearly incoherent. Xiaoxiao languidly curled her lips, toying with the small knife in her hand. At your age? How can you still be so naive? How can one trust the words of a child so easily? A wretch like you, I could never let go. To release you would be akin to unleashing a rabid dog, and soon there would be a second and third, committing even more heinous acts. Wouldn't that be a sin? Therefore, in the interest of virtue, you must die today. Eradicating the roots of evil is her guiding principle. Listening to Xiaoxiao's words, the thin man was overtaken by a profound sense of anger and fear. His gaze flickered before he dashed towards the entrance. However, barely 2 steps into his flight, a dagger whizzed through the air, striking precisely into the back of his skull. With a clatter, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Their eyes filled with dread as they turned to Xiaoxiao. Though they harbored no affection for the brutish individuals from the dog-fighting arena, who were tyrannical and fearsome, commanding them here and there, they had never contemplated the notion of murder. Yet, witnessing the demise of these men before their very eyes left them in a state of uncertainty. They were apprehensive that this merciless little girl might turn her wrath upon them as well. Amidst their trepidation, 3 children emerged from the room behind Xiaoxiao. They were grimy and appeared frail, with one of them covered in wounds and blood, a bandage tightly wrapped around his wrist, stained with crimson. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scenario. Brother Long, those wicked men are dead, exclaimed a little girl, pointing at the lifeless bodies of the portly men sprawled on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Thank you for saving us. Longzhi expressed his gratitude with a deep bow towards Xiaoxiao. The 2 younger children mimicked him, hurriedly offering their thanks. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we surely would have been beaten to death by those villains. Yes, indeed. They even said they would eat our flesh. How terrifying. The words of the trio left those around them bewildered. What do you mean? What has happened with the people at the dog breeding facility? Inquired a middle-aged woman, voicing her confusion. Thus, Longzhi and his companions recounted their previous encounters. Some individuals even ventured inside to glimpse the condition of the cellar, which aligned perfectly with the trio's account. It became apparent to everyone that the individuals at the dog breeding facility had committed such inhumane acts. No wonder there were no children present. They had all been confined in the cellar. The little girl, previously perceived as a merciless executioner, was, in fact, a small hero rescuing others from peril. They had all witnessed the earlier commotion regarding familial recognition and how charming the little girl had been. It was clear that the people from the breeding facility intended to imprison her, which had incited her fury. At that moment, the gazes directed at Xiaoxiao transformed from fear to admiration. Simultaneously, they regarded Jiang Ruian with disdain. How could they fail to recognize such a wonderful daughter? It seemed truly blind of them. The crowd spontaneously lifted the bodies of Fat Brother and the others, carrying them outside the breeding facility. With Xiaoxiao having dealt with these individuals, it was indeed beneficial for them. Henceforth, no one would point fingers at them, demanding they comply. The kind-hearted middle-aged woman led Longzhi and his companions to a room, assisting them in cleansing their bodies and applying medicine. Since Xiaoxiao needed to wait for someone, she chose to occupy a separate room. In another room, Jiang Ruian looked at Zhao Rongyan in astonishment. You want me to bring her food? Was Ti clear enough? Zhao Rongyan replied in a low voice. We are to journey to the Rongshan base, yet the distance is considerable, and with Fat Brother and his companions now deceased, who shall protect us? You witnessed earlier how your daughter single-handedly vanquished so many of Fat Brother's men. If she were with us, our passage to the base would surely be secure. Thus, you must now take her some provisions and sweet-talk her into joining us. However, Jiang Ruian felt a twinge of reluctance. She had just told Xiaoxiao that she was not her biological mother and had no desire to acknowledge her. Her words had been harsh. Yet, now, Only a short time later, she was expected to humble herself and bring her food, to placate her. Wasn't that akin to slapping her own face? Such a proud woman could not possibly stoop to such an act. Zhao Rongyan caught a glimpse of her thoughts in her eyes. He approached her, encircled her waist, and pressed her onto the bed, supporting himself with his hands on either side of her body, beginning to coax her. Ruian, once we reach the base, whatever you desire shall be yours. In due time, you will be the most esteemed woman in the entire base. As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss her, enveloping the room in splendor. Half an hour later, Jiang Ruian emerged from her quarters, her attire complete and her complexion radiant. In her hands, she held a bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread. Taking a deep breath, she donned a smile and approached Yuan Xiaoxiao's door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoxiao, are you there? It's Mom. I've brought you some food. As she uttered these words, a middle-aged woman, who had just been tending to Longjia and the others, stepped out from the adjacent room. Upon hearing Jiang Ruian's statement, the woman revealed a look of disdain. Previously, she stubbornly refused to acknowledge her, but now, seeing her daughter's capabilities, she eagerly seeks to curry favor. It is truly repugnant. Perceiving the woman's disdainful gaze, Jiang Ruian immediately shot her a glare. What business is it of yours, you wretched hag? The woman, disinterested in engaging further, turned her back and departed. She felt a sense of injustice for the young girl. If she were to follow such a mother, she would undoubtedly be exploited. However, as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. Yuan Xiaoxiao was savoring a double-layered beef burger and munching on a fried chicken leg when she heard a series of knocks at the door, accompanied by Jiang Ruian's insufferable voice. She feigned ignorance and continued to eat. Not having harmed Jiang Ruian was already her greatest act of mercy. Upon realizing she was not her biological child, many things fell into place. A person of no consequence, it seemed. Others were indeed under no obligation to concern themselves with her fate. Henceforth, paths would diverge, as long as she did not intentionally seek trouble. She could regard Jiang Ruian as a stranger and refrain from interference. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent knocking continued. Xiaoxiao, are you inside? If you are, please open the door. Your mother has something to say. Jiang Ruian relentlessly pounded on the door. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have denied you. From now on, I promise to cherish and love you. Can you ever forgive me? Chapter 29, Bread? Is it truly that extraordinary? Jiang Ruian continued her futile knocking. Yet after a considerable time, there was not a hint of movement from within. She felt like a mere buffoon. With a furious glare at the door, she stormed away. This ungrateful girl was indeed a wolf that could not be nurtured. Previously, she displayed an eagerness to be close to her, yet in the blink of an eye, she became unrecognizable. Is it merely due to a modicum of capability that, at such a tender age, she has begun to hold herself in such high regard? What has transpired? Has that little girl consented to accompany you? Zhao Rongyan's voice was tinged with urgency. Jiang Ruian, exasperated, sat on the edge of the bed, stating, You have no idea how insufferable she is. She simply refuses to open the door. That wretched girl is nothing but, I tell you, Jiang Ruian. If your daughter does not choose to join us, then you need not accompany me either. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, what use do I have for you? Zhao Rongyan interrupted Jiang Ruian before she could finish her sentence. She gazed at Zhao Rongyan in disbelief. Are you willing to forsake me for her? Zhao Rongyan, realizing his tone had been overly harsh, softened his voice slightly. At least for now, I still require your assistance. Ruian, I have mentioned before that reaching the base is not only distant but fraught with the danger of zombies along the way. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to arrive safely on our own. We need someone with considerable strength to aid us in confronting the zombies. Presently, your daughter is the only one with that capability, hence we must take her with us. I understand that you feel wronged. But consider this. Once we arrive at the base, there will be food and drink aplenty, and the comforts of being attended to. Would you prefer to remain in this dismal place, where sustenance is scarce and the surroundings are poor, mingling with such a multitude of the base and unrefined? Children are easily swayed. Her refusal to open the door was likely a result of her still being upset with you. Perhaps tomorrow, once her anger has subsided somewhat, you might have a word with her. Would that be agreeable? Zhao Rongyan's every word resonated with reason, and Jiang Ruian's discontent dissipated entirely. Indeed, once she arrived at the base, she would assume the esteemed title of the base leader's wife. In that position, she would be second only to one and held in high regard, akin to a princess in ancient times, an enviable status coveted by many. Enduring a bit of coaxing from that insufferable girl Yuan Xiaoxiao was a small price to pay. It was perplexing, however. How that impudent girl had acquired such formidable skills and an equally formidable temper. They remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaoxiao had defeated Fat Brother and his cohorts solely through her own strength, without the aid of any supernatural abilities. Had they known she possessed such powers, they would undoubtedly covet her even more. Early the next morning, Xiaoxiao rose with the dawn. She had heard Jiang Ruiyan's lamentations outside her door the previous night. It was not that she was unaware, but rather that she chose to ignore them. A moment's reflection revealed the underlying motives of the other party. The drastic shift in attitude was certainly not a voluntary change on Jiang Ruiyan's part. Though she might not claim complete understanding of Jiang Ruiyan's character, she had gleaned enough insight to ascertain that she was not one to ponder deeply. Her thoughts and actions were often impulsive and simplistic. Her daytime rebuffs followed by nighttime apologies were clearly orchestrated by an external influence. As for who that might be, it was not difficult to surmise. With Fat Brother and his associates deceased, and no one left to escort them to the Rongshan base, they had turned their attention towards her. Now seeing her as a potential asset, their calculations were as transparent as a bell's chime. Yet they remained unaware that she was far from the naive 5-year-old they presumed her to be. She would not be so foolish as to become an instrument for others' schemes. Upon stepping out of the door, Xiaoxiao meandered to the entrance, pondering when her elder brother might arrive. According to the timeline of her past life, he should be here within a couple of days. She hoped that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Just then, she heard footsteps behind her. Xiaoxiao, you've woken up. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Mother has prepared something for you. Hurry and eat a little. You are still growing, and you mustn't go hungry, Jiang Ruiyan said sweetly, presenting a piece of bread to Xiaoxiao. She thought to herself, it has been a month since the apocalypse began. This little girl must not have had much good food. Upon seeing the bread, her eyes would surely light up, and she would devour it hungrily. This time, winning her over would be effortless. However, she noticed a hint of disdain in the girl's gaze. Disdain? How dare this little brat look down on the bread that she was reluctant to consume in one go? This is the apocalypse. Many people are unable to secure food. Yet here she was, able to offer bread, a luxury that many could only envy. Xiaoxiao, won't you have a bite? Many cannot even afford bread. She forced a smile, suppressing her displeasure. Oh, then you eat it, Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly, turning to leave. By the way, don't wander around in front of me anymore. Otherwise, I might just find it irresistible to send you to reunite with Fat Brother and the others. At this, Jiang Ruiyan's expression froze. What does this little brat mean? Reunite with Fat Brother and the others? Hadn't she already killed them? To send her to reunite with them meant nothing less than sending her to hell. Does this little brat wish to kill her? As Jiang Ruiyan stared in shock, Xiaoxiao walked steadily back towards the house and locked the door upon her return. She retrieved warm milk, shrimp toast rolls, steamed eggs, and purple sweet potatoes from the space. It must be said that Xiaobai is indeed quite dependable. Even warming the milk, truly a distinguished caretaker. If Jiang Ruiyan were to witness Xiaoxiao's current feast, she would understand why Xiaoxiao looked down upon the bread she had previously offered. With such delectable treats at hand, who would still wish to consume that dry, bland bread? After satisfying her hunger, Xiaoxiao entered the space. She first inspected the poultry and livestock, chickens, ducks, fish, and sheep. Thanks to Debai's diligent care, this area was no longer a chaotic mess filled with filth. Everything was clean, tidy, and orderly. Subsequently, she ventured towards the vacant plot. In one corner of this expanse, roughly the size of a football field, Debai had already plowed the land. The entire area was divided into several smaller plots, one of which had been seeded with cabbage, another with scallions, while the remaining space was still bare. However, Xiaobai was diligently tending to it, and she believed that soon it would transform into a lush vegetable garden. Well done, Xiaobai! Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up to her diligent assistant. Without the ability to lead a team, one could only toil endlessly. With Xiaobai as her employee, everything was destined for success. Observing the thriving environment within the space brought Xiaoxiao great joy. Thus, she strapped on sandbags and commenced her workout for the day. Only strength could provide her with the security she craved. As the training neared its conclusion, she heard a cacophony of barking from outside the space. The dogs seemed to be startled by something, their barks filled with panic and fear. Xiaoxiao hurriedly exited the space and opened the door. Chapter 30. Apologies. She is naturally contrary. As Xiaoxiao stepped outside, she noticed a gathering of people around the dog enclosure. What was happening? What had transpired? The newcomers hurriedly inquired of those who had arrived before them. It appeared that a scorpion had frightened the dogs. A scorpion? What kind of scorpion? Let me see. Following the direction indicated by one of the onlookers, Xiaoxiao joined the others in gazing towards the distance. There, she beheld a jet-black scorpion. Its body encased in a chitinous armor, firmly pressed against the ground, menacingly gazing up at a large wolfdog confined within a cage. Despite the significant disparity in size, the scorpion exhibited no fear. Instead, it stood proudly, elevating its stinger in a display of defiance, exuding an imposing aura. The wolfdog, evidently terrified, barked frantically. In that moment, the scorpion swiftly advanced, evading the wolfdog's attempts to strike, and leaped onto its hind leg, delivering a sharp sting. After accomplishing its task, it nimbly escaped beyond the confines of the cage. Before long, the massive, fierce-looking wolfdog began to convulse violently, frothing at the mouth, ultimately collapsing to the ground with its eyes rolled back. The other dogs, now thoroughly panicked, howled louder, thrashing about in their cage as they collided with its walls. The onlookers were equally startled. The potency of the scorpion's venom was astounding. How terrifying. While everyone around was struck by the ferocity of the scorpion, Xiaoxiao, standing aside, narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a glimmer of admiration. This scorpion was impressive, agile, precise, and ruthlessly effective. Seize it quickly. If we do not eliminate it now, and it manages to escape, sneaking into our room and launching a surprise attack, we will be doomed. Suddenly, one person shouted in panic. Indeed, you are right. We cannot let it go. It is far too terrifying and must be dealt with preemptively. Everyone, let us band together. We absolutely must not allow it to flee. People often succumb to fear of the unknown, wishing to eradicate such threats in their infancy. Thus, some armed themselves with bricks, while others wielded shovels, relentlessly pursuing the black scorpion. Yet, the scorpion proved cunning. As the first brick soared towards it, it swiftly burrowed beneath a dog cage. When the group returned to search for it, they discovered it had vanished without a trace. In the innermost corner, a small, dark hole sat ominously. Alas, the scorpion had escaped. Everyone should remain vigilant today. Should it be spotted, a loud shout is essential, and others must rush to assist. With the scorpion gone, the dogs in the kennel gradually calmed, restoring tranquility. The onlookers began to disperse. Just as the door was about to close, a small object caught their eye atop the opposite cabinet. Was it not the very scorpion that had just fled? She stealthily shut the door. A silent standoff ensued between the individual and the scorpion, neither daring to make a move. After a considerable pause, noticing that the scorpion showed no intention of departing, Xiaoxiao retrieved a small piece of raw meat from her space, took a bold step forward, and placed it on the ground. The scorpion cast a cautious glance at Xiaoxiao, then shifted its gaze to the raw meat on the ground. With a sense of wariness, it slowly descended from the cabinet, inching closer to the enticing morsel. Tentatively, it extended one of its legs to probe the area. Upon sensing no immediate threat, it gradually approached and commenced its meal. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This little scorpion exhibited a certain caution, almost as if it possessed a spark of intelligence. Wasn't it said that mutations in flora and fauna would not commence until the 7th year of the apocalypse, following the arrival of acid rain? Could it be that this scorpion was an anomaly? Indeed, after the black scorpion finished devouring the small piece of meat, it seemed unsatisfied. Lifting its head to regard Xiaoxiao, as if to inquire, "Is there more?" "I desire more." Xiaoxiao bit her lip and retrieved another small piece. After a brief interval, the little black scorpion had consumed that as well. This time, it did not linger. It turned, proudly raised its rear, and slipped through the narrow gap beneath the door, not casting a single glance back at Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao mused, this little scorpion is quite amusing. Devouring its meal and then disappearing, as if it were a lord. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed from outside. "There are many zombies approaching." Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Zombies? Surely, the barking of the dogs earlier had attracted the nearby undead. Remembering her mission, Xiaoxiao promptly stepped outside. All the individuals within the dog yard had gathered at the entrance, with some peering through the small opening to observe the unfolding situation, continuously relaying information. 1, 2. A total of 15 zombies have gathered, and there are more behind. Alas, the situation seems dire. The number of zombies outside is increasing, and one cannot help but wonder if they will trample our refuge. Surely not. This door is quite formidable. They should be unable to breach it. Yet, even if they cannot enter, should they linger outside, we would find ourselves trapped, with our provisions dwindling rapidly. In due time, we would face a grim fate. Voices hushed. A quiet discussion ensued, each face betraying a shadow of concern. Just then, Xiaoxiao approached, and someone recognized her presence. How could they have forgotten that a remarkable young girl resided in the dog yard? She had effortlessly vanquished Fat Brother and his ilk, surely. Dealing with the zombies outside would pose no challenge for her. Instantly, hopeful gazes were directed towards Xiaoxiao. Little girl, there are many fearsome zombies outside, terrifying creatures. Please, could you handle them? Another implored. Indeed, you are the most formidable among us. Hurry and dispatch them. If they continue to howl outside, we risk attracting even more of their kind, sealing our doom. Precisely. You are so capable. Dispatching zombies must be a trivial task for you. We shall cheer you on from here. Their voices melded into a chorus of persuasion, as if Xiaoxiao's intervention was imperative for their survival. She cast a detached glance over the gathered assembly. Including Jiang Ruan and the others, there were 12 individuals in total, 8 men and 4 women. Age between 23 and 15. Logically speaking, judging solely by their physique and age, they possess the strongest combat prowess. Even if each of them were to dispatch a single zombie, it would suffice. Yet here they are, insisting that she, a mere 5-year-old child, venture outside to fight for her life. The absurdity of it all is almost laughable. Xiaoxiao elegantly perched herself on a wooden stool, a casual smile gracing her lips as she mused. To prevent attracting more zombies, dear uncles and aunts, you should swiftly eliminate them. Go forth. Strive. All for the sake of survival. I have faith in you. Of course, she could join them. After all, she had her own mission to accomplish. However, it is rather unfortunate that she is inherently rebellious. The more they wished for her involvement, the more she felt inclined to resist. If she was to be uncomfortable, then so should they. Their discomfort, in turn, became her source of satisfaction. She abandoned personal integrity to relish a life devoid of scruples. Rejecting mental anguish, she embraced a touch of madness. Rather than compromising her own well-being, she found joy in complicating others' lives. How profound that sentiment is a veritable axiom. Chapter 31. Am I a Barbie doll? As soon as Xiaoxiao finished speaking, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. They could not have anticipated that she would turn their own words against them. Among them was a bespectacled man in his 30s, who gazed at her with discontent. Little sister, how can you say such a thing? If you send us out there, are you not condemning us to death? Thus, you wish for me to face death alone? Xiaoxiao retorted with a mocking chuckle. What do you mean by sending just one person to their demise? Aren't you the most capable fighter among us all? We are but ordinary individuals, and those zombies are unrelentingly ferocious. Should we fall victim to their bites or scratches, our demise would be inevitable. The man, exasperated, found it laborious to converse with children. Am I to be likened to a resilient Barbie, impervious to their lethal grasp? Xiaoxiao scoffed, arching her brow. What absurd rhetoric is this? Their fear of death compels them to thrust her into the fray. Shall the world face annihilation, only for her to self-destruct first, providing them with a spectacle? Is it reasonable to be cowed by weakness? Furthermore, these are merely novice zombies, with a modicum of courage. An adult can certainly contend with one. Were they willing to join her in battling the undead, she would utter not a word of protest. Yet, these individuals merely desire to stand idly by, leaving her to shoulder the burden alone. This, she cannot abide. How shameful it is for so many adults to bully a mere child. I am embarrassed on your behalf. The middle-aged woman tending to Longzhu emerged from the room. She had overheard the group's conversation and felt a profound sense of shame. You men, too afraid to face the zombies yourselves, dare to send a 5-year-old girl to confront them alone? Does she possess extraordinary powers or an abundance of lives to fend off such threats? If you cannot muster the courage to face even a single zombie, what purpose does your survival serve? It would be better to embrace oblivion than to linger in such cowardice. I refuse to believe that we, united, cannot overcome a mere dozen zombies. Open the door. I shall lead the charge. Living brings fortune, while death offers an end to this wretched apocalypse. The woman cursed under her breath, tightly gripping a rusted axe. Observing the woman who spoke on her behalf, Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened with a hint of amusement. This lady possessed a certain charm. The others were momentarily taken aback by her words, yet her assertions were undeniably true, leaving them feeling a twinge of shame. Indeed, Sister Zhang made a valid point. No matter how formidable a child might be, they remain a child. It is unreasonable to expect her to venture out alone to confront the zombies while we, the adults, cower inside like turtles. Yes, I refuse to be a coward. Although I am a woman, the apocalypse will not extend any favors to us simply for our gender. It is far better to rely on oneself. And as Sister Zhang wisely stated, if one lacks the ability to protect oneself, it is better to perish early. Let us go and slay the zombies. Under Zhang Xiaoyan's leadership, a fervor ignited among the group. Only the bespectacled man, mortified and red-faced from the public scolding, hesitated. His gaze towards Zhang Xiaoyan tinged with resentment. As for Zhao Rongyan and Jiang Ruyan, they stood aloof, akin to sovereign rulers, seemingly unaffected by the call to action. It was as if Zhang Xiaoyan and her companions, preparing to confront the zombies, were mere subordinates destined to exhaust themselves for their protection. Yun Xiaoxiao keenly observed the expressions of those around her. Rising from the wooden stool, she slowly made her way to the entrance. As she positioned herself, the injured Longe swiftly darted past her, wielding a wooden stick, charging towards one of the zombies. This lad possesses quite a bit of spirit. Even injured, he remains resolute. A newfound admiration flickered in Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes. At that moment, a girl accidentally stumbled, and another girl quickly used a mop to hold back the approaching zombie. The creature's mouth oozed a viscous black ichor, its hands clawing and grasping towards her. The girl, lacking strength, was on the verge of being seized. She shut her eyes tightly, letting out a terrified scream. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive, and the weight on her hands suddenly lightened. She opened her eyes in astonishment, only to see a sharp knife embedded in the center of the zombie's head. A petite figure stood calmly, one foot planted on the zombie's head, deftly withdrawing the blade from its skull. The girl's eyes sparkled with brightness, filled with emotion and fervor. She hurriedly helped her companion to her feet, and together they charged towards another zombie. This time, they were emboldened, as if invigorated with newfound energy. Zhang Xiaoyan, of average build with a slight pudge, wielded a large axe, crazily hacking at the zombie's head. Brains splattered all over her, yet she paid no heed, dispatching one after another with a valor surpassing many men. Longsha, despite an injured hand, managed to slay a zombie with his other hand, earning Yun Xiaoxiao's admiration. This young man, given time, would undoubtedly achieve great things. Initially reluctant to assist, she was moved by Zhang Xiaoyan's words. Moreover, apart from a few unreasonable individuals, the rest of the group seemed salvageable. Thus, she stood by, ready to lend a hand when true danger arose. The zombies were all vanquished. I have truly succeeded in slaying a zombie. Oh my goodness! Just an hour ago, I could scarcely have imagined such a turn of events. Indeed, every endeavor begins with difficulty, and taking that initial step is often the most formidable challenge. Yet here we stand, triumphant over our own limitations. My hands are still trembling. Haha, look at your modest achievements. Having elegantly secured our first victory, the atmosphere is electric with excitement. Following the cheers, two girls approached Yun Xiaoxiao. Little sister, thank you for coming to our aid just now. Subsequently, a few more individuals joined them. Indeed, had it not been for your protection from behind, I surely would have succumbed to a zombie bite. I must apologize. I shouldn't have insisted on sending you out alone. The zombies are so ferocious. And despite our collective efforts, it took us considerable strength to vanquish them all. If it had been just you, no matter how formidable you are, it would have been an uphill battle. Furthermore, rather than relying solely on you to eliminate the zombies, it would be far more beneficial for us to engage ourselves. This has proven to be an excellent exercise. I believe that having faced this challenge, we will not falter in the face of zombies in the future. We will be capable of handling them independently, won't we, everyone? Yes, absolutely. I was just getting warmed up. Shall we invite a few more for you to dispatch? Perhaps not. I shall take a moment to catch my breath and refine my skills first. Ha ha ha. Chapter 32. All to the Roshan base. Just as everyone was laughing and encouraging one another, a sudden roar of engines echoed from outside. Is someone arriving? A solitary figure peered through the small opening in the door, observing the arrival of a military jeep and a cargo truck. Upon seeing this, Zhao Rongyan's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, open the door, he urged with a hint of urgency. What are you waiting for? Can't you hear my command? His authoritative demeanor, a reflection of his privileged upbringing, intimidated the person at the door, who instinctively complied and unlatched the entrance. Zhao Rongyan strode outside, positioning himself in front of the military jeep. Almost immediately, an armed individual emerged, aiming a weapon at his head. Their exchange was shrouded in mystery, yet after presenting some form of token, Zhao's demeanor transformed. The soldier's attitude shifted to one of respect. With an air of superiority, Zhao addressed the gathered crowd in a condescending tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan and the others exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a consensus to join him. The dog kennel offered little in terms of security, and their provisions were dwindling. A journey to the survivors' base seemed the most prudent choice, especially with military protection ensuring a higher probability of safe passage. shall we begin to gather our belongings? Zhao Rongzhen inquired. Hurry, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to delay. He then made his way towards the waiting jeep, with Jiang Ruiyan hastily following suit. Their possessions were minimal, and they packed swiftly. However, just as they were about to depart, they realized someone was missing. Where is that little girl? Zhang Xuyin questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Has anyone seen her? Others shook their heads. I decided to take a look. Zhang Xuyin quickly made her way towards Yin Xiaoxiao's room, with Longzhe hastily following suit, and I too accompanied them. Upon reaching the front of the house, they indeed found Yin Xiaoxiao sitting alone inside. Why are you still here? If you don't leave now, you will miss your chance, Zhang Xuyin urged. Yin Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together and replied, And I cannot go. My elder brother has not arrived yet, and it is impossible for me to leave. Even if I were to leave, I would never go to the Rongxing base. Not only is it uncomfortable for me to be around Zhao Rongyan and Jiang Ruiyan, the governance there is also quite disheartening. In my past life, the Rongxing base suffered from severe corruption, leading to widespread public discontent and ultimately a coup that nearly resulted in the annihilation of the entire base. Such a place is not one I would ever consider going to. Rather than remain in someone else's base, constrained at every turn, I would prefer the vast expanse of the sky, soaring freely like an eagle. After all, I am not lacking in sustenance. Why? Do you wish to remain alone in this dog kennel? There is nothing here, and how can a child like you survive? Zhang Xuyin, oblivious to Yin Xiaoxiao's thoughts, believed that a large base was far superior to the desolation of a dog kennel. Thus, she could not bear the thought of Yin Xiaoxiao staying behind alone and earnestly tried to persuade her. Moreover, humans are social beings. If you were to fall ill, who would be there to care for you? Listen to your aunt and come with us. At least we can look out for one another. Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head. I truly have matters to attend to here, and I cannot leave just yet. Zhang Xuyin furrowed her brow when suddenly someone outside called her, urging her to hurry as the vehicle was about to depart. Aunt, you should leave quickly. There's truly no need to concern yourself with me. Oh, you stubborn child. You must take good care of yourself, she replied. Yes, I understand. Then we shall take our leave. A sense of reluctance washed over Zhang Xuyin. She had grown quite fond of the child. She suspected that Jiang Ruiyan had gone to that base, unwilling to face those heartless individuals any longer, which explained the child's hesitance to leave. By the way, Aunt, do keep an eye on that bespectacled gentleman. He may not be a person of good character. Yin Xiaoxiao kindly cautioned. Zhang Xuyin genuinely appreciated her concern. Yet, as long as others treated her sincerely, she would not hesitate to reciprocate with her own genuine heart. Furthermore, even if they ended up at the base, they must not forget that their strength was paramount. Should they discover that the base was not a suitable place, it would be wise to depart at the earliest opportunity. Having conveyed her thoughts, she felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Zhang Xuyin nodded repeatedly, saying, You must take care of yourself as well. With that, she called for Longzhe to hasten their departure. For them, heading to the Rongxing base was the best option at present. His gaze dimmed slightly. He wished to stay and be with her. Yet he could not afford to be selfish. His two younger siblings were still quite young, and only by reaching the large base would they find a safe haven and enough to eat. Their parents had perished in their quest to save him, and he bore the obligation to protect them. Moreover, even if they chose to remain, they would only serve to complicate her life and hinder her progress. She could only hope that one day, when he had grown stronger, they might have the chance to meet again. The vehicle gradually receded into the distance. This farewell left her uncertain of when or where they might cross paths again, with dwindling numbers remaining. Looking back at the dog racing track, where just a moment ago there had been a cacophony of cheers, now only silence prevailed. She set a small table in the yard and brought over a chair. The weather was splendid, perfect for basking in the sun. She then retrieved a cake adorned with a charming doll and inscribed with the words Happy 5th Birthday in cream. Having missed the opportunity to celebrate her 5th birthday, she resolved to commemorate it today. With no one to celebrate with her, she would honor herself instead. She lit 5 pink candles, closed her eyes, and began to make her wishes. Her first wish was to see her older brother soon. The second wish was for invincibility. As for the third wish, she pondered for quite some time before realizing she had little else to desire and hastily wished for world peace. She cut a slice of cake and took a mouthful. Happy birthday, Yin Xiaoxiao. Just as she uttered these words, a shadowy little figure suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Looking up, she noticed on the other side of the table, a small scorpion was stealthily indulging in the cake. The two, one large and one small, exchanged glances. Ah, how delightful. At least she had someone to celebrate her birthday with, even if it was just a tiny scorpion. Eat to your heart's content, she encouraged. as Xiaoxiao smiled. The little scorpion seemed to understand her words and began to munch away. Thus, beneath the warm sunlight, the girl and her scorpion leisurely savored the birthday cake. In Chapter 33, titled Speed-Type Mutated Zombies, occasional zombies would appear nearby, and she would efficiently eliminate them. However, she refrained from venturing too far, ensuring that she could always see the situation at the entrance of the dog training facility. Yet, after nearly a month of waiting, her older brother had still not appeared. She couldn't help but ponder whether her reincarnation had caused a butterfly effect, resulting in the absence of someone who should have been here at this time in her previous life. Nevertheless, during this nearly month-long wait, she did not squander her time. Her overall combat ability had risen to level 7. Whether it was speed, strength, endurance, agility, or combat prowess, significant progress had been made. The only aspect that remained unchanged was her ability level, which still stood at a high 2nd tier. Unfortunately, she had yet to find any crystal cores from the heads of zombies. Perhaps it was due to the limited number she had slain. Or perhaps the zombie crystal cores had not yet evolved. In addition to her enhanced overall strength, her bond with the little scorpion had also deepened. It would often perch on her shoulder, and if one did not look closely, they might mistake it for a mere ornament adorning her. She affectionately named it Little Cutie. As for the dogs in the training facility, she had released them all. This was partly because Little Cutie seemed to have a strong aversion to dogs, frequently scaring them, which resulted in their howling that left her ears ringing. Another matter is that she lacks experience in raising dogs. She had previously been chased by one, leaving her with a psychological scar that would deter her from ever bringing them along. Rather than confining them here to await a grim fate, it would be far better to allow them the freedom to explore. Even if it leads to death, at least they would have tasted liberty. Each day, Dubai tends to the space, and after several days, some vegetables have ripened. Dubai has even begun to cultivate fruits, and it is believed that fresh produce will soon be available. Gazing at the desolate entrance, a shadow of disappointment crossed Xiaoxiao's eyes. Continuing to wait seemed increasingly futile. She had already lingered for over half a month. Her elder brother was supposed to arrive, and he should have been here by now. Since he has yet to show up, it is likely he will not come at all. She cannot remain here, idly waiting. In her previous life, after her brother took her away from this place, they first traveled to Rongqing, though she was unclear as to why he headed towards the area most saturated with zombies. She had a vague sense that he was searching for something. With that in mind, she decided to venture into the city. Firstly, to see if she could encounter him, and secondly, to fulfill her own mission. Thus far, she had only eliminated 65 zombies, leaving her far from the goal of 1,000. The abundance of zombies in Rongqing would provide ample opportunity for slaughter. Additionally, she could conveniently procure some necessities for herself. For instance, she wondered if the gun shop still had any weapons and ammunition left. "Let us go, my little darling. We are off to slay some zombies," Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she opened the gate to the dog enclosure and took her seat in the passenger side, calling out to Little Scorpion. Immediately, Little Scorpion began to climb up the tire, over the window, and finally settled upon Xiaoxiao's shoulder. With a roar, the accelerator was pressed down, and a man and a scorpion sped towards the city of Rongqing. However, as they passed through a dimly lit tunnel, an unidentified object suddenly crashed heavily onto the car's hood. Xiaoxiao slammed on the brakes. The mysterious entity let out a shriek and immediately rebounded onto the ground. Thanks to the headlights, Xiaoxiao finally discerned what lay before her. It was a gaunt female zombie, clad in a floral dress with bare feet. Her emaciated form was almost nothing but bones. The flesh on the right side of her face had been gnawed away, leaving only desiccated, putrid remnants, infested with wriggling maggots. Suddenly, she jerked her head up, her ash-gray eyes fixated intently on the vehicle. In the next moment, she bared her jagged, blackened teeth and let out a frenzied roar, bolting forward with astonishing speed, akin to a beast unleashed. Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed. Was this a speed-oriented mutated zombie? She hadn't anticipated encountering such a creature so soon. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, she fixed her gaze on the approaching abomination, her lips pressed into a thin line. With a swift rev of the engine, the car surged towards the mutant zombie. Yet, not only was the creature fast, but it was also remarkably agile. Just as the vehicle was about to collide, it deftly evaded the impact and leapt onto the car's roof. Unfazed, Xiaoxiao continued driving, unconcerned by its presence. After all, the entrance on the roof had been securely fastened from the inside. Even if it managed to get outside, it could not breach the defenses. Moreover, being inside the tunnel, shrouded in darkness, was not the most favorable battleground for her. The car sped out of the tunnel at a breakneck pace. In a winding corner, She abruptly slammed the brakes, executing a dazzling drift, as a piercing scream echoed from the roof once more. Xiaoxiao understood that the zombie had once again been thrown off. She opened the rooftop hatch and swiftly propelled herself out, her movements sharp and decisive. Standing atop the vehicle, she drew her firearm and vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, a familiar figure swiftly scaled the barrier. With a narrowed gaze, Xiaoxiao drew her gun and fired. She had calculated the trajectory of the mutated zombie's movement and feigned a shot, leading the zombie to believe it was safe to change direction. Bang! The bullet, traveling at remarkable speed, accurately struck its target, its brain. Observing the fallen mutated zombie, Xiaoxiao leaped down from the car and cautiously approached, remaining alert at all times. Once she confirmed the zombie was indeed lifeless, she took her knife and prodded its head. Ultimately, an orange crystal core, coated in a pale yellow viscous liquid, tumbled forth from the zombie's skull. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, there was a crystal core. Typically, primary and level 1 zombies yield a level 1 crystal core, while level 2 zombies produce a level 2 core, and so forth, culminating in level 10 zombies possessing a level 10 core. While primary and level 1 zombies may not always contain a core, those of level 2 and above usually do. Primary zombies represent the lowest tier of the undead, lacking intelligence and possessing minimal combat strength. However, from level 1 onwards, they gradually exhibit a semblance of intelligence. Although they cannot think like humans, they possess the sharp instincts and awareness of danger akin to that of animals. The most terrifying of all are the level 10 intelligent zombies, which possess an intellect comparable to that of a 15-year-old human. In the previous era, the downfall of many great towns was precipitated by these intelligent zombies leading hordes to besiege them. Crystals, ranging from low to high levels, are categorized into 10 distinct grades, each differing in hue and the energy they encapsulate: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, multicolored, white, and colorless. Xiaoxiao gazed at the crystal in her hand, her heart swelling with joy. To her surprise, her first acquisition was a level 2 crystal. She concentrated, channeling the essence of spring water to cleanse it. Just as she held it in the palm of her hand, her little companion leisurely crawled over. Curiosity sparked within her as she wondered what it intended to do. In the next moment, she was astonished to see the little creature gnawing on her crystal. Chapter 34. This pet is worth keeping. It's useful. Its tiny mouth was surprisingly capable of biting into the crystal. Most astonishingly, it devoured her level 2 crystal, with a darkened expression. Xiaoxiao struggled to suppress the impulse to toss it away. What had possessed her to adopt such a gluttonous creature? Why did it consume everything? The little one finished its meal quite swiftly, and soon after, she noticed it stretching its 10 legs in sheer delight. Xiaoxiao. Ding. You have slain a level 2 zombie, equivalent to 10 low-level zombies. The host has now eliminated a total of 78 zombies. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, pleased with the outcome. If a high-level zombie only counted as one, it certainly felt somewhat unfair. She returned to her vehicle and continued her journey forward. A vehicle lay overturned, while another had collided with the guardrail, its hood flung open. The overturned car had its door ajar, revealing an empty interior. However, a trail of bloodied footprints marked the ground nearby. In the vehicle that struck the guardrail, the male driver had transformed into a ghoul. One of his ears had been bitten off, and his neck bore gruesome wounds. As Xiaoxiao approached, he clawed at the window in a frenzied manner, baring his teeth, his visage grotesquely contorted. Xiaoxiao opened the car door, and the creature lunged at her viciously, only to be restrained by the seatbelt. She brandished a knife and plunged it into his skull, probing within but finding naught. Indeed, not every ghoul possessed a crystal core. Her gaze drifted to a family portrait dangling from the front of the car. It depicted a young couple and a little girl clutching a doll, radiating happiness and laughter. The young woman looked somewhat familiar. It was unmistakably the speed-type mutated ghoul that had previously assailed her. Despite the considerable change in appearance, the floral dress was identical, and the figure bore striking resemblance. The previous scenario likely unfolded as the man drove, only for the woman to suddenly mutate and bite him, leading to a panicked loss of control that resulted in the collision with an oncoming vehicle. As for how the mutated ghoul ended up outside the car, Xiaoxiao surmised that perhaps another occupant had exited their vehicle to assess the situation and was subsequently attacked upon opening the door. The bloodstains on the ground served as ample evidence. The apocalypse was indeed harsh and merciless, a reality to which she had long since grown accustomed. The subsequent journey, however, remained relatively tranquil. Nestled in the outskirts, this area occasionally witnessed a solitary zombie wandering along the road. all of which met their demise beneath the wheels of Xiaoxiao's vehicle. Shortly thereafter, she found herself on the main thoroughfare leading to Rongqing. Here, an assortment of vehicles were haphazardly parked, the majority being those departing the city. The entire road had succumbed to a state of complete paralysis. A glance down the stretch revealed numerous zombies meandering about in a state of numbness. Xiaoxiao halted her vehicle 100 meters ahead. Exiting the car, she stored it away in her spatial realm and retrieved a red tassel spear. The spear suited her stature far better. While a short blade might suffice for dispatching a solitary zombie, it would be impractical to engage in a dance of death with a multitude. Only to dash back and retrieve her weapon. Moreover, she had no intention of exhausting herself unnecessarily. Every bullet expended was a bullet lost. And frugality is a cherished virtue of the Chinese culture. Additionally, she aimed to conserve her abilities whenever possible. One must always retain a trump card, irrespective of the circumstances. Utilizing her powers drained her stamina significantly, and she was not inclined to expend all her energy merely to eliminate a handful of zombies. The prospect of recovering her vitality without evolution liquid was daunting, and she lacked the luxury of time to wait. Besides, unless confronted with high-tier zombies, her current capabilities rendered the low-tier ones trivial. Should danger truly arise, she could always retreat into her spatial sanctuary, were it not for this safeguard. She would never be so presumptuous as to venture alone into a city teeming with the undead. Just as Xiaoxiao gripped the red tassel spear, a zombie nearby detected her presence. She casually lifted her eyelids, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. She wielded a red tassel spear, its tip dragging along the asphalt, producing a hissing sound. With each movement, an aura of chilling severity enveloped her. In the instant the first zombie lunged at her, she gripped the spear with one hand and struck the tail with the other, causing the weapon to soar like a dragon unleashed, piercing the zombie's skull with formidable force. The first zombie fell, lifeless. Following this, she swept the spear with a graceful motion, its sharp tip glinting ominously as it delivered a fatal blow to another zombie. The spear, suspended in midair, pierced through all obstacles with the swiftness of lightning. Each strike and maneuver was a lethal technique forged in a previous life amidst the turmoil of bloodshed. Every move was lethal. She would slay Buddhas when encountering them, and gods when they appeared. Advancing along the road, she left a trail of zombie corpses in her wake. Suddenly, two zombies sprang forth simultaneously from behind a vehicle, claws outstretched as they lunged at her. She deftly sidestepped one and dispatched the other with a single thrust. A small black scorpion, no larger than a young rabbit, crawled onto the zombie's head, its sharp tail piercing through the center of its forehead. The zombie's eyes closed forever as it collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the black scorpion leapt onto the roof of a car, exuding an air of majesty as it observed her, as if seeking recognition. Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is that you, little darling?" The black scorpion nodded affirmatively. "The little darling has grown and can assist in dealing with zombies. This pet has proven its worth. Could it be that it gained such abilities after consuming that second-tier crystal core?" Chapter 35 Encountering the Mechanic. Once more Xiaoxiao surmised that it was likely due to that reason. Reflecting on the secondary crystal core, she found her heartache somewhat alleviated. "My dear companion, to the left and to the right, let us charge forth together." A smirk graced Xiaoxiao's lips as her blood surged with excitement. In that moment, she resembled a battle-hungry warrior, her eyes aflame with a primal thirst for blood. The scorpion, as if comprehending her words, stood resolutely, surveying the path ahead. It fixated on an approaching zombie and instantly leaped into action. Seeing this, Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together. Like a whirlwind, she supported herself with one hand on the vehicle's front, leaping up as she brandished her long spear, plunging it into the head of a male zombie that had emerged from the opposite side of the car. Thus, with one person and one scorpion, they unleashed a massacre upon the undead. Should anyone have witnessed their slaughter of zombies, it would have appeared as effortless as swatting ants, leaving them utterly astounded. Once they had cleared the path of zombies, they began to scavenge the battlefield for crystal cores. Initially, the scorpion was oblivious to Xiaoxiao's intentions. However, upon witnessing her extract a crimson crystal core from a zombie's skull, its eyes sparkled with realization. So, that delectable treasure was procured in such a manner. Imitating her, it commenced to delve into the heads of the zombies as well. Observing this, Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, "You mustn't consume it right away. Do you understand? Hand it over to me first, and I shall provide you with something even more delicious." The immediate effects of consuming the crystal cores would undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of the evolution liquid. The scorpion nodded, seemingly grasping her words. In the end, from nearly 130 zombies, they managed to uncover a mere 10 crystal cores, an exceedingly low yield. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. As the adorable creature gazed at her with an eager expression, Xiaoxiao patiently reassured it. Do not fret. I shall keep it safe for you for now. You have only just consumed a second-level crystal core, and it would be unwise to indulge further today. Too much could cause your body to explode. The little one looked at her with suspicion, its gaze seemingly questioning. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? To her surprise, Xiaoxiao discerned its expression. With utmost sincerity, she placed a hand on her chest and asserted, Of course, do I appear to be the type to trick a scorpion? The little one responded. Quite so, very much so, exceedingly so. Xiaoxiao meticulously washed the crystal core in spring water before placing it into her space. She glanced upwards at the ominous clouds gathering overhead. It was imperative to find a secure location to settle down. Nightfall was approaching swiftly, and a torrential downpour was imminent. She retrieved a small black backpack from her space, filling it with provisions and beverages. This preparation was prudent, for once she entered the city, she could encounter other survivors at any moment. In dire circumstances, these supplies would prove invaluable. She had no desire for anyone to discover her resources or her spatial abilities, lest they become covetous. Let us depart, little one, she called out, and immediately, the creature scurried up her pant leg to perch upon her shoulder. As it climbed, its form gradually diminished until it reverted to its original size, seeking the most comfortable spot to settle. Observing this transformation, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of wonder. Her little pet was truly remarkable, capable of both grandeur and diminutiveness, fierce yet endearing, a veritable treasure among companions. With a soft chuckle, she lifted her foot and strode forward. A diminutive figure, amidst the vast expanse of the world, appears so frail and desolate. The sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, resembling a great curtain that suffocates the breath from one's lungs. A fierce wind follows, howling as if intent on tearing apart the very earth itself. Just as Xiaoxiao dispatches a zombie that has been pursuing her and seeks refuge in an art gallery, the heavens suddenly roar with a thunderous clap, followed by a torrential downpour that cascades like columns from the sky. Soon, a curtain of rain envelopes the outside world. As she prepares to close the door, another male zombie, clad in a suit and tie, with a mouth mangled beyond recognition, charges at her, exposing its jagged teeth and roaring ferociously. Grasping her long rifle, Xiaoxiao swiftly eliminates the threat. At the moment the zombie collapses, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoes at the entrance. The last figure in line wields a steel fork against a frenzied zombie lunging towards them. Another man dashes forward, delivering a powerful kick that sends the zombie flying from the fork's grasp. Quick, shut the door, he bellows, urging the fork wielder to enter hastily. The two individuals stationed at the entrance promptly secure the door. In that fleeting moment of closure, the kicked zombie, along with two others that had been following closely, lunges forward simultaneously. They claw and batter against the glass door, leaving behind their grim handprints. Realizing the zombies cannot breach their sanctuary, the group collectively exhales in relief. That was a close call. They nearly met their demise. What an unexpected turn of events as the skies unleash such a torrential downpour. Without further ado, let us first ascertain whether any zombies remain within. A few individuals prepared to venture into the gallery, but upon turning, they discovered Xiaoxiao standing nearby. They exchanged glances, each remaining silent, particularly in this apocalyptic world where monsters sporadically emerge to claim lives. Except for the man who had earlier displayed remarkable courage by dispatching an obstructive zombie with a swift kick and pulling his teammate to safety. His face bore an expression of surprise as he exclaimed, "Is it you, little one?" Mu Yang gazed at Xiaoxiao in astonishment. "What are you doing here alone? Where are your parents?" Xiaoxiao chose to disregard the inquiry about her parents, casting him a fleeting glance. "Do you recognize me? Have you forgotten? You sought my help with car repairs not long ago," Mu Yang replied with a smile. Tall and slender, his grin revealed a set of small canine teeth, and his eyes sparkled with warmth, exuding a cheerful aura. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, silently scrutinizing Mu Yang. So it was him. The last time she had seen him, he wore a cap and a grimy work outfit, his face either masked or smudged with dirt. Now, he appeared drenched and somewhat disheveled, making it difficult for her to recognize him at first glance. However, the mention of car repairs jogged her memory. She softly uttered an "oh" before turning to walk deeper inside. In this world stripped of humanity and moral decay, she trusted no one but the elder brother. Moreover, when she sought his assistance with the car, She wondered if he had already discerned something amiss. As Xiaoxiao turned her back, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. If the other party dared to harbor inappropriate thoughts, she would undoubtedly show no mercy. Muyang chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. This little one truly remained as spirited as ever. Muyang, do you know that little girl? Inquired a stunningly beautiful woman. Muyang shook his head, stating that he did not know her well, having only crossed paths a couple of times. He gazed in the direction where Xiaoxiao had vanished, intrigued. How had such a small child managed to survive in this apocalyptic world? He recalled her request for him to modify a vehicle, which had clearly been designed to combat zombies. Muyang's mind began to speculate, yet he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Let's go inside and take a look, he suggested. Chapter 36. Stay behind me, I will protect you. As they advanced, they encountered a long corridor adorned with various artworks on either side. Regrettably, some paintings had fallen to the ground, while others were smeared with blood, creating a chaotic scene. Further inside lay a grand exhibition hall, where most of the paintings were elegantly framed, exuding a refined atmosphere. Just as Xiaoxiao was about to step in, a zombie clad in a janitor's uniform lunged at her. She prepared to react, but a flash of golden light swiftly cut through the air, cleaving the old woman's head in two. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaoxiao's eyes. Was this an ability of the gold element? Fear not, little one. Stay behind me. I will protect you, Muyang assured her, approaching with a smile as he ruffled her hair. He then positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from harm. Xiaoxiao's lips curled slightly in annoyance. Was she a mere puppy to be petted? However, this individual turned out to be a person endowed with metallic abilities. She lifted her gaze, her eyes resting upon the man's upright back. A look of inquiry reflected within her gaze. Was he genuinely intent on rescuing her? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Everyone, exercise caution. Let us first survey the area to ascertain whether there are any other zombies lurking within, spoke another man, who bore a rather serious demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the others paired off and commenced their exploration towards the west. It appeared that he was the leader of this small group. As someone stepped forward, Xiaoxiao instinctively remained still. She moved to a clean spot, brushed off the dust from the ground, and seated herself. Before long, the others emerged from their respective searches. They reported to the stern-looking man, Brother Yin. The zombies inside have been thoroughly cleared. These clothes are damp. Having worn them for a night, I am certain I will catch a severe cold by morning. One person remarked, gesturing with his chin. Li Yin, let us retrieve the paintings from the wall, make 2 fires, men outside, women inside, and dry the clothes to avoid falling ill. Everyone grasped his intention. In this apocalyptic world, falling ill posed a grave danger. To succumb to sickness would render their survival even more precarious. As they busied themselves with their tasks, Xiaoxiao sought a secluded corner, choosing to sit alone. After a while, the fires were ignited, illuminating the room considerably. Leaning against the wall, she prepared to close her eyes for a brief respite. Suddenly, she heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Muyang standing before her, his face alight with a smile. He slightly bent forward, offering her a box of biscuits and half a bottle of mineral water. Here, eat, he urged. Xiaoxiao gazed into his eyes, their clarity undiminished even in the dim light. She furrowed her brow slightly, on the verge of declining. Suddenly, another female voice emerged from behind Muyang. You've given her your provisions. What will you eat? It was the strikingly beautiful girl from earlier, though at this moment her expression rendered her beauty somewhat diminished, imbued with a hint of malice. I'm not hungry, Muyang replied indifferently. Yilingwei maintained a stern countenance. We have toiled all afternoon without consuming a morsel. This is your dinner. Typically, this meager amount would hardly suffice for you. Are you attempting to deceive us by claiming you are not hungry? She cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoxiao, dismissing her as merely a 5-year-old child, unrelated to them. Why should we feed her? In this apocalypse, children are the most useless. Saving a dog might yield a reward, as it could at least bite a zombie in a critical moment, buying us time to escape. But children? They possess no combat ability, only crying or fussing, merely a hindrance. Listening to the girl's words, Muyang's expression soured, yet he refrained from losing his temper. Why should I disregard this? Setting aside the fact that you are my fiancée, I do not wish for you to go hungry. Moreover, these supplies belong to our entire team. We have painstakingly procured them at the risk of our lives. Why should they be given to an unrelated child? Yilingwei retorted with a sarcastic tone. Do not forget, this is an apocalypse. Pitying others is a slow poison. You may feel compassion for her now, but if she becomes dependent on you later, it will be a burden you cannot shake off. Do you really wish to become a father figure and support her for a lifetime? This is my own affair. Mu Yang's expression grew cold. As a devotee of the apocalypse, he understood well the principle of eliminating the so-called saints in such dire times. However, he was not a mindless fool. He possessed his own discernment regarding who was worthy of salvation and who was not. Though the apocalypse may dismiss humanity, one cannot entirely forsake their humanity. Can a person devoid of all compassion and driven solely by selfishness still be regarded as human? What distinguishes them from beasts or zombies? He had no desire to descend to such a lowly state. Besides, it was merely a box of biscuits and half a bottle of water. He was not on the brink of starvation. This was simply because the little girl had an affinity for him. Ever since she had driven away alone in her modified vehicle, he sensed that she was no ordinary child. Their reunion only solidified his conviction. A 5- or 6-year-old child managing to survive alone in a world teeming with monstrous predators for over 2 months was, in itself, a testament to her worthiness of his provisions. Upon hearing his words, Yi Lingwei was incensed. She shouted, "Mu Yang, do you still consider me your fiancé?" It was a sentiment born solely from her family's desires. If he did not wish to continue this charade, he was free to do so. Mu Yang replied coolly, his smile fading. After the apocalypse, both their parents had perished, and the families had merely maintained a semblance of goodwill for their parent Sake. He had cared for her out of respect for their families, but he had never intended to engage in any commitments. She had pushed the boundaries of their relationship further than he had wished. After all, it was an empty title, and he had never made any promises. Fine. You said it, so do not regret it. Yi Lingwei ran off with tears in her eyes. Mu Yang was unconcerned as he presented an item before Xiaoxiao, revealing a bright smile that showcased his small canine teeth. Little one, why do you gaze at me? Go ahead and eat. Xiaoxiao shook her head, firmly declining. I don't need it. She proceeded to open her small backpack, extracting a piece of bread and a bottle of water, as if to say, see, I truly have my own. Xiaoxiao looked at Mu Yang, who touched his face. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Xiaoxiao shook her head and said earnestly, I feel you and that woman are not suited for each other. Why not? Mu Yang asked with amusement. She is not worthy of you, Xiaoxiao replied. Mu Yang chuckled, ruffling her hair. You little rascal, you truly are quite clever for your age. By the way, where is that car you asked me to modify? I didn't see it outside just now. Chapter 37. Dispute. Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. What? Are you trying to steal the car? Mu Yang was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. Do I really look like a villain who steals from children? He waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a smirk, he added, You, little one, are quite cautious. However, in today's world, it is wise to be wary. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. And rest assured, I won't mention to anyone that you asked me to modify your car. This will be our little secret. Xiaoxiao gazed at him, comprehending his underlying implication that he would not disclose that her request for a car modification was in preparation for the apocalypse. For it conjured vivid memories, particularly of that car, which lingered in one's thoughts. After observing the individual for a while, Xiaoxiao sensed no malicious intent and thus resolved to refrain from taking action against them. She adorned her face with her customary facade of a smile, saying, Thank you, brother. Mu Yang's gaze flickered momentarily. Was this little girl adept at changing her expressions? The disparity was striking. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a small scorpion perched upon Xiaoxiao's shoulder, which was still moving. Was it alive? Mu Yang was taken aback. Xiaoxiao pointed at the scorpion, exclaiming, Yes, this little darling. Little darling? Mu Yang's lips curled slightly. Such a fearsome little venomous creature was whimsically named Little Darling? Quite unconventional, indeed. Afterwards, Mu Yang intended to leave some biscuits and water for Xiaoxiao. Once he departed, she unveiled a French cream-filled cake and placed it on the ground. She carefully removed the little darling from her shoulder, saying, Go ahead. Tonight we shall make do with this. Tomorrow, when there are no outsiders, I will treat you to something delicious. She casually opened a loaf of bread and began to eat it, savoring it with some spring water. However, after consuming only half, her appetite waned. She never quite favored bread. Deciding against finishing it, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Outside, the rain fell heavily, occasionally accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The sounds of conversation within the room gradually subsided, leaving an atmosphere of tranquility, punctuated only by the flickering flames of the fire. Early the next morning, Xiaoxiao was abruptly awakened by a sharp female voice. Mu Yang, what do you mean by this? Do you realize how perilous this journey is? Our objective of gathering supplies remains unfulfilled. Bringing her along will only hinder us. What if she cries and causes a commotion, attracting the zombies. Do you wish for all of us to accompany her to her grave? Yi Lingwei's eyes glistened with tears as she nearly screamed in desperation. Muyang frowned and replied, Yi Lingwei, your words are quite harsh. What do you mean by calling her a burden, dragging us down and causing a fuss? Others may have doubts, but she certainly does not. A child who has managed to survive alone for 2 months in this apocalypse cannot possibly be deemed thoughtless or useless. He wished to take the little one along, not only because he felt a protective instinct towards her, akin to that of an older brother, but also because he sensed her potential. In this dire world, surrounding oneself with capable individuals would enhance everyone's chances of survival. How can you be so certain she won't? Yi Lingwei opened her mouth to retort, but her words faltered as she noticed Xiaoxiao walking past her without hesitation, making her way towards the exit of the gallery. All present stared in disbelief. In their minds, they assumed the child would cling to them. How could a child survive in this apocalypse without the company of adults? Yet now, she seemed indifferent to their presence and simply walked away. This was not at all what they had anticipated. Muyang immediately chased after her. Yi Lingwei furrowed her brows, while Li Yin gazed thoughtfully at the exit. Let us go. The rain has ceased, and it is time for us to leave. Muyang caught up with Xiaoxiao and said, Hey, little one, why did you leave without saying a word? We weren't even together. Why should I notify you before I depart? Look, no one appreciates your efforts, yet you persist in trying to win them over, Yi Lingwei remarked sarcastically from behind. Muyang ignored her, his gaze fixed on Xiaoxiao. Are you truly all right on your own? He inquired. Xiaoxiao nodded confidently, asserting that being with him would only restrain her, rendering her incapable of accomplishing anything. Li Yin glanced in the direction Xiaoxiao had departed, lifted his chin, and immediately followed suit. Yi Lingwei hastily positioned herself in his path. Brother Yin, let us take the left route. Do not forget. Our purpose for this outing is to procure supplies. Who knows, by the time we exhaust our resources, the nation may have already developed a vaccine for the virus. At that point, we shall no longer fear the undead. With that, Li Yin circumvented her and continued onward. The others, observing the exchange, promptly trailed after him. Faced with everyone's departure, Yi Lingwei's expression soured, yet she had no choice but to follow suit. She understood that her solitary descent would bear no weight. At this juncture, resources were paramount. Muyang approached her. Yi Lingwei, I was not jesting last night. The engagement between us was a decision made unilaterally by our parents. And I have never consented to it, as you are well aware. For quite some time, I have extended extra care towards you out of respect for your parents. However, perhaps this has led to some misunderstandings on your part. To be unequivocally clear, from this moment forth, our relationship is non-existent. My actions require no commentary from you. I hope you internalize this, for I shall not repeat myself. Having spoken, Muyang swiftly made his way toward the diminutive figure ahead. Yi Lingwei clenched her fists in anger, casting a furious glare at Xiaoxiao's retreating figure. It was all her fault. If not for her, Muyang would not have turned against her. In their team, while Brother Yin was ostensibly the leader, the true backbone was Muyang. Not only was Muyang intelligent, but he also possessed a unique physique, making him the strongest fighter among them. Previously, under Muyang's radar, she had disclosed her status as his fiancée to the others in the team. She often made a point to stay close to him, earning their utmost respect and generous provisions. Yet now, Muyang had publicly severed ties with her, drawing a line between them. How could she navigate her position in the team from now on? All of this was the doing of that insufferable girl. She couldn't fathom what means the girl employed to win Muyang's favor. Hearing footsteps behind her, Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow slightly. She glanced at the intersection ahead, formulating a plan in her mind. Chapter 38. Unexpected turn of events, but who could have anticipated that both sides of the intersection would be teeming with zombies? The scene resembled a bustling festival, with the undead crowding closely together, creating an impenetrable barrier. Earlier, on the open road, she had charged forward without hesitation. As it was a 1A street, she merely needed to dispatch the zombies in front of her, without concern for what lay behind. Moreover, the presence of numerous vehicles had dispersed the zombies, keeping their numbers manageable. However, finding herself in a place surrounded on all sides by zombies was no laughing matter. Lacking the ability to burrow underground, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the horde, leading to exhaustion and demise. She had not yet become so arrogant as to believe she could handle such a situation. Li Yin and Muyang, who trailed behind her, sensed her sudden halt and grew more vigilant, their expressions turning serious. They were about to gesture for the others to hasten their departure when Yi Lingwei unexpectedly spoke up. Why aren't we leaving? Her voice was neither loud nor soft, yet at that moment, it rang like a death knell. Idiot, Yun Xiaoxiao thought, utterly exasperated. She had never encountered someone so foolish. Yi Lingwei, infuriated, glared at Yun Xiaoxiao. What did you call me? Just as she intended to confront Yun Xiaoxiao, she glanced up and saw a zombie sprinting out from the left side of the intersection. Behind that zombie, an uncountable horde surged forth. Zombies. So many zombies. Someone exclaimed in horror. What are you still standing there for? Run, Mu Yang shouted, frowning. At that moment, they realized that the small figure ahead of them was faster than any of them. Before they could even move, she had already dashed forward. Not good. There are zombies approaching from the front too. Panic and unease gripped everyone, and they felt certain doom was imminent. Suddenly, a loud shattering sound of glass echoed through the air. They turned to see that Yun Xiaoxiao had kicked open the glass door of a nearby hotel. Everyone was left in shock. That 5-year-old child had shattered the heavy glass door with a single kick. Was this truly possible? How had her tiny arms and legs accomplished such a feat? Quick, follow her. Gazing at the shattered glass door, Li Yan's eyes sparkled momentarily as he swiftly dashed inside. The others, in a frantic scramble, hastily followed suit. Mu Yang pressed his lips together in contemplation. Indeed, he had not misjudged this individual. This little one was truly extraordinary. Ah! Just as several of them entered, a chilling scream echoed from behind. Oh no, he did not keep up. We must hurry, the zombies are closing in. Up the stairs. Quickly, shut the door. In a flurry, the group managed to close the stairwell door and ascended the stairs. Each floor was equipped with doors. Yet they were all locked. The unmistakable sound of zombies battering against the doors resonated, indicating that the undead lurking behind were remnants of the hotel. Upon hearing their footsteps, the zombies became frenzied, ramming against the barriers. The group dared not pause, racing breathlessly to the top floor. However, they were met with yet another closed door. Fortunately, there were no sounds of zombies crashing against it from outside. What now? Is there no escape? One person gasped, panting heavily. Everyone glanced anxiously at the tightly shut door while also casting wary glances down the staircase, fearing that the doors below would not withstand the relentless assaults of the zombies. Should those creatures break through and ascend the stairs, they would become proverbial sitting ducks, doomed to perish without a doubt. Yi Lingwei, what were you shouting about earlier? Now look at us, trapped, and he has perished because of you. A tall man shot a disgruntled look at Yi Lingwei. Clenching her fists, Yi Lingwei retorted. I didn't mean to. Who could have known there were so many zombies there? Besides, couldn't you all have given a warning while leading the way? If you had reminded me, would I have needed to ask you? She exclaimed indignantly. This situation is not solely my fault. As for he, it's his own lack of speed that has led to this, so why blame me? Yi Lingwei felt deeply aggrieved, just as she had severed ties with Mu Yang. These individuals began to bully her. Their unreasonable behavior infuriated the onlookers. The atmosphere in the narrow corridor became exceedingly tense. Yun Xiaoxiao cast a casual glance at the group. From her bag, or rather from her spatial pocket, she extracted a piece of wire and began to manipulate the keyhole. Mu Yang gazed at her in astonishment. Could this little one truly possess the ability to pick locks? As expected, within moments, the tightly shut door emitted a soft click. Following that, Yun Xiaoxiao pushed the door open with a flourish. A brilliant light flooded in from the outside, bringing joy to everyone present. The door was ajar. Little one, you are absolutely remarkable. Whom did you learn such skills from? Incredible. In contrast to this, Yi Lingwei, though impressed by Yun Xiaoxiao's lock-picking prowess, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing the admiration directed towards her. Just moments ago, she had labeled the girl a burden. Yet now, not only had Yun Xiaoxiao kicked open the hotel door to secure their escape, but she had also swiftly unlocked it, granting them renewed hope. Wasn't this a slap in her face? The earlier admonishments from her companions echoed in her mind, making her feel as if she were the true burden. Her heart twisted further in turmoil. She was unexpectedly overshadowed by a mere child, an affront of the highest order. As the door swung open, everyone hastened to the rooftop. Yet, at that moment, Yi Lingwei's voice rang out suddenly. What happened to your hand? Show it to me. At the sound of her words, all heads turned in her direction. Yi Lingwei was scrutinizing another woman's hand with a look of suspicion. The woman quickly concealed her hand behind her back. I'm fine, she stammered, her voice trembling. Observing this, Yi Lingwei's suspicions deepened, convinced that the woman was hiding something. Seizing this opportunity to alter the group's perception of her, she sought to prove her worth. With an arched brow and an assertive demeanor, she declared, if you are truly unhurt, why conceal your hand? I distinctly saw a scar on it just moments ago. I suspect it is a scratch from a zombie. For the safety of us all, you must leave. Yi Lingwei pointed imperiously towards the doorway. The woman panicked. No, I wasn't bitten by a zombie. I merely scraped my hand against the wall in my haste to escape. I feared you would suspect me and chose not to mention it. But I assure you, I have not been bitten. Please do not cast me out. Your words alone are insufficient. Just because you claim you weren't scratched, does that make it true? What if you transform into a zombie later? We would face dire consequences. Thus, you shall first enter, and if you indeed do not turn, we shall release you afterwards. But there are so many zombies below. They will devour me if they come. The woman was nearly in tears. Chapter 39. Unbeknownst to them. One might think you are their revered ancestors. Yet, with so many of us, we cannot accompany you into the abyss, can we? Yi Lingwei remained unyielding. Her anxiety palpable as she protested. I have already stated, this is not a wound inflicted by a zombie. She extended her hand, pleading, look, I am not deceiving you. However, Yi Lingwei did not even glance at her. With her arms crossed defiantly, she remarked, scrapes and scratches can easily be mistaken. None of us can guarantee this is not a zombie's doing. As she spoke, she reached out to pull the woman into the corridor. Suddenly, a youthful voice chimed in. Yi Lingwei raised an eyebrow, exasperated by the presence of this insufferable child. What do you know, little one? Spare us your chaos. She admonished, glaring at Xiaoxiao. Auntie, considering your age, aren't you the one causing more trouble? Xiaoxiao innocently blinked, her words capable of inciting ire. Yi Lingwei's expression began to fracture. Auntie, is she so old? The audacity of the child to insinuate such a thing infuriated her. If you claim this is not a zombie's scratch, and she were to turn, would you take responsibility? Yi Lingwei interrogated fiercely, her eyes burning with intensity, as if she wished to bore a hole through Xiaoxiao. In truth, I too believe Zhu Jing's hand poses no issue, interjected a tall, slender man who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Yi Lingwei. He had long harbored disdain for her arrogance, bolstered by Mu Yang's support within the group. Just moments ago, due to Yi Lingwei's actions, his partner Ahi had perished, further fueling his animosity toward her. Moreover, in his view, the wound indeed did not appear to be a scratch. Listening to the man's words, Yi Lingwei's expression darkened considerably. One or two individuals were targeting her. Yet, this was not the time for internal strife. We must devise a plan to escape this building. Observing the horde of zombies surging towards the hotel entrance below, Mu Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Yi Lingwei bit her lip, her heart seething with indignation. Mu Yang was once again protecting that insufferable girl. He was right. We should focus on finding a way out of here, for if those zombies come up here, we would be doomed. Furthermore, remaining here was not an option. Food was scarce, and we would ultimately face a dead end. One short-haired young man wholeheartedly supported Mu Yang's perspective, and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Mu Yang, what do you propose we do now? The group seemed to place unwavering trust in Mu Yang. They encircled him, eager for him to take the lead. At that moment, it appeared they had forgotten that their team's leader was still behind them. Xiaoxiao discreetly cast a glance at Li Yin, who stood behind the others. A faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. How intriguing. Just a moment ago, the jealousy in his eyes had been palpable. Yet it vanished without a trace in an instant. Had she not seen it clearly, she might have doubted her own perception. This team certainly harbored quite a few hidden talents. There is a water pipe here that leads down to the building space, conveniently located behind the hotel entrance. If we descend this pipe, we can reach the ground safely. Mu Yang pointed to a white pipe on the outer wall. No. Yi Lingwei immediately objected. If we descend like this, what if the pipe is of poor quality or has deteriorated over the years? If we misstep, we could easily fall. Although the group had their reservations about Yi Lingwei, her concerns were not without merit, and they all nodded in agreement. Observing this, Mu Yang furrowed his brow. Then we have only one option. What option? I will conjure a metallic pathway for you to traverse to that building over there. Mu Yang indicated a structure behind the hotel. If I recall correctly, that should be a museum, and the number of zombies inside should be limited. The height of that building is comparable to ours, and the distance is not great, merely the width of a small alley. However, for an average person, this distance poses a significant challenge. As they gazed down at the height of the building, anxiety began to creep in. Are we expected to walk a tightrope in midair? What if something goes wrong and we fall? Surely, there must be a more secure method. Li Yin voiced the group's concerns. Mu Yang's expression turned serious. No. Given my current capabilities, creating a metallic pathway is already my utmost limit. Leaning against the wall, Xiaoxiao balanced on one foot and burst into laughter. Hey, what are you laughing at during such a serious moment? Yilingwei frowned. Yun Xiaoxiao cast a nonchalant glance at her and then at the others, before narrowing her eyes and smiling. Dear uncles and aunts, if you are so fearful of everything, then perhaps you should devise your own solutions. It is futile to rely on others who, despite their attempts to assist, find their efforts thwarted at every turn. One might be led to believe you consider yourselves divine beings, expecting others to meticulously plan every detail while ensuring absolute safety. Such remarkable capabilities you possess. Why not ascend to the heavens as deities? The words of Yun Xiaoxiao struck the audience, leaving their faces flushed with embarrassment. They were not afraid of harsh words, but rather the uncomfortable truth behind them, especially when uttered by a child. It is often said that children are the most truthful beings. In that moment, a collective desire to vanish into the ground arose among them. Beside them, Mu Yang struggled to maintain his composure, clenching his fist against his mouth to suppress laughter. This little one was truly entertaining when it came to confrontation. To alleviate the group's concerns, Mu Yang took the initiative to conjure a narrow metallic pathway, resembling a golden iron plate that stretched between the rooftops of two buildings. Though not particularly wide, it seemed feasible for an individual to traverse it with caution. Yet, standing atop, swaying in the wind, one could not help but feel a twinge of insecurity. I find this option more reliable than climbing a pipe, he mused. Indeed, I concur, came the response. Then this shall be our choice. However, Mu Yang offered a word of caution. My abilities are limited, so I advise you to cross swiftly without lingering. Should my strength wane while you are upon it, the situation could become perilous. Understood. They all nodded in agreement, acknowledging his warning. All right, now you all take turns. I'll go first. Yi Lingwei rushed ahead, determined to prove to everyone, especially that little brat, that she was no coward. She climbed the wall, cautiously making her way onto the metal path. Then, trembling slightly, she lifted herself up, took a deep breath, and gingerly raised her foot to move forward. She hardly dared to lift her foot too high, fearing that she might lose her balance and fall, despite her efforts to control her fear. The vast emptiness on both sides and the considerable height above the ground made her body tremble uncontrollably. After walking about 2 or 3 meters, Mu Yang called out, Yin Xiaoxiao, come here. Chapter 40. Although your legs are short, your aura is 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall. Just as Yin Xiaoxiao was about to push off the wall to jump, she suddenly felt weightless. She looked down and realized that Mu Yang had picked her up. No. To be precise, it was not a hug, but rather, a lift. Indeed, Mu Yang had effortlessly hoisted her onto the metal path. A slight ache formed in her brow. This sensation made her feel as if she were nothing more than a little chick. It was utterly humiliating. Hey, if you ever dare to lift me like this again, you'll be in big trouble, Yun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at the culprit who had lifted her. Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. Got it, little one. Just as Yun Xiaoxiao took a couple of steps forward, a teasing voice rang out from behind her. Rest assured, my petite friend, though your legs may be short, your presence radiates a stature of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. There is no reason for us to feel inferior. Yin Xiaoxiao. Had she not known that the other harbored no ill intentions, she would undoubtedly have unleashed her fury upon her. Angered, Yin Xiaoxiao strode swiftly, a stark contrast to the cautious and hesitant pace of Yi Lingwei ahead of her. One moved with trepidation, hunched and tentative, while the other marched confidently, her petite footsteps echoing with determination. Before long, Yin Xiaoxiao had caught up to Yi Lingwei, who, already in a foul mood, found her target for venting frustrations. With a sidelong glance, she remarked, Are you a snail? Why do you walk so slowly? Do not presume that just because your surname is Alter, you can dawdle without consequence. Move faster, or I shall give you a kick to hasten your pace. Yi Lingwei, nearly choking with indignation, could not discern whether her anger stemmed from Yun Xiaoxiao's words or the genuine fear of receiving such a kick, compelling her to quicken her steps. She carefully descended from the wall, her legs trembling as she clutched the barrier to steady herself. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoxiao leapt from the metallic path, landing gracefully. However, upon her arrival on solid ground, an unsettling sound reached her ears, emanating from the corridor. A male zombie, adorned with a museum ID badge, lunged forth with a guttural roar. Yun Xiaoxiao stood directly in its path, witnessing the imminent threat. Yi Lingwei's face lit up with exhilaration as she clenched her fists, silently urging, Bite her. Quickly, enter. Meanwhile, Mu Yang, filled with concern, shouted, Be careful, little one. He immediately prepared to intervene. However, before he could make a move, He witnessed the perilous situation of Xiaoxiao, who deftly evaded the zombie's fierce pounce. In an instant, she sidestepped and thrust her long spear fiercely into the zombie's skull. Immediately, the creature's brain matter erupted forth. Xiaoxiao stepped upon the zombie's head and withdrew her spear with an elegance that was both striking and formidable. Observing this scene, everyone experienced a moment of clarity. They finally comprehended why this mere child, scarcely a few years old, had managed to survive in the brutal apocalypse. Her agile form, swift maneuvers, and the audacity to face terrifying zombies without flinching were truly remarkable. Moreover, there was the sheer strength she had displayed earlier at the hotel entrance when she shattered the glass door. Was it any wonder that she had persevered? They pondered to themselves, realizing they could not match her prowess. Mu Yang smiled, acknowledging that this little one continually astonished those around her. Conversely, Yilingwei was seething with frustration. How could she still be alive after all this? The audacity of fate. Watching Mu Yang and the others regard Xiaoxiao with admiration stirred a disquiet within her. At that moment, she noticed Zhu Jing approaching, the woman with the injured hand, claiming to have been clawed by a zombie. Remarkably, after all this time, she had not yet mutated. Typically, a bite from a zombie would lead to rapid transformation. Depending on individual constitution, one could mutate within seconds to a matter of minutes. Conversely, a scratch would entail a longer incubation period, ranging from several minutes to potentially a day or two. With a heavy heart, she contemplated that if the other woman truly had not been bitten, then all her previous actions would be rendered a farce. Surely, the members of the team would look down upon her even more. Moreover, the wronged Zhu Jing would undoubtedly harbor resentment, and it was entirely possible that she would seek revenge at any moment. It was imperative for her to devise a strategy. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a nearby zombie with its brain matter exposed. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Aha! Disguising her intentions, she stood up casually, feigning interest in the approaching figures, while discreetly inching closer to the zombie. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoxiao was preoccupied with cleaning her firearm, she swiftly crouched down and dabbed a tissue into the zombie's brain matter. She had meticulously planned this, ensuring her movements were swift and seamless. She believed her actions were imperceptible, yet unbeknownst to her, Xiaoxiao, despite being engaged in her task, remained ever vigilant of her surroundings. Thus, every maneuver of Yilingwei did not escape her keen observation. A subtle smile curved Xiaoxiao's lips. Oh, what trickery is she up to now? Zhu Jing, upon her descent, was understandably startled. Just as she sought a moment's respite, Yilingwei approached her. Given the earlier incident, Zhu Jing held a grudge against her and was reluctant to engage. Turning her back, she faced away. Rejected, Yilingwei's eyes flashed with malice. A cold smile escaped her lips, swiftly replaced by a facade of contrition as she positioned herself in front of Zhu Jing. Sister Jing, I sincerely apologize. My earlier outburst was impulsive. It was born of sheer fear that I spoke so thoughtlessly. Yilingwei lowered her head, adopting an expression of genuine remorse. Please, Sister Jing, overlook my foolishness. I am clumsy with words and fail to consider my actions. I deserve to be reprimanded. As she spoke, Yilingwei emphatically patted her own mouth. It appears that Zhu Jing is unwilling to forgive her, and it seems as if she will not cease her insistence. All right, I forgive you, Zhu Jing sighed, conceding. However, do refrain from being so impulsive and wrongfully accusing others in the future. I understand your concerns and fears. I share them as well. Yet, even in doubt, one should conduct a thorough examination rather than indiscriminately condemning. Yes, I have taken note of that and will not repeat the mistake, Yilingwei acknowledged, her demeanor reflecting a sincere contrition that slightly eased Zhu Jing's heart. At that moment, Yilingwei produced a band-aid. Jingjia, I have an extra band-aid here. Although your injury is merely a scrape, it is essential to be cautious. If it were to become infected with the zombie virus, it would be quite dire. It would be prudent to cover it, she said, beginning to unwrap it, her demeanor exuding genuine concern for Zhu Jing's well-being. Then, I must trouble you. You truly think ahead, Zhu Jing replied with a smile, touched by Yilingwei's thoughtfulness. Just as the band-aid was about to be applied to Zhu Jing's wound, a small hand pressed down on Yilingwei's. Chapter 41. Yilingwei is dead. Yilingwei's face contorted with anger as she glared at Xiaoxiao. What are you doing pressing my hand? She exclaimed. By this time, the remaining individuals had crossed the metallic bridge and, noticing the commotion, gathered around. Xiaoxiao's eyes twinkled with mischief, her tone leisurely. Oh, I'm just curious to see how effective this band-aid really is. Are you out of your mind? Yilingwei retorted, twisting her wrist in an attempt to free herself, only to her astonishment realize that she could not escape Xiaoxiao's grasp. How could this little brat possess such strength? She stared in astonishment at Xiaoxiao. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of white light flickered by. Xiaoxiao swiftly drew a short and formidable dagger from her waist. The blade was sharp, its mirror-like surface glinting with a chilling radiance. Yi Lingwei's pupils quivered violently, an ominous premonition rising within her heart. What are you doing with that knife? Xiaoxiao pressed the tip of the blade against Yi Lingwei's hand, a malicious smirk playing on her lips. Tell me, if I were to lightly slice a small incision here and then apply that adhesive bandage of yours, would it heal rapidly? Or perhaps, would something unforeseen occur? With every word Xiaoxiao uttered, Yi Lingwei's heart pounded fiercely. Her gaze towards Xiaoxiao was filled with terror. Summoning all her strength, she struggled to free herself from Xiaoxiao's grip, fear driving her to retreat incessantly. You little vixen, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill me, Yi Lingwei shouted, her voice trembling. Yet, Xiaoxiao observed her with an air of nonchalance, her tone laced with mockery. It's merely a small incision, and I shall apply the bandage afterward. So how could that possibly lead to your demise? Moreover, weren't you just about to use this bandage on that Andy's wound? How is it that when it's you, it becomes a matter of life and death? She deliberately emphasized the words to kill. The onlookers felt an increasing sense of unease. Suddenly, it seemed they all grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhu Jing, with an urgent demeanor, reached for the bandage. A complex expression flickered in her eyes, revealing shock, disbelief, and anger. Yi Lingwei, how cruel your heart is. She stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Yi Lingwei's face. Zhu Jing held up a band-aid before Yi Lingwei, asserting that it was contaminated with the zombie virus. Wasn't it? Although it was phrased as a question, her tone was resolute. Yi Lingwei's eyes darted, and she hastily pointed at Xiaoxiao, vehemently defending herself. It wasn't me. It was her. She is the one who set me up, trying to sow discord between us. Silence, Zhu Jing bellowed. I was present the entire time. My vision is not impaired. How dare you distort the truth and slander this young lady? It seems you are beyond redemption. You wish for my demise, do you? Then allow me to send you off first. Zhu Jing, seemingly provoked, forcefully shoved the band-aid into Yi Lingwei's mouth just as she was about to speak. This transpired in an instant, leaving everyone unable to intervene. Yi Lingwei cried out in panic. She frantically pulled the band-aid from her mouth. Yet she was acutely aware that it was too late. She knew better than anyone what the band-aid was tainted with. Once the zombie virus entered her oral cavity, it would spread throughout her body via saliva. Before long, her body would begin to exhibit abnormal signs and transform into a monstrous creature that would feast upon human flesh. I will kill you, she screamed in fury, lunging at Zhu Jing and gripping her throat tightly. With all her strength, Zhu Jing's face turned crimson, and her breathing became labored. Observing this, a tall, dissatisfied young man swiftly kicked Yi Lingwei to the ground. You malevolent creature, having already harmed Ahi, do you still wish to inflict pain upon Sister Jing? Is there no end to this torment? Yi Lingwei hung her head, a manic laugh escaping her lips. Slowly, she rose from the ground and suddenly charged towards Xiaoxiao. It is all your fault. Had you not sabotaged my plans, I would not have been discovered. I would be living well now. It is all you're doing, all you're doing. If I cannot survive, neither shall you. Xiaoxiao stood beside the low wall, which posed little barrier. Should Yi Lingwei push her outward, she would undoubtedly tumble down. Be careful, Sister Jing shouted. Xiaoxiao had just saved her, and she certainly wished for no harm to come to her. Muyang, too, grew anxious, his voice rising in anger. Yi Lingwei, stop. With that, he pursued her, intent on seizing her. Yet he was a moment too late. Yi Lingwei had already reached out to shove Xiaoxiao. However, no one noticed that Xiaoxiao was not afraid. A wicked smile danced upon her lips. With agile grace, she sidestepped and delivered a swift kick. Yi Lingwei's body soared through the air like a large white pig taking flight, plummeting from the rooftop in a free fall. Finally, a thunderous crash echoed from below. Everyone paused, their expressions laden with complexity. Only Xiaoxiao, unfazed, strode into the corridor with her long spear in hand. Muyang called out to her. Xiaoxiao turned, her expression dark. What? Do you wish to avenge her? The look on her face suggested that if Muyang dared respond, a massacre would surely ensue. Muyang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly waved her hand. How could that be? Her unfortunate fate is ultimately of her own making. She intended to convey that since they were going down, it would be better to go together. It is always reassuring to have company. If you wish to leave, then leave. This road is not owned by me. I cannot possibly stop you. Yun Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in silence, thinking it unnecessary to call her out. Observing Yun Xiaoxiao's rather precocious demeanor, Mu Yang helplessly pursed her lips and hurried to catch up. Li Yin, Zhu Jing, a tall man, and another man followed closely behind. As Mu Yang had anticipated, there were not many zombies within the building. Perhaps the museum had few visitors, and since the zombie virus had erupted in the early hours, the staff had not yet arrived to open the doors. After dealing with a handful of scattered zombies, the group opened the museum's grand entrance. Outside, only a few wandering zombies roamed the streets. Little one, are you leaving? Seeing Yun Xiaoxiao headed in the opposite direction, Mu Yang suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. Yun Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Of course, why would I stay to chat with the zombies? Mu Yang chuckled softly. Well then, until we meet again. Yun Xiaoxiao turned her back and walked away, waving as she went. Take care of the little ones around you, and as for our next meeting, it may be indefinite. Her demeanor was remarkably carefree. Mu Yang's lips curled into a smile, revealing a small canine tooth. In her heart, she whispered, farewell, little one. Chapter 42. Indeed, is there no room for him? In truth, Yun Xiaoxiao had not ventured far. She circled to the side of the museum and found Yiling Wei, who had already succumbed to zombification. At this moment, the entire right side of her face had been reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. The bones within contorted beyond recognition. The left side of her visage was a gory mess, resembling the aftermath of a savage beast feast, with a clump of sanguine flesh still dangling grotesquely. One of her hands had been reduced to mere bone, the flesh devoured entirely, while the other hand was missing a segment altogether. Her legs were in a similarly dismal state. One leg was a chaotic wreck from gnawing, while the other appeared to have been twisted at an odd angle, creating a bizarre spectacle. Dragging her mangled form, she limped through the streets. Upon seeing Yun Xiaoxiao approach, she attempted to snarl and lunge, yet her mouth was so disfigured that even opening it was a Herculean task. Only a series of unpleasant, guttural growls emerged from her throat, resembling the sound of phlegm caught. Yun Xiaoxiao brandished her long gun and aimed directly at her head. She resolutely refused to allow anyone who sought her demise to continue existing in this world. Even if her adversary had been transformed into a zombie, it was unacceptable. Should the day come when that entity evolved into an intelligent undead, seeking vengeance, it would be an injustice beyond measure. Thus, a decisive strike was imperative. After vanquishing Yiling Wei, Yun Xiaoxiao, alongside her adorable companion, proceeded to eradicate all the zombies in the vicinity of the museum. The number of zombies here was relatively sparse, numbering approximately 30. Some were likely drawn by the commotion caused by Yiling Wei's earlier fall. From these fallen creatures, Yun Xiaoxiao procured 3 primary crystal cores. This area had been recently cleared and was deemed quite safe. With foresight in mind, she took the precaution of locking the door from the inside. Then, she found a pristine spot and brought forth an abundance of delectable treats. My little darling, come, let us indulge ourselves thoroughly. I shall grow into a tall and graceful figure, and let us see who dares to call me short again. Yun Xiaoxiao grandly retrieved a pot of duck soup with goji berries and longan from her space. The plump duck and the succulent broth were simply mouth-watering. Moreover, there was the peacock tail fish, a dish that epitomized a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. In addition, there were sour soup with tender beef and steamed dumplings filled with shrimp. All of these are mine. Yun Xiaoxiao chuckled as she moved the dishes closer to herself. The little darling rolled on the ground in protest. Don't be impatient. Your share is right here. Yun Xiaoxiao then produced a freshly slaughtered fat chicken, undoubtedly the result of the diligent efforts of her loyal butler. Here, have some of this. Thus, the two of them sat on the ground, savoring their feast with great delight. Once they finished, they both reclined on the ground in a most unrefined manner. After a brief respite, Yun Xiaoxiao drank a bottle of calcium and zinc supplement before unveiling the Evolution liquid manufacturing device alongside the 13 zombie crystal cores she had previously acquired. In just a few minutes, the ground was adorned with 13 small bottles. The little darling gazed at them with intense fascination, a suspicious liquid trickling from its small mouth. Yun Xiaoxiao picked up a bottle, attached a tube, and presented it before her. Drink up. The little darling took the tube into its mouth and began to slurp eagerly. Before long, the bottle was empty. Would you like more? Yun Xiaoxiao asked, feigning ignorance. The little darling nodded vigorously, tilting its head in a perplexed manner as it looked at her. Yun Xiaoxiao cleared her throat lightly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Having consumed this, one must be diligent in slaying zombies henceforth. No room for laziness, understood? The adorable little one nodded vigorously. Yun Xiaoxiao curled her lips into a sly smile. Good. Now drink up. This cunning demeanor resembled that of a heartless employer squeezing every ounce of effort from their employees. A mere morsel of sweetness offered, and one is compelled to toil tirelessly on her behalf. However, she still possessed a modicum of conscience. Out of the 13 bottles of evolution fluid, she retained but one. The remaining 12 were to be evenly divided with the little one. To her disappointment, after consuming 6 bottles, the energy within her body merely surged slightly. It seemed that the efficacy of the primary evolution fluid was not particularly pronounced for her at this stage. She could only hope to discover second-level crystal cores in the future and give it another try. She cast a glance towards the vegetable garden. The rows of fruit trees had already been planted. Dabai was still there, watering and fertilizing them. Yun Xiaoxiao approached and patted its shoulder. Dabai, you have a bright future ahead. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Dabai ignored her, continuing its labor. Yun Xiaoxiao was unfazed. As long as work was being done, that sufficed. She surveyed the space, feeling as though something was amiss, yet also that something was excessively present. Indeed, in her endeavor to maximize the space, she had collected numerous items that were more decorative than functional, such as a plethora of small cars. With their abundance, she could not transport them all, and they consumed valuable space. Conversely, the other side felt too vacant, as if it could accommodate many more items. Thus, Yun Xiaoxiao set a modest goal. This trip to the urban area of Rome City must not be in vain. In addition to fulfilling her task of slaying 1,000 zombies, she also aimed to gather a trove of useful items. Upon exiting the space, Yun Xiaoxiao waved at the little darling. Come on, let's go find some provisions. The little darling promptly climbed onto her shoulder, its eyes gleaming with eagerness. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Yun Xiaoxiao, Mu Yang and Li Yin took a detour to reach the Red Flag Chain's transit station. They devised a plan to divert the zombies and located 2 large trucks, filling them with ample supplies, including rice. Brother Yin, where's Mu Yang? Zhu Jing inquired. Glancing around for Mu Yang's figure, a hint of worry in her voice. Li Yan's gaze flickered momentarily but quickly regained composure. It's fine. He said he would cover our retreat and instructed us to proceed first. Is that so? Zhu Jing expressed her skepticism. Li Yan's tone grew more serious. What? Do you think I would deceive you? No. That's not what I meant. I was just. Let us go. If we don't leave now, we'll all end up as zombie fodder. Li Yin interrupted her sternly. The tall man shot a glance at Zhu Jing, who opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking further. They each took their places in the 2 vehicles, which soon sped out of the factory gates. Meanwhile, at the innermost part of the factory, a warehouse stood with its iron doors tightly locked by chains. Brother Yin, I found the pliers. Mu Yang emerged from the storeroom holding the tool, only to find that the warehouse had grown considerably dimmer. And ahead, the large doors were closed. Mu Yang chuckled bitterly to himself. Indeed, was there no room left for him? Unexpectedly, he was the only one who reminisced about their past affection. Chapter 43, The Unfortunate One, Nya. At the onset of the apocalypse, he was pursued and bitten by a zombie, just as he was about to be caught. It was Li Yin who drove his vehicle into the creature, ending its threat. He hurriedly entered the car, and Li Yin transported him to a place of safety. From that moment on, he regarded Li Yin as an elder brother. Regardless of what Li Yin suggested or undertook, even when he perceived danger, he endeavored to comply in every possible way. However, as time passed, he began to sense Li Yan's discontent, which seemed to be laced with a tinge of jealousy. Yet, he never entertained the thought of assuming a leadership role. Thus, he believed that time would reveal everything. He need not explain, for the other party would gradually come to understand. Alas, this was merely his own assumption. Time, as it marched on, inevitably progressed. Some individuals, in their journey, simply drifted apart. If that were the case, then there was no need for compulsion. Forcing incompatible individuals together held little significance. Instead of wasting time, it would be wiser to seek like-minded companions and revel in the joys of life together. Enlightened by this realization, Mu Yang ceased to dwell on his troubles and began contemplating an escape from the warehouse. Meanwhile, on another front, Yun Xiaoxiao found herself entangled in a significant predicament. While she and her adorable companion were engaged in slaying zombies on the streets, they unexpectedly encountered a powerful mutated zombie. Previously, many believed that she had kicked open the hotel door with a single blow, but that was not the case. In truth, she had merely noticed a large crack in the glass door, prompting her to rush over. Without that substantial fissure, how could her slender legs have possibly managed to force it open? Although her skeletal structure and physique had significantly improved due to the effects of the spirit spring water and crystal core, surpassing that of an average adult, she still lacked the strength to shatter a thick pane of glass with a single kick. It is worth noting that her weakest attribute was indeed her physical power. Moreover, she found herself facing a towering mutant zombie, nearly 2 meters in height and weighing around 200 pounds, whose mere presence resembled that of a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Most notably, this zombie appeared to possess prior training in wrestling and martial arts, exhibiting a commendable degree of agility. Xiaoxiao attempted to strike it with her vines several times, only to have each effort deftly evaded. Standing beside it, she resembled a frail and innocent little rabbit, while it loomed like a formidable giant. The juxtaposition of their sizes created a striking visual. Gazing at the looming behemoth before her, Xiaoxiao felt her fighting spirit ignite. She commanded her vines to relentlessly assault the creature's head. The vines darted forth with astonishing speed, akin to flying serpents, aggressively closing in on the hulking zombie. However, the massive zombie swiftly seized a vine, yanking it with tremendous force. Xiaoxiao stumbled, almost being toppled over, but she managed to release her grip just in time. The green vine vanished in an instant. Drawing her dagger from her waist, she narrowed her eyes, fixating on the charging giant zombie, a glint of danger flickering in her gaze. With a crouched stance, she resembled a small lion poised to pounce on its prey, radiating an air of aggression. Just as the colossal zombie was about to close in on her, she made her move. With a swift slide, she darted beneath the zombie's feet, executing her maneuver with remarkable speed. With a swift motion of her hand, a vine shot forth once more, quickly ensnaring the neck of the massive zombie. Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on the vine, stepping onto the creature's hind leg as she ascended. Standing upon the giant's shoulder, she raised her dagger, aiming for the very center of its skull, and plunged it down with force. The hulking zombie immediately erupted into a frenzy, roaring wildly and thrashing its body with the strength of a bull. Xiaoxiao struggled to maintain her balance. Noticing that the creature still clung to life, she retrieved her red tassel spear and thrust it forward with all her might. Instantly, the colossal zombie let out a furious howl, its body shaking with newfound vigor, and Xiaoxiao was unexpectedly flung away. Yet, the anticipated pain did not assail her. Beneath her lay something soft, as if a plush cushion cradled her, emanating a hint of warmth. Oh dear, why must misfortune always befall me? Goodness, who is pressing down on me? Get off. Below her, a voice filled with curses emerged. Xiaoxiao paused, realizing why it didn't hurt. It was indeed a fleshy cushion. She touched her nose and flipped herself upright. Niaizhou, ready to unleash his fury, rose only to find a small figure beneath him, looking quite perplexed. Little brat, did you see who was pressing on me? He inquired, casting a bewildered glance around. Xiaoxiao calmly shook her head, indicating she had not seen anyone. Niaizhou squinted at her. Little brat, lying will only result in a longer nose, you know. Hey, don't walk away. I haven't finished speaking yet. He dusted off his clothes, silently lamenting his bad luck. Each time he teleported, he seemed to encounter bizarre situations. For instance, the last time, he had just teleported when he found himself face to face with a fearsome zombie. Oh dear, he nearly soiled himself in fright. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and teleported away once more. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by that ghastly creature. On another occasion, he teleported directly into a restroom, where an elderly lady was attending to her business. In an instant, their eyes met, and neither uttered a word, creating an atmosphere of extreme awkwardness. Eventually, the old woman accused him of impropriety and brandished a toilet brush to strike him. To make matters worse, when he attempted to teleport away, his peculiar ability inexplicably failed him. Consequently, after he managed to escape, he bore the lingering stench of excrement. How utterly disheartening. Yet another time, when a man and a woman were deeply engaged in conversation, he materialized unexpectedly. The woman screamed, calling him a rogue, while the man seized a stick and chased after him. The scene descended into chaos. And yet again, alas, there are too many instances to recount. Speaking of them only brings tears. As he followed Xiaoxiao, he noticed a valiant scorpion on one side of the street, valiantly dispatching zombies. He stared in astonishment. Goodness, had this scorpion ingested growth hormones? How could it be so enormous? Moreover, it was skillfully slaying zombies with terrifying precision. Truly horrifying. Turning his gaze, he witnessed Xiaoxiao leap onto the back of a colossal fallen zombie, stepping on its head while extracting a long spear. As she pulled it free, she seemed to poke around in the zombie's skull for a while. Ultimately, a large orange crystal, coated in thick, viscous fluid, rolled out from the creature's head. Oh, what is this? How could something like this be in a zombie's head? Xiaoxiao wondered curiously, eager to take a closer look. However, Xiaoxiao swiftly retrieved a tissue to wrap the object and stowed it away in her backpack. Hey, don't be so stingy. I just want to take a look. I don't intend to take it from you. I didn't hold it against you when you pressed me earlier, did I? Xiaoxiao turned her head to give him a once-over. Did I ask for you to suddenly appear beneath me? I haven't even complained about you being too thin. You knocked me down, after all. Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Are children nowadays so sharp-tongued? This is some impressive counterattack. Chapter 44, The Thief vs. Zombie Dogwell. A zombie. Just as Xiaoxiao was about to speak, a zombie with bared teeth lunged out from a nearby alley. He gasped in fear, and in the next moment, he vanished, fleeing faster than an eel. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Where did he go? With a slight frown, she dispatched the charging zombie with a single shot. Little brat, where did you learn such skills? Impressive. Teach me sometime. Soon after, Xiaoxiao's voice emerged from behind her. Xiaoxiao's gaze sharpened, and she quickly turned around, only to find him standing at a street corner not far away, grinning at her. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. He had silently moved to that spot. Could this be the legendary spatial ability known as teleportation? In her previous life, she had only heard of one person possessing such an ability, someone who caused considerable headaches for the authorities in every base. Xiaoxiao studied him intently. The individual before me is of modest height, approximately 175 centimeters. He appears quite youthful, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. Slim in build. He possesses an elongated, narrow face, prominent ears, and a chiseled visage, adorned with naturally sparkling eyes and a slightly tanned complexion. Overall, he exudes an appealing charm, interlaced with a hint of humor. Hey, little one, what are you gazing at? Do you find your older brother's looks captivating? He quips with a playful tone. Ah, I understand. Sometimes, being exceedingly handsome can be a burden. In truth, he finds this predicament quite vexing. Hey, little one, why have you walked away again? I haven't finished my thought. With urgency, he hastens to catch up. Xiaoxiao halts abruptly, nearly causing him to collide with her. Could you not announce your stop? He exclaims. We were on the verge of an accident. Xiaoxiao's brow twitches in irritation. Have you ever heard a particular saying? She inquires, tilting his head in curiosity. He asks, what saying? One perishes from excessive chatter and succumbs to the folly of loose lips. With that, she resolutely turns on her heel and departs, leaving Xiaoxiao standing alone, disheveled by the wind. How can this child, no older than 5 or 6, possess such wisdom? He muses, baffled that he himself is unaware of such a phrase. Xiaoxiao approaches a small creature, who has nearly eradicated the zombies in the vicinity and is now engaged in clearing the battlefield. As she arrives, the small creature proudly gestures with one of its tentacles toward a pile of crystal cores on the ground, as if to proclaim, look at my prowess. Xiaoxiao gives an approving thumbs up. Well done. Did you extract these from the zombies' heads? What purpose do you have for collecting them? Why have you not yet departed? Xiaoxiao lifted her head and cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoxiao, who had leaned in closer. Her expression radiated a profound sense of disapproval. Oh, why are you, little rascal, so lacking in hospitality? We are acquainted, after all, and you owe me a favor. You are being rather ungracious by trying to dismiss me upon our first meeting. Xiaoxiao merely scoffed. Xiaoxiao felt a throbbing annoyance on her forehead. This person was as stubborn as a persistent adhesive, impossible to shake off. I find you rather intriguing, young one. Shall we get to know each other? My name is Xiaoxiao. And you? Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Wasn't that the name of the notorious Zhangyang Daotai, listed among the most wanted criminals by various major bases in her previous life? And that Zhangyang Daotai was the only one capable of teleportation. He truly was that individual. It was said that Xiaoxiao appeared and vanished without a trace, specializing in raiding the granaries and storerooms of the major bases, pilfering their supplies. After each heist, he would leave behind a single piece of paper adorned with a sketch of a small boat. At times, he would compose lengthy critiques, lambasting the base leaders or other high-ranking officials for their misdeeds and corruption, articulating his indignation with fervor. Most of the authorities in these bases loathed him with a passion. Yet, they were utterly helpless against him, for no one had ever seen his true visage. In contrast to the authorities, the ordinary survivors held him in high esteem. Though he was a thief, he possessed the spirit of a righteous outlaw, stealthily placing the stolen goods beside those truly in need among the survivors. Many individuals on the brink of despair continue to endure solely because of him. Upon realizing that he was the rogue Xiaoxiao from a previous life, Xiaoxiao found him slightly more agreeable. However, that was merely a fraction of her overall sentiment. For someone who specializes in pilfering resources and redistributing wealth, no matter how amiable he may appear, she had no intention of keeping him close. When it came to resources, who could rival her abundance? Allowing a person who constantly covets resources to remain by her side was not a sign of sanity. She cast a glance at the red trash bin by the roadside and nonchalantly remarked, Jihongtong. Jihongtong. That name. Well, after a few repetitions, it sounds rather pleasant. Xiaoxiao chuckled awkwardly, his laughter tinged with a hint of restraint. So where are we headed now? What do you mean we? You are you. And I am I. You take your own path, and I shall tread mine. Let us not interfere with one another, shall we? Xiaoxiao shot him a look of disdain, beckoning to a small creature before strolling into a narrow alleyway. The small creature instantly shrank in size, scampering onto her shoulder. Witnessing this, Xiaoxiao gaped in astonishment, his mouth forming an O shape. Has that scorpion become sentient? He scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened that he had encountered such an intriguing little being, yet it seemed indifferent to him. Oh well, perhaps solitude was his true calling. With his hands clasped behind his head, he hummed a little tune and turned around leisurely. Realizing that now was not the time for ostentation, he sealed his lips. In truth, this was no longer a typical large dog. It had transformed into a zombie dog. The figure before him bore sparse fur. A significant chunk of flesh torn from its back, now scabbed over. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, its maw stained with blood and remnants of meat, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, from which dark red liquid dripped at the corners. An aura of wildness enveloped it, with a menacing growl directed at Xiaoxiao. It lunged forward with ferocity. Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Dogs were his greatest fear. In a panic, he attempted to teleport away, but to his dismay, it failed to work. Cursed contraption. He let out a woeful cry, turned on his heel, and dashed frantically into the alley. His heart racing as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Ah, little ghost, help me. A dog is chasing me. Chapter 45. If you are capable, then strike me dead. Upon hearing the shrill cries behind her, Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and turned. However, the incoherence of the cries left her uncertain of their content. Just as she was about to admonish the individual to cease their loud outcry, she was abruptly met with the sight of a large, snarling beast trailing closely behind. Xiaoxiao, it's a dog. Memories of the past surged back. In her previous life, she had once been chased by a dog while searching for food. That dog had been ferocious, nearly biting her foot. It was only thanks to the timely intervention of an older brother that the beast was driven away. From that moment, a psychological shadow took root within her. Fearless in the face of the world, she harbored an innate dread of dogs. This was not merely a mental fear, but a visceral one. During her time at the dog kennel, her aversion to dogs had prevented her from caring for them. She first stored all the dog cages into her space, then drove to a location a bit distant from the dog park. Once there, she swiftly retrieved the cages, opened them as quickly as possible, and while the dogs had yet to escape, she drove away. You truly are loyal, little rascal. Hey, wait, don't run. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao come to a halt, Xiaoxiao was nearly brought to tears by her gesture. Yet, in the next moment, he was stunned to see Xiaoxiao actually running away. Indeed, she was running faster than he was. Damn it, what an ungrateful person. Xiaoxiao cursed under his breath, uttering a beautifully phrased expletive in Chinese. Feeling the cold wind against his back, he nearly despaired. Ah, please don't bite me. He summoned all his strength and sprinted fiercely. Just when he felt he could no longer endure, a vine ensnared his waist, lifting him upwards. Suddenly, a dark figure plunged down. He steadied himself, shaken but relieved to find himself atop a wall. Panic surged within him, and he nearly lost his balance. Don't make it worse. Steady yourself. A somewhat fierce childish voice reached his ears. It was then he realized that Xiaoxiao had saved him. Thank you, Xiaoxiao stammered, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had cursed her for being disloyal. And now she had come to his rescue. This was the first time anyone had saved him, especially from the jaws of a dog, which terrified him the most. Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered, a hint of gratitude welling up within him. This little rascal appeared unapproachable, yet, in truth, she was quite kind-hearted. However, why did you suddenly run off just now? I thought you had abandoned me. He pouted, and then, as if struck by a thought, he exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that you're also afraid of dogs? Noticing the change in Xiaoxiao's expression, He immediately burst into laughter. Haha, I guessed it right, didn't I? You're afraid of dogs. Xiaoxiao mockingly teased, only to receive a death glare in return. If you wish to die, I shall grant you that favor. No, 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 I value my life. I do not wish to die just yet. When that day comes, I shall inform you, Xiaoxiao retorted, rolling her eyes at him. This man possessed an unparalleled talent for jesting. She chose to ignore him and focused instead on the battle unfolding below. The little creature had transformed into a formidable presence. Majestically crouching on the ground, swiftly climbing the wall, and then diving down to strike the zombie dog's head with its sharp tail stinger. The zombie dog was no pushover either. It arched its back, glaring intently at the little creature, ready to pounce at the first sign of movement. Yet, the little creature did not disappoint in Xiaoxiao. It was rapidly evolving amidst the fight, just like a general's sword. It could only become sharper and more bloodthirsty through countless battles. Suddenly, the little creature leaped onto the back of the zombie dog, gripping its sparse fur tightly, and raised its sharp tail stinger, driving it fiercely down towards the zombie dog's head. Oh woo! The zombie dog collapsed instantly. Pray tell, where might I acquire such a scorpion? Xiaoxiao suddenly turned to Xiaoxiao, his expression earnest. I too wish to acquire one. Its combat prowess is simply astounding. If I had such a scorpion by my side, what could I possibly fear from dogs? Xiaoxiao cast him a sidelong glance, perhaps. It was merely a figment of her imagination. After all, she had no idea where such creatures could be procured. If given the chance, she would desire several more. No. It should be as many as possible. Ideally, an entire legion of scorpions to eradicate the zombies. A smirk graced the corners of Xiaoxiao's lips. Perhaps that is unnecessary. Moreover, I truly have no knowledge of where such scorpions originate. I stumbled upon one quite by chance. Perhaps this is what one might call luck. Sometimes, when fortune smiles upon you, it is unstoppable. Isn't that rather infuriating? With an air of nonchalance, Xiaoxiao grasped a vine and gracefully descended. Earlier, in a moment of desperation to evade the dogs, she had utilized her abilities to ascend the wall. Now, there was no need to conceal her powers any longer. Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. Indeed, that is quite vexing. Especially your tone. Are you not deliberately highlighting my misfortune? While he could not deny his own bad luck, he had indeed faced a series of unfortunate events. Yet your triumphant tone is simply provoking envy. Hey, little imp, do remember to lower me down as well. Gazing at the rather tall wall, he felt a twinge of anxiety. It was cooler up there. Perhaps he should linger a bit longer. After all, who asked this person to lead the dogs in his direction? Oh dear, little ancestor, kindly let me down. We have both endured the trials of canine encounters together. Can you truly bear to leave me here alone to enjoy the breeze? If you keep shouting, attracting zombies, I shall no longer concern myself with your plight. Xiaoxiao halted, turned, and conjured a vine that ensnared Xiaoxiao, pulling him down. She feared that if someone continued to shout, it would truly attract a horde of zombies, and she would inevitably suffer the consequences. All right, let us each go our separate ways. Do not follow me any longer. Who has any intention of following you? Xiaoxiao retorted, hands clasped atop his head as he gazed skyward, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoxiao. Does this path bear your surname? I shall wander wherever I please. Do you have any authority over me? Xiaoxiao shot him a disdainful look and decided to ignore him. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would cling to her like a shadow? Wherever she went, he followed. Do not follow me again, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Come on, let me see just how ungracious you can be, Xiaoxiao beckoned playfully. A sly smile curved Xiaoxiao's lips. Since such a peculiar challenge had been laid before her, she naturally felt compelled to oblige. With a swift motion, she lashed out with a green vine. However, the person had vanished. Ha ha ha, you can't catch me, can you? The voice echoed from behind Xiaoxiao. She swung her vine again, yet he disappeared once more. Ha ha ha, if you have the ability, go ahead and strike me dead. I am waiting for your attempt. Having regained his abilities, Xiaoxiao was as audacious as ever, his insolent demeanor provoking Xiaoxiao's irritation. She finally understood why those in power in her past life harbored such deep animosity towards him. He was undeniably deserving of a proper reprimand. Chapter 46. Almost exhausted, a lifetime's worth of eye rolls. Who is that person over there? Xiaoxiao's gaze suddenly drifted past Xiaoxiao, focusing on someone behind him. Indeed, he had captured her attention. She promptly turned to look. At this moment, a wicked smile crept upon Xiaoxiao's lips. She swung a vine and struck. Ouch! Xiaoxiao exclaimed, clutching his rear and jumping up, resembling a capering monkey, both comical and absurd. This sight amused Xiaoxiao, who had not truly intended to harm him. She merely found him insufferably irritating, deserving of a little reprimand. Indeed, anyone witnessing such antics would feel compelled to deliver a swat. As Xiaoxiao chuckled, Niaizhou, supporting himself with his hands on his waist, joined in the laughter. "You little rascal, you certainly show no mercy," he remarked, though soon the mirth faded from his expression. He pointed behind Xiaoxiao, his face pale with terror. "Oh no, the commotion we just caused has attracted a horde of zombies." Xiaoxiao raised her chin slightly. "How coincidental, you have some behind you as well." At that moment, a throng of zombies was shambling towards them from both sides of the street. Akin to the filling in an Oreo cookie, on the verge of being entirely enveloped. She realized that being with this person seemed to invite nothing but trouble. "Hey, little rascal, do you fancy some delicacies?" Niaizhou inquired with a grin. Xiaoxiao met his gaze. "What do you mean? Come. Brother will take you out for a feast." Niaizhou placed his hand on Xiaoxiao's shoulder, understanding that he intended to lead her away. She made no effort to resist. Yet, after several seconds, neither moved from their spot. Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation and shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you going to make a move or not?" Niaizhou, now flustered, began to perspire profusely. "Do not panic, do not panic. This contraption is occasionally unreliable. Let us persevere a while longer. It should soon yield results." Xiaoxiao gazed skyward in exasperation. What a useless individual! She brandished her spear, poised for action. Before long, the first zombie came sprinting towards them. "Little ghost, you must protect me," she exclaimed. "I am incapable of bearing weight or wielding a weapon. I cannot withstand even the slightest gust of wind or rain." Niaizhou cowered behind Xiaoxiao, resembling a bashful young maiden. Xiaoxiao nearly exhausted her lifetime supply of eye rolls. What sins had she committed in her past life to encounter such an eccentric character in this one? Just as the zombie was about to pounce, Xiaoxiao prepared to strike when a large hand suddenly rested upon her shoulder. In the next moment, she felt the world spin violently, her head spinning. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself within a room. More precisely, it was on the 6th floor of an office building. The designation of office building was apt due to the multitude of computer desks and office equipment scattered throughout the area. However, apart from these items, as far as the eye could see, there were heaps of various foods, beverages, and everyday essentials such as clothing, shoes, and blankets. The disarray suggested that these items had been moved in gradually. "Take whatever you fancy, it all belongs to my brother. Feel free to eat and use as you please." Niaizhou proclaimed grandly, his gesture implying that this was his personal fish pond, where one could catch fish at will. "Did you really bring all of this in bit by bit?" Xiaoxiao inquired. "Of course," Niaizhou replied. "What do you think? Are you not envious? When others are struggling to find enough to eat, how can my brother still have such a plentiful stock?" I can't help but feel envious." Xiaoxiao replied with a tone that was decidedly indifferent. "Here, take this cola-flavored jelly." Niaizhou generously offered a bag of jelly to Xiaoxiao. "This is my favorite treat. I'm giving it all to you." "Isn't that thoughtful of me?" Niaizhou was taken aback. "You don't like jelly? It's so delicious. Don't all children enjoy jelly? May I inquire about your reasoning?" Xiaoxiao responded, "It's sticky and gooey, and at first glance, it resembles the brain matter of a zombie, which is rather unappetizing." Niaizhou, why did he even bother asking? Now he found himself devoid of appetite as well. To be fair, it did bear a slight resemblance. "Well then, choose for yourself. With so many options, there must be something you delight in. Please, don't be polite. If you are, it means you don't consider me one of your own." When did we become one of our own? Not now, perhaps in the future. Relationships between people are always evolving. We should broaden our perspective and view matters with a developmental outlook. Our vision must be grand. Xiaoxiao thought. This person certainly knows how to elaborate. She casually picked up a lollipop, popped it into her mouth, and walked over to the enormous glass floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the scene outside. At that moment, the sunset had painted the horizon crimson. The soft sunlight illuminated the entire city. The towering edifice stood majestically. Though several of its glass windows lay shattered and others were broken in half, presumably as a consequence of the aircraft disaster. Once vibrant and bustling, the street now lay in ruins. The ground was strewn with shards of glass, discarded refuse, severed limbs, and corpses that had been gnawed beyond recognition. Throughout the thoroughfare, expressionless zombies aimlessly wandered. The city was permeated by an air of desolation and decay. Merely 2 months had passed since the apocalypse, and yet such a grim tableau had already unfolded, evoking a sense of melancholy. Alas, When will this torment come to an end? Niaizhou quietly approached Yin Xiaoxiao. He gazed out the window, his usual mirth replaced by a somber demeanor. As the two observed the scene outside, two large trucks turned a corner at an intersection, speeding towards the base of their building. Suddenly, a loud screech of brakes erupted from the trailing vehicle, which then careened uncontrollably into a nearby lamppost, producing a tremendous crash. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies erupted from the corner of the intersection. They frantically surged towards the truck, surrounding it on all sides, relentlessly pounding on the windows and doors. In a matter of moments, the truck was engulfed by the horde of the undead. The sound of glass shattering violently echoed through the air. Help! Two piercing screams resonated through the desolate street. Pressing his face against the window, Niaizhou peered below. This is bad. Look down. The two vehicles are besieged by the swarm of zombies. Chapter 47. The Frog's Amusement. Can even zombies engage in conversation? At the moment the tremendous crash reverberated, Yin Xiaoxiao had already cast her gaze downward. As the first vehicle was engulfed by a horde of zombies, the second vehicle swiftly maneuvered to the side of the road, its rear skidding into position. The front of the car was perfectly aligned with the wall of the building across from them. The doors of the driver's and passenger's seats swung open simultaneously, and two figures hastily emerged. Upon recognizing their faces, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Wasn't that Li Yin and another man from their team? What were they doing here? Below, Li Yin and his companion dashed towards the towering structure at the roadside. Behind them, a dense throng of zombies surged forth like unleashed beasts, their gaping maws and clawing limbs reaching out hungrily. Damn it! At that moment, Li Yin's gaze abruptly shifted to his companion trailing closely behind. His expression darkened, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Don't blame me. I am left with no choice, Li Yin murmured, lifting his foot to deliver a vicious kick to his teammate's abdomen. The man immediately crumpled to the ground in agony. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yin turned and sprinted ahead. Just as he took off, several of the fastest zombies lunged forward, converging upon the man sprawled on the ground. They descended upon him, their sharp teeth and claws relentlessly gnawing and tearing at his flesh. A gut-wrenching scream pierced the air. What the hell? That man is utterly despicable. To save his own life, he would throw his teammate to the wolves and use him as a shield against the zombies. Witnessing this scene, Niaizhou erupted in outrage. He stood with his hands on his hips, seething with righteous indignation. Heartless, unfeeling, shameless, morally bankrupt, humanity in decline. Ha ha ha, little ghost, look quickly, retribution is upon that person. As Niaizhou cursed, he suddenly pointed across with a gleeful malice. The upper floor was teeming with zombies. Even if he managed to climb up, it would be a dead end. Whether he ascended or descended, death awaited him. How would he handle this? Ha ha ha, what do they say? Those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably bring about their own demise. This phrase fits Jin Shou perfectly. Are you done? If so, could you do me a favor? What favor? I wish to reach the roof of that large truck, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, gesturing toward a truck behind them. Niaizhou, puzzled, asked, what do you intend to do up there? Yin Xiaoxiao's gaze narrowed. I'm looking for someone. Not a problem. Leave it to me, Niaizhou declared, patting his chest confidently. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him a sidelong glance, skepticism evident in her eyes. Can I trust you? She inquired. Niaizhou chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I should be trustworthy. Yin Xiaoxiao. A minute later, the two found themselves atop the large truck. This time, Niaizhou proved reliable, and no mishaps occurred. As soon as they appeared, the zombies below erupted into a frenzy. They waved their arms, baring their teeth, lunging towards the truck. Niaizhou shrank his neck and edged toward the center of the roof, then began conversing with the zombies. Alas, look at you, devoid of teeth. Refrain from your incessant howling. Even if I were to offer you meat, you would be unable to gnaw at it. Why exert such futile effort? Is it not wiser to conserve your strength? Do not misconstrue this as being out of place. One need not always conform, especially when you are but a mere zombie. Take a rest, my dear. And you, my word, your plight is truly dismal. How is it that your eyes have been gouged out? Can you still discern the path ahead? Oh, dear brother, your resilience is commendable. Despite the loss of both legs, you persist in crawling this way. Exercise caution, lest you be trampled by your fellow companions. Do not underestimate the arduous life of you zombies, toiling tirelessly for 20 hours a day, more overworked than corporate drones. However, rest assured, I shall not join your ranks. We shall coexist in our respective domains. Listening to Niaizhou's words, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a throbbing pain in her forehead. Is it true that he would converse with every ant he encountered by the roadside? His words are incessant. Her lips quivered slightly as she approached the front of the vehicle, placing the fish bound by a rope into the windows on either side. These fish were goldfish kept in Xiaoxiao's home. Without exception, the howls of zombies erupted from both sides, accompanied by the sight of a zombie's head. Xiaoxiao lifted the fish, furrowing her brows. She recognized the two individuals, one named Zhu Jing and the other a tall, slender man. This meant that among the two vehicles, they were the only ones present. But where is Mu Yang? Little friend, it is truly a delight to see you. Please come and rescue me. Suddenly, a voice called out from a short distance away. Xiaoxiao turned her gaze towards the sound. Li Yan, clutching a pipe, gazed at her with unbridled excitement, his expression reminiscent of a man who had stumbled upon a savior. What about Brother Mu Yang? Xiaoxiao retorted. Upon hearing her words, Li Yan's eyes flickered momentarily before he raised his head and feigned a smile. Mu Yang, after we parted ways, he went off to transport supplies. Perhaps he considered us a burden and chose not to accompany me. He loaded an entire truck full of supplies and left without so much as a farewell. We were quite sorrowful about it for a long time. Upon concluding his tale, the corners of Xiaoxiao's lips involuntarily curled into a cold smirk. His words were sheer nonsense. Although their time together had been brief, she had a clear understanding of Mu Yang's character. He would never engage in the antics Li Yan described. It was evident that Li Yan spoke without a filter, daring to deceive her. She had long sensed his jealousy toward Mu Yang, which was why she had cautioned Mu Yang to be wary of those around him before their parting. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed Mu Yang had indeed fallen for Li Yan's ruse. Little one, I know you possess the ability. Please save me. Li Yan continued to shout fervently. Kid, do you know him? Xiaoxiao inquired, approaching Xiaoxiao and gazing at Li Yan with surprise. How could she possibly be expected to rescue Li Yan? Did she strike him as a benevolent soul? With a chuckle, Xiaoxiao cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed at Li Yan. You brought ruin upon your own companion and still expect others to rescue you? How audacious. Why not aim for the heavens instead? Your life is a failure, yet your aspirations are amusingly grand. After mocking him, he placed a reassuring hand on Xiaoxiao's shoulder. In the next moment, the two of them vanished from the top of the vehicle. At that moment, a zombie fell from above, striking him squarely on the head. Dazed and with a tingling sensation in his palm, he instinctively released his grip and plummeted downward. He landed atop several zombies, but soon, an avalanche of the undead surged toward him. The piercing screams that erupted were swiftly engulfed. Before he could even transform into a zombie, he was reduced to nothing but a skeletal remains. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Big Brother. Xiaoxiao exhibited no noticeable change in expression. Was it not entirely reasonable for villains to meet their just deserts? Xiaoxiao scoffed, remarking that such a premature demise was too lenient for him. He ought to have lingered longer, enduring both psychological and physical torment before succumbing. Xiaoxiao cast him a sidelong glance. As expected, he remained as relentless in his disdain for evil as in his previous life. I need a bag of chips to soothe my frayed nerves. Xiaoxiao curled his lip and set off in search of food. To his dismay, he discovered that the bag had expired. He lamented dramatically. How could it have gone bad so soon? No matter, even if it's past its prime, I must consume it. Waste is a disgrace. Better to have an upset stomach than to starve, especially when so many are without food. Cherishing the moment, Xiaoxiao carefully opened the package and popped a chip into his mouth. I won't be sharing with you, mind you. If you want something, you'll have to fetch it yourself. Children have delicate stomachs. I shall bravely endure this expired snack. Xiaoxiao chuckled softly, pleasantly surprised by his unexpected kindness. Indeed, you should consider my nickname, Xiaoxiao replied with a hint of pride. Xiaoxiao's curiosity piqued, she inquired. What is it? Good person. Each time I confess my feelings to a girl, she bestows upon me the title of a good man. Xiaoxiao's brow quivered slightly. Is this truly something to take pride in? If memory serves, the dialogue from the television series she watched suggested that when a girl declines a boy, she often says, You are a good man, but we are not suited for one another. The fact that he receives such an accolade likely stems from numerous rejections he has faced. How expansive the human heart can be. However, the words spoken earlier by the other party did serve as a reminder. Food does indeed expire. There must still be an abundance of supplies left in Roaching, particularly snacks and grains that can no longer be processed or produced. If they are left to languish, it is quite likely that they will fail to realize their intended value before becoming inedible. Now, that would be true waste. Her space possesses the ability to preserve. If she were to store all these supplies within, she could effectively prevent their wastage. Contemplating these matters, Xiaoxiao ate little before retiring for the night. Although she felt assured that Nie would not harm her, she remained vigilant as she slept. To relax around outsiders is to be irresponsible towards oneself. She would not commit such a foolish error. That Li Yin, having shared both trials and triumphs with his teammates, still chose to stab them in the back, leading to their downfall at a critical moment. It is never a detriment to be cautious. After a night of sound sleep, Xiaoxiao awoke just as dawn began to break. She cast a glance at the still sleeping Nie, then quietly rose and stealthily pushed the door open to leave. This floor housed only this one company, and stepping outside led directly to the elevator. Yet, at present, the elevator stood as merely a decorative fixture, rendered inoperable. Xiaoxiao surveyed the corridor shackled by chains, her brow slightly furrowed. She then shifted her gaze towards a nearby window, with a subtle smile gracing her lips. She extended her palm, conjuring a vine that latched onto the window ledge. Stepping deftly against the wall, she leapt upwards. Upon crossing through the window, she beheld the ground approximately 20 meters below, and without a moment's hesitation, she plunged downwards. The vine in her right palm elongated in tandem with her swiftly descending form. Mere seconds later, she landed firmly on the ground. After a night's passage, the horde of zombies that once roamed the street had vanished, leaving only a few stragglers aimlessly meandering about. As soon as Xiaoxiao touched down, several nearby zombies turned their heads towards her, alerted by the noise. With remarkable agility, she seized her long gun and navigated swiftly among them. In no time, 7 zombie corpses lay sprawled on the ground. After retrieving a crystal core from one of them, Xiaoxiao departed without delay. She continued her journey, eliminating zombies as she went. She bypassed the small supermarkets and convenience stores lining the street. Although she desired to gather supplies, she harbored no intention of completely severing the means of survival for ordinary people. Her focus was on larger establishments such as shopping malls, factories, industrial parks, and logistics centers, where zombies were plentiful and ordinary folks found it difficult to enter. What she acquired through her own prowess brought her a sense of peace. However, aside from food and drink, she felt no qualms about taking anything else. She cleared out an entire IKEA. She emptied a whole air conditioning store. She looted a complete library. She stripped a whole flower shop bare. After tirelessly scouring 2 streets for the better part of the day, Xiaoxiao found herself resting inside a bubble tea shop. A mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain 1,000 zombies and completed this task. Reward, a magnificent super city wall. Reward, an automatic evaluation panel. As the system's voice faded, Xiaoxiao noticed that a large city wall had materialized in the expansive area of her space. The wall stood 100 meters tall, rectangular in shape, with a thick black facade. It encompassed a vast area, comparable to that of a university town. The city gate was grand and imposing, radiating an air of authority. Overall, it resembled an ancient fortress wall. Xiaoxiao swiftly entered the space, standing before the towering gate, her face awash with astonishment. So this is the super city wall you mentioned. It is indeed spectacular. However, I have a question. Even if this wall is as indestructible as you claim, capable of withstanding the most formidable assaults from high-level zombies and the onslaught of a million-strong horde, it exists only within this space, where there are no zombies. Does this not seem somewhat redundant? Host, once the entire city is completed, it can be seamlessly transferred outside the space. Xiaoxiao exclaimed. It can be done that way, but where will it be relocated? This is entirely up to your discretion. You may choose any location. It will seamlessly cover the existing terrain, and even if it is on a mountain, it will flatten it for you, so rest assured. Xiaoxiao responded. This feature is incredible. Must everything be completed before it can be relocated? Is there no way to move it now? Indeed, that is correct. What constitutes the entirety of its construction? The host need not rush. As long as you diligently complete every subsequent task, I believe it will soon be accomplished. Xiaoxiao chuckled softly, her words amounting to little. Just as she was about to inquire about the nature of the appraisal panel, she suddenly sensed the approach of someone from outside the space. She concentrated and peered outward, only to discover a familiar face. To her surprise, he had followed her here. How curious. He had just been present, yet now he seemed to have vanished. Nie glanced into the milk tea shop's counter and under the tables, nearly inspecting the cash register. Feeling the vines constricting around him, he turned pale with fear. Little ghost, do not act impulsively. Let us converse amicably. Please. Put the knife away. Stabbing is no jest. Do you believe I would spare someone who knows my secret? Xiaoxiao's tone was frigid. The mere fact that Xiaoxiao had located this place indicated he had been stealthily following her all along. This implied that he must be privy to the secrets of her space. Therefore, he must be silenced. I swear to keep your secret. I would never divulge it. Even under duress, Xiaoxiao immediately pledged. Yet, Xiaoxiao had no intention of granting him clemency. Everyone can utter sweet words, sometimes. The nefarious speak more eloquently than the virtuous. However, knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. She would not gamble on such assurances. Ding! The appraisal panel is activated. With the chime of a notification, an intangible panel materialized before Xiaoxiao, displaying a series of information. Name, Xiaoxiao. Age, 19. Abilities, mutated spatial abilities. Olfactory abilities. Ability level, grade 1, initial stage, with unstable effects. Goodness level, 70. Intimacy level, 90. Xiaoxiao gazed incredulously at this information. So this is the panel for identifying scum. However, she could comprehend some of the earlier details. What, then, does this intimacy level signify? Host. The intimacy level indicates this person's affection towards you, with a maximum score of 100 and a minimum of -100. Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback. She never anticipated that this individual would hold a 90 intimacy level towards her, especially while she was wielding a knife with the intent to kill him. Cough, cough, cough. As she relaxed her grip, Xiaoxiao instantly came back to life, gasping for breath. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by the sounds of an intense battle outside. Xiaoxiao immediately turned her gaze outward, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lightning-based abilities. Big brother. Her heart raced as she dashed forward, unable to contain her eagerness. Chapter 49. Do not follow me. Approximately 50 meters to the left of the milk tea shop. Two individuals were fiercely assaulting each other, the battle raging with intensity. One was older, likely in his late 30s. Rugged in appearance with a fierce countenance and a stubbled chin. He possessed considerable skill and was a power-type ability user. The other was much younger. Around 23 years of age, clad in black, his tall figure exuding an icy demeanor, his abyss-like dark eyes harboring a sharp chill. He emanated an aura of aloofness that discouraged any approach. Yet it was this very cold detachment that made Xiaoxiao feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Her bright black eyes sparkled with delight. Big brother, I have finally found you. To my astonishment, the solitary wolf ranked first on the assassin's list is none other than Lu Haijiang's son. It is truly regrettable that when your entire family was slaughtered, you managed to escape unscathed. The scruffy man's eyes glinted with menace, and a strange smile twisted upon his lips. I recall you were merely 8 years old at that time. I am curious, where did you hide while your parents and sister met their tragic end? You concealed yourself remarkably well. I did not even discover your presence. Yet, they have all perished, and you remain alive. Do you not experience nightmares each night as you sleep? Observing his waning power, the scruffy man incessantly provoked Lu Chun with words, hoping to disturb his composure and turn the tide in his favor. However, Lu Chun remained impervious to his taunts, intensifying his assault instead. Nearby, Xiaoxiao, upon hearing the scruffy man's remarks, felt a flicker of realization. It turned out that the individual her elder brother had been searching for was this very man. In the previous life, they seemingly never encountered one another. Clearly, in this life, certain events have shifted. Was her elder brother's taciturn demeanor a result of his prior experiences, emanating an aura that kept others at bay? And his deceased sister, who was only 5 years old, could this be the reason he chose to save her in the previous life? A shadow of melancholy crossed Xiaoxiao's eyes. But she soon found solace. Regardless of her elder brother's motivations, he had rescued her, taught her martial arts and the ways of survival in this apocalyptic world, and cared for her throughout. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself to save her. These truths are undeniable. Without him, she would not be the person she is today. There is nothing for her to be conflicted about. She is more acutely aware than anyone else of how others treat her, and that suffices. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a faint blue lightning bolt suddenly struck with a thunderous roar, hitting the scruffy man. He was instantly knocked over, colliding violently with a nearby abandoned vehicle, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hair and clothes became disheveled, rendering him utterly disheartened. As he struggled to rise, Lu Chun had already closed in beside him. With a swift motion, he decisively snapped the man's neck. Lu Chun's gaze was as frigid as ice, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion, as if he had just extinguished not a human life, but merely a trivial beast. The scruffy man died with his eyes wide open, still filled with terror until his last breath. Lu Chun cast a cursory glance at him before drawing a knife and plunging it mercilessly into the man's skull. His actions were resolute and ruthless. Once he had completed this grim task, he slowly rose to his feet. For a fleeting moment, a cold expression flickered across his face, as if he had glimpsed his deceased sister standing before him. Yet he knew this was impossible. She was gone, having perished right before his eyes. He cast a detached glance at Xiaoxiao and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he sensed a small presence trailing behind him. He halted. And so did she. But the little shadow persisted in following. "Do not follow me," Lu Chen commanded, his voice low and laced with frost. After pausing momentarily, he intended to continue forward when he heard a suppressed sob from behind. Something within him seemed to be pierced. Yet, as a seasoned assassin, he understood the necessity of not underestimating anyone, especially not a child. Within their organization of assassins, such a young child, though perhaps lacking in martial prowess compared to older individuals, possesses a cunning that can rival even the most astute adults. The opponent's attire is pristine and orderly, and their delicate face and hands are impeccably clean, showing no signs of hunger or distress. This appearance suggests that they have not endured the hardships one would typically associate with a post-apocalyptic world. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, "Why are you following me?" "Big brother, my parents are gone, and no one wants me. There are many monsters outside that eat people. I'm scared. Can you take me away?" Xiaoxiao sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she seemed to struggle against the urge to cry, displaying a fortitude that was both poignant and heart-wrenching. Lu Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. All right. He was intrigued to discover what schemes this little girl might be concocting. After speaking, he stepped forward, prompting her to follow. He added succinctly, as was his custom, "Keep up." In the instant he turned away, the tearful Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. A glimmer of cleverness flashed in her eyes, accompanied by a triumphant smile. She understood that the older boy was cautious and would likely not believe her claims of fear. However, that mattered little. As long as she remained by his side, she would fulfill her promise to protect him in this lifetime. Standing at the entrance of the milk tea shop, Xiaoxiao, who had been discreetly observing the situation, was momentarily taken aback. Was this little imp truly the same somewhat fierce girl he knew? Surely, she must have undergone a transformation. Just moments ago, she was weeping and feigning innocence, presenting an image that was utterly at odds with her previous demeanor. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of sorrow. The little ghost avoided him, yet found every possible way to follow that enigmatic figure in black. The disparity in treatment was truly remarkable. Alas, it seemed that his own charm was insufficient. Nevertheless, given the prowess of these two and their undeniable appeal, if he failed to keep pace, he would be nothing but a fool. Xiaoxiao chuckled softly to himself and stealthily trailed behind them. Aside from his ability to teleport, he possessed another extraordinary gift, an exceptionally keen sense of smell. That morning, he awoke shortly after Xiaoxiao left her abode. Following her scent, he maintained a discreet distance behind her. He chose his hiding spots with great care, ensuring that Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to his presence. Chapter 50. Another day with the love system. Xiaoxiao walked closely behind Lu Chen. Before her, the familiar panel reappeared, displaying Lu Chen's information. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 21. Abilities, lightning manipulation. Light manipulation. Ability level, high tier 1. Goodness level, 60. Friendship level, 5. Upon seeing the details, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile wryly. To her surprise, the intimacy level with the elder brother was merely 5. Compared to Xiaoxiao's impressive 90, it was indeed quite disheartening. However, she was confident that she would elevate this intimacy level to a perfect 100. Yet, she was somewhat curious about how Lu Chen's abilities had reached high tier 1. Had he consumed a zombie crystal core? In her previous life, she had been too young to grasp when the notion of using zombie crystal cores to enhance one's abilities had first emerged and gained popularity. Could it be that such practices had begun much earlier than she had realized? At that moment, the voice of Xiao Di echoed within Xiaoxiao's consciousness. Host. This appraisal panel possesses two special functions. Once the intimacy level with the other party reaches 60, you may accumulate points at a rate of 1 point per day. If the intimacy level reaches 70, you shall earn 2 points daily, and so forth. These points can be exchanged for goods in the system's marketplace. Xiaoxiao inquired, System. Marketplace? As Xiao Di's voice resonated, a machine indeed materialized, suspended in her mind's eye. This contraption bore resemblance to automatic vending machines for beverages and snacks. Yet the items it offered were distinctly unique. At present, only 3 items were available, each accompanied by a description of its function and corresponding price. 1. Level 2 Ability Evolution Liquid. Function: assists ability users in enhancing their powers. Price: 10 points. 2. Anti-scratching headgear. Function: protects the user's head and neck from zombie bites, preventing infection from the zombie virus. When worn, it becomes invisible without altering the user's appearance. However, it becomes ineffective after sustaining damage from zombies more than 3 times. Price: 20 points. 3. Supreme Weapon, Zhanyi. Function: inflicts maximum damage on zombies and mutated flora and fauna. It possesses 2 forms. Form 1, the Red Spear. Capable of piercing through boulders. Form 2, the Great Cleaver, able to slice through thick iron with a single swing. Price: 50 points. In the upper right corner of the vending machine, a luminous screen displayed her current points, evidently contributed by Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Xiaoxiao possessed some utility after all. The second special feature of the identification panel is that whenever someone harbors ill intentions towards you, their name will illuminate in red and emit an alarm sound, allowing you to be aware and take precautions at the earliest opportunity. Xiaoxiao exclaimed. The first special feature and the shopping machine were already enough to astonish and delight her. She never anticipated that the second special feature would resonate with her desires so profoundly. This way, she can be informed at any moment if someone wishes her harm. Little enemy, I adore you. Xiaoxiao suppressed the joy on her face and conveyed her feelings mentally. If little enemy were visible like Baymax, she would undoubtedly embrace it and plant a kiss upon it. This system is undeniably the most formidable assistance. Host, little enemy loves you too. Ding. The next mission commences. Eliminate all the zombies in a neighborhood. Reward: 10 similar residential areas. Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. In that case, she would surely opt for the villa district. Fewer zombies, and the houses are spacious and splendid. Ahem. Host, you can only choose mid-range ordinary neighborhoods, not the villa district. Xiaoxiao. As she pondered the mission, she suddenly noticed Lu Chen coming to a halt. Turning to gaze at a certain spot behind him, following Lu Chen's line of sight, she inquired, Big brother, what are you looking at? Oh my gosh. You scared me to death. Xiaoxiao's voice unexpectedly resonated from another side. He patted his chest, still feeling shaken. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, preparing to take action once more, but Xiaoxiao hastily waved his hands. No, no, no. I'm not a bad person. I have a connection with this little imp. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he sensed a menacing gaze directed towards him. Turning to the warning look from Xiaoxiao, his lips quivered, and he quickly altered his tone. What I mean to say is, I wish to join your ranks. You just witnessed my ability to teleport, and my sense of smell is quite acute. If I am with you, I can assist should anyone approach or if any unexpected situation arises. Xiaoxiao's eyes radiated sincerity. Lu Chen glanced between him and Xiaoxiao, then directed his gaze towards Xiaoxiao. Do you know him? Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head, chuckling awkwardly. No. How could I possibly know him? Indeed, I do not know her at all, Xiaoxiao chimed in. Xiaoxiao thought to herself, what a useless teammate. As expected, Lu Chen chose to ignore the two and turned to leave. Xiaoxiao shot a fierce glare at Xiaoxiao. It's all your fault. Xiaoxiao displayed an innocent expression. I'm wronged, little imp. I did not mean to. As Lu Chen walked ahead, the two followed in his wake. He moved, they moved. He stopped, they halted. Xiaoxiao sidled up to Xiaoxiao and gently nudged her. Hey, little imp, why do you insist on trailing this iceberg? He hardly acknowledges your presence. Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. Isn't that due to someone else's actions? It's quite normal for the big brother to ignore her. To him, she is merely a stranger who has unexpectedly appeared by his side. In the desolate world, is it not prudent to remain vigilant in the presence of unfamiliar faces? Xiaoxiao touched his nose, choosing silence. The trio traversed the street, making their way to another, only to encounter a horde of over a dozen zombies. As they appeared, the zombies turned their heads towards them, akin to cats catching a whiff of blood. Their grayish, lifeless eyes fixated on the group, as if intent on devouring them whole. Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, instinctively retreating behind Xiaoxiao, his expression one of calmness. This was not cowardice, it was a testament to his will to survive. The zombies lunged forward, claws bared, targeting the foremost Lu Chen. Just as he prepared to act, a petite figure darted past him, brandishing a red tassel spear, swiftly piercing the brain of one zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, she withdrew her weapon and aimed at another, observing the small figure deftly maneuvering among the zombies. Each one fell before her with ease. Xiaoxiao's face was alight with admiration, swelling with pride. Lu Chen, however, narrowed his eyes. Had she not just expressed fear of the zombies? Yet, her precision was impeccable. Was this truly fear? Moreover, why did her movements seem so familiar? Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter with Nanny Zhang Fen Yun Xiaoxiao eliminated all the zombies effortlessly. The disparity in their intimacy levels was stark. Nia Yizhou's intimacy increased by 1, reaching 91, while Lu Qin's meager 5 plummeted to 0. Yun Xiaoxiao. Is this a joke? Wasn't her performance in vanquishing the zombies impressive? She felt a wave of frustration as she fidgeted with the zombies' head. Fortunately, within the heads of those dozen or so zombies, 2 crystal cores remained, offering a temporary solace to her wounded spirit. When Lu Qin observed her picking up the crystal cores, a complex expression flickered across his gaze as he regarded Yun Xiaoxiao. Throughout the subsequent journey, Yun Xiaoxiao's demeanor grew increasingly subdued, her head bowed, and her countenance clouded with melancholy. Both Nia Yizhou and Lu Qin took note of her despondency. Nia Yizhou nudged her hand gently, inquiring, "Hey, little one, what troubles you? Why the sudden gloom?" Yun Xiaoxiao sighed. "You wouldn't understand," her voice low and laden with despair. Upon hearing her tone, Lu Qin instinctively slowed his pace. "If you articulate your thoughts, I shall surely comprehend," Nia Yizhou persisted. "In the future, if you refrain from hiding behind me and feigning death at the sight of a zombie, I would be quite content." Yun Xiaoxiao found his chatter somewhat irksome and retorted sharply. Little did she know, her words would one day catalyze Nia Yizhou's transformation into a formidable figure that instilled fear in others. After she spoke, Nia Yizhou fell silent. His brow furrowed as if deep in contemplation. The two followed Lu Qin to a pharmacy, where they discovered many shelves stood barren. Lu Qin rummaged through the remnants, ultimately unearthing several pieces of gauze, tweezers, saline solution, and alcohol. From behind the counter, he procured a roll of bandages and a box of Yunnan Baiyao. He then lifted his shirt, revealing a shocking sight. Lu Qin had been shot in the abdomen, the bullet embedded within his flesh. Yun Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished, realizing that she had been oblivious to the fact that her older brother had been injured all along. He appeared remarkably composed, as if nothing were amiss. "Big brother, who has harmed you?" At that moment, Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity, as if she were poised to unleash her wrath at any moment. Observing her solemn demeanor, Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he uttered a single phrase, "He's already dead." It dawned on Yun Xiaoxiao that he must be referring to that scruffy man from earlier. She furrowed her brow, regretting that she had allowed him to meet such an easy demise. In her mind, she envisioned 100 methods of tormenting him. Just then, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Lu Qin's affection for her had inexplicably increased by 10%. Her heart leaped with joy, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Big brother, do you need assistance?" Climbing onto a chair by the counter, she leaned over the glass display, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Qin. He glanced at her and replied, "No need." He then grasped the hem of his shirt between his teeth, while his right hand wielded a pair of tweezers. Spraying a bit of alcohol, he proceeded to extract the bullet. At the moment the bullet was drawn out, Yun Xiaoxiao noticed Lu Qin's entire body trembling slightly from the effort of enduring the pain. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead and neck. Merely witnessing this made one imagine the excruciating agony he was enduring. Yet, astonishingly, he did not utter a single sound of discomfort. With calm composure, he removed the bullet, shakily spraying saline solution onto the wound for sterilization, followed by sprinkling Yunnan Baiyao powder, and finally applying bandages with precision. "Goodness, brother, you are truly remarkable. I salute your fortitude." Nia Yizhou was utterly dumbfounded, his face filled with admiration as he raised his thumb in praise. Those young men, who would wail and insist on a hospital visit for the slightest scratch, often find their wounds healing on their own. Their fans, in a state of utter distress, lament their plight. It would do them good to witness what it truly means to be a man. Suddenly, Nia Yizhou cast his gaze toward the pharmacy entrance. Mere moments after his utterance, a group of 6 individuals hurriedly entered. Among them were an older man and woman, both in their 50s, accompanied by 2 vigorous young adults. To his astonishment, one of them turned out to be a familiar face. "You little wretch, it's you," exclaimed Zhang Fen, the housekeeper, her eyes wide with fury as she fixed her glare on Yun Xiaoxiao. The mere sight of her brought back memories of the time she had been wrongfully accused and imprisoned due to this insufferable girl. She had endured several days behind bars, and on the very night of her release, the apocalypse had erupted. Each incident had been more distressing than the last. Now, facing Yun Xiaoxiao again, her anger boiled over. "You're still alive," she spat venomously. "Dear, could she possibly be?" Wang De, Zhangfen's husband, furrowed his brow in confusion. Zhangfen scoffed. Indeed. She is that vile child I once cared for. A wretched creature born of a father who frolics with others while her mother engages in illicit affairs. I've heard they are embroiled in a divorce, yet neither desires her. They treat her like a mere plaything, tossing her back and forth. Yet, can one truly blame them? Who would cherish such a malicious child? She deserves to be discarded. If it were me, I would have thrown the first insult out. Oh dear, I wondered why the air suddenly turned foul. It turns out it was someone's bad breath. Just as Zhangfen was grumbling incessantly, Nie Yizhou suddenly interjected, theatrically fanning his nose. The stench was indeed potent, far more pungent than the scent of durian stewed with stinky socks, making me feel nauseous. Have you two caught a whiff of this? He glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao and Lu Chun, both of whom nodded in unison, their movements surprisingly synchronized. Yun Xiaoxiao had not anticipated encountering Zhangfen again. Naturally, she was incensed by the earlier remarks. Yet, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that while Zhangfen berated her, the intimacy levels between her and Nie Yizhou, as well as Lu Chun, were steadily rising. Nie Yizhou's intimacy had surged to 93, while Lu Chun's had skyrocketed to 45. Given this revelation, Yun Xiaoxiao resolved to hold her ground for the time being. Often, I rely on you to bolster my big brother's affinity. Come on, scold me some more. I simply adore it. Yun Xiaoxiao beamed at Zhangfen, regarding her as if she were a cherished treasure. Conversely, Zhangfen glared at Nie Yizhou with displeasure. You little brat, who are you calling foul-mouthed? Nie Yizhou feigned an exaggerated expression. My goodness, not only does she have bad breath, but her intellect seems to be lacking as well. I made it so obvious. Yet she remains oblivious to the fact that I am referring to her. Zhangfen. Chapter 52. I am his brother. What does it matter to you? You foul girl? Mind your own business. What do you mean it doesn't concern me? I am his brother. You bully my sister. How can this not concern me? Nie Yizhou's tone shifted, losing some of its playful lilt, taking on a more serious note. Yun Xiaoxiao cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of turmoil. Zhangfen regarded Nie Yizhou with curiosity. Are you his brother? Why have I never seen you before? Who are you? That you can meet anyone at will? Nie Yizhou huffed with an air of arrogance, his demeanor rather irksome. Zhangfen furrowed her brow. What I said holds true. This wretched girl has never known the warmth of her parents' affection. At such a tender age, her heart is already twisted. She even deceived the police into bringing me to the station. Tell me, is this something a normal child would do? Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened instantaneously, her expression one of unjust grievance. But I was simply too hungry, and you often neglect to feed me, resorting to scolding and beating instead. Xiaoxiao? Nie Yizhou paused, momentarily taken aback. Isn't her name Ji Hongtong? Aha, little imp. So you were indeed dishonest and provided him with a false name. Grinding his teeth, Nie Yizhou resolved to settle the score with Yun Xiaoxiao later. When have I failed to feed you? Didn't I give you instant noodles? Zhangfen retorted sharply. Goodness. So it's you? You wretched woman. You serve a 5-year-old nothing but instant noodles daily. Do you have no conscience? Your morals are as filthy as the grime on the streets. Nie Yizhou's brows knitted tightly. If someone like you isn't incarcerated, then who would be? You've no reason to feel wronged. How dare you speak of my mother in such a manner? Do you think we are mere decorations? The foul-mouthed child. You're courting death. Zhangfen's eldest son, Wang Quan, maintained a stern expression as he delivered a punch towards Nie Yizhou. As a boxing coach, he was robustly built, and few dared to provoke him. Like a small chick, Nie Yizhou can deliver a punch strong enough to incapacitate anyone. He hardly regards Nie Yizhou as a threat. Upon witnessing her eldest son standing up for her, Zhangfen wore a smug expression. She was well aware of her son's capabilities. The scrawny boy confronting her seemed to possess no more than a few ounces of strength. Her eldest son could easily handle him. As Zhangfen reveled in her pride, she observed Wang Quan's fist poised to strike Nie Yizhou, her face alight with delight. Yet in the next moment, she was left dumbfounded. Where did he go? Equally astonished were Wang Quan, Wang De, and Wang Gui. What are you searching for? Silly fool. I am right behind you. Nie Yizhou chuckled mischievously, seizing a medicine box from the shelf and hurling it at Wang Quan, turning just in time. Wang Quan was struck squarely, leaving a bruise on his forehead. Well, it seems I have quite the aim. Nie Yizhou laughed heartily. Little rascal, do you think your brother is impressive? Yun Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up, quite pleased. Nie Yizhou's pride swelled even more as he continued to toy with Wang Quan. By now, Wang Quan's face was a battered mess, resembling a clown. Wang Gui glanced at his elder brother and the beaming Nie Yizhou, a shadow of concern darkening his gaze. If this continued, their family would become a spectacle, ridiculed and humiliated. Stealing a glance at Xiaoxiao, he stealthily revealed a small knife from his pocket. Gripping the knife tightly, he lunged towards Xiaoxiao. Crack! Just as he neared her, a tall figure intervened, grasping his wrist and twisting it forcefully. The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Ah, ah, ah! Wang Gui cried out in agony. Gui, what happened? Zhang Fun and Wang De rushed over with concern. Suddenly, Wang Gui was kicked and sent flying into a nearby medicine shelf, crashing heavily to the ground. His body covered in scattered medicine, a sight of utter disarray. Xiaoxiao gazed at Lu Qin, who stood protectively in front of her, her lips curling into a joyful smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples on her cheeks. The big brother remained unchanged. He would always protect her. Thanks to the Afen family, her bond with the big brother had increased to 55. Gui, are you all right? Zhang Fan anxiously cleared the medicine boxes off Wang Gui. Mom, my right hand hurts terribly. Just now, I heard a bone snap. Is my hand ruined? Wang Gui was in a state of panic. Hearing her son's words, Zhang Fan's face twisted in distress as she rushed to Lu Chun. She wanted to scold someone, but the cold demeanor of Lu Chun rendered her speechless. She collapsed onto the ground, crying uncontrollably. Oh dear, what a misfortune. Why are we so unlucky? This life is unbearable. Let's go. Lu Chun suddenly frowned, scooping up Xiaoxiao and striding towards the exit of the pharmacy. Nia Yizhou quickly followed suit. Why are we leaving so suddenly? I haven't had enough fun yet. Nia Yizhou felt a lingering reluctance. That family had bullied his sister. They deserved a proper reckoning. Lu Qin remained silent, merely gesturing towards a horde of zombies rushing in from the right side of the pharmacy. Nia Yizhou immediately understood. Surely it was the wailing of that elderly woman that attracted the zombies. Well, this way, I need not sully my own hands. Aren't you supposed to have a keen sense of smell? How could you not detect the scent of the zombies? Xiaoxiao cast him a sidelong glance, her voice barely above a whisper. Nia Yizhou immediately perked up, as if he had found a confidant for his grievances. He covered his mouth and spoke softly. It's not that. It's just that this city is permeated with the stench of zombies. You cannot imagine how vile it is. At first, I was so repulsed that I couldn't eat for several days. Eventually, I learned to block out the odor. I simply couldn't bear the thought of it stinking up my appetite and sleep. Just as he spoke, Zhang Fan's terrified scream echoed from the pharmacy. Moments later, the anguished cries from Shi Dao followed in succession. Then, once again, the world fell into a profound silence. Let us go. Night is approaching. Come to my place. There is food and drink, and it is safe, said Nia Yizhou. Do not rush. Not in a hurry, 2 voices chimed in unison. Nia Yizhou looked at the 2. What are you planning to do? Root out the source. They replied simultaneously. Nia Yizhou was taken aback. Why do you 2 increasingly resemble one another? Little one, could you possibly be this elder brother's long-lost daughter? Lu Qin smirked slightly. He was only 21, to have a 5-year-old daughter. One would have had to plant the seed at least by 15. At that time, he was too busy with his murderous escapades to have entertained such notions. Yet Xiaoxiao raised her brows and grinned. I truly believe my big brother bears quite a resemblance to my real father. Lu Qin, Nia Yizhou both believed that Xiaoxiao was merely joking. Yet, when she spoke, her eyes were filled with unwavering seriousness. In her previous life, he had nourished her, taught her, and cared for her, perhaps even better than her own father. Furthermore, the adage that once a teacher, always a father, holds substantial truth. Chapter 53. The trio's first collaborative battle. Since you all are going, I shall accompany you, risking my life for noble souls, proclaimed Nia Yizhou as he picked up a nearby fire hydrant. Xiaoxiao gazed at him, inquiring, What are you doing? I intend to smash the zombies with this. He replied, Aren't you afraid of zombies? She retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. With a spirited demeanor, Nia Yizhou declared, I have come to a realization. I cannot continue wallowing in despair. I shall rise. Your courage is commendable. I wish you the best of luck. Lu Qin firmly closed the pharmacy's sliding door, ensuring that the zombies within could not escape. Outside, there were still 20 to 30 zombies lurking. Upon seeing the trio, the zombies immediately charged towards them with fervor. The 3 stood aligned like a scorpion's tail, with Nia Yizhou on the left, Xiaoxiao and the adorable one in the center, and Lu Qin on the right. The first zombie lunged at Nia Yizhou. Xiaoxiao sensed the tension surrounding her companions. It's merely a repulsive, stinking zombie. I am not afraid. I refuse to believe I cannot crush you. With a loud clang, Nia Yizhou let out a quivering shout, summoning all his strength as he swung the fire hydrant down. The zombies had exploded instantly. Really? Was it that simple? Xiaoxiao could scarcely believe he had truly vanquished the zombie. In an instant, he was filled with confidence and brimming with pride. Ha ha ha. It seems I possess a certain talent for slaying zombies. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a particularly powerful zombie lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, teleporting away just in time to avoid being clawed by the creature. Gripping the fire hydrant, he swung it down with all his might. Take that. How dare you strike me? After several vigorous blows, he finally succeeded in crushing the zombie. Phew, is its head made of iron? It's extraordinarily hard, he remarked with a smirk. In stark contrast to his frantic struggle, Xiaoxiao, the adorable one, and Lu Chun were in their element, dispatching foes with remarkable ease. The duo displayed an impressive synergy. Whenever Xiaoxiao detected a zombie attempting to ambush Lu Chun from behind, she would preemptively eliminate it. Lu Chun, too, was adept, and they managed to eradicate all the zombies outside in the shortest time possible without even resorting to their special abilities. The trio then turned towards the glass door of the pharmacy. Lu Chun approached the entrance, glancing at his companions. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao nodded in unison. Understanding their silent communication, Lu Chun promptly pulled open the sliding door. Instantly, the zombies, who had been lying in wait, surged forth. Their mouths were stained with blood, their fangs menacing, and they emitted a low, phlegmy growl from their throats. One particularly swift zombie lunged at Lu Chun. With precision, he brandished his knife, slicing cleanly from left to right into its skull, silencing it immediately. He casually tossed the lifeless body aside and swiftly kicked at another approaching zombie. He first kicked the zombie's head askew. The creature, with its neck tilted, let out a low growl. Lu Chun swiftly dispatched it with another strike of his blade. Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Fin, who had already succumbed to the zombie transformation, her brow furrowing in distaste. How grotesque. At that moment, Zhang Fin's nose was entirely missing. Her mouth was bitten away halfway, and the bones on the right side of her face were exposed. Her entire visage was drenched in blood, a sight most horrific. She roamed among the zombies, her eyes a ghastly pale, filled with confusion. Upon spotting Xiaoxiao, she lunged forward like a ravenous beast, her half-open mouth howling as she approached. Zhang Fin reached out her meaty hand toward Xiaoxiao. With a slight curl of her lips, Xiaoxiao lifted her red spear and plunged it into the creature's chin. The spear had pierced through the entirety of its skull. The transformed Zhang Fin emitted a chilling scream before her eyes finally closed. Oh dear, you've turned into a zombie and are still chasing after me. Xiaoxiao cursed. Xiaoxiao glanced over just in time to see Wang Quan, now a zombie, pursuing Xiaoxiao. The sight of Xiaoxiao being chased was rather pitiful, yet undeniably amusing. Little rascal, you still find it funny. Xiaoxiao gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for his teleportation skill suddenly failing, would he be in such a predicament? Alas, this infuriating skill always malfunctions at the most critical moments. Exhausted, he was losing his patience. Observing Xiaoxiao's plight, Xiaoxiao steadied her long spear against the ground, leaping sideways to deliver a series of kicks to Wang Quan's back. Wang Quan was immediately knocked to the ground. Hurry up and use your fire hydrant to smash it, Xiaoxiao urged. Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Haha. You truly are a good sport, little rascal. He raised the fire hydrant and brought it down with tremendous force, cursing as he struck. You dare pursue me? I'll crush you. With their combined efforts, the trio finally vanquished all the zombies, an estimated 80 to 90 of them. After the battle concluded, Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the ground. Utterly exhausted. I'm utterly drained. This is my first direct confrontation with zombies. It was tiring, perilous, yet unexpectedly exhilarating, a thrill that coursed through his entire being. Observing Xiaoxiao and the adorable little one diligently working on the zombies' heads, Lu Chun's gaze flickered slightly. This young girl seemed remarkably well-versed in his techniques and combat style, and she appeared to trust him unconditionally. Why? What do you intend to do with this? Lu Chun approached Xiaoxiao, his curiosity prompting him to inquire for the first time. Xiaoxiao smiled at him. Big brother, this is called a crystal core. With it, your abilities can evolve, becoming even stronger. Crystal core? Abilities? Yes, the crystal core is what's inside the zombies' heads, and your abilities refer to the lightning you used earlier. As he listened to Xiaoxiao, Lu Chun pondered deeply. How could such a 5-year-old possess such knowledge? Moreover, her skills surpassed those of many individuals within his assassination organization. She was an enigma, unfathomable and perplexing. Yet, he sensed no hint of wariness or hostility from her. Never mind, some things are better left unanswered. Lu Chun approached a fallen zombie, mimicking Xiaoxiao's actions, and began searching for the crystal core within its head. Upon witnessing the scene, Yun Xiaoxiao advised against using her bare hands, suggesting instead to wrap the items first. Ultimately, Lu Chun presented all the gathered crystal nuclei before her. Yun Xiaoxiao, taken aback, inquired if they were all for her. Indeed, Lu Chun replied succinctly, his actions speaking volumes. Pressing her lips together, Yun Xiaoxiao accepted, stating that she would take them for now. She then transferred the crystal nuclei into her storage space. A glimmer flickered in Lu Chun's gaze. Yun Xiaoxiao smiled and explained, I have awakened a spatial ability, allowing me to store certain items. She deemed this explanation both reasonable and fitting. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many possessed spatial abilities. Furthermore, Nie Ijo was already aware of her extensive resource collection. It was unlikely she could conceal the existence of her spatial power from him. There was no need to hide it from her older brother either, especially since they would be spending their days together. It was better to be forthright than to let them speculate. This would also facilitate future resource collection. Chapter 54, The Abandoned Prison. Speaking of resource collection, Yun Xiaoxiao promptly entered the pharmacy. These were scarce resources, and she had no intention of missing out. As she ruthlessly cleared the shelves of medications, Nie Ijo felt his heart race. Although he had previously observed her covertly gathering items, witnessing it up close was still enough to send a shiver down his spine. This was essentially a modern-day Doraemon. Hey, little one, make sure to collect everything from my place later. Nie Ijo leaned in. He understood that they would not linger in the city for long. It was far too perilous. Since they were to depart, it was imperative to take those items with them. Using a vehicle for storage is rather inferior to placing the items within the confines of a smaller, more manageable space. How convenient that would be. Yun Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and asked, Aren't you afraid I might hoard it all? Not at all, if you choose to take it. So be it. I suppose I shall just cry myself to death, Nie Ijo replied, feigning sorrow as he wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. This charade amused Yun Xiaoxiao, and upon witnessing her laughter, Nie Ijo found himself smiling as well. However, I am quite curious, just how expansive is your space? Yun Xiaoxiao mused, stroking her chin. It should be quite large, I presume. Standing in the center, Nie Ijo placed a hand on each of their shoulders. In the next moment, the three of them vanished simultaneously. Have I mistakenly relocated? Upon reappearing, Nie Ijo was taken aback. The room, which had once been filled to the brim, was now stripped bare, save for some refuse and an immovable desk, along with a computer. Everything else had vanished. No, wait. The fishbowl remains, and look, there's the little turtle I painted on top of it. Yet, that was of little significance. He was certain this was the place he had occupied before, but where had all his belongings gone? Look below, Yun Xiaoxiao said, standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window and pointing downstairs. Nie Ijo hurried over. Below, a large white truck was parked alongside a smaller vehicle and two black armored cars. Armed individuals stood guard around the vehicles, vigilant in their watch. Others were busily loading items into the trucks. Good grief, we've been robbed, Nie Ijo exclaimed in a fit of rage. To be precise, it wasn't exactly a robbery. The place was unguarded and with no one to protect it. Why would anyone hesitate to seize the opportunity to take what they could find? Yun Xiaoxiao spoke with utmost honesty. If she were to encounter a deserted place stocked with supplies, she would undoubtedly take advantage of it. Nie Ijo raked his fingers through his hair, his expression one of gloom. I have a method to lift your spirits. Yun Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Nie Ijo perked up immediately. What is it? Yun Xiaoxiao smirked slyly. I find this idea quite reasonable. Nie Ijo extended his hand, and they exchanged a high five, their thoughts aligning in agreement. Observing the two, who looked rather sneaky and were conspiring loudly with devious grins, Lu Chen's brow twitched. He even felt a twinge of sympathy for those still laboriously hauling items below. In the inky darkness of the night, three figures stealthily concealed themselves in the grass across from an abandoned prison in the northeast of Rongqing. Brother Chen, crouch down, Nie Ijo urged, noticing Lu Chen standing upright. Just as Lu Chen bent down, several vehicles whizzed past them along the gravel road, halting steadily at the prison's main gate. The leading armored vehicle blared its horn, prompting two beams of searchlight to sweep across the tall watchtowers within the prison. Moments later, the lights vanished, and the iron gate swung open from the inside. Several vehicles entered in succession. A mere 10 minutes later, the three figures silently emerged onto the prison's lawn, where the grass had been trampled down. They concealed themselves behind an abandoned police car, preparing to move towards a nearby large truck when they noticed two heavily intoxicated men approaching their direction. They stealthily relocated to the opposite side of the abandoned police car. Soon, the sound of two streams of liquid cascading down could be heard. Just as Yun Xiaoxiao was about to tilt her head for a better view, a large hand covered her face and pulled her back. "There is nothing worth seeing," Lu Chen remarked in a cold tone. Nia Yizhou concurred. "Indeed, it's rather unsightly and quite juvenile." After a period of silence from that direction, the three of them cautiously emerged from behind the police car and stealthily approached the large truck. Lu Chen produced a piece of iron wire, deftly unlocking the latch at the back of the truck. "Brother Chen, you possess such a skill?" Nia Yizhou whispered, his face brimming with admiration. Watching Lu Chen unlock the mechanism, Yun Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, finding the scene oddly familiar. "Little one, we shall rely on you from here on," Nia Yizhou said, his face alight with anticipation, eager for Yun Xiaoxiao to swiftly gather all the contents from within the truck. As Yun Xiaoxiao moved, a significant area was immediately cleared, causing Nia Yizhou's eyes to shimmer with excitement. "What a thrill! Collect it all," he exclaimed. "Brother Chen, there is another small truck over there. Should we also open it?" Nia Yizhou leaned closer to Lu Chen, raising his brows in encouragement, his eyes filled with eagerness. Lu Chen glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao, who was delighting in the gathering of provisions, and without a word, he strode toward the small truck. Once Lu Chen opened the door of the small truck, Yun Xiaoxiao had finished collecting everything from the large truck. The three of them stood together at the entrance of the truck. As Lu Chen swung the door open, they were momentarily taken aback, for inside were not supplies, but rather people. A whole array of women. There were 5 individuals in total, all seemingly under the age of 25. They huddled in fear within the confines of the carriage. Some were clad in tattered garments, others sported disheveled hair, and a few bore visible scars. "Who is over there?" Suddenly, a gruff voice filled with suspicion echoed through the air. Almost immediately, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. This was dire. Someone was coming. "Hurry." Nia Yizhou swiftly grasped Yun Xiaoxiao and Lu Chen, attempting to teleport away. Yet, as Yun Xiaoxiao glanced at the two who had vanished beside her, while she remained in place, frustration bubbled within her. "Nia Yizhou, can you not be more reliable?" Chapter 55. Betrayed. As Yun Xiaoxiao wrestled with her vexation, the footsteps drew nearer. Without hesitation, she climbed into the small truck, sitting close to the other women, curling up with her feet drawn in, mirroring their expressions of fear. The women exchanged glances, bewildered. Just as Yun Xiaoxiao settled in, 5 towering men wielding guns approached. "What is there to fear? She is quite petite. Some might find that appealing. Ha ha ha. Come on, bring them inside. The show is about to begin. It's been ages since I've had a woman. I'm itching for some fun. If you want to avoid a grim fate, tighten your belts and get them out of here. If we keep them waiting, none of us will make it out alive." With that, 2 men leapt onto the truck, beginning to seize the women. "Hurry. Let go of me," cried one as they roughly yanked her by the arm, dragging her towards the exit. "Where are you taking us?" "I refuse to go. Do not touch me." The recent exchange among several individuals had already made everyone acutely aware of the dire predicament that lay ahead. 2 individuals struggled relentlessly, unwilling to step outside. Suddenly, a man struck one of the women sharply across the face. "Damn it. I told you to move. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, I swear I will end you." His countenance was menacing as he violently yanked the woman's hair, wrenching her head back. The woman emitted a muffled groan, a sound of distress escaping her lips. Fierce in spirit, she seized the opportunity when the man was distracted and bit down hard on his wrist, refusing to let go. "Ah!" The man howled in pain as blood streamed down his arm. "You filthy whore, I will kill you." He produced a gun, aiming it at the woman's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, unexpectedly, a silent bullet shot forth, piercing his skull and splattering brain matter everywhere. He maintained that same ferocious expression before toppling backward. This scene unfolded with such rapidity that all present were left in shock. The remaining men were on high alert, their gazes darting toward the source of the gunfire. There, seated, was a petite figure that appeared so fragile and pitiable. Yet, in that moment, she flashed them an innocently bright smile, then swiftly fired her pistol, each shot striking true. Before the man could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a searing liquid trickling down his forehead, and his consciousness began to fade. They gaped in terror, mouths agape, desperate to utter something yet unable to produce a sound. The thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoed in the air. Suddenly, a young woman at the rear of the carriage let out a piercing scream. "Murder! Murder! Silence!" Yun Xiaoxiao advanced, pressing her gun against the girl. "Utter another word, and I shall end you with a single shot." Her expression was as cold and ruthless as that of a merciless butcher. The girl immediately clamped her mouth shut, too frightened to make a sound. The 3 other young women looked at the resolute and fierce Yun Xiaoxiao, filled with gratitude for her protection. Yet their hearts were heavy with fear. This little girl was truly terrifying. Only the woman who had bitten the man's hand regarded Yun Xiaoxiao with a grateful and admiring gaze. Thank you, little sister, for earlier. Yun Xiaoxiao cast a glance at her. Though disheveled and in a pitiful state, the girl possessed a delicate beauty. It was hard to believe that someone so refined could possess such a fierce spirit. Perhaps it was the other girl's reckless bravery that had stirred a flicker of compassion within her. She was not inherently good. Her willingness to help was entirely dependent on her mood. If she were in a foul disposition, even the mightiest could perish before her indifferent gaze. Yet, should someone strike her fancy, she might extend her hand to assist. After all, the words spoken by those individuals had provoked her ire. Eventually, she would send them to their demise. Certainly, there are those who express their gratitude, and she is more than willing to accept it. With a sweet smile, she remarked, "No need for thanks. It is merely because the sister is lovely that I chose to assist." The girl pressed her lips together, her gaze towards Yun Xiaoxiao brimming with affection. Sure. Yun Xiaoxiao placed a small hand to her lips, signaling the others to remain silent. This was due to the fact that she had heard footsteps approaching. Hurry, something has happened over here. A man's startled shout pierced the air. Soon, a wave of footsteps could be heard, followed by a dozen men wielding firearms surrounding them. Among them were 3 men who, although unarmed, exuded an aura entirely distinct from the others. Yun Xiaoxiao discreetly observed these individuals, then lowered her head, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Astonishingly, the 3 in front were all endowed with special abilities. One possessed wind abilities, another strength abilities, and the last, venom abilities. The wind and strength manipulators were classified as intermediate level 1, while the venom manipulator was shockingly at the initial stage of level 2. It seemed these individuals had already consumed zombie cores. A Wang and the others are all dead. Shot through the head, one person squatted to inspect and solemnly stated. The venom manipulator lifted his sinister eyes to glance at the compartment, causing several girls to fall silent in fear. Did you kill them? Despite his diminutive stature, the man's gaze was intensely terrifying. The group hastily shook their heads in denial. Uncle, I know who did it. Just then, a soft, adorable voice chimed in unexpectedly. The outsiders finally noticed that there was a 5-year-old girl present. Who is it? The venom manipulator cast a sidelong glance at Yun Xiaoxiao. Shall I tell Uncle that there is candy to be had? Yun Xiaoxiao innocently blinked her large, watery eyes. The venomous ability user curled his lips into a sinister smirk. Of course, indulge as much as you desire. Wow, that's wonderful. Yun Xiaoxiao clapped her hands with glee. She pointed to the right side of the truck. Just now, several formidable-looking uncles killed these people and said, "What did they say?" The man narrowed his eyes. Yun Xiaoxiao continued. They said they were going to break in and wreak havoc. Witnessing her sudden shift in demeanor, the woman buried her head, fearing that her expression might betray her. Simultaneously, she secretly admired the child. Surely, this little one must have mastered the art of face-changing. The contrast was simply too stark. Preposterous, the man said coldly. How dare they come here to provoke us? They must be tired of living. Leave 2 here to guard these women. The rest follow me inside to search. Find those men and deal with them mercilessly. She is deceiving you. At that moment, the girl who had previously screamed while being threatened by Yun Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. She pointed at Yun Xiaoxiao, exclaiming, "It was her. She killed those people. She is lying." Upon hearing this, the group halted, turning to cast dark glances at Yun Xiaoxiao. Chapter 56. One shot to obliterate, damn it. You fool. The venomous ability user approached, casting a furtive glance at the woman, then at Yun Xiaoxiao. Is what you say true? He inquired of the woman. The woman nodded vigorously, absolutely. We all witnessed her shoot those people dead. Auntie, what are you talking about? What gun? How could I possibly have a gun? Mother doesn't even allow me to play with toy guns. Yun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her large eyes wide with innocence. She stood up, spun around, and shrugged her shoulders. I certainly don't have a gun. To further prove her innocence, she removed her thin little jacket and patted herself down from head to toe. With summer fast approaching, she wore very little. After such a display, it was evident to anyone with eyes that there was no way to conceal a gun on her person. The ground beneath her was bare, devoid of anything. That is impossible, the woman said in a panic. Just a moment ago, you clearly had a gun. Auntie, why would you slander me? Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened with grievance. I'm just a child. How could I possibly use a gun? Uncle and the others aren't fools. How could you deceive them just because you dislike me? That's not right. With a sigh full of earnestness, Yun Xiaoxiao expressed her feelings. Watching the two argue back and forth, the man with the venomous powers narrowed his eyes. He pointed to the girl who had bitten earlier. Tell me, did this child really commit the murders? No, she replied. He then gestured toward the three other girls, who trembled as they echoed, "No. Hey, why are you all lying?" It was clearly her. The girl who had betrayed Xiaoxiao immediately shrieked in panic. Seeing the conflicting statements, the man's face darkened. A 5-year-old child was indeed unlikely to wield a gun with lethal intent. Yet, this was a post-apocalyptic world. What once seemed impossible could readily transform into reality. Even if it were not so, it is preferable to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 rather than let one slip away. Annihilate them all. The male with venomous abilities gazed with a fierce glint, his voice laced with frigid intensity. Upon his command, the armed men aimed their weapons directly at the compartment. In unison, they pulled the triggers. "Ah!" Several young women screamed in terror. Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened. At this critical moment, a flash of white light pierced through the air, dazzling and blinding, forming a protective barrier at the entrance of the compartment. Bang, 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 bang. A dozen powerful bullets struck the barrier. The bullets seemed to embed themselves within cotton, swirling momentarily before coming to a halt. Suddenly, the air rippled, and two figures materialized inside the compartment. "Little ghost, I apologize. I, cough, slipped a bit. Let us hurry, the firepower outside is formidable." Xiaoxiao awkwardly scratched his head, then swiftly grasped Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Lu Chun, however, faced the entrance with both hands, channeling his abilities. Clearly, the luminous shield moments ago was conjured by him. "Wait." Xiaoxiao immediately turned. Addressing the woman who had betrayed her, "What do you intend to do?" The woman, frightened, recoiled, only to find herself pressed against the wall of the compartment. Xiaoxiao smirked coldly, "Naturally. To eliminate you." She raised her hand and shot the loquacious woman without hesitation. Her gaze was frigid, devoid of any superfluous warmth. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with unwillingness. She had exposed that girl merely to save her own life. The opposing faction, numerous and armed, comprised robust men. Even if this young girl possessed remarkable skills, it seemed implausible that she could rescue them and lead them to safety. Furthermore, given her violent disposition, it was uncertain whether she would even attempt to save them. To consider an alternate scenario, should the adversaries indeed choose to rescue them, they would still face the relentless onslaught of flesh-eating zombies outside. How could they possibly survive in such a world? It would be wiser to expose her. Perhaps such an act would earn them recognition and favor from the others. Within this sanctuary, they sought to carve out their own niche and live safely. She believed her actions were justified. After all, one must look out for oneself in a world so perilous. This young girl had previously threatened her with a firearm, revealing that she was no paragon of virtue. Yet, no amount of planning could have anticipated the ruthlessness of someone so young. A mere disagreement had led to gunfire, and a woman fell, lifeless, to the ground. The women nearby instinctively distanced themselves from her. At that moment, they comprehended that this woman was not an ally. With a chance to stand tall, she chose instead to grovel and betray the very sister who had saved them. Such folly warranted her demise. Her death was of little consequence. "Let us go," Xiaoxiao instructed Xiaoxiao. Just then, she noticed another group of women. They gazed at her, their eyes filled with unspoken longing and hope. "Can you take them all with you?" Xiaoxiao inquired of Xiaoxiao. The fact that these individuals had refrained from betraying her in such dire circumstances demanded repayment. It would be ideal if Xiaoxiao could take them along, however. If that were not feasible, she would willingly remain behind to ensure their escape. She could easily conceal herself in the spatial realm, devoid of any fear. Xiaoxiao might as well give it a try. "Quickly, each of you extend a finger and place it upon my hand." The women, previously enveloped in despair, were instantly illuminated with hope. However, Xiaoxiao's ability was insufficient to transport so many individuals at once. "You can take them in batches." "I can hold on a little longer," he suggested. "All right, Chenggu, just endure a bit more." "Little ghost, go ahead. You take them first." Xiaoxiao furrowed his brow. Yet upon witnessing Xiaoxiao's determined demeanor, he refrained from voicing any objections. He grasped the hands of the other three girls and departed promptly. Within the carriage, only Xiaoxiao, Lu Chen, and the girl with a penchant for biting remained. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Lu Chen's forehead, Xiaoxiao's gaze darkened. She feigned retrieving an item from her bag, but in reality, it was the remaining bottle of ability evolution liquid she extracted from the spatial realm. Inserting a straw with precision. "Sister, please hold me," she implored the girl who bit. Of course, the girl promptly lifted her into her arms. Xiaoxiao then extended the evolution liquid toward Lu Chen's lips. "Big brother, quickly drink this." The ability evolution liquid not only enhanced powers, but also swiftly replenished expended energy. Luchin cast a swift glance at the liquid and without hesitation, consumed it. Upon finishing, a flicker of vitality illuminated his previously cold gaze. As he felt an immediate surge of energy coursing through him, he harbored numerous questions, yet the present moment was evidently not suitable for inquiries. Nodding towards Xiaoxiao, he refocused his concentration, gathering the protective shield. In an instant, he, along with Xiaoxiao and the other two, vanished. Moments later, the protective shield dissipated. The Venom ability's users gazed at the desolate vehicle, which was now merely the resting place of a lifeless female corpse. In a fit of rage, one of them slammed his fist against the door of the car. Search the vicinity. Eliminate them on sight. At that moment, Xiaoxiao and her companions found themselves approximately 500 meters away, beside a rural dwelling located at the rear right of the prison. Adjacent to the house lay a road, and at the entrance, two utterly lifeless zombie bodies lay sprawled. Xiaoxiao explained, "Can we please leave this place? If those individuals come here, it will be troublesome." A girl cautiously spoke up, her voice trembling. "Then you should hurry and go," Xiaoxiao replied, nodding. She gestured toward a vehicle parked by the roadside. "There's a car over there. Perhaps you can try to start it." The girl, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" Xiaoxiao turned her gaze toward the abandoned prison, a sly smile playing on her lips. Not just yet. Was she the kind to flee after suffering a loss? What a naive thought. They had come this far. It was only fitting to present them with a grand gift. I sent it quite dangerous for a girl to venture off alone. You should be kind and see us off. Another girl suggested, casting a furtive glance at Lu Chun, her eyes glimmering with admiration and reliance. Yet, throughout the exchange, Lu Chun did not spare her a single glance. Xiaoxiao, however, appeared to have heard the most amusing of jokes. With a wicked gleam in her eye, she raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Sister, who told you we are the good guys? Did you not witness how I just dispatched numerous individuals? Do not make me regret my momentary kindness. For I cannot guarantee that this gun will not be aimed at your head. Do you intend to morally manipulate her? Then she can only respond with bullets." Her words sent a chill through the girl's heart, causing her to quickly close her mouth in fear. "Let us go. Don't create trouble for others." The girl who had bitten first turned and walked towards the car by the roadside. She opened the door and dragged the lifeless corpse of a zombie out, then took her seat inside. After igniting the engine, she turned the car around, rolling down the window to glance at Xiaoxiao. "Little sister, thank you for saving us earlier." Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. Among these individuals, only this girl earned a moment of her regard. Nevertheless, she had no intention of exhausting her resources to care for those unconnected to her. It was best for everyone to remain well apart. The other three girls climbed into the vehicle, which soon departed. Xiaoxiao allowed their departure because her connection with the Westerners was not particularly strong, yet it existed. And the absence of alarms indicated no malicious intent. She was not a ruthless butcher, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. "Little rascal, do you have any wicked ideas again?" Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow at Xiaoxiao, wearing a look of eager anticipation. Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. "What do you mean by wicked ideas?" "I merely have good intentions." "Then what is your good idea?" "Let us enter this house, rest for a bit, and have something to eat." The three of them entered the courtyard. Inside stood a two-story house, completely devoid of inhabitants. Xiaoxiao handed a bottle of spring water, filled in a mineral water container, to Luchin. "Big brother, have some water." Luchin took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a hearty swig. "What about mine?" Xiaoxiao gazed eagerly. "Here. This is yours." Xiaoxiao's face instantly brightened as he accepted the bottle. Just as he was about to drink, Luchin, somewhat astonished, inquired, "What kind of water is this?" His eyes reflected confusion, for as soon as he consumed it, a wave of relief surged through his body. While it might not rival the mysterious liquid Xiaoxiao had given him in the carriage, its effect was equally astonishing. He was certain this could not possibly be ordinary mineral water. "What? Is this water special?" Xiaoxiao asked curiously, peering at the bottle in his hand before tilting his head back for a generous gulp. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. "Kid, this water is delightful. After drinking it, I feel all warm and cozy." Xiaoxiao observed the two, lightly touching her nose. "Well, in addition to my spatial abilities, I also possess wood and water elemental powers. This water comes from my water abilities." As she spoke, she extended her palm, and soon a pool of clear water gathered in the center of her hand. Her assertion was convincing, and it wasn't entirely deceptive. "I've discovered this water has some unique effects. Drinking it can replenish lost stamina, and soaking in it can enhance one's physical condition." "How impressive!" Xiaoxiao exclaimed. glancing at the water in his hand before taking another sip. Such a wonderful thing. I can't possibly deny myself a few more sips. He added, once I have some free time, I'll prepare a bath for you all to help improve your physical condition. The elder brother need not elaborate. The ample trust accumulated from previous lives suffices. This allows her to temporarily set aside her scrutiny of this individual, classifying him as an ally. Even should he harbor ulterior motives in the future, the discerning panel will provide her with timely warnings, enabling her to take preemptive action. Naturally, she would not hesitate to support her comrades, for those who share in life and death struggles should possess formidable strength. Indeed, little one, I have discovered that my attachment to you is indeed fortuitous. You are truly a treasure. Xiaoxiao chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in his foresight. Xiaoxiao, in response, produced some food and placed it before them. Given the pressing nature of their circumstances, she opted for the simplest option, a McDonald's family bucket. Yet, this alone was enough to astonish the two, as the bucket was still warm. Xiaoxiao had not forgotten about the adorable little creature. She had specifically brought a piece of fresh meat for it. You all eat first. I shall change my clothes, as they have become soiled. All right. Just call if you need anything. After Xiaoxiao departed, Xiaoxiao fixed his gaze on the little creature, clicking his tongue in surprise. While others struggle to afford bread, you get to feast on meat. If anyone knew, they would surely be envious. A pet dining better than its owner. The little creature raised its head, glaring at him while waving its pincers threateningly. Xiaoxiao quickly waved his hands in surrender. All right. I shall refrain from speaking. Is that acceptable? Only then did the little creature resume its meal. Inwardly, Xiaoxiao mused about how this scorpion had truly become quite extraordinary. Upon entering the room, Xiaoxiao promptly retreated into her space. She meticulously cleansed all the crystal nuclei she had previously collected and placed them into the evolution liquid manufacturing device. These crystal nuclei were sufficient to significantly enhance the strength of the three of them, including the scorpion. Moreover, she suspected that Xiaoxiao's teleportation was intermittently unreliable due to the low level of his abilities. If his ability level were to increase, the precision would undoubtedly improve remarkably. Failing at a critical moment could be exceedingly tormenting. Chapter 58. Off to procure supplies. As for her older brother, his lightning and light abilities ranked among the best in all ability categories. If he were to enhance them properly, his combat prowess would be formidable. After transforming all the crystal nuclei into evolution liquid, Xiaoxiao packed them into her small backpack. She also changed into a different outfit, as that was her initial intent upon entering, although she knew that revealing the evolution liquid would undoubtedly raise many questions from the others. She had no intention of disclosing how it was produced or the specifics of the manufacturing device. Trust is one thing, but trust does not equate to divulging all one's secrets. That would be irresponsible. After ensuring everything was in order, Xiaoxiao exited the room. Little one, come and eat. Xiaoxiao beckoned. Luchin glanced over, yet he remained as taciturn as ever. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Xiaoxiao presented the evolution liquid. She had a total of 36 bottles of first-level evolution liquid and 1 bottle of second-level evolution liquid. She divided the 36 bottles of first-level evolution liquid into 3 equal portions and placed them before each of the 2 individuals and the scorpion. What is this? Xiaoxiao curiously examined a bottle, turning it over in his hands. Luchin also picked up a bottle, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. It was identical to the extraordinary liquid that Xiaoxiao had previously offered him. To his astonishment, she possessed an abundance of it. This is an evolution liquid, extracted from zombie crystal cores. Consuming it can elevate one's ability level. Why not give it a try? As soon as Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the adorable little one eagerly began to slurp it down. Is it truly that marvelous? Xiaoxiao's gaze sparkled with intrigue. You've given us so much. What about yourself? Luchin furrowed his brow. Xiaoxiao raised the bottle in her hand. 1 bottle is sufficient for me. Upon uttering these words, the affection meter displayed that Luchin's intimacy level surged significantly, now reaching an impressive 85. Xiaoxiao felt equally touched. Little one, you are exceedingly generous to us. With so much for us and only 1 bottle for yourself, you truly embody selflessness. Perhaps it's due to the increasing difficulty of raising intimacy levels as one progresses. Xiaoxiao's remained at 96. Xiaoxiao replied, not quite. Primarily, the level 1 evolution liquid holds little value for me anymore. By the way, big brother, have you ever consumed a zombie crystal core before? An unexpected question arose in her mind. Luchin nodded. There was an occasion when he found himself trapped in a location devoid of food, with only the zombies he had slain. At that time, He had severed a zombie's head in half, revealing a portion of the crystal core within. Famished beyond measure, he wrapped the core in his clothing, cleaned it, and swallowed it whole. Unexpectedly, after consuming it, an immense surge of energy coursed through his body, enabling him to escape from his confinement. Subsequently, he ingested several more, discovering that this substance indeed enhanced his innate abilities. However, he soon realized that excessive consumption would adversely affect his temperament, leading him to cease further intake. He voiced his concerns, to which Xiaoxiao replied, "This is quite different from the initial consumption. It bears no side effects, so you may drink it with confidence." Upon hearing her words, Lu Chun felt no more apprehension and promptly took a sip. Observing this, Xiaoxiao hastened to follow suit. After both had consumed all 12 bottles, the energy within them skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Lu Chun ascended from a level 1 intermediate to a level 2 advanced, while Xiaoxiao transformed from a level 1 beginner to a level 2 advanced. Despite their differing starting points, both achieved the same advanced level. Xiaoxiao surmised that Lu Chun's abilities, being more offensive in nature, posed a greater challenge for evolution. She discerned their levels through the judging panel, while the two, as direct participants, felt the remarkable change in their internal energies. In an instant, Xiaoxiao vanished from sight, his face alight with exhilaration. "This is incredible! My teleportation speed has increased, and I can cover greater distances with improved precision. Congratulations!" Xiaoxiao beamed, genuinely pleased for him. "Thank you, little ghost," Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaning in to kiss Xiaoxiao, only to be pushed away with a look of disdain. "What is the big deal about a kiss?" He pouted. "It is quite normal for adults to find children adorable and give them a kiss, isn't it? If you dare to come closer. Do you believe I will twist your mouth out of shape?" Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, threatening with a fierce demeanor. All right, no kisses. Why be so fierce for a mere child?" Xiaoxiao silently scoffed. Meanwhile, Lu Chun opened his palm, and a purple orb of lightning, crackling and shimmering, swiftly manifested in his hand. Just gazing at it was enough to evoke the immense destructive power it harbored. From the slight uplift of his brows, it was evident that his mood was exceptionally buoyant at that moment. Xiaoxiao also sensed the newfound strength coursing through her. Indeed, the barrier of the second level had been shattered. Her prowess had ascended to the initial stage of the third level. As she gazed out at the night sky, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Since we have all made significant progress, there is no time to waste. We must go restock now." The element of surprise is paramount. The instant she laid eyes on those individuals, she was captivated by the firearms in their possession. If ordinary guards are equipped with firearms, surely the arsenal within must be substantial. A resolute determination gleamed in Xiaoxiao's eyes. "The term restock resonates well with me. I quite like it." Xiaoxiao poked at his palm, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Lu Chun unconsciously pursed his lips, sharing the same sentiment. Though their personalities differed, their thoughts were remarkably aligned at this moment. Inside the abandoned prison, the atmosphere had plummeted to a terrifying low pressure due to the ruckus created by Xiaoxiao and her companions. "Are you merely idling about?" A whole truckload of supplies was quietly taken away, and 5 brothers were lost. A young man, clad in a suit and wearing glasses, glared at the row of individuals before him. Those people hung their heads low, too fearful to breathe. At that moment, 3 figures approached. Unmistakably the 3 extraordinary individuals from before. "Have you found the person?" The bespectacled man turned to face them, his face a mask of simmering rage. "No." To his surprise, the man swiftly slapped one of them across the face. "Useless. What good are you if you can't even handle a simple task?" Just as he uttered those words, a large splash of black liquid suddenly splattered across his face. His visage began to decay at an alarming rate. Chapter 59. The Cross-Dressing Master, Xiaoxiao. The bespectacled man screamed in horror, his face visibly disintegrating. His nose turned to mush, continually falling apart. His lips detached from his face, revealing the teeth beneath. His cheeks appeared to be cruelly torn, blood oozing profusely, accompanied by a foul, burnt stench. He attempted to reach for his face, but dared not touch it. In agony, he fell to his knees, wailing in despair. Before long, the pain proved too great, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. By this point, his face was unrecognizable, a sight too ghastly to behold. Even his own mother would struggle to identify him. The majority of those present recoiled in terror, stepping back several paces. "Their brother. He is the beloved younger brother of Lord Jiang's trusted aide. If you leave him in such a state, will Lord Jiang not seek retribution against you? What is there to fear? Do you truly believe that Master Jiang would punish me for a worthless fool who knows nothing?" Li Sanqing sneered coldly. his face brimming with arrogance. The power-type ability user, Xiaoxiao, shook his head. Then it is settled. Drag the person out and feed them to the dogs. Claiming it was those individuals who did it. If you dare to speak of this matter, the next one to meet such a fate will be you. Understand? Li Sanqing cast a sinister glance at the others present, instilling fear so profound that they dared not utter a sound. All right. I shall inform Master Jiang of what transpired just now. You all increase your manpower and search the vicinity once more. Understood. Observing the fear etched on the faces of those around him, Li Sanqing felt quite pleased. With a cold snort, he departed. Two burly men began to clean the scene while engaging in hushed conversation. TSK, Li Sanqing was bullied during his time in prison, not daring to utter a word. Yet now, he has risen to power, flaunting his might. What can be done? It's merely a stroke of luck for him, suddenly gaining the ability to unleash poison. Such power is formidable. By the way, what was the reason for his imprisonment? I only heard rumors, but it is said that his wife despised him for being short, ugly, and poor, leading her to cheat. In a fit of rage, he stormed into the kitchen, fetched a kitchen knife, and killed 2 people. When the police arrived, the room was drenched in blood, and the bodies were reduced to mere pulp. Is it really that terrifying? Indeed, one must never bully honest individuals. When they turn ruthless, it can be deadly. So fearsome indeed. Please, stop talking. If someone hears us discussing Li Sanqing, we will be finished. Indeed, calamity arises from the tongue. At this moment, in a house several hundred meters behind the prison, are you certain you want me to dress like this? Niaizhou pointed to himself, his expression one of utter despair. Lu Qin cast a sidelong glance at him, immediately suppressing laughter with a fist to his mouth, clearing his throat with a slight look of discomfort on his face. Seeing Lu Qin struggle to contain his amusement, Niaizhou's expression darkened further. Can I not wear this? He tugged at the wig atop his head, lamenting. And what bizarre assortment of items have you collected? Why on earth do you even have a wig? I think you look splendid, Xiaoxiao said, rubbing her chin with satisfaction. Dressed in a form-fitting leather skirt, with cascading chestnut waves and red high heels. Niaizhou transformed into a striking beauty. Aside from his slightly darker complexion, everything else was flawless. By the way, did you put on what I asked earlier? Of course I did. Would I be this substantial if I hadn't tea? Niaizhou replied, exasperated, as he supported his ample chest with both hands. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Xiaoxiao produced a bottle of perfume, beckoning for Niaizhou to crouch down. What now? Niaizhou rolled his eyes. I refuse to spray that gaudy stuff. Yet, upon catching sight of Xiaoxiao's eager gaze, he irritably fiddled with his wig and bent down. Only a little spray, all right? I promise not to overdo it. Xiaoxiao lightly sprayed a bit on his neck. All done. Brother Zhou, if I were a man, I would surely be captivated by you. Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and raised her brows. Niaizhou's lips twitched slightly. Xiaoxiao then flashed a sweet smile. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry to trouble you. This task should be a breeze, right? Although he was acutely aware that her words were merely flattering nonsense. The tender utterance of Brother Zhou caused him to surrender. Rest assured, I will certainly complete the task. He sighed. Well then, I shall take my leave. With a beaming smile, Xiaoxiao waved her hand obediently. Niaizhou resignedly glanced down at his chest, and then assumed a valiant expression as if prepared to face death, taking a deep breath before swiftly departing. In a secluded corner of the prison, the cross-dressing Niaizhou suddenly appeared. Just as he steadied himself, footsteps echoed behind him. Hey, you there, halt. Niaizhou's first instinct was to flee, but upon recalling his mission and current disguise, he quickly composed himself. Why are you out here? Shouldn't you be in the inner area? A man holding a gun approached. Niaizhou, adopting a falsetto, suddenly burst into tears, his shoulders trembling, evoking a sense of sympathy. The man furrowed his brow, saying, I haven't bullied you, so why are you crying? Niaizhou leaned against the man's shoulder, rolling his eyes and making a face as if he were about to be sick. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were delicately articulated in a soft, affected tone. I yearn for home, dear brother. I am so frightened. Could you perhaps safeguard me? He wept as he spoke, deliberately pressing his cotton-stuffed chest against the other. The alluring fragrance of perfume, coupled with Niaizhou's intentional delay, rendered the man's voice husky in no time. You truly smell delightful, my dear. The man assertively grasped Niaizhou's backside. Startled, Niaizhou nearly leaped in protest, wishing fervently to rid himself of the man's unwelcome touch. He endured the discomfort, managing to suppress his ire. With a strained voice, he remarked, Brother, I heard that a thief struck here tonight. Does that mean we may go without food? As he spoke, the man resumed his indiscreet advances. Xiaoxiao felt a wave of nausea. He swiftly grasped the man's hand, feigning confusion. Is that so? But I just saw a small shadow heading towards the supplies. Are you serious? The man's hands froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Absolutely true. Chapter 60. Alas. All the supplies are gone. The man's face lit up with joy. What a stroke of luck today. Not only had he received the embrace of a beautiful woman, but he had also stumbled upon a significant opportunity to prove himself. Dear sister, please wait here for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall treat you with utmost care. Yes, do hurry. Xiaoxiao wiped his tears, his voice quavering. Yes, do hurry. I shall wait for you. The man cheerfully dashed away. As soon as his back was turned, Xiaoxiao promptly concealed his expression. He disdainfully adjusted his clothing. A mere 10 minutes later, as Xiaoxiao and Lu Chun dealt with several intruders, Xiaoxiao suddenly made his appearance. What is the situation? Have they located the stash of supplies? Xiaoxiao inquired while removing a signal flare from the hand of a corpse that had yet to be deployed. Xiaoxiao proudly lifted his chin. Of course. After going to such lengths, it would be a shame if we didn't find it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us surprise them. Xiaoxiao replied with an innocent and pure smile. Yet there was an ominous undertone suggesting misfortune loomed for someone. You all stay vigilant outside. No fly must enter. Outside a storage facility, over 20 burly men stood guard with firearms, their imposing demeanor quite intimidating. Li Sanqing gazed steadily at the night sky, contemplating the fate of the thieves should they be captured. Third brother, it was this man who brought the message, Xiaoxiao said, pushing the man who had previously groped Xiaoxiao toward Li Sanqing. Li Sanqing cast a menacing glare at the man. Didn't you say someone was heading this way? Where are they? The man's eyes flickered nervously as he stammered. I don't know. A long-haired woman said she saw someone coming this way. There's no sign of the woman he mentioned, Xiaoxiao interjected. Li Sanqing, incensed, kicked the man. How dare you deceive me? No, how could I dare? The man protested in a panic. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the opposite side of the warehouse. A large hole was blasted into a building. Third brother, there's been an incident over there, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, his face displaying alarm. You all stay here. Come with me. Li Sanqing maintained a composed demeanor as he swiftly departed with his men. No sooner had he left than two figures emerged within the warehouse. Go assist big brother now. Come back here to fetch me later, Xiaoxiao whispered in a voice as delicate as a whispering breeze. Xiaoxiao signaled an okay with his hand and vanished in an instant. Xiaoxiao then surveyed the warehouse filled with supplies, a charming smile curving her lips. Supplies, here I come. Thousands of bags of rice collected. Several thousand pounds of flour gathered. Boxes of air-dried yak meat secured. Hundreds of boxes of salt procured. In no time, the entire warehouse had been thoroughly raided by her. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Where are the guns and bullets? I haven't seen a single one. Wow, little imp, you truly astound me. You finished in such a short span. As Xiaoxiao pondered this, Xiaoxiao and Lu Chun suddenly appeared beside her. Haha. I am genuinely looking forward to witnessing their expressions when they come in and find this place stripped bare, not a single hair left behind. Xiaoxiao's face radiated excitement. However, I did not find any guns or bullets, Xiaoxiao admitted, a touch of disappointment in her voice. Her primary objective had been firearms and ammunition. Yet they were nowhere to be found. I did notice a rather concealed area earlier, heavily guarded by many. Perhaps there lies what you seek, Lu Chun interjected. Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened in an instant. As the crowd outside clamored for Lu Chun and his companions, the trio had already stealthily made their way to another building. To their astonishment, they discovered an abundance of impressive weaponry and ammunition. Xiaoxiao gazed in disbelief at the numerous crates filled with firearms. A rough count revealed approximately 6 crates brimming with rifles and around 20 boxes of ammunition. Where on earth had they acquired such an arsenal? Quickly, gather everything. Not a single bullet should be left behind. Where on earth did that person disappear to? How infuriating. He obliterated our 2 vehicles, 3 houses, and even the large public restroom, leaving it a foul mess. We must locate him swiftly. Who knows what he might detonate next? Li Sanqing surveyed the debris that had plummeted from the upper floors, his expression dark and foreboding. That individual had merely unleashed chaos, luring them away as they approached. The true intent of their adversary was ominous. His brow furrowed in urgency. Quickly check if the supplies in the warehouse are intact. Before long, 2 incredulous screams echoed from within the warehouse. It's gone. The supplies are all missing. We're finished. Not a single bullet or gun remains. Upon receiving the news, Li Sanqing's pupils dilated in shock. He realized he was doomed. As the head of security, he had failed to safeguard the most crucial assets, and surely, he would be held accountable by his superiors. His gaze darkened with resolve. Why are you still standing there? Go find someone immediately. After dismissing the person, he swiftly boarded a vehicle and drove towards the prison's exit. Upon seeing him, the gatekeeper merely inquired about his intentions, and upon hearing that he was in pursuit of someone, allowed him to pass. Little did they know, he was not chasing anyone. He was making his escape. Rather than face punishment, he preferred to depart at the earliest opportunity. With his capabilities, he would surely be of great value at any base he reached. However, as his vehicle approached the road outside the prison, 3 figures emerged within his line of sight. 2 were tall, and 1 was shorter, all standing in a row not far ahead. The child in the middle was her. Li Sanqing's pupils dilated in shock. He observed the child flashing an innocent smile at him. Uncle who spreads poison, where are you in such a hurry to go? Are you racing to be reborn? She chimed, her voice the epitome of sweetness, yet her words were utterly deranged. Li Sanqing's eyes darkened with malice as he fixed his gaze on Xiaoxiao and the others. Clenching the steering wheel, he slammed on the accelerator. Suddenly, a jet of water arched gracefully towards his vehicle, swiftly followed by a crackling purple lightning bolt. The lightning coiled around the water, descending upon his car with apocalyptic fury. Li Sanqing's eyes widened in terror as he unfastened his seatbelt, attempting to leap from the vehicle. Yet, as he leaned out, the torrent of lightning and water surged toward him. His body trembled uncontrollably, and in moments, he lay lifeless, a corpse. Playfully bouncing atop his body were tiny sparks of electricity. Chapter 61. An unexpected turn? Shot. Look at you. Even in death, you waste so much, water and electricity alike. We have not charged you for utilities, which is already a form of mercy. Xiaoxiao scoffed, his mouth never ceasing its chatter. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao sauntered over and plunged a knife into Li Sanqing's skull. Bang! At that moment, an abrupt gunshot rang out. Chengu, you've lost so much blood. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in panic. He beheld Lu Qin, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, now hunched over, clutching his abdomen, crimson blood seeping incessantly between his fingers. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Xiaoxiao's lips trembled as she hurried towards him. Suddenly, swoosh. The sound of a bullet slicing through the air approached swiftly and menacingly. Xiaoxiao frowned, preparing to evade. However, a figure darted towards her, shielding her within his embrace as they tumbled to the ground. Big brother. Seeing Lu Qin's cheek marked by the bullet's cruel path, Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated in shock. An ambush was underway. Xiaoxiao glanced down but saw no one. Frowning, he dashed towards Xiaoxiao and Lu Qin. Just as his hand reached out to grasp them, another bullet whizzed past with alarming speed. Lacking the reflexes of Lu Qin, he could not evade the shot and bore the impact of a bullet. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his arm, he stifled a groan but dared not hesitate, swiftly pulling the 2 away. At the very moment the 3 vanished, a young man atop the highest point of the abandoned prison concealed his sniper rifle. He turned to gaze at the middle-aged man seated beside him, who was absently stroking the jade ring on his hand. Jiang Yi, they have fled. The expression on the man's face was a tempest of emotions. Indeed, that Li Sanqing, dead and gone, why even mention him? A worthless fool, more of a hindrance than a help. Xiaoxiao led Xiaoxiao and Lu Qin to the foot of a mountain several kilometers away from the abandoned prison. He paused, glancing toward the west before teleporting again. Arriving at a modest brick and tile house. The structure featured dark bricks and tiles with a dirt fence surrounding it. Outside, a vast expanse of cabbages flourished, while 2 chickens leisurely wandered about, occasionally pecking at the leafy greens. As they appeared, a hunched, elderly zombie hurriedly emerged from the house. Though described as hurried, its pace was quite slow, revealing it to be a frail old woman of around 70 or 80 years. Xiaoxiao politely muttered an apology before swiftly dispatching the creature. Together with Xiaoxiao, they assisted Lu Qin into the house. Despite its dilapidated state, the interior was surprisingly tidy, albeit coated in a layer of dust from neglect. After helping Lu Qin to a room, Xiaoxiao promptly retrieved a clean bedsheet and quickly spread it over the bed before gently laying him down. It was not merely a matter of cleanliness. Both Lu Qin and Xiaoxiao had sustained gunshot wounds, and infection would prove disastrous. I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a moment, Xiaoxiao gasped, collapsing onto the other side of the bed after placing Lu Qin down. Noticing this, Yun Xiaoxiao hastily gathered the necessary supplies for treating gunshot wounds, medications, bandages, and tweezers. She first applied a simple bandage to Niaizhou, ensuring that he would not suffer from excessive bleeding. Afterwards, she moved to Lu Qin's side, preparing to extract the bullet from him. His injuries were severe. Located in a crucial area, if not addressed promptly, it could pose a serious threat to his life. Yet, Lu Qin gritted his teeth and sat up. "It's fine. I can manage," he uttered, expending all his strength, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. His previous wounds had yet to heal, and now he had sustained new injuries. The fact that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was already a testament to his resilience. However, Yun Xiaoxiao could discern from his trembling hands that he was likely at the brink of his endurance. Allowing him to extract the bullet himself would only hasten his demise. "Big brother, you must listen to me. Lie down, and I can assist you." Yun Xiaoxiao's gaze was earnest, her words leaving no room for dissent. She was not jesting. In her past life, she had dealt with such gunshot wounds on multiple occasions. Lu Qin met her gaze for a few seconds before ultimately reclining. "All right." Although the notion of a 5-year-old assisting in bullet extraction seemed utterly fantastical and implausible, he reasoned that it would only result in a bit more blood loss. As he contemplated this, he felt the soft dressing moving across his abdomen, seemingly staunching the flow of blood. Following that, a stream of cold saline solution cascaded down. The overwhelming pain made his fingers instinctively clench into a fist. Had he not reacted swiftly, the bullet would have struck a vital point, likely sealing his fate on the spot. "Bite down on this." Yun Xiaoxiao offered him a new towel, bringing it to his lips. He did not hesitate and immediately bit down. As he observed Yun Xiaoxiao skillfully tending to the wound, his gaze deepened with intrigue. It was astonishing that such a young child could expertly manage a gunshot wound, and with such proficiency. Moreover, she possessed remarkable martial arts skills that mirrored his own techniques. Most notably, some of her moves were original creations of hers. Unless he had personally instructed her, he could not fathom where she might have acquired such knowledge, especially since he had never taught her. Additionally, her methods sometimes bore a striking resemblance to his, particularly her approach of eliminating threats entirely. Furthermore, her inexplicable warmth and trust towards him only fueled his speculation, a notion so improbable yet compelling that it rendered everything more comprehensible. He suppressed these thoughts, intending to seek clarity at an opportune moment. After extracting the bullet, Yun Xiaoxiao applied medicine and secured the bandage. She then redressed an old wound that had begun to bleed. Following this, she attended to the abrasions on his face from the bullet. Once everything was completed, she approached Niaizhou. "It's your turn." Niaizhou opened his weary eyes. "Please, be gentle." Yun Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Soon after, a cacophony of anguished cries filled the room. To an outsider, it would seem as though Niaizhou was enduring a brutal beating. Yun Xiaoxiao swore she was being gentle. However, he had been wailing from the very beginning, leaving her quite speechless. She had never encountered a grown man so fearful of pain. After all, when she was 11 and had been shot by a villain, she had managed her own wounds without a single whimper. "Are you even a man?" Yun Xiaoxiao glared at him fiercely, as if threatening that the moment he uttered another sound, she would pierce him with a sharp object. Chapter 62. Hot Pot. Tears of emotion. Niaizhou shrank his neck, feeling wronged. "But it really hurts. That elder brother over there is hurt even more severely." Yet he hasn't uttered a sound, Yun Xiaoxiao retorted disdainfully, casting him a sidelong glance. Niaizhou gritted his teeth. "Do you think everyone is like Chengu? Chengu is not an ordinary person. How can I be compared to him? There exists a vast disparity among individuals, and we must adopt a dialectical perspective when examining the same issue. Understand?" "I don't understand. I'm only 5 years old, and I haven't been to school." "Niaizhou, such a valid point. I can't possibly argue against that. Indeed, what reason was there to engage in a debate with a 5-year-old? However, you cannot impose a single standard upon me. It truly hurts. What is wrong with me yelling a couple of times? Nothing much. It merely makes you appear rather effeminate." Niaizhou. Humph. In an effort to prove his masculinity, Niaizhou bit down on the gauze, clenched his fists tightly, his neck veins bulging as he desperately stifled any sound. Yun Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. "This way, it makes you seem very manly." "Niaizhou, I want to believe your nonsense." Observing the exchange between the two, Lu Qin raised an eyebrow. After tending to the wounds, Yun Xiaoxiao allowed them to rest. Lu Qin remained on the same bed, while Niaizhou moved to an empty room. Seeing the two individuals deeply asleep, Yun Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, a flicker of determination igniting within her gaze. This time, she vowed to ensure that her adversaries would pay the price they deserved. However, the immediate priority was to restore the two to their former selves. Revenge could wait. After casting a glance at them, Xiaoxiao stepped outside the modest brick house nestled at the foot of the mountain, taking a leisurely stroll to confirm that no additional zombies lurked nearby. The dwelling was quite ordinary, comprising only 2 rooms and a living area. The sparse furnishings suggested that an elderly lady resided there alone. In contrast, the small room where Xiaoxiao stayed contained a few articles of clothing belonging to a young boy. Adjacent to the main house was a small annex that housed the kitchen, next to which lay the bathroom, followed by the toilet. Though compact, the house was well equipped. The muddy courtyard was adorned with a few flowers and some green onion seedlings, yet many had withered due to neglect over time. At that moment, Xiaoxiao stumbled upon the corpse of the elderly lady, now a zombie. She dug a small grave and buried the remains, whispering an apology for the intrusion into her home. After laying the body to rest, Xiaoxiao retreated into her own space, gazing at the city walls in the distance. She recalled her mission. Perhaps it would be best to delay any further actions until this matter had passed. She spent over 8 hours resting in her space, and upon awakening, she commenced her training regimen. After completing 2 rounds of exercise, she indulged in the rejuvenating waters of the spiritual spring and took a leisurely stroll through the vegetable and fruit gardens tended by Dubai. When she finally emerged, only a little over 2 hours had elapsed. The sky was now bright, and the sun gradually ascended to its zenith. Xiaoxiao instructed Dubai to prepare a bountiful spread, for she had resolved to enjoy a hot pot for lunch that day. Considering there were 2 injured individuals, she prepared a beef stew pot. She placed an induction cooker and a small electric box on the table, plugged it in, and poured the original soup into it. This was all ready-made, previously ordered and delivered online. In the space, it maintained its original state, coming out still warm. She meticulously arranged the various ingredients prepared by Dubai, such as rolls of fatty beef, fresh beef, slices of tripe, beef meatballs, duck intestines, yellow throat, luncheon meat, boneless chicken feet, pork belly, bamboo shoots, lotus root slices, kelp slices, potato slices, shiitake mushrooms, black fungus, enoki mushrooms, wide noodles, and more, all neatly displayed. Finally, she organized some condiments, including sesame oil, cilantro, minced garlic, chopped green onions, crushed peanuts, sesame seeds, Sichuan pepper sauce, salt, monosodium glutamate, and chicken essence, placing them in order. Lu Chun and Xiaoxiao were roused by the enticing aroma wafting from the hot pot. Wow, what scent is this? It's so fragrant. Am I dreaming? Or is this real? Why do I feel like I'm smelling something familiar? Xiaoxiao swallowed hard and climbed out of bed. After a brief rest, he felt much better. He sniffed the air, following the scent out of the room and into the living room. Lu Chun followed closely behind him. The physical constitution of ability users is inherently superior to that of ordinary people. Moreover, during Xiaoxiao's treatment of their wounds, she had utilized a bit of spiritual spring water. After resting for a while, both felt significantly improved. Hot pot, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I can't be mistaken. I actually see hot pot, and it's steaming. He swallowed again, incredulously looking at Xiaoxiao. Little girl, don't tell me all of this was prepared by you. Otherwise, Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. Xiaoxiao, brimming with excitement, promptly plopped down onto a nearby stool. Whoa, little one, you are truly my treasure. From now on, you cannot rid yourself of me. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Hot pot, and in this post-apocalyptic world, I can still indulge in hot pot. Just a few days ago, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of this. Wow, and there's my favorite tender beef and yellow throat. Xiaoxiao babbled in sheer exhilaration, likely unaware of his own words. He picked up his chopsticks, snagging a piece of already cooked beef and placing it in his mouth. Ouch, 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 he exclaimed, chewing fervently and swallowing with effort. In this apocalyptic era, wasting food is a disgrace. He paid no heed to how Xiaoxiao managed to procure such fresh and delectable items. As long as there was something to eat, that was all that mattered. One must not overthink, otherwise one would age rapidly. Although Lu Chun remained silent, Xiaoxiao noticed the subtle movement of his Adam's apple. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to address it. Big brother, over there are the condiments. Adding them will make it even more delicious, she said with a sweet smile. Lu Chun, all right. I must have some. It needs cilantro, my favorite. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao hurriedly took his bowl to gather seasonings. Little one, do you have any wine? It would be perfect, but if not, that's fine. You might not have collected any. Suddenly, he exclaimed, no way. You actually have some. Little one, You are my savior." He stared in astonishment at the bottle of 82 Lafite that had magically appeared in Xiaoxiao's hands. "Come here. Little imp, today I must plant a kiss upon you, and from this moment forth, you shall be my cherished treasure. Get lost." With a swift kick from Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly, undeterred, as he lifted the plate of tripe and poured it all into the pot. He then added the tender beef, emptying it in as well. Ah, indulging in copious amounts of meat and wine, that is the true essence of life. With a grin, Xiaoxiao savored his feast with great delight. Though Lu Qin did not devour his food as ravenously, he too ate with remarkable speed. In no time, the table was cleared of all its offerings. Xiaoxiao cheered for their formidable appetite and retrieved more from her spatial storage. With a flourish, she encouraged them, "Eat, indulge without worry." Just as she completed her proclamation, the courtyard door swung open, and a tall figure strode in from outside. Chapter 63, The Tempestuous Young Man. Xiaofeng. The trio immediately turned their heads. At the entrance stood a young man with striking red hair, tall and robust, exuding a masculine charm. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. His expression fraught with agitation. "What are you doing at my grandmother's house? Where is she?" Xiaoxiao gazed in astonishment at the newcomer. Wasn't this the irascible young man she had encountered at the dog training grounds, who ranked 6th on the list of werewolves in the last world, Xiaofeng? Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 19. Ability, fire manipulation. Ability level, high first tier. Goodness rating, 90. Compatibility, -10. Upon observing the information displayed on the appraisal panel, Xiaoxiao was even more taken aback. This individual is merely 19 years old. Previously, she had presumed him to be around 21 or 22. However, one cannot entirely blame her for the misjudgment. After all, he perpetually wears a stern expression, as if the world owes him a fortune. Such demeanor certainly lends him an air of maturity. Yet, astonishingly, despite his irritable nature, he possesses a remarkable 90 goodwill. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. As for the meager 10 intimacy, Xiaoxiao paid it no heed. From what he indicated, this abode belonged to his grandmother. Their presence here could be perceived as an intrusion. It would be unusual for him to harbor fondness for them. Xiaoxiao pointed towards a small mound in the yard. "Your grandmother is inside there." Xiaofeng exclaimed, "What? You killed my grandmother?" His eyes burned with fury. Hey, my friend. While one may indulge in indiscriminate eating, one must not speak so carelessly. We did not slay your grandmother. It was she who transformed into a zombie, and we acted in self-defense," Xiaoxiao hastily clarified, his words muffled by a piece of beef he was chewing. No sooner had he uttered those words than Xiaofeng flicked his fingers, unleashing a burst of flames in Xiaoxiao's direction. Oh dear. Xiaoxiao swiftly dodged. His movements serpentine. The flame promptly landed on the floor within the house, leaving behind a charred mark. Infuriated, Xiaoxiao retorted, "Why are you so temperamental? I have explained everything, and yet you resort to burning me. What is so impressive about fire? A zombie is no longer a human in the true sense. If we do not eliminate her, shall we simply await our own demise at her hands? Would you greet a zombie with a handshake and share a toast?" Xiaoxiao spoke rapidly, a torrent of words spilling forth. "Are you a parrot? Such meaningless chatter." Xiaofeng shot Xiaoxiao a glare before turning his attention to the three of them. "Were it not for the fact that you buried my grandmother, I would not let this matter rest. Now leave my home. But we are still dining. Could we not finish our meal before departing?" Xiaoxiao blinked and offered a slight smile. Given their capabilities, they could easily force the intruders out or even resort to violence to reclaim the house. However, it is wiser to cultivate allies than to create enemies. Being excessively brutish is unwise. They are not heartless murderers. Moreover, they were indeed the ones trespassing, which placed them at a disadvantage. Xiaofeng glanced at her, seemingly recognizing her, his eyes flickering momentarily before furrowing his brow. "Hurry and eat, then leave." With that, he turned his back on them and approached a small mound of earth, kneeling down. "Grandma, Xiaofeng has come late. I'm sorry." Observing his demeanor, Xiaoxiao touched his nose, choosing to overlook the earlier remark about him resembling a parrot. After a while, Xiaofeng re-entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the lavish hot pot feast laid out on the table, his expression momentarily faltered. Xiaoxiao even noticed a slight movement in his throat. He paused for only a second before striding toward the room where Xiaoxiao had been staying. It seemed the boys' clothes they had seen earlier belonged to him. Xiaofeng entered the room and closed the door behind him. He surveyed the furnishings within the room, his eyes gradually reddening. So many years had passed, yet this place remained almost identical to how it was before his departure. His grandmother had always cherished him. Perhaps, if she had not transformed into a zombie, she would still be here. In his frustration, he kicked the cabinet. At that moment, a faint yet alluring aroma wafted through the air, almost as if it were a delicate thread weaving its way into his nostrils. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Furrowing his brow, he gazed intently at the doorway. Who were those three individuals? In this apocalyptic world, how could they leisurely indulge in hot pot? The ingredients laid out before him appeared remarkably fresh. And so much meat. Lost in thought, he unconsciously swallowed hard. His irritation deepened as he furrowed his brow further. Surely, it was merely his hunger that prompted such reactions. He unfastened the bag he had been carrying and retrieved its contents. Biscuits, bread, bottled water, a bit of chocolate, and half a bag of instant noodles. Grasping the remaining half bag of noodles, he noticed that the noodles had been crushed, with the powdered seasoning scattered throughout. He tilted the bag toward his mouth. Compared to the sweet and cloying nature of bread and biscuits, he certainly preferred food with a more pronounced flavor. Having previously devoured several bags of instant noodles, he knew they were best enjoyed when soaked, but alas, lacking hot water, he had to make do. He stuffed a generous mouthful into his mouth and began to chew. Yet, as he chewed, his brow furrowed in discontent. The enticing aroma of meat wafting from outside conjured images of what he had just witnessed. The once delicious morsels now tasted like mere chaff. How revolting. He struggled to swallow, then took a large gulp of water. Forget it. I shall not eat any more. The more I consume, the hungrier I become, not in a physical sense, but rather in a spiritual one. With an expression of irritation, he seized the remaining small bag of instant noodles, tied it up, and placed it into the bag. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. With a puzzled expression, he approached and opened it, only to find no one there. Just as he was about to close the door, his gaze shifted downward, where he finally noticed Xiaoxiao standing at the entrance. Upon realizing the other person's presence, Xiaoxiao wondered, "Am I really that short? What brings you here?" Gazing at the bowl in Xiaoxiao's hands, filled to the brim with an abundance of meat and vegetables, Xiongfeng's eyes flickered momentarily, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. "Brother, this is for you. Consider it as rent for borrowing your grandmother's house," Xiaoxiao said with a beaming smile, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, sparkling with allure, making it hard to refuse. "Are you sure there's no poison in it?" Xiongfeng furrowed his brow. Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Do you truly believe your life is worth less than this bowl of meat?" Chapter 64. What a foul odor! Xiongfeng exclaimed. "Am I not speaking the truth?" Xiaoxiao shrugged, setting aside whether poison is such a precious commodity. "Consider this. If we were to poison you, what benefit would it bring us? Merely for this one house. Can this house withstand a zombie's attack? Why would we squander poison and meat to eliminate you over a little house that even zombies could defeat? Moreover, with so many people desperate for a meal, willing to betray friends and even their own children, do the math. Would it not be a waste to use all this meat solely to kill you? Besides, do we really need poison to kill you?" Xiaofeng gazed at the beaming Xiaoxiao, then cast a glance at Lu Chen and Ye Zhou, who were seated in the living room. Both bore injuries, yet their spirits appeared remarkably high. Moments ago, when he had unleashed fire upon the loquacious man, the latter had evaded it in the blink of an eye, suggesting the presence of some extraordinary ability concealed within him. The other, with an icy demeanor, exuded an aura that clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual. And then there was this little girl before him. Though she radiated an adorable, innocent charm, he had observed her deliberate attempts to sow discord at the dog-fighting arena with clarity. She was, in essence, an unassuming exterior enveloping a cunning, black sesame-filled dumpling. Moreover, for a child of around 5 years old to traverse such a distance from the dog-fighting grounds to this place was no small feat. He recognized the truth in her words. If the three of them were intent on his demise, they likely wouldn't even need poison. After all, what sort of world was this? It would be extravagance indeed to waste a bowl of meat to take a life. If gratitude was to be expressed, a mere bowl of meat would hardly suffice. With that thought, Xiaofeng resolutely made his way to the dining table, instinctively pulling out a chair and settling into the vacant seat. "Eat up, don't be shy," he urged, as he unabashedly picked up his chopsticks and deftly selected a piece of meat, savoring it with gusto. "Delicious." Xiaoxiao, Nye Zhou, Lu Chen. Thus, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the meal concluded with an unexpected sense of joy. Following this repast, Xiaofeng's rapport with Xiaoxiao had increased to a notable 10. Indeed, the allure of food is boundless. In light of your earnest sincerity, you may temporarily remain until your injuries have healed. With this statement, Xiaofeng emerged from the room, cradling a blanket as he made his way to the living room. "I shall sleep outside. The bed is yours," he declared. Xiaoxiao approached and patted him on the shoulder. "You're quite a decent fellow, aren't you? Get lost." "Who do you think you are, calling me little brother?" Xiaoxiao retorted, impatiently shaking off Xiaoxiao's hand. "Hey, a compliment, and you're all puffed up." Inside the room, the sounds of their playful banter echoed. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao guided Lu Chen to the bathroom. Once inside, she closed the door and summoned a large bathtub from her spatial realm, filling it with ample spring water. Lu Chen observed in bewilderment but refrained from interrupting. After preparing the water, she attempted to turn on the bathroom faucet, only to discover the water had been cut off. Reluctantly, she retrieved several barrels of bottled water from her space. "Big brother, you should immerse yourself in the bath," Xiaoxiao suggested, gesturing toward the tub. "As I mentioned before, this water can enhance your constitution. Given your current recovery period, it is an opportune moment to utilize it, and it will also aid in the healing of your wounds." "Xiaoxiao, why do you trust me so?" Lu Chen suddenly inquired just as she was about to step out. While an ordinary child might perceive her as innocent and unguarded, Lu Chen, having spent the past few days together, recognized that this young girl was more astute than anyone else. In fact, she even harbored a degree of caution towards Xiaoxiao, yet exhibited no wariness towards him whatsoever. Hearing a voice behind her calling out Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. In her previous life, it was her elder brother who used to call her that. "Because it is you. She trusted you. Because it is you, she treated you well." Had they met before? Lu Chen asked, voicing his thoughts. Noticing his evident confusion. As if he would not rest until he found an answer, Xiaoxiao paused for a moment and casually recounted the events of her past life. As she spoke, a flicker of shock crossed Lu Chen's usually placid face, soon followed by a sudden sense of understanding. If that were the case, everything began to make sense. Why her skills mirrored his so closely, why her behavior sometimes resembled his, why she felt such unwavering trust towards him, following closely behind him from the very first glance. As if she could not be deterred, and why, despite her tender age, her thoughts were so mature. It must be said that some things are destined to be, whether in this life or the next. "Elder brother, I am sorry. In my previous life, you sacrificed yourself to save me. There is no need for apologies. Since I acted as I did, it was out of my own volition. When one acts willingly, there is no notion of indebtedness. You need not bear any psychological burden." This was the first time Lu Chen had spoken so much at once. Xiaoxiao understood he was trying to console her. "This matter, apart from us, should not be spoken of to anyone else, and I shall keep this secret as well. After all, the concept of reincarnation sounds utterly preposterous." "Yes, I understand, elder brother." In that moment, the emotional knots binding them both were finally untied. An unspoken understanding lingered between the two. After Xiaoxiao departed, Lu Chen secured the door and sank into the bathtub. Before long, he sensed a transformation within his body. He felt considerably lighter, as though both his body and spirit had been purified. His physical strength and resilience had markedly increased. Furthermore, he could distinctly feel the 2 gunshot wounds healing rapidly. It also dawned upon him why Xiaoxiao had left behind several barrels of bottled water. The odor emanating from him was simply unbearable. Grasping a water bucket with one hand, he rinsed himself clean before emerging. Yet, a lingering, unpleasant scent still pervaded the bathroom. He made his way to the ancient well in the yard, lifted the cover, and lowered the bucket attached to a rope to draw water. This well appeared to have been in use for many years, as moss had overtaken the lid. Using bottled water to wash the floor felt excessively indulgent. Just then, he recalled the well nearby. "Chen, what are you doing?" Xiaoxiao strolled out from the house, his arm dangling. Upon seeing Lu Chen drawing water, he leaned against the wall, intrigued. Having grown up in the city, it was his first encounter with an ancient well from his textbooks, and he found it rather fascinating. Shortly thereafter, he followed Lu Chen into the bathroom. As soon as he approached, he pinched his nose and exclaimed dramatically, "What on earth is that smell? It's so foul." Lu Chen. Chapter 65. "Hey, you little rascal, why are you tying me up?" Before long, Xiaoxiao discovered the source of the odor. As Lu Chen had just cleaned the bathroom, Xiaoxiao promptly filled the tub anew, inviting him to indulge in a soak. "My goodness, has my body been besieged by impurities? This stench is utterly unbearable." He suppressed his voice, letting out a low groan. "Ugh, I might faint from my own foul odor." He retched repeatedly, nearly losing consciousness in the process. Hastily, he rinsed himself with clean water, donned a pair of loose shorts, and dashed out, as if fleeing for his life. Once outside, he gasped for breath, savoring the fresh air before finally putting on the rest of his clothes. Did you just leap into a cesspool? You reek of excrement after your bath. At that moment, the freshly awakened Xiaoxiao cast him a disdainful glance, his lips curling in distaste. Xiaoxiao immediately retorted, "You're the one who leaped into a cesspool. You're the one who smells of dung." Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes and huffed, striding towards the door. "Hey, halt. What does that tch mean? Explain yourself." "It means nothing." "Nothing? How many meanings does that entail?" "It means you better clean the bathroom, or who do you intend to suffocate with that stench?" Xiaoxiao. Inside the room, Yun Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile. She realized that ever since her conversation with Lu Chun, his affinity towards her had skyrocketed, ascending like a rocket to its zenith. 100. Xiaoxiao, in the midst of his bath, had similarly leapt from 99 to a perfect 100. Now, her points on the self-service vending machine displayed a total of 10 credits. Without hesitation, she spent all 10 points to purchase a bottle of second-level evolution liquid. As soon as the transaction was completed, a small vial appeared in her palm. With a beaming smile, she promptly skipped over to Lu Chen's room. Big brother. She intended to give this bottle of evolution liquid to Lu Chen. Currently, his strength was at the high second level, and having just soaked in the spiritual spring water, his physique had improved. If he were to consume a bottle of second-level evolution liquid, he would undoubtedly break through to the third level. It wasn't that she was unwilling to give it to Xiaoxiao. Rather, enhancing the overall combat capability of the team was of greater importance. Lu Chen possessed two powerful abilities, and bolstering his strength first would ultimately benefit the entire group. Moreover, their intimacy level had reached a perfect 100, which meant they accumulated 10 points daily. This indicated that she could purchase another bottle of second-level evolution liquid the following day. At that time, it would be just as feasible to give one to Xiaoxiao as well. After handing the evolution liquid to Lu Chen, Yun Xiaoxiao retrieved some essential supplies from her storage space to place in the room, ensuring that when that Su Feng saw them, he wouldn't suspect their lack of provisions despite having ample food. She even specifically brought a few sets of male clothing and socks, having noticed that both Lu Chun and Xiaoxiao seemed to possess only one outfit each. Lu Chen's clothes even bore a bullet hole. While it was true that in the apocalypse, one need not be overly fastidious, how could anyone following Yun Xiaoxiao be seen in tattered clothing? They must be bright and clean. When Lu Chen saw her produce the new clothes and shoes, a flicker of emotion danced in his eyes. "Thank you," he said. Yun Xiaoxiao shook her head in disagreement. "Big brother, let us refrain from saying thank you in the future. There is no need for such formality between us." After closing the door, Yun Xiaoxiao strolled into the courtyard. Xiaoxiao was currently stuffing his nostrils with 2 pieces of paper as he rinsed the bathroom with well water. Outside the gate, the sound of chickens crowing caught her attention, prompting her to investigate. To her surprise, she found Xiaofeng chasing after 2 chickens in the vegetable patch. Remarkably, those 2 roosters were quite swift. Several times, Xiaofeng nearly caught them, only to have them slip away at the last moment. It was no wonder that the old lady zombie had not managed to feast upon them. Perhaps her strength had waned despite her desire. Given the secluded location, the nearest house was quite distant, and it seemed that other zombies had yet to discover this place. The fact that the 2 chickens had survived until now was indeed a stroke of luck. The 2 roosters flapped their wings proudly, cackling loudly as they darted away, showering Xiaofeng with feathers. "Damn it! If I don't steal you 2 today, I won't carry the surname Xiaofeng," he exclaimed, spitting out a feather in frustration. Resembling a lion whose mane had been ruffled, with a fierce determination, he pursued the roosters, his antics appearing somewhat comical. Yun Xiaoxiao pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, enjoying the spectacle while merrily cracking them open. After expending considerable effort, Xiaofeng finally managed to catch the 2 chickens, holding them by their legs. He dangled them in front of him and scolded them fiercely. "You thought you could escape? Look who caught you now. And you dare peck at me? Do you think you've earned your freedom?" Upon concluding his training with the chickens, he noticed Yun Xiaoxiao observing him with an amused expression, as if she were watching a performance. He furrowed his brow and shot her a disdainful glance. "What are you staring at, you little brat? Haven't you ever seen someone catch a chicken before?" Yun Xiaoxiao's temper flared instantly. Though she was indeed short, it was unacceptable for anyone to point that out. Otherwise, they would certainly face dire consequences. With a swift motion, she stuffed the sunflower seeds into her pocket. Her round, expressive eyes flickered with varying emotions as she gazed at Xiaofeng. In the next moment, a vine as thick as a wrist erupted from her palm, hurtling toward Xiaofeng with remarkable speed. It ensnared him completely, hoisting him upside down. Xiaofeng was taken by surprise. He had not anticipated that a mere 5-year-old child could possess such formidable abilities and was utterly unprepared. Moreover, as a first-level advanced individual, He realized that even with preparation, he would not stand a chance against a third-level novice. The vine suspended him in midair, and in his grasp, he still clutched two roosters. The scene was simultaneously poignant and somewhat comical. "Hey, little brat, why are you tying me up?" he exclaimed. "Because I want to," Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly, leaning against the doorframe as she leisurely resumed cracking sunflower seeds. Her tone was casual, as if she were simply commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Xiaofeng struggled in frustration, but to no avail. He contemplated using fire to sever the vine, only to find that the flames nearly singed him instead. "Hey, little brat. What on earth did I do to provoke you? You're quite the enigma." As the saying goes, it is difficult to raise both women and children, especially when these two categories are combined. Xiaofeng furrowed his brow in agitation. Hearing his voice, Niaizhou curiously rushed out. Upon seeing Xiaofeng suspended in midair, he immediately burst into laughter, removing the crumpled paper from his nostrils in a most ungraceful manner. "Wow. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, are you trying to become a flying hero? Is the air up there refreshing?" He turned to Xiaoxiao and gave her a thumbs up. "Kid, you did splendidly." Chapter 66. You're tall, aren't you? "Hey, quickly bring me down." Xiaofeng struggled impatiently. Xiaoxiao, munching on sunflower seeds, looked up at him. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry. Just look at how high you are now. You're the tallest among us. At this altitude, you should be elated. Why rush? Relish the superiority that your height bestows upon you." Xiaofeng, with that sarcastic tone, he twitched his lips. "You wouldn't have hoisted me up here just because I called you short, would you? Am I such a petty person?" Xiaoxiao replied innocently, her big eyes wide open, refusing to admit it. Xiaofeng retorted, "What do you think?" Meanwhile, Niaizhou stifled a laugh nearby. This little girl held grudges quite well. If one dared to call her short, she would definitely remember it. "Hey, you little brat, you're short and don't want anyone to mention it. It's obvious you're short." Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, intending to continue his retort when he suddenly felt himself rising several more meters, with no signs of stopping. He hastily shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, all right, I won't say anything more. Are you at your peak? Yet, it seems you continue to ascend. It appears that no matter what I say, it is deemed incorrect." With that, Xiaofeng chose to remain silent. When Lu Chen emerged and called out to the two, Xiaoxiao finally set Xiaofeng down. "Brother Chen, what do you need from us?" Niaizhou inquired with curiosity. Lu Chen cast a glance at him and replied, "I am primarily looking for you." This only deepened Niaizhou's confusion. Lu Chen elucidated, "Since we must survive together in this apocalyptic world, we are now a united front. Your current abilities are solely supportive, lacking any offensive power. Thus, you must practice some lethal techniques alongside me. Combined with your teleportation ability, you will be able to strike unexpectedly and vanquish your foes." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Niaizhou's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "That sounds splendid. I've been eager to learn from you, Brother Chen. Rest assured, I will apply myself diligently and will not become a burden to you all." In that moment, his gaze was filled with earnest determination. "Go for it, Brother Izhou. I have faith in you. If Niaizhou can evolve, it would indeed be a tremendous asset for their team." "Yes, I absolutely can." Niaizhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we commence at once?" Lu Chen declared. "Wait, are we starting so soon? But don't we still have injuries?" Niaizhou questioned. "No matter, you will move your legs, but refrain from using your hands." Soon enough, Niaizhou understood Lu Chen's intent. Indeed, it was merely about moving his legs, and he was the only one who would be doing so. Complete 100 squats. Perform 100 frog jumps. Execute 200 vertical jumps. Finally, stab the scarecrow with a knife 2,000 times. Lu Chen was supervising him closely. Whenever he attempted to slack off, he would deliver a merciless kick, showing no compassion whatsoever. After an entire regimen, he was nearly rendered incapacitated. His legs felt as if they could scarcely move. At that time, his elder brother had trained him in a similar manner. To call it hellish would be an understatement. She felt no sympathy for Niaizhou, for the pursuit of strength invariably demands a price. This was merely the beginning. At that moment, she noticed a waft of smoke rising from the area near the kitchen. Beneath an iron frame, a fire was crackling, supporting a large iron pot that emitted an enticing aroma. How delightful it smelled! Niaizhou caught the scent as well and propped himself up to rise. Just then, Xiaofeng emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula and a large basin. He lifted the pot lid and scooped out a generous portion of chicken stew with potatoes, placing it before Xiaoxiao. "Here is your lunch. I don't wish to be indebted to anyone." Xiaoxiao scrutinized him for a moment before accepting it with a smile. "Thank you, brother." Xiaofeng curled his lips. His demeanor noticeably softened. In the pot, there was also cooked rice. If one wished to eat, they could serve themselves. He rummaged through the rice bin, discovering rice and spices that were still usable, contemplating preparing a delicious meal. All right, Yun Xiaoxiao responded cheerfully, although Xiao Feng appeared difficult to approach and had quite a temper. It turned out he was merely prideful. Moreover, his culinary skills were surprisingly impressive. The aroma alone was delectable. Did you cook both chickens? Nia Yizhou exclaimed in astonishment. Why not leave one? Xiao Feng shot him a sidelong glance. What purpose would it serve to save it? Who knows if we'll even survive until tomorrow? If there is food, we ought to consume it promptly, lest we perish and leave it for others. This statement carries substantial wisdom. May I join you in your practice? While Yin Xiaoxiao and the others were dining, Xiao Feng approached. Standing before Lu Qin, he spoke with earnest sincerity. Of course, in the ensuing days, as they recuperated, the group diligently endeavored to enhance their strength. Consequently, the relationships within the group improved significantly. Apart from the occasional banter between Nie Yizhou and Xiao Feng, the atmosphere remained quite harmonious. Yun Xiaoxiao exhibited great generosity, often inviting Xiao Feng to join her meals. Yet, her altruism was not entirely selfless. She harbored personal motives. Each day, Xiao Feng's closeness to her grew, and she thought, securing such an impressive individual by her side would indeed be advantageous. Presently, aside from the irritation caused by his teasing her as little shorty, she found satisfaction in his company. Though his temper might be volatile, he was merely a bit prideful. His abilities were commendable, and he exhibited ambition. Most importantly, his culinary skills were quite commendable. With him around, the task of cooking would no longer pose a challenge. The pre-prepared meals she had purchased would eventually be consumed, leaving her without delectable dishes in the future. During this time, Yun Xiaoxiao also exchanged for a bottle of second-tier evolution liquid, which she presented to Nie Zhou. He promptly ascended to the third-tier initial stage. Subsequently, she utilized all her points to acquire a superb weapon, the slasher. The moment she obtained the weapon, exhilaration coursed through her veins. She brandished it and stepped outside. With a thrust, a gaping hole appeared in the large stone outside. With a shift in focus, the tip of her red tassel spear transformed into a massive cleaver. Swinging the blade, she effortlessly severed a large tree beside the house. Goodness! Little one, does a mighty gorilla reside within you? Such a colossal tree, effortlessly cleaved in two. Nie Yizhou rushed over to touch the jagged edge of the fallen tree, his expression a mixture of astonishment. Lu Chun and Xiao Feng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the undeniable impact of Yun Xiaoxiao's formidable presence. With a tender caress, Yun Xiaoxiao stroked her weapon, Zhang Yi. It was not merely her strength, but rather the prowess of Zhang Yi that had accomplished this feat. Such a weapon possesses remarkable power. Chapter 67, A Vengeful Return. Big brother, your injuries have healed. Shall we set forth? Having suffered such tremendous losses previously, it would be unjust to not repay in kind. Moreover, she had numerous tasks awaiting her. Time could not be squandered here. Lu Qin gazed calmly into the distance, his eyes deep with contemplation. It was time. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. Are you all leaving? Indeed. Do you find it difficult to part with us? Nie Yizhou teased, draping an arm around his shoulder. These days, he had been grateful for this comrade in arms, sharing the burdens of grueling training together. Without him, the hellish ordeal would have been unbearable. Xiao Feng glanced back at the modest dwelling. Initially, he had intended to visit his grandmother, to accompany and protect her, even to perish by her side. But now, with his grandmother gone and having unexpectedly formed bonds with these three, he found himself reluctant to let go. Perhaps, in this world rife with despair, sharing companionship with such a unique group was indeed a blessing. May I accompany you as you depart? Yun Xiaoxiao revealed two delicate dimples, her smile sweet and enchanting. Brother Feng, come with us, but you might die at any moment, you know? She laughed with an unrestrained and mischievous charm. Xiao Feng ruffled his tousled red hair. If death is inevitable, then what does it matter whether it comes early or late? At least if I die alongside you, there will be someone to collect my remains. Haha, well said. Let us go, brother Xiao Feng, let us conquer this apocalyptic world together. Who are you calling brother? Get lost. I'm more like your older brother. Is that so? You. Nie Yizhou scrutinized him from head to toe. You haven't even grown all your hair yet. And you call yourself a brother? Who are you calling hairless? I think you're the one. Cough cough. Mind your manners. There is still a minor present, Lu Qin interjected with a light cough. Yun Xiaoxiao touched her nose, feigning ignorance, as if she understood nothing at all. After all, she was still a child. Nie Yizhou and Xiao Feng exchanged a glare, promptly falling silent. Xirin tidied up the belongings in the room. Xiaofeng knelt before his grandmother's grave and bowed several times in reverence. Let us go. Once Xiaofeng stood up, Xirin followed him out of the muddy courtyard. Outside the abandoned prison, along the roadside, there was a slope leading down to farmland below and the road above. Xirin lay on the slope, lifting his head slightly so that only his eyes and above were visible. Xiaofeng was perplexed, wondering why they needed to hide here. Lu Qin's voice was low and grave. Previously, we had been shot at here, likely by a marksman with exceptional precision. If we recklessly reveal ourselves, we may very well fall victim to another ambush. Does Brother Chen imply that the adversary remains concealed, waiting for our appearance? Xiaoxiao glanced towards the direction of the abandoned prison. However, the distance was too great, obscuring any view of the rooftops and whether they were occupied. It was certainly a possibility. Suddenly, a bright, youthful voice chimed in. I have an idea. Xiaoxiao turned to see the calculating and cunning gleam in Xiaoxiao's eyes. Little imp, do you have another harebrained scheme? However, I must make it clear that I shall not disguise myself as a woman this time. If we must, let Xiaofeng take on that role. Xiaofeng responded with confusion. You've dressed as a woman before? He struggled to suppress laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was no wonder he appeared rather effeminate. Xiaoxiao shot him a death glare, gritting his teeth. Who are you insulting? Enough, you two. Settle down, Lu Qin interjected, pinching the bridge of his nose. Xiaoxiao, you explain. Big brother, I believe. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she laid out her thoughts and plans in detail. After she finished, Xiaoxiao patted her shoulder. Little imp, I must admit, your clever mind is quite resourceful. You truly have a plethora of ingenious ideas. Xiaofeng echoed. Indeed, you are quite the clever one. Those who provoke you are bound to face dire consequences. On the rooftop of a tall building within the abandoned prison, a young man lay prone, holding a rifle, meticulously surveying the surroundings through the scope. Aside from him, on two lower buildings, there were also two individuals mirroring his actions. However, it was evident that their level of professionalism paled in comparison to his. Suddenly, the young man furrowed his brow, his expression turning notably grave. He adjusted the focus of his scope, fixating intently on the direction of the road. There, a figure wearing a cap emerged from one side of the highway. It was the little girl from earlier. His eyes sparkled with determination as he aimed at the person's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot rang out, striking the target. The person immediately collapsed. At that moment, three tall figures, similarly clad in caps and bowing their heads, crawled out from the same side of the road. Bang! 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 3 shots followed in quick succession. Unsurprisingly, all 3 individuals fell to the ground, lifeless. The young man's brow furrowed once more. Although he had successfully dealt with those people, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. It seemed too effortless. The earlier individuals had exuded an air of formidable prowess. Meanwhile, on the slope beside the road, the figure of Shi Dao vanished simultaneously, leaving behind a plastic mannequin adorned in clothes with its head blown off. This was a decoy that Xiaoxiao had collected from a clothing store earlier. They had used this dummy to deceive the sniper on the other side. The distance was great, and with the cap obscuring their features, only a small portion of their bodies was visible, making it nearly impossible for the adversary to discern whether it was a real person. This was precisely the effect she desired. After all, how else could they pinpoint the enemy's exact location? A young man was engulfed in confusion when a gentle, childlike voice unexpectedly rang out from behind him. In the next instant, a bullet sped towards the center of his forehead. His face contorted in terror. He found himself unable to evade the impending doom as the bullet pierced through his skull. At that moment, he finally comprehended the strangeness he had sensed earlier. The people he had shot at were rigid and unyielding, making no attempt to evade, as if they were waiting for him to pull the trigger. It dawned upon him that this was a deliberate ploy to reveal his position. Yet, even with this newfound understanding, it was far too late. He collapsed, shocked and resentful. Meanwhile, as Xiaoxiao aimed at him, Lu Qin had also raised his weapon, swiftly neutralizing 2 other snipers positioned on lower rooftops. They had eliminated all 3 gunmen. Just then, the guards below became aware of their presence, plunging the scene into chaos. Chapter 68. Uncle, will you spare Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao curled her lips into a slight smile. With unwavering resolve, she discharged her gun, taking down an assailant who was poised to shoot at them. Lu Qin and the others followed suit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. One by one, figures fell beneath them. The trio, along with their small companion, stood in formation atop the high building, braving the wind like formidable deities of death. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao felt a hand clap upon her shoulder. In the next moment, She felt as if she was frozen in place, albeit only for a fleeting second. By the time she regained her senses, her gun had vanished, and a weapon was pressed against her forehead. Little devil. Xiaoxiao. Shorty. Lu Chun and his companions simultaneously sensed the anomaly around them and shouted in urgent alarm. The situation unfolded with alarming suddenness, leaving the three unable to intervene. A middle-aged man stood beside Yun Xiaoxiao, possessing a certain elegance. Yet the glint in his eyes betrayed a menacing danger. Do not move, unless you wish for her demise, Jiang Minteo said, a warning evident in his gaze. Lu Chun, maintaining a stoic demeanor, commanded, release her. Jiang Minteo let out a cold chuckle. Young man, there is no need for agitation. I have come to befriend you. Is this how one befriends another? By holding a gun to their head? Xiao Fang's eyes flashed with anger. Jiang Minteo disregarded him, instead pressing the gun against Yun Xiaoxiao's temple. My dear, did you not take possession of my supplies? If you are willing to surrender them all, I could overlook past grievances and allow you to leave. Under the circumstances, it was highly probable that the supplies had indeed been appropriated by this young girl. Yun Xiaoxiao bit her lip, blinking her eyes. Uncle, if I give you the items, will you truly let us go? Her tone was remarkably naive, tinged with a hint of ignorance. As she spoke, a small scorpion on her right shoulder stirred subtly. Jiang Minteo chuckled lightly. Of course, Uncle would not deceive you. But we have eliminated many of Uncle's subordinates. Does that not anger you? Not at all. However, we have also destroyed numerous houses and vehicles. Jiang Minteo's brow furrowed slightly in discomfort. Were it not for the girl's genuinely innocent demeanor, he might have suspected her of intentionally provoking him. Truly, it was an instance of bringing up what should have remained unspoken. He had no intention of allowing them to escape. However, Xiaoxiao was unwilling to comply. Her soft, childlike voice suddenly carried a hint of mischievous laughter. Jiang Minao furrowed his brow, intending to issue threats, when the hand holding the gun was suddenly stung by an unseen force. A sharp pain and numbness swiftly enveloped his entire palm. He let out a muffled groan, and his hand involuntarily relaxed, causing the gun to slip from his grasp. Xiaoxiao smirked, snatched the weapon, and swiftly turned to fire at him with precision and grace. Lu Chen's gaze was icy, and he fired almost simultaneously with Xiaoxiao. The two bullets struck Jiang Mintao's head with fatal accuracy. No, Jiang Mintao roared, his voice exploding in tandem with the shattering of his skull. He could not comprehend how he had met his demise so abruptly. He was the leader among all the prisoners. Which of them would dare defy him? After the outbreak of the zombie virus, he had unexpectedly acquired the extraordinary abilities of freezing and teleportation. Just a mere touch to any part of a person's body would render them frozen for a second at his command. Though it seemed but a fleeting moment, it often dictated life or death. Moreover, he could teleport within 100 meters at will, requiring a 5-minute respite after each jump before he could do so again. The combination of freezing and teleportation instilled fear in everyone, ensuring compliance throughout the forsaken prison. He was the sovereign of this place. He had never entertained the notion of his own mortality. Yet now, reality starkly revealed that he was dead, and in such an inexplicable manner. Wow, little ghosts. Did you two conspire together? That was incredibly synchronized. Niaijo exclaimed dramatically. Xiaoxiao extended her tiny finger, affectionately ruffling the adorable one's hair. The adorable creature proudly waved its pincers, seemingly in high spirits. This scorpion is alive, exclaimed Xiao Feng, his face awash with astonishment. Niaijo patted him, remarking, what is so surprising about it? You haven't even seen it grow large and slay zombies. Its combat prowess is formidable. Let us proceed downstairs. There are still some minions remaining. We mustn't let them slip away, Lu Chen interjected. Thus, the group commenced a new round of extermination. As they eradicated the remnants, they discovered that this abandoned prison was nothing short of a grotesque hell on earth. In other words, those they were eliminating were not human, but rather beasts. Within the confines of the prison cells, numerous young men and women were imprisoned, all possessing strikingly youthful and attractive features. Some bore the marks of brutal beatings, their bodies marred, albeit their faces remained untouched. Others wore scant attire, and some were even entirely unclothed. They huddled in the corners of their cells, trembling. The tautness of their nerves was palpable, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Given the previous remarks from others, it was not difficult to surmise the horrors these individuals had endured. Yun Xiaoxiao brandished her blade, cleaving open each cell door without uttering a word. After liberating them all, she turned and departed. The only gift she could offer was their freedom. Whether they could emerge from the shadows and continue to live was a matter that rested solely upon their shoulders. Only those capable of rebirth and renewal deserve to thrive in this world. Please, spare me. I just joined this organization. I don't want to die, pleaded a man, kneeling before Lu Chen as she exited the prison. Behind him, there were several others in a similar predicament, all pleading for mercy. I just joined. I haven't harmed anyone. Please let me go. Another cried. Me too. I am innocent. I have no idea what happened, and I bear no grudge against you. Please don't kill me. Their faces were filled with sincerity, as if Xiaoxiao's actions were a senseless slaughter of the innocent. Xiaoxiao curled his lips in contemplation, pondering the morality of executing them if they were indeed blameless. Just as he was grappling with the dilemma, Xiaoxiao approached with a cheerful demeanor, clapping her hands. My uncles say you haven't committed any wrongdoing, so how about we play a game? Everyone turned to her, curious about the nature of her proposed game. With a playful glint in her eyes, she suggested, let us discuss the misdeeds of one another. The one who has done no wrong may live, while the others must face their fate. What do you think? She smiled innocently, pointing at the man who had protested the loudest. Is there anyone willing to share what this uncle has done wrong? Chapter 69. Where to next? Initially, the others hesitated, uncertain whether to speak up. However, Xiaoxiao added, if you choose not to speak about him, you might find yourselves accused instead, and the one to perish could very well be you. This is a singular opportunity. Whether you survive hinges upon your own decisions. This was, in essence, the simplest form of sowing discord. Were these men to unite and refrain from casting aspersions upon one another, they might indeed stand a chance of survival. However, as Xiaoxiao spoke, the men immediately began to vie for attention. I'll speak. At the time of the outbreak of the zombie virus, he killed several policemen who were guarding us. When he went out to scavenge for supplies, there was a woman who refused to leave with us. He forcibly took her and even murdered her grandmother. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. Listening to the accusations, the man's eyes burned with fury, yet his frantic, evasive gaze betrayed the truth of their words. Who is lying? Your sordid deeds have long been common knowledge. Very well, that makes 8. Is there anyone else who wishes to add? Xiaoxiao picked up a small stone and drew the number 8 on the ground. Seeing no further additions, she pointed to another man. All right, it's your turn. The man who had just been accused, seething with resentment, immediately interjected. While out searching for supplies, someone had blocked the road pleading for help. Not only did he refuse to assist, but he also callously ran over the 2 desperate souls with his vehicle, crushing them to death. Their demise was horrific. Their bodies mangled beyond recognition. And so, this group of people turned on one another, each eager to expose the misdeeds of the others, fearful that if they were to speak less, they would themselves be the next victim. Truth mingled with falsehood, yet none were innocent in the end. Xiaoxiao listened with amusement, while Xiaoxiao regretted his momentary kindness, feeling as though his insides were turning. Thankfully, he hadn't let these individuals go. They were nothing short of beasts. At that time, it remains uncertain how many innocent lives will be lost. From the fragmented words of this group, it becomes evident that the guards in this abandoned prison are primarily those who escaped from a certain penitentiary alongside Jiang Mintao amidst the chaos. They took advantage of the turmoil to slay numerous officers and abscond with all the firearms and ammunition from the police station. Subsequently, they plundered resources from various places, as well as capturing beautiful men and women. For them, the apocalypse is not a hellish nightmare, but rather a veritable paradise where they can act without restraint. Such individuals should not be spared. Should they be allowed to live as if celebrating the new year? Xiaoxiao drew her gun, aiming it at the man leading the group. I have only 8 offenses. Is that not the least? She remarked. Did we not agree that the one with the fewest transgressions could survive? The man grew anxious, for there was only one chance for reprieve, and ironically, the first person became the one with the fewest accusations against him. Conversely, those behind him, having already offended others, found themselves accused more frequently. Xiaoxiao shook her finger playfully, saying, Uncle, you are mistaken. It is not the one with the fewest offenses who can survive. Rather, it is the one who has committed no wrongdoing at all. However, it is quite unfortunate, for all of you have done wrong. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her lips. Thus, you shall all perish. The excitement in her voice was palpable, as if she could hardly wait to pull the trigger. Just as she was about to squeeze the trigger, Lu Chun restrained her gun. Child, do not let your hands be stained with too much blood. Allow me to handle this. With that, he remained unperturbed, swiftly executing each individual with astonishing speed. Those individuals barely had time to utter a sound before they collapsed onto the ground. By the way, where is Xiaofeng? Xiaoxiao glanced towards the west and noticed the absence of one person. I am here. Xiaofeng emerged from a corner of the wall. I just noticed two individuals attempting to escape over the wall, so I pursued them, only to discover they were both abilities users, one wielding the power of wind and the other possessing strength. Where are they now? Xiaoxiao inquired. Xiaofeng grimaced, clutching his arm. They are dead. Are you injured? Xiaoxiao observed his unusual demeanor. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, dismissing her concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I will survive. Those two abilities users were quite formidable. One was shot yet still managed to wield a wind blade, and I was caught off guard, resulting in a wound. Xiaoxiao retrieved medicine and bandages from her small backpack. Brother Zhou, could you assist me with the treatment? I don't need his help. I can manage on my own. Humph, as if anyone wishes to assist you. Once Xiaofeng's wound was properly bandaged, the group gathered together. Shall we remain here? Or should we venture elsewhere? Xiaoxiao asked the other three. This place seems relatively safe, but honestly, staying here feels quite uncomfortable. He expressed his thoughts. Xiaofeng furrowed his brows. In any case, I have no desire to reside in a prison. Lu Chen stood coldly with his arms crossed. I trust Xiaoxiao's judgment. Being reborn. She undoubtedly knows the right direction to take. Therefore, we should heed her advice without question. However, he was certain he would not disclose her rebirth to the others. Indeed. Little one, you are the youngest here. Wherever you wish to go, your elder brothers shall follow. I have no objections. The three of them fixed their gazes upon Xiaoxiao, and her heart warmed at their unreserved trust. However, she deliberately pressed her lips together and teased. What if I lead you into a horde of zombies? Half seriously, she posed the question. What is there to fear? Let us charge right in. Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly with a smirk. Little did he anticipate that his words would become a prophecy, for Xiaoxiao truly led them into the throng of the undead. In a high-end residential community in Rongqing, a figure stood tall at the entrance. I realize I am merely your mode of transportation, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Xiaofeng cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, It seems you possess a clear understanding of your role. In that moment, Xiaoxiao felt an urge to deliver a punch to the sharp-tongued fellow. Yet, just then, he caught sight of the zombies meandering within the community. A glance revealed that there were conservatively 500 or 600 zombies gathered at the grand fountain square before them, men, women, young and old alike. Some donned pajamas. Others were barefoot, and many sported disheveled hair, clearly having fled their homes in haste. Among them were also figures in security uniforms and sanitation attire, thickly clustered. They moved in droves. Upon hearing the commotion from their direction, the entire horde turned to face the newcomers. As if a colossal stone had been cast into a placid lake, stirring a tremendous uproar. All the zombies bared their teeth, howling wildly as they charged toward them with abandon. Goodness, are we really going to eradicate all the zombies here? Isn't that quite insane? Chapter 70. Aspiring to become a construction maniac, I had a remarkable dream. If we accomplished certain tasks, we would eventually have a super secure shelter to reside in. Xiaoxiao remarked with a blend of sincerity and jest. Is eliminating all the zombies in this neighborhood one of those tasks? Xiaoxiao's lips twitched slightly. To be frank, he was somewhat skeptical. This sounded like a fanciful tale. He had once dreamed of feasting on a grand banquet, yet that never materialized. Indeed, Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression composed. Then let us proceed, regardless of what others thought. He had faith in Xiaoxiao. If something as extraordinary as reincarnation could occur, then surely nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. With a submachine gun in hand, he began to unleash a barrage upon the horde of zombies below. Observing this, Xiaofeng promptly followed suit, grabbing his weapon to fire as well. Xiaoxiao rubbed his nose, resigning himself to the chaos. Well, whatever, it's just about killing zombies, right? Let us get on with it. With that thought, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, gazing down at the fallen zombies, her eyes narrowing with fervor. She vowed to become a dedicated construction enthusiast, slaying any obstacles in her path. She harbored no remorse for the bullets, collecting them was merely for the purpose of usage. In the early stages, firearms still held some utility, but as the apocalypse progressed and powers and mutations erupted, their practicality would significantly diminish. Thus, she found her current approach of maximizing resources to be entirely reasonable. Before long, 500 or 600 zombies collapsed in droves. The entrance to the community remained securely shut, and the zombies outside were of too low a level to breach it. Xiaoxiao and her companions descended to the ground. Lu Chen and Xiaofeng were tasked with shooting the sporadic zombies that continued to approach from various directions, while Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao and the adorable little one focused on extracting the crystals from the zombie skulls. I had tasted those crystals before, although they could enhance one's abilities. They also tended to induce irritability. Observing Xiaoxiao and her group excavating the crystals, Xiaofeng remarked while continuing to fire at the zombies. Niao chuckled lightly, stating, "That's because you haven't encountered the little spirits yet. You'll understand soon enough, as these are truly valuable items." After remaining in their position for nearly an hour and successfully eliminating over 200 zombies that had come from behind, as well as collecting the crystals, they finally made their way into the first building on the left side of the main entrance. Upon entering, they promptly secured the unit door. They were keen to avoid having zombies from the upper floors join the fray while they dealt with those below, as it would waste precious time. The residences in this community comprised spacious flats, with 1 unit per floor and 2 units per level. Xiaoxiao stowed her firearm and distributed a weapon to each of them. The interior space was considerably smaller than the outdoors, making close quarters combat more advantageous than using guns. Moreover, employing supernatural abilities was extremely taxing on one's stamina, so it was best to conserve energy when possible. As he gripped the hefty machete, Xiaofeng remained somewhat incredulous. "How can you conjure such items?" he exclaimed, gazing at Xiaoxiao in astonishment. Previously, the firearm was something Xiaoxiao and her companions had retrieved from a small room, and he had assumed it was part of their original arsenal. Yet now, witnessing Xiaoxiao effortlessly render her weapon obsolete, only to promptly produce several others, he found himself grappling with existential doubts. "Brother Feng, I forgot to mention that I possess spatial abilities. These are merely items I had previously collected." Xiaoxiao elucidated with a slight smile. Niao patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder, his tone earnest. "Do not be bewildered, you will soon grow accustomed to the astonishment." Just then, as Niao conversed with Xiaofeng, a corpulent male zombie emerged from the corridor to the left of the elevator. It was clad in a black striped nightgown. Barefoot, and the left side of its face was grotesquely disfigured, as though mauled by a beast. Its skin was pockmarked, with decaying flesh hanging from it, and maggots wriggled upon its surface, emitting an utterly nauseating stench. Lu Chun reacted with remarkable swiftness. As the zombie lunged at him, he plunged his knife into its skull. The creature's eyes instantly closed for the final time. Maintaining a stoic expression, Lu Chun twisted the knife's handle, discovering the absence of a crystal core, before withdrawing the blade. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao advanced towards the room on the left, where the ground was stained with desiccated blood, a trail leading to the entrance. Numerous darkened handprints marred the door. Upon entering, they found a skeletal remains lying on the floor, likely a victim who had been dismembered by other zombies before it could undergo transformation. After thoroughly searching the room without encountering any additional zombies, they exited and proceeded to the adjacent room on the right of the elevator. The door was ajar, revealing an empty interior devoid of any zombies. The Westerner ascended to the second floor via the corridor. In the stairwell, he encountered a male zombie clad only in a pair of oversized shorts, with its lifeless, grayish eyes fixed upon the Westerner. It let out a piercing scream and lunged forward with outstretched claws. However, misfortune struck as it slipped, tumbling headfirst down the stairs. The impact broke one of its arms, and it continued to roll uncontrollably until it collided with the wall at the bottom, inadvertently misaligning its mouth in the process. The sound it emitted took on a tragic timbre, resonating with a sense of despair. Yet, undeterred by its disfigurements, it persistently crawled towards the Westerner. Niao's lips curled into a slight smirk. "My friend, I regret to inform you that despite your pitiable state, I must see you off." With that thought, Niao raised his blade and struck at the creature's head. The Westerner proceeded to the room on the left side of the second floor, only to find the door firmly shut. "What now?" "The door is closed." Niao raised an eyebrow. "Let us first ascertain whether anyone is inside." Xiaoxiao lifted her hand and knocked on the door. Niao pressed the doorbell beside it. "Hello, is anyone there?" No sooner had Niao's words left his mouth than a wary male voice responded from within. "Who are you? Are you the police or military?" Judging by the tone, the speaker seemed quite young. "Neither," replied Xiaofeng. "We are not." "Then why are you knocking on my door?" "Oh, I see. You intend to break in and rob me, don't you?" The young man's voice was laced with both anger and fear. Several dark lines appeared on the foreheads of those outside. "Do you possess anything of value that we would desire?" Niao rolled his eyes. "Never mind, there should be no zombies inside. Let us go." Lu Chun spoke. As he finished, the group turned to leave. "Hey, wait a moment." Suddenly, the person inside called out to them. "Are you really not here to rob us?" "Believe it or not." Xiaofeng huffed in annoyance. I beg you to save me. My parents have turned into zombies. They're in the living room. I'm hiding in my room and can't get out. I'm running out of food, and if this continues, I'll surely die. Chapter 71. I didn't intentionally kill them. Upon hearing that there were zombies inside, Xiaoxiao and the others halted their steps. Xiaoxiao raised his voice. Then opened the door. I can't. They're in the living room. If I go out, they will definitely bite me to death. Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged glances. Let me handle this. Luchin stepped forward, pulled out a piece of wire, and began to fiddle with the electronic lock's keyhole. In no time, the door clicked open. Xiaofeng and Xiaoxiao immediately showed expressions of admiration. Luchin gestured for Xiaoxiao to hold the doorknob while he positioned himself in front of the door. After a nod of understanding, Xiaoxiao promptly pulled the door open. In an instant, a male and a female zombie lunged out, clawing and gnashing their teeth. The two zombies were quite close to one another. Luchin swiftly kicked the male zombie at the forefront, causing both zombies to stagger back several steps. Luchin and Xiaofeng, one after the other, plunged their knives fiercely into the zombie skulls. They then conducted a thorough search of the room, discovering no other zombies apart from a closed door. Presumably, the room housed the young man with whom they had just conversed. Xiaofeng rapped on the door, inquiring whether he would emerge willingly or if they would be forced to kick it down. Since the objective was to eliminate every zombie within the community, it was imperative to leave no corner unchecked, thus avoiding the futility of rework that would squander both time and energy. No sooner had Xiaofeng uttered these words than a fair-skinned, refined young man opened the door, regarding the group with caution. What do you want? Xiaofeng, exhibiting impatience, dismissed him with a glance, peering into the room. Nothing. At this, Xiaoxiao and the others turned to leave, prompting a furrowed brow from the young man. Could it be that they merely intended to enter, to slay a zombie? Casting a glance around the desolate room, the fair young man turned his gaze back to the tightly shut door. Remaining here would only lead to a dead end. Those individuals were clearly not ordinary. Perhaps following them would offer a glimmer of hope. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly dashed out after them. The lad had decided to join them. He carefully trailed behind, and as long as he posed no hindrance, they would not concern themselves with him. Subsequently, the group ascended to the third floor and the west wing. On the third floor, two rooms awaited. One was a gruesome sight, stained with blood and left ajar, yet it was devoid of life. The other contained a solitary elderly man who had succumbed to starvation. Both rooms in the west wing were occupied by zombies. One belonged to a family of 3. A child, still an infant, lay there, with the mother's breast mutilated, presumably bitten off by the suddenly transformed zombie infant while she was nursing. On the arm of the male protagonist, there is a bite mark left by an adult, presumably inflicted by his wife in a moment of desperation when he sought to prevent her from succumbing to her affliction. Additionally, there appears to be a pair of young lovers or perhaps a couple in an intimate relationship who have also transformed into zombies. Both are devoid of clothing, and one bears a face that has been gruesomely mutilated. At the time of their transformation, they may have been engaged in an act of closeness. After dealing with these zombies, they ascended to the 6th floor. The residence to the left on this floor is vacant, devoid of any belongings, indicating it has been uninhabited. Subsequently, they proceeded to the opposite side. To their surprise, the doors swung open with remarkable speed from the inside, revealing a young woman. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing an enchanting and innocent beauty. It truly is you, Zhang Qing exclaimed with excitement. I saw you down below fighting the zombies through the window, and I knew you would come to rescue me. I have finally waited for this moment. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Please, take me with you. I am so frightened here all alone. Her weeping was heart-wrenching, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Are there zombies inside? Xiaoxiao inquired. Zhang Qing's eyes flickered momentarily before she shook her head vigorously. No. She glanced at the cold and aloof Luchin, then at the intimidating Xiaofeng, before finally resting her gaze on Xiaoxiao, who seemed slightly more approachable. Brother, let us leave quickly. It is very dangerous here. There is no rush. We must first conduct a thorough check, Xiaoxiao replied, maneuvering around her to enter the room. However, the girl suddenly displayed a flustered expression as she obstructed his path, forcing a smile. There were truly no zombies inside. There was no need to waste time on inspections. Before she could finish her sentence, a small figure passed by her side. In a state of urgency, she attempted to grasp Xiaoxiao, only to be thwarted by a tall silhouette. What do you intend to do? Gazing at the intimidating expression of Xiaofeng, Zhang Qing's eyes flickered momentarily, and she hastily shook her head, revealing a blend of fear and grievance upon her countenance. The group began examining each room within the house. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao paused before a door. Inside that room lay 3 corpses, all men. They were unmistakably bound with thick ropes. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze towards one man whose arm had not yet been concealed by his sleeve. That arm had nearly been reduced to a mere skeleton. The remnants of decayed flesh suggested that the meat had been methodically sliced away with a blade. She approached and lifted the garments of the other 2 men. The sight beneath their clothing was harrowing, a scene too gruesome to bear. It was evident what these 3 men had endured. Did you do all this? Xiaoxiao grasped Zhang Qing's hand forcefully, dragging her into the room. Zhang Qing stumbled and fell to her knees, covering her face as she began to weep. I didn't want this. I truly did not intend to kill them. But they were beasts. They used the pretense of delivering food to attempt to violate me. I had no choice but to strike back. If I hadn't killed them, it would have been I who suffered. Zhang Qing wept softly, her delicate sobs evoking profound sympathy. Why did her sister insist on slicing their flesh piece by piece instead of simply ending their lives? Xiaoxiao leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing her, Zhang Qing lowered her gaze, concealing the fleeting shadow of sorrow that flickered in her eyes. When she looked up again, her countenance was once more that of a pitiable maiden. I am so hungry. I am at my wit's end. Outside, there are only zombies. If I step out, it is certain death. I truly have no choice but to. I am not heartless. I feel immense guilt. Zhang Qing? Is that truly you? At that moment, a fair-skinned young man, neither too far nor too close, approached the doorway. Upon seeing Zhang Qing, disbelief mingled with a hint of joy illuminated his eyes. Chapter 72. Those destined to die cannot be saved. Those meant to live require no rescue. Zhang Qing was the belle of their school, exquisite in beauty and gentle in demeanor. She was the goddess in the hearts of many boys, and he was but one of her numerous admirers. Yet, he recalled that Zhang Qing did not reside here. How could she possibly be in his building? Zhang Qing gazed at the fair young man, momentarily lost in thought, as if struggling to recognize him. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, a radiant smile broke across her face. Oh, it's you. You remember me? The young man appeared utterly elated. What could bring more joy than being remembered by one's goddess? Zhang Qing nodded, casting a fearful glance at Lu Chen and the others before once again succumbing to silent tears. Hey, you big men. How can you bully a young girl? Aren't you ashamed? The fair-skinned boy stood protectively in front of Zhang Qing, his voice filled with indignation as he confronted Lu Chen and his companions. In that moment, he seemed to transcend the timid and cautious persona he had previously embodied. He appeared tall and formidable. Perhaps this was the power of love. Though he had been somewhat distant and could not clearly grasp the nuances of their conversation, he was overwhelmed by the sheer surprise of seeing Zhang Qing. Unaware of the circumstances, he assumed that Lu Chen and his friends were tormenting his goddess. Fool. Xiaofeng scoffed, unapologetically expressing his thoughts. Xiaoxiao seemed to find humor in the situation, exclaiming, What? We are bullying her? Kid, are you blind or just foolish? Which of your eyes perceived us bullying her? Right now, she is the one who has tragically caused 3 deaths. We were merely asking a couple of questions. And you accuse us of bullying her? Are you all right? I have explained it. They intended to insult me, which compelled me to take action against them, Zhang Qing interjected, tears streaming down her face once more. The fair-skinned boy's anger intensified upon hearing this. Did you hear that? It was those 3 men with ill intentions, and Zhang Qing acted out of desperation. Otherwise, she would have been the one harmed. Damn, I feel as though my words are wasted and my intelligence trampled upon. I have never encountered such a dim-witted fool, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, his frustration evident. Kid, let me offer you a piece of advice. Never judge a person solely by their exterior. Often, the more beautiful the facade, the darker and more corrupt the interior. It is entirely justifiable to eliminate those who seek to bully you. But is it within the realm of possibility for a normal person to sever pieces of flesh from another? That is cannibalism, and not just one individual, but 3. It is hard to believe that these 3 arrived at this abode without the deliberate allure of this girl. What a coincidence could that be? They all came to deliver food, all intent on humiliating him. Could a delicate girl possibly bind 3 robust men one by one and then carve away their flesh? My affairs are none of your concern. The fair-skinned young man showed no appreciation. Let us depart. The melodious voice of a child echoed softly. She cast a brief, indifferent glance at Zhang Qing and the fair young man, her eyes devoid of any superfluous emotion. Those destined to perish cannot be saved. Those who are to survive require no rescue. When a person is completely entranced, reasoning with them is utterly futile. Moreover, why should they squander time discussing matters with an unrelated stranger? Whether he lives or dies holds no significance for them, unless, of course, he transforms into a zombie. In that case, they might indeed provide him with a complimentary ride. As for that girl, though she harbors a ruthless nature, she bears no enmity towards them. The world has no shortage of merciless individuals. They are not the enforcers of this apocalyptic realm, unless the situation directly involves them. They are disinclined to sully their hands with unnecessary conflict. However, should someone foolishly provoke them, the circumstances would be entirely different. After Xiaoxiao and her companions departed, Zhang Qing sorrowfully collapsed into the embrace of the fair young man, weeping inconsolably. Yet, she cast a lingering glance towards the doorway, a flicker of resentment glimmering in her eyes. As she nestled into his arms, the fair young man felt a sudden stillness, his entire being frozen. The goddess had taken the initiative to embrace him. This was a scenario he had never dared to imagine. "I am so frightened. Could you please hold me?" Zhang Qing said, tears streaming down her face. The young man swallowed hard and tentatively placed his hand on her shoulder. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Qing took his hand and guided it to her waist, rising on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. The boy's heart fluttered, after all. He was a young man filled with vigor. How could he possibly resist when his beloved goddess initiated such affection? It felt as if he were a mere turtle in the face of temptation. Without hesitation, he embraced Zhang Qing and kissed her fervently. The temperature within the room began to rise. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao and the others continued their ascent up the stairs. In the subsequent floors, they encountered no living souls. The rooms were filled with the undead. Some had perished from hunger or thirst, while others succumbed to despair in this apocalyptic world and chose to take their own lives. There were also empty homes, devoid of bloodstains, yet showing signs of a hasty departure. It seemed the occupants had frantically gathered their belongings and fled. But whether they escaped or became part of the vast horde of zombies below remained a mystery. However, the community's main gate was firmly shut, suggesting that most likely they had not managed to escape. Alas, this wretched apocalypse. Seeing a family of 5 who had starved to death, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. Their bodies were nothing but skin and bones, resembling desiccated corpses. Although I do not possess any heroic aspirations, my dear friend, do you not think that if we were to clear this community of zombies, we might save some souls teetering on the edge of despair? Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze thoughtfully, perhaps. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the 12th floor. After knocking on a door, it swung open from within. A woman in her 20s stood at the door. "Please come in." She politely invited a few individuals inside. However, she was soon forcefully pushed aside. Was it those people downstairs? A slightly plump middle-aged woman anxiously squeezed past her. In this post-apocalyptic world, one could hardly expect to see someone with such a healthy appearance. It seemed this woman had not suffered much. "Mom, is it the people here to save us?" A disheveled young man, adorned with earrings, rushed over excitedly. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao and the others, he waved towards the living room behind him. "Dad, look, it really is them." No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man approached. Xiaoxiao and her companions silently surveyed the interior of the house. Aside from the initial girl who had opened the door, who appeared somewhat frail and malnourished, the other 3 had rosy complexions and seemed quite robust. "You silly girl. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring a couple of stools for these young men to rest." The middle-aged woman, Wang Rongmei, playfully slapped Feng Xiaoshi's shoulder. Her actions entirely natural. The 2 other men in the room appeared unfazed, as if they had grown accustomed to such behavior. Chapter 73. I want this brother to come with us, sister. Do you have any zombies in this house? As Feng Xiaoshi lowered her head to fetch the stools, a child's voice suddenly chimed in. Although the presence of living individuals seemed to indicate a lack of zombies, she still inquired. Feng Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook her head. "I see. Then we won't disturb you. Goodbye." Xiaoxiao smiled and waved. As the foreigners began to depart, Wang Rongmei's expression shifted dramatically. "Wait a moment." She pulled Feng Xiaoshi in front of several individuals, donning a sycophantic smile. "Gentlemen, this is my daughter, and she is quite attractive. In her school days, many suitors vied for her attention. I recognize your capabilities, and I offer my daughter to you in exchange for your assistance in taking us to the Rongshan base. My sister is, after all, an untouched maiden." Behind her, Feng Xiaoshi's brother, Feng Zizong, spoke with pride. Feng Xiaoshi hung her head, her hands clenched into fists, trembling all over. Listening to the exchange between mother and son, Xiaoxiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Were they truly witnessing a modern rendition of selling a daughter? "Madam, this is your daughter, not a mere cat or dog. How can you so casually sell her off? Does your conscience not ache?" Xiaoxiao could no longer tolerate such behavior. Wang Rongmei merely scoffed, glancing at Feng Xiaoshi. What use is a daughter? She is merely a burden to be raised for someone else. Sooner or later, she must be given away. We provide her with food and education. Every aspect incurs expense. And look at you all, clearly formidable individuals. By entrusting her to you, I am merely securing her a solid foundation. She ought to be grateful to me, so why should I feel any remorse? Wang Rongmei spoke with unabashed conviction, her face betraying no shame. Perhaps her words struck a nerve with Feng Xiaoshi, for as soon as she finished speaking, Feng Xiaoshi raised her head. Her eyes reddened with fury and profound disappointment. How can you look at me like that, you wretched girl? I have said nothing but the truth. Yes, I am your flesh and blood, nurtured by your care, but have you ever truly shown me love and concern? A tinge of sorrow permeated Feng Xiaoshi's voice. Throughout my life, you have showered affection solely upon Feng Zizong, reserving all the good for him, while I have merely been your servant and a machine for generating income. Furthermore, I have worked tirelessly to fund my own university tuition and living expenses. Not a single cent has been bestowed upon me by you. I have even repaid every penny you spent on my upbringing, and I have given you back double. I owe you nothing. Before the apocalypse, I encountered prophecies online and prudently stockpiled food and water at home. And what did you do? Uninvited, you barged in, claiming your house was under renovation and that you needed to stay with me for a few days. Upon seeing my provisions, you scolded me for being overly cautious, for believing in unfounded rumors, berating me mercilessly. But what happened afterward? The supplies that could have sustained us for at least a year were depleted by the two of you in just over 2 months. Now, you even contemplate selling me? Am I not your daughter anymore? The last words escaped Feng Xiaoshi's lips in a near scream, tears involuntarily streaming down her cheeks, revealing the depth of her anguish. Wang Rongmei was taken aback. Her daughter, who had always been submissive, was now shouting at her in front of so many witnesses. After a brief moment of shock, she erupted in anger, striking Feng Xiaoshi. You insolent girl, have you grown wings? I am your mother. You emerged from my womb. Your life is a gift from me, and I shall treat you as I please. She struck Feng Xiaoshi again and again. With her head bowed, Feng Xiaoshi endured in silence, refusing to utter a word. Indeed, sister, your remarks about mother are quite inappropriate. Feng Zizong pouted, offering sarcastic commentary from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoshi's father, Feng Guohua, cleared his throat and cast a disapproving glance at both Feng Xiaoshi and Wang Rongmei. Enough of this. They are waiting, and we must not provide them with amusement. Let us focus on what truly matters. Prompted by his reminder, Wang Rongmei recalled her intentions. You stubborn child. You must go today, whether you like it or not. Just as she was about to firmly grasp Feng Xiaoshi's arm, a small hand pulled her back 2 steps. Yun Xiaoxiao stood protectively in front of Feng Xiaoshi, smiling at Wang Rongmei while pointing at the still pouting Feng Zizong. I like this brother. Let him accompany us, and we shall escort you to the Rongshan base. Wang Rongmei furrowed her brow as she regarded the 5-year-old Yun Xiaoxiao. What purpose does this serve for him? With a sweet smile, Yun Xiaoxiao replied, her soft lips curling upwards. I enjoy whipping people. It's such fun. This brother looks like he would be delightful to whip, so of course, he should come with us. He will serve as my mobile whipping device. But do not worry. I won't let him starve. I will ensure he receives a meal each day. However, he must not eat too much. If he becomes too plump, it will be difficult to whip him properly. Also, my little scorpion loves to drink blood, and his blood seems particularly delectable. With each word Yun Xiaoxiao uttered, Feng Zizong envisioned a gruesome scene, prompting him to tug at Wang Rongmei's arm. Mom, I absolutely refuse to accompany them. They are maniacs. My sister is far more suited for this. Let her go. Indeed, my daughter is more suited for this. It is best to let her go. Wang Rongmei was taken aback by Yun Xiaoxiao's words. She never anticipated that this young girl could possess such a formidable passion. What was even more astonishing was the affectionate gaze of the 3 boys behind her, as if they were prepared to indulge her in any whimsy she desired. It is rather unfortunate. All I wanted was this older brother. Since you are unwilling, we shall take our leave. Yun Xiaoxiao feigned disappointment as she departed. Xiaoxiao, suppressing his laughter, hurried to follow. Why are they leaving? Upon seeing the figures vanish, Wang Rongmei was instantly filled with ire. It is all your fault, you worthless child. Even when offered, no one wants you. In her frustration, she raised her hand. Just as it was about to descend, Feng Xiaoshi seized her wrist. Try striking me again. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Wang Rongmei. The remnants of her hope had been shattered when Wang Rongmei chose to protect Feng Zizong, disregarding her plight in the process. Let go of this nonsensical familial bond. From this day forth, she would no longer endure. You insolent girl. What kind of gaze is that? Have you lost your mind? Watch me not strike you, Dad. Just as Wang Rongmei was about to explode, Feng Xiaoxiao brandished a nearby fire extinguisher. Come any closer, and I will not hold back. Wang Rongmei was so intimidated by her fierce demeanor that she froze in place, fearing that the fire extinguisher might come crashing down upon her. Feng Xiaoxiao, wielding the fire extinguisher, bypassed Wang Rongmei and entered the room. She packed 2 pieces of clothing and divided the remaining supplies in half. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the person had already vanished. Chapter 74. Leave. You are not welcome here. Little one, you spoke deliberately just now, didn't you? Niaizhou inquired with a smile. Indeed. That young lady should now be able to see the true nature of her family. It is best to distance oneself from such relatives as soon as possible. Then why didn't we take her away earlier? What we desire and what we require are 2 entirely different matters. Besides, on what grounds do they intend to send those scoundrels to the Rongxing base? They are not merely lounging about without a care. She continued to ascend. They cleared their path, and as dusk approached, they finally reached the topmost floor. Only this level and the rooftop remained, and the building would be thoroughly cleared. Niaizhou stretched lazily. Shall we continue to clear other floors afterward? Not for today. Nightfall is nearly upon us. It would be unsafe to navigate in complete darkness. We'll resume at dawn. Very well, let us hasten our efforts so we can rest afterward. Lu Qin and Xiao Feng made their way to the rooftop, while Yun Xiaoxiao remained with Niaizhou and the adorable one on the top floor. Soon, they had eliminated the zombies in one of the rooms. Now, only one house remained. Niaizhou knocked on the door. Just as Yun Xiaoxiao was about to retrieve a wire to unlock it, the door swung open from within. Standing at the threshold was an elderly gentleman with somewhat graying hair, appearing to be nearly 60 years old. He glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao and Niaizhou. What brings you here? Grandfather, we would like to check if there are any zombies inside. Upon hearing Yun Xiaoxiao's words, the old man's eyes flickered momentarily. No, he replied, attempting to close the door. However, Yun Xiaoxiao used her small foot to prop it open. Grandfather, you are not being truthful, she asserted. She had clearly noticed the fleeting panic in his gaze just moments ago. If there are indeed zombies inside, let us assist you in clearing them out. Absolutely not. My wife is not a zombie. She is merely unwell. Grandfather, this is not merely an illness. They have completely lost their consciousness, transformed into beings solely driven by a thirst for blood and fresh flesh. Leave. You are not welcome here. Before Yun Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, the old man angrily attempted to shoo them away. If you truly love your wife, you should allow her to depart peacefully. She is not living. She is suffering. Without fresh meat to sustain her, she will endure extreme hunger every day, gradually growing thinner until she is nothing but skin and bones, neither human nor ghost. Is this truly what you desire for her? The old man gazed at Yun Xiaoxiao, his eyes trembling violently. Yet, he ultimately closed the door. This time, Yun Xiaoxiao did not stop him. Little ghost, are you really going to let this go? Was it not stated that all the zombies within the community must be eliminated for it to be deemed finished? Yun Xiaoxiao looked at the firmly shut door and shrugged. Let us wait here. Perhaps the door will open shortly. She leaned against the wall and began to wait. Niaizhou raised an eyebrow. Really? I believe the old man has deep feelings for his wife and would undoubtedly be reluctant for us to harm her. One could say that is not necessarily the case. Yun Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile, her gaze playfully fixated on Niaizhou. Care for a wager? What sort of wager? Niaizhou inquired, his interest piqued. Raising an eyebrow, Yun Xiaoxiao proposed, if the old man does not open the door shortly, you win, and I shall treat you to a leg massage and shoulder rub tonight. However, if he does open the door, then I shall be the victor, and you will owe me a massage. Very well, it is settled, Niaizhou declared confidently. After a brief interlude, Lu Qin and Xiao Feng descended. Let us proceed. Wait a moment. What are we waiting for? Just as Lu Qin's words fell, the door swung open from within. The old man cast a glance at the visitors. Come in, he beckoned. Niaizhou, taken aback, wondered why the old man, who had seemed eager to dismiss them, had suddenly changed his mind. You've truly got a knack for this, little ghost, he exclaimed, giving Yun Xiaoxiao a thumbs up, marveling at her uncanny foresight. Yet, the thought of becoming a mere leg-massaging servant dampened his spirits, and he sulked. The old man ushered them into a room, where an elderly woman with graying hair, a face lined with wrinkles, and dull, gray eyes was bound to a bed. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, she stirred slightly, but her movements were limited due to her restraints. Didn't you just indicate you wanted us to leave? What prompted this sudden change of heart? Niaizhou inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The old man gazed at the woman on the bed and sighed deeply. The young girl spoke wisely just now. My request for her to stay with me stemmed from my own selfish desires. She now yearns for sustenance, yet I am unable to provide it. And she must be suffering greatly. It was never my intention to inflict pain upon her. Instead of allowing her to endure the torment day and night, it would be more merciful to grant her a swift release. However, I find myself unable to take that step, so I must implore your assistance. The old man turned his back. Allow me, Xiaoxiao stepped forward, raising the knife and plunging it into the bewildered elderly woman. The sounds within the room ceased instantly. In that moment, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thank you, he said. I have some food at home. Let me fetch it for you. You must be exhausted from battling zombies downstairs. Please, eat something and take a rest. No need. We have our own provisions, Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, unwilling to consume the meager rations of the elderly. However, his words were disregarded by the old man, who proceeded to the kitchen. Before long, he emerged with a plate of walnuts and cookies. He chuckled, we live on a higher floor and find it challenging to move around. So we have a habit of stocking up on supplies. Who would have thought that this practice would prove useful in the wake of the upheaval? Please, eat first. I will tidy up the things inside, he said, turning back towards the kitchen. Do you want to eat? Xiaoxiao inquired. Xiaoxiao have some. The old gentleman is being so hospitable. Let us not disappoint him. We can repay him with some of our own food later. All right, then I shall not hold back. Xiaoxiao immediately picked up a walnut. Clang. Bang. At that moment, two loud noises erupted from the kitchen. The Western man's expression changed, and he rushed in that direction. Inside the kitchen, the old man lay on the cold floor, his neck marred by a deep gash. Blood gushed from the wound, saturating the ground with its crimson hue. Chapter 75, The Reversal of Fate of the Man and Woman on the 6th floor. The Western man's pupils contracted. Xiaoxiao quickly crouched down, attempting to cover the old man's wound. The old man trembled, raising a hand to stop him. Don't dirty your hands. Old man, why would you think of such a thing? Living alone is, cough, meaningless. She is still waiting for me. I must go accompany her, or else she will be, cough, afraid alone. In the old man's murky eyes, a faint smile lingered, devoid of fear in the face of death. Instead, there was a sense of liberation and acceptance. He did not utter the word love, yet his every word conveyed a profound affection for his late wife. I apologize for frightening you. I hope this won't leave a psychological shadow on you. There's still some food at home. Just take. Before the old man could finish his sentence, his gaze began to drift. Finally, he relaxed completely, closing his eyes for good. Xiaoxiao checked for his breath and silently sighed. The old man had departed. The Western man felt an inexplicable stirring within. In this apocalyptic world, he had grown accustomed to the darkness of human nature. At this moment, witnessing a pair of elderly individuals, entwined in each other's company in love as if it were the beginning, feels profoundly precious and rare. While it is easy to hold one's hand, growing old together is not a simple endeavor. Xiaoxiao went into the room to fetch a clean garment for the elder to wear. Xiaoxiao attended to the elder's wound. Subsequently, Xiaofeng and Luchin carefully lifted the elder and placed him beside the grandmother. Such affection between them deserves to continue in companionship. The Westerner bowed towards the direction of the bed before closing the door and stepping outside. At this juncture, the light in the sky had retreated behind dark clouds. Night had descended. I recalled that there was an empty room on the 6th floor. Tonight, let us take refuge there. The entire building was either occupied by the deceased, infested with zombies, or stained with dried blood. The only relatively clean space was that vacant room on the 6th floor. Having made up our minds, we proceeded downstairs together. As we passed through the corridor leading from the 12th to the 11th floor, Feng Xiaoxiao emerged before us, her head bowed, suddenly appearing from the shadows like a specter. Oh dear, you could have made a sound. I nearly mistook you for a zombie charging at us. Thankfully, I managed to rein in my reaction, otherwise your head might have been in peril just now. Xiaoxiao was about to draw his knife when he realized it was Feng Xiaoxiao, and he hastily halted. Feng Xiaoxiao was greatly startled as well, frozen in place, too afraid to move. Seeing us about to leave, she hurriedly approached Xiaoxiao. Little sister, earlier. Thank you. Had it not been for the words spoken by that young girl, she would have lacked the resolve to depart from that family. No need to thank me. I have done nothing of significance. Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, adding, indeed, I do have a penchant for striking people, and that brother possesses a rather punchable face. Feng Xiaoxiao's lips curled slightly. This young girl possesses a certain wit, doesn't she? Feng Xiaoxiao, perceiving the situation, expressed her gratitude, and chose to remain behind, not joining the others as they departed. Naturally, Xiaoxiao and her companions would not extend a warm invitation to a stranger, although Xiaoxiao, with her discerning nature, sensed that the girl harbored no ill intentions. They were currently engaged in perilous missions daily, rendering it impractical to escort someone devoid of any combat capabilities. To do so would not be an act of salvation, but rather a liability. Moreover, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of unfortunate souls had surged. Could they rescue every single one they encountered? They were neither bleeding hearts nor superheroes with extraordinary powers. Only when Feng Xiaoshi could demonstrate her ability to contribute could she be considered for inclusion in their ranks. Otherwise, the discussion was futile. As they descended further, they arrived at the 6th floor. Just as they were about to open the door to an empty room, a piercing scream erupted from within the adjacent apartment. It dawned on them that this was the very place where the girl who consumed human flesh had resided. Curiously, the anguished cry did not emanate from the fair-skinned young man, but rather from the girl. Following this, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted in succession. In no time, the cacophony ceased abruptly, and then the door swung open from the inside. A blood-soaked young man stumbled out in a state of panic. His left arm appeared to be injured, with drops of blood continuously trickling from his fingertips. This individual was no stranger. He was the same fair-skinned boy from before. Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows in astonishment. In such a short span of time, he had unexpectedly awakened his supernatural ability, specifically a soft-bodied power. Indeed, it is only when one's life is threatened that they can unleash their fullest potential. She could surmise what had transpired earlier. It must have been that the girl had attempted to employ her previous tactics against him, resorting to violence. It was only when she bound him and began to slice the flesh from his arm that he had truly come to his senses, terrified beyond comprehension. It was at that moment he activated his soft-bodied ability, freeing himself from the ropes and turning the tables on her. At that juncture, Li Ming also spotted Xiaoxiao and her companions. With reddened eyes, he rushed towards them, his emotions running high. Did you all know from the beginning that she would resort to cannibalism? He demanded furiously, as if they owed him some explanation. Is there a problem with that? Xiaoxiao retorted. Why didn't you inform me? I nearly fell victim to her, he exclaimed, accusing them of intentional deceit. Fool, Xiaofeng scoffed. Xiaoxiao seemed to find the situation amusing. Hey, are you all right? We did warn you at the time. It was your own lack of judgment that led you to believe we were the ones bullying her. Wasn't this all of your own making? Do you genuinely think that 3 grown men would have met their end at the hands of a seemingly harmless young girl? Pray tell, why did those 3 men even go to her house, intent on assaulting her? Have you not taken a moment to reflect on this? To take a step back. If the first man truly intended to insult her and she was left with no choice but to take a life, then having learned from that grave lesson, she should have refrained from opening the door to strangers when the next 2 men appeared. Her decision to do so indicates either a lapse in judgment or ulterior motives. Such a simple truth is comprehensible even to my 5-year-old sister. He gestured towards Xiaoxiao and then derisively glanced at Li Ming, questioning whether he, being of mature age, could truly be so obtuse. Moreover, within that room lay 3 corpses. Had you not been consumed by lust at that moment, you ought to have carefully examined the bodies and discerned whether that girl was genuinely wronged or merely feigning innocence. Yet, you failed to act accordingly. Thus, is not all of this a consequence of your own doing? And now you come to blame us. Do you not possess any shame? Li Ming's face flushed crimson under Xiaoxiao's scathing words. Yet, some individuals are not so forthcoming in acknowledging their faults. This is chapter 76. A scene reminiscent of summoning a dragon with the Dragon Balls. They invariably seek various excuses to absolve themselves of their wretchedness. Li Ming embodies this very type. Even after Xiaoxiao elucidated the entire matter, he still clung to the belief that he was blameless. You should have articulated your points more clearly at the time. Your vague expressions left me unable to grasp your intentions. Xiaoxiao found the situation so absurd that it evoked laughter. It became evident to him that some individuals are beyond redemption. Brothers, let us depart. Engaging in discourse with a fool only serves to insult our intellect. Xiaoxiao spoke softly. However, her words immediately provoked the already unstable emotions of Li Ming. Who are you calling a fool? His eyes glinted with malice as he immediately attempted to seize Xiaoxiao's arm. However, in the next instant, a knife plunged into the palm of his hand. Blood began to cascade down from his hand. Ding! Danger alert! Danger alert! At that moment, a frantic notification echoed in Xiaoxiao's mind. On the panel indicating the scoundrel, Li Ming's name transformed into a deep crimson, pulsating ominously. A smirk curled upon Xiaoxiao's lips as she withdrew the dagger from Li Ming's hand and thrust it into his chest. Li Ming's eyes widened in horror. His hand, clutching the knife, trembled incessantly. Clatter! The knife fell to the ground, and he collapsed, filled with reluctance and terror. His initial intention had been to seize the opportunity to strike. He aimed to abduct the young girl and coerce the others into surrendering their food and weapons. Yet, he never anticipated that a seemingly harmless 5-year-old could be so fierce, ready to draw blood at the slightest provocation. It was only at the moment of his demise that he comprehended his fatal flaw, the folly of judging a person's character based solely on their appearance. Whether good or evil, strong or weak. How audacious. This scoundrel had the audacity to threaten the child. Xiaoxiao kicked Li Ming, deeming such a person utterly unreasonable. Deserving of death. Xiaofeng scoffed. Lu Qin's eyes darkened, seemingly contemplating delivering a fatal blow to Li Ming. Fortunately, the child reacted swiftly. The darkness had obscured the fact that he was concealed with a knife. Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, realizing that if this continued, she might soon require reading glasses at such a tender age. Hey, little rascal, are you aware that your words are quite provocative? Do you wish to engage in a fight? Xiaoxiao replied. That is only if he can hold his own, with a look of grievance. Xiaoxiao's expression was met with unkind laughter from Xiaofeng, while Lu Qin subtly lifted the corners of his lips. The group paid no heed to the lifeless body of Li Ming sprawled on the ground as they entered the vacant room. The absence of light rendered the space dim, prompting Xiaoxiao to retrieve several boxes of self-heating rice and hot pot for convenience. Naturally, she also brought a chicken for her little darling. Let us make do with this tonight. However, she was oblivious to the fact that what she deemed as making do was, for the other three, far from it. The way Xiaofeng and Xiaoxiao's throats silently bobbed revealed their profound affection for the food. Although Lu Qin maintained an outward calmness, his usual icy demeanor betrayed him through his gaze. In the end, the group thoroughly relished the feast, leaving nearly 20 empty boxes on the ground, devoid of any broth. It was astonishing to him that in this apocalyptic world, he found himself dining better than he ever had before the cataclysm. Xiaoxiao lay on the floor, patting his distended belly and grinning like a fool. Before the end of the world, he had been a struggling university student, his passion for gaming often draining his meager allowance on equipment. His family disapproved of his gaming habits, thus they seldom provided him with additional funds. Consequently, he frequently subsisted on instant noodles in his dormitory. The thought of purchasing something as extravagant as self-heating rice or hot pot was simply beyond his means. And each time he passed by the instant noodles, he could only bid them a reluctant farewell. However, now following Xiaoxiao, every day is a feast of sumptuous delicacies. From extravagant fish to rich meats, even self-heating rice and hot pots are savored to the point of indulgence. This sensation is utterly delightful. Little ghost, will we not impoverish you with our extravagant eating? Will you grow weary of us? Xiaoxiao gazed at Xiaoxiao with genuine sincerity. Xiaofeng and Lu Qin shared a glance, clearly harboring the same concern. It appeared that all provisions stemmed from Xiaoxiao, and they were merely indulging in free fare. Although Xiaoxiao wished to assure them, eat freely without worry. Rest assured, I shall not be impoverished by your consumption, she refrained. The ample supplies stored in her space, along with the livestock and the bountiful fruits and vegetables that could be cultivated, rendered their fears unrealistic, yet embodying the mindset of a frugal capitalist. She cleared her throat earnestly. I certainly do not mind my brothers, but the depletion of resources does pose a problem. Nevertheless, it is of no concern. You can simply gather more supplies in the future. Rest assured, little ghost, I will definitely procure a plethora of items for you. Xiaoxiao declared with conviction. Xiaofeng echoed, and I too. Although Lu Qin remained silent, his eyes were resolute. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Xiaoxiao's gaze as she flashed a sweet smile. Very well. Once again, Xiaoxiao provided each of them with mattresses and blankets, astonishing them anew. The three of them lay down to rest. Just as Xiaoxiao covered herself with the bedding, suddenly, ding, gather 3 individuals with a closeness level of 100. And the host will be rewarded with a random supernatural ability. Xiaoxiao. She was astonished as she listened to the voice of the system. In the next moment, she felt a shiver run through her body, as if a chilling column of water had cascaded onto her dantian. She extended her small hand, and with a thought, an ice pop materialized in her palm. An ice-related supernatural ability. Xiaoxiao was both surprised and elated. She inquired with the system, still in disbelief. In her previous life, she had only possessed a wood-related ability and had never encountered anything like an ice ability. As long as there are 3 individuals with a closeness level of 100 towards you, the system will randomly reward you with a new supernatural ability. Xiaoxiao. This feels akin to gathering Dragon Balls and summoning the dragon. Could this system possibly be her mother reincarnated? This was too good to be true. Thank you for the compliment, host, but I am merely an emotionless system, not your mother. Xiaoxiao, this is a hypothetical situation. Do you understand what that means? Never mind, she could hardly be bothered to argue with an unfeeling system. Besides, she adored the system. If that were the case, would she not be overflowing with abilities to the point of being overwhelmed? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Xiaoxiao cast her gaze towards the sleeping Lu Qin and the others, wishing she could rouse them for a grand feast or offer them extra blankets. Closeness levels come forth from all directions. Chapter 77. May I accompany you to slay zombies? Xiaoxiao bundled her bedding into a heap, pretending to curl up and sleep inside. In truth, she had stealthily entered the spatial realm. Sleeping outside the space was a sheer waste of time. Hence, she opted to slumber within the confines of the space, allowing her to rest while simultaneously facilitating her rapid progress. Having recently acquired ice-based abilities, she needed to contemplate their application thoroughly. She attempted to conjure an ice spike. However, her palm merely emitted a muffled sound, releasing a gust of cold air, and then nothing further ensued. Xiaoxiao, wasn't I able to produce little ice pops before? Why now do I only get a soft sound? Taking a deep breath, she refused to be discouraged, refocusing her attention to try again. This time, she made some progress, as a cluster of ice shards emerged from her palm. Xiaoxiao, hey. I refuse to believe I cannot master you. She became resolutely engaged in a battle of wills with the ice abilities within her. Through relentless effort, after several hours, she successfully manifested ice spikes and ice blades. With a self-satisfied hum, she thought, look at that, I've conquered you. After sipping from a spring water source, she proceeded to cleanse all the zombie crystal cores she had acquired that day. Following that, she began concocting evolution liquid. The day proved fruitful, as she had amassed a total of 125 level 1 zombie crystal cores, all of which she transformed into evolution liquid. While these potions may not significantly aid Lu Qin, Xiaoxiao, or the adorable little one in their advancement, they could serve as a means to replenish energy in times of great consumption of abilities. Thus, she divided the crystal liquid into 5 portions, planning to distribute them to everyone at dawn. In one swift motion, she consumed all 25 bottles of evolution liquid assigned to her. Although her wood-based ability had already reached the 3rd tier, the newly acquired ice ability was still at the novice level, with ample room for advancement. Indeed, after consuming it, her ice ability surged to the pinnacle of the 1st tier. She then exchanged her remaining points for a bottle of 2nd tier evolution liquid. Upon ingesting it, her ice ability swiftly broke through the 2nd tier barrier, reaching the initial stage of the 2nd tier. The speed of her progress was nothing short of miraculous. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed with envy and admiration. She attempted once more to unleash ice spikes and ice blades. The power had undeniably increased significantly. Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, feeling exceptionally pleased. After safely storing the evolution liquid, she commenced her physical training. Although her physical capabilities had improved considerably, akin to how no one would ever complain about having too much money, she too would never tire of enhancing her physical strength. She completed a weighted jog of 10,000 meters, performed 200 frog jumps, 200 squats, and 200 sit-ups. After finishing, she practiced her punches and honed her sword techniques. Exhausted to the point where she could hardly straighten her back, she crawled into a large basin and soaked in the spring water. She was so fatigued that she eventually dozed off while bathing. Upon awakening, she realized she had been unceremoniously ejected by the system. Xiaoxiao, it could have simply awakened me when the time came. Kicking someone out is truly inconsiderate. She was drenched and completely unclothed. Fortunately, a blanket shielded her, or it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. She quickly dried herself off and donned clean attire, grabbing a fresh sheet and blanket. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky, Xiaoxiao yawned, preparing to indulge in a bit more sleep. The room fell into a tranquil silence. Only Lu Qin glanced over, yet he said nothing and closed his eyes once more to sleep. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window, the others gradually awoke. Xiaoxiao let out a tremendous yawn. Little ghost, what shall we have for breakfast today? The adorable one waved a claw towards Xiaoxiao, eyes brimming with anticipation. Let's keep it simple, Xiaoxiao replied, retrieving 2 steaming baskets of dumplings, a pancake roll, an egg, a bowl of shrimp wontons, a box of milk, and a fresh fish from her spatial storage. Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Xiaophone, Lu Qin, the adorable one. Xiaoxiao exaggeratedly swallowed, touching the warm dumplings. Little ghost, is this what you refer to as simple? This is far from simple. Moreover, your spatial storage is truly miraculous. It can preserve freshness. Look, everything is still warm. However, the thought crossed their minds simultaneously. The ability to store warm items must have originated from before the apocalypse. Xiaoxiao was unperturbed by their speculation. She did not wish to lower her living standards simply because of their presence. Having been granted a second chance at life, she certainly desired to eat whatever she pleased. If she were to shy away from revealing her provisions for fear of their judgment, what meaning would there be in living? All those delectable treats she had hoarded would merely become ornamental. Eating less occasionally was acceptable, but to hide and refrain completely was out of the question. Furthermore, her confidence stemmed from the quality of her resources. Once any hint of dissent arises among them, she would promptly take action to eradicate it. Moreover, she firmly believes that even if she reveals these items, the three individuals before her, while perhaps harboring some doubts, would never betray her. Indeed, aside from a few exchanged glances filled with subtle nuances, they did not inquire further. After a satisfying meal, Xiaoxiao patted his belly, feeling quite full. "Let's go burn off some calories," he suggested. Xiangfeng rose to his feet. "Lu Qin, today we should divide into groups. The efficiency of working together with the Westerners is far too low." "I share the same sentiment," Xiaoxiao concurred. Ultimately, they decided that Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, and the adorable one would form one group, while Xiangfeng and Lu Qin would comprise the other. This arrangement would ensure a more balanced combat capability, with each group having someone capable of unlocking doors. Before departing, Xiaoxiao produced the evolution liquid. Xiangfeng gazed curiously at the small vial placed in his hand. "What is this, little girl?" Since the incident when he had called Xiaoxiao little shorty and received a swift knockout, he had modified his address to avoid the lethal glare she cast upon him. Xiaoxiao briefly explained the function of the evolution liquid. "This belongs to Big Brother and Ejo Brother. While the level 1 evolution liquid cannot enhance your strength at this moment, it can replenish your energy should your abilities be excessively drained. Brother Feng can consume half. It will be beneficial for your strength. As for the adorable one, I will keep it for you. You can have it when you wish to drink it, or it can serve as a snack." After a while, Xiangfeng consumed 12 bottles of evolution liquid, solidifying his abilities at the pinnacle of level 1 advanced. Xiaoxiao contemplated exchanging a vial of secondary evolution fluid for him in a couple of days to aid his breakthrough. The group, fully prepared, promptly set out to commence the day's extermination mission. The entire complex consisted of 13 buildings. They had already cleared one the previous day, leaving 12 more to tackle. This undertaking was undeniably formidable. Upon arriving at the entrance on the first floor, they encountered Feng Xiaoshi seated on the ground. She rose, her expression tense, and uncertainly inquired, "May I join you in slaying the zombies?" Chapter 78. Is that sister the one who hunts zombies? Isn't it dangerous? Are you afraid, sister? Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Feng Xiaoshi nodded, then shook her head. "I am afraid, but it is something I can overcome. I cannot remain a timid turtle hiding in this building forever. That is simply impractical. I aspire to possess the courage and ability to vanquish these terrifying monsters. Just like you. Only then can I survive in this dreadful apocalypse. I want to live." The determination in Feng Xiaoshi's eyes was unwavering. In that moment, she seemed to have discovered her life's purpose, radiating vitality and spirit, imbued with a yearning for a better existence. At that instant, she shone with brilliance. "In truth, my resolve stems from you, little sister." "Because of me?" Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Feng Xiaoshi smiled softly, saying, "Indeed, little sister, despite your tender age, you face the zombies with composure and possess the ability to protect yourself. Here I am, much older than you, yet I have cowered at home, too afraid to venture out. Just thinking about it fills me with a sense of shame. Last night, I pondered for a long time whether to continue languishing in this building or to venture forth and strive for something more. After much contemplation, I arrived at the conclusion that the latter was the path I wished to take. However, I am acutely aware of my own limitations. Even if I possess the courage to step out, I lack the requisite strength. Nevertheless, I am eager to learn and to practice. If you would be so kind as to guide me, I assure you that I will never engage in any actions that would jeopardize your safety, and in the future, I shall certainly repay your kindness." Feng Xiaoshi spoke fervently, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated anxiety, fearful that Xiaoxiao and the others might reject her, unwilling to let her accompany them. Lu Qin turned to Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, the decision rests with you." He had faith in her judgment. Xiaoxiao and Xiao Feng merely shrugged, indicating their agreement with Xiaoxiao's choice. Feng Xiaoshi gazed at Xiaoxiao with earnest anticipation, anxious for her approval. Observing the 80 intimacy score displayed on the appraisal panel between Feng Xiaoxia and herself, Xiaoxiao smiled gently. All right, this is my knife. I shall lend it to you. If you can slay that zombie outside, you may join us. Xiaoxiao handed the knife that hung from her waist to Feng Xiaoxia and gestured towards a male zombie loitering outside the door. Feng Xiaoxia accepted the knife and cast a glance at the zombie, nodding resolutely. Okay, just drive the knife into the zombie's head, and it will be dispatched. Xiaoxiao kindly advised. Yes, thank you. Are you ready, sister? I will open the door once you are prepared. Yes, I am ready. Feng Xiaoxia took a deep breath. Gripping the knife tightly, her entire being on high alert, every nerve in her body tense with anticipation. Xiaoxiao cast a glance at her, then pulled the door open. As Feng Xiaoxia stepped outside, the zombie lurking in wait suddenly turned, its pale gray eyes fixated on her. With a chilling howl, it bared its teeth and lunged toward Feng Xiaoxia, intent on tearing her apart. Xiaoxiao could distinctly sense Feng Xiaoxia's anxiety and fear. However, she did not disappoint her. Though her entire body trembled, she summoned her courage, brandishing the knife and standing poised, waiting for the opportune moment. As the zombie approached, she thrust the knife forward. But her strength faltered and her aim was slightly off, resulting in a miss that nearly cost her. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, grasping the outstretched hand of the zombie and pushing it away. With renewed determination, she recalibrated her aim and, channeling all her strength, drove the knife into the zombie's skull. This time, the creature succumbed to death. Feng Xiaoxia was taken aback, a mixture of astonishment and joy flooding her. This was her first encounter with killing a zombie. Despite her overwhelming fear and exertion, the sensation was truly extraordinary. She felt as though life had suddenly regained its vibrancy and hope. Sister, you are amazing. You should stay with us from now on. Xiaoxiao stepped out with a smile. This knife is a gift for you. Feng Xiaoxia hesitated. Really? Yes, you heard correctly. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile charmingly radiant. She needed both camaraderie and combat prowess, and this sister resonated with her. It was as simple as that. As for how far the sister could evolve, that would depend entirely on her own efforts. Though in this post-apocalyptic world, possessing abilities was essential for formidable combat strength. In the previous life, there were many individuals who, lacking extraordinary abilities, gained recognition solely through their formidable combat experience. Moreover, it is worth noting that some individuals only awakened their powers 6 months into the apocalypse. It has barely been 3 months since the onset of this calamity. And perhaps this sister has simply yet to unleash her potential. Thank you. Thank you. Feng Xiaoxia exclaimed in excitement, expressing her gratitude. Let her join us. Lu Chen interjected suddenly. Niaizhou's powers were primarily supportive. Despite the prowess of the little scorpion, it was not human. And he worried that Xiaoxiao's companionship with Feng Xiaoxia might pose a risk. Xiaoxiao did not decline his goodwill. When it came to mentoring newcomers, Lu Chen was indeed formidable. In their previous life, he managed to train her, a mere 5-year-old child, into a ruthless survivor of the apocalypse, which attests to his capabilities. Additionally, she had faith in Lu Chen and Xiao Feng's combat abilities. After reorganizing their teams, they secured the door of the building behind them and set out. With the experience gained from the previous day, their efficiency had significantly improved. They cleared 6 buildings throughout the entire morning. At this pace, it should be feasible to eliminate all the zombies within the remaining floors before nightfall. At noon, the group convened for lunch. Prior to reuniting with Lu Chen and the others, she took out some food and placed it in a large bag. I cannot accept this. I still have some food here, Feng Xiaoxia responded, taken aback when Xiaoxiao offered her a box of self-heating rice. However, she understood the value of such provisions in the current circumstances, and thus, she declined. Let's save these for after I finish my supplies. Feng Xiaoxia nodded eagerly. All right. Thank you, little sister. A woman's thoughts tend to be more delicate and sensitive, unlike Niaizhou and Xiao Feng, who are rather oblivious and carefree. She is acutely aware of her circumstances and the fact that the individuals across from her are aiding her. She understands that if she continues to shamelessly consume their resources, they will inevitably grow weary of her presence. Thus, she must strive for self-sufficiency. If necessary, she can slay zombies and search the house for something edible. As they dined, the group engaged in conversation about the peculiar survivors they had encountered earlier, with most of the dialogue coming from Xiao Feng, Niaizhou, and Xiaoxiao. Lu Chen remained his usual taciturn self, while Feng Xiaoxia, shy and reticent, listened intently, her lips curving into a smile. After a brief respite post-lunch, they set off again, determined to complete their task before nightfall. Feng Zizong gazed in astonishment downstairs. Mom and Dad, Come quickly, isn't that the person killing zombies my sister? Chapter 79. The reckless family Wang Rongmei and Feng Guohua hurried to the window. As they beheld the familiar figure below, desperately wielding a knife against the zombies, their eyes widened in disbelief. It truly is your sister. She dares to confront those monsters. Wait, aren't those the same people from before? Feng Guohua inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiao Feng and Lu Qin, who were not far from Feng Xiaoshi. Yes, that's them. Feng Zitsong clenched his teeth, recalling how they had previously presented themselves as virtuous individuals, yet their intentions clearly included a desire for his sister. How infuriating. They wished to take advantage of her without offering any assistance in return. Absolutely not. We cannot afford to be so lenient with them. Let us go and reason with them, Wang Rongmei declared with great fervor, ready to depart. Wait a moment, Feng Zitsong interjected, narrowing his eyes. It appears they are engaged in the extermination of the zombies within the community. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until they have completed their task before we venture out. Should we go out now? We might find ourselves besieged by a zombie seeking to bite us. We could use this time to explore the other floors for any provisions, seizing the opportunity to gather some supplies. My son is indeed clever, Wang Rongmei exclaimed with pride. Feng Guohua concurred. I believe Xiaoxiao has a valid point. Very well. Let us first gather some items. The trio meticulously collected their belongings, arming themselves with a kitchen knife, a mop, and a toilet brush, before cautiously stepping out of their home. Mother, look quickly. There are provisions here. Feng Zitsong exclaimed with delight upon discovering snacks laid out on a table in a room with its door wide open. He eagerly stuffed all the items into the large bag he had prepared in advance, overwhelmed with joy, oblivious to the crimson stains adorning some of the packaging. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao and her companions worked in concert, ensuring that all the remaining zombies in the 6 buildings were eradicated before sunset. They scoured the community, confirming that every last zombie had been eliminated. Xiaoxiao assumed that the System-S rewards would soon be forthcoming. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated notification did not sound. She furrowed her elegantly shaped brows in concern. Xiao Di, we have vanquished all the zombies in the community. Where are our rewards? She inquired through her consciousness. Host, a zombie has been detected. Xiaoxiao, another one? After they finish clearing each building, they always secure the ground floor doors, ensuring that no zombies can ascend. I just roamed the community for a considerable while and confirmed that there are no zombies left. So, from whence has this unaccounted zombie emerged? Can you ascertain its location? Unfortunately not, host. Self-sufficient. I have faith in you. Xiaoxiao. She fancied she could see a tiny robot winking at her, releasing a heart-shaped projectile. Instantly, she felt a wave of dread wash over her, sending chills down her spine. She shivered slightly. Are you cold? Lu Qin suddenly inquired. Xiaoxiao forced a smile. Hell, no, I'm not. Just as she intended to continue searching for the last remaining zombie, a sharp, sarcastic voice rang out from behind her. Well, look at you, ungrateful wretch. Weren't you adamantly refusing to accompany these fellows before? Now you are so eager to join them. Feng Xiaoshi, you truly bring us pride. Wang Rongmei said with a mocking tone. Feng Xiaoshi lowered her head, shadows clouding her eyes. Feng Guohua tugged at Wang Rongmei, reminding her, let us not stray off topic. Let's discuss the matter at hand. With that prompt, Wang Rongmei recollected their primary purpose. Since you have taken in my Xiaoshi, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and take us to the Rongxin base? I have severed ties with you. Feng Xiaoshi clenched her fists, growling softly. Huh? Severed ties? You are nothing more than a lump of flesh that has fallen from my belly. You speak of severing ties as if it were a simple matter. Have you no conscience? Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Indeed, sister, even broken bones remain connected by sinew. This is what it means to be family. It is not as if we can simply part ways. Our requests are not unreasonable. We merely ask that you guide us to a safe haven. Surely, you cannot stand idly by and watch us perish in this neighborhood? I am your own brother, and they are your biological parents. Feng Xiaoshi's gaze wavered momentarily, yet she soon regained her resolve. I have no connection to them. It is my own stubbornness that compels me to follow in their footsteps. If you wish to go to the Rongxin base, you may do so alone. Observing Feng Xiaoshi's unwavering demeanor, Feng Zitsong suddenly became agitated. Whether you choose to take us or not, we shall not depart. You cannot leave us behind. If you refuse to agree to take us, do you believe I will not go and open the community gate right now? If we are to die, let us all perish together. With that declaration, he indeed began to stride towards the entrance of the community. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiaoxiao's eyes. Should Feng Zitsong dare to open the door, she would not hesitate to end his life. Her restraint in not committing murder was merely to preserve Feng Xiaoshu's dignity. The others, including Xiao Feng and the rest, also exhibited signs of unrest, yet upon seeing Feng Xiaoshu chase after him, they refrained from taking action. Feng Xiaoshu hurried forward, reaching out to grasp Feng Zizong's arm. Do not act irrationally. If you open that door, we will all. Just as she grasped his arm, Feng Zizong suddenly turned and bit down hard on her hand. Feng Zizong raised his head, bloody lips and eyes now a pale gray. He had transformed into a zombie. Xiaoxiao's gaze sharpened as she swiftly lunged forward, wielding her blade to cleave Feng Zizong's head in two. You've killed him. Wang Rongmei shrieked in madness, rushing toward Xiaoxiao. Unable to endure any longer, Xiaofeng kicked Wang Rongmei away with force. Are you blind? Your son has become a zombie. Do you intend to spare him for a pet? Hey, is there no justice here? Someone has committed murder yet remains so arrogant. Come, everyone. See for yourselves. These are the executioners. They kill without a flicker of an eye. Wang Rongmei collapsed to the ground, pounding it as she sobbed uncontrollably. Her voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of several survivors from the upper floors who peered out their windows. Lu Chen approached, his expression icy. Shout again, and you shall meet your demise. Zombies are attracted to sound. While those within the community have been eradicated, many remain outside. If they attracted more zombies to scale the walls, all their previous efforts would be in vain. His few words bore immense weight. Sister, you. Xiaoxiao glanced at the bite mark on Feng Xiaoshu's arm, her expression darkening. Chapter 80. Those without shame are invincible. A tree without bark is doomed to perish. Feng Xiaoshu's face was ashen, a tragic smile gracing her lips. Little sister, may I ask you a favor? Speak. Could you wait until I have turned into a zombie before you kill me? I fear the pain. Xiaoxiao's throat felt as though it were pierced by a thorn, rendering her incapable of either expelling or swallowing. She genuinely wished to accept the sister into her life. In her previous existence, apart from her elder brother, she had never formed a team with anyone else. This was due to the unpredictable nature of humanity in the apocalypse, which was the most daunting aspect to guard against. She had no desire to gamble. A lost wager could cost her life. In this lifetime, her initial intention was solely to find her elder brother and rely on him for companionship. However, she unexpectedly acquired a system that promised a formidable stronghold in the apocalypse upon the completion of tasks. With the memories of her past life, she understood that a decade into the apocalypse, small bases would no longer exist, and those who survived would primarily belong to large bases. Yet, even those large bases would succumb to relentless waves of zombies, mutated beasts, and aberrant flora, one after another. Thus, she recognized the profound significance of possessing a super fortress in the apocalypse. Though she did not aspire to be a savior, who would desire to live in constant fear of their dwelling being besieged by hordes of zombies or attacked by mutated creatures. Hence, she was eager to establish this fortress as swiftly as possible, while the mutated beings had yet to emerge and the zombies were not particularly formidable. She required manpower, and the system's interface provided her with the courage to recruit individuals. She contemplated the possibility of embracing those who resonated with her. This sister exhibited a fervent desire for life. Despite lacking supernatural abilities or combat skills, she possessed the courageous resolve to strive with all her might. Xiaoxiao admired such individuals and was willing to grant her an opportunity to pursue the light she desired. Yet, reality often proved to be merciless. In a moment filled with hope, that very hope was ground to dust. Xiaoxiao gazed at Feng Xiaoshu, whose pupils had already begun to turn white, and silently nodded. Feng Xiaoshu offered an apologetic smile. I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Just as Xiaoxiao was about to shake her head in denial, a sudden cacophony of violent collisions erupted from the direction of the community gate. No sooner had the words left her lips than he vanished from sight. The couple, Wang Rongmei and her husband, were left utterly terrified. The instant Nia Ijo disappeared, Feng Xiaoshu became completely lifeless. As she lunged toward Xiaoxiao, the latter let out a silent sigh, swiftly sending her away. Her body fell slowly to the ground, entirely devoid of movement. His expression darkened considerably. The situation was dire. A horde of zombies was encroaching from the outside. Their agitation was palpable as they began to scale the walls, one after another. We must devise a plan quickly, otherwise, the zombies could very well breach the walls. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Earlier, when they fired shots at the entrance, the zombies outside had not reacted with such fervor. Although the guns were equipped with silencers, there was still some noise. What on earth was happening now? Ding. Congratulations, host. for successfully eliminating a horde of zombies in the community. Reward: 10 identical communities. Reward: 100 points. As the notification echoed, Xiaoxiao distinctly saw, beyond the open space, 10 identical communities springing up from the ground at the far left of the towering city wall. The electronic display on the self-service shopping machine also indicated a current score of 119 points. A glimmer of joy crossed Xiaoxiao's face. The mission had been accomplished. Who cared if the zombies managed to break in? It was time to pack up and leave. What? A horde of zombies was approaching. A voice filled with trepidation echoed from a distance. Several individuals turned in response, only to discover a group of approximately 7 people standing nearby. Xiaoxiao recognized these 7. They were those she had encountered previously in a certain building. Among them were a middle-aged couple, a young couple, a security guard, a female property manager, and a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. They were all huddled together on the top floor of the building, having survived the past 2 months by scavenging supplies from the lower floors. The voice that had just spoken belonged to the balding middle-aged man, who, filled with ire, accused them. You attracted the zombies. You must be responsible for driving them away. Ah, so you seek the culprit behind the zombies? Look over there. Xiaoxiao gestured towards Wang Rongmei, who was cowering on the ground. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Wang Rongmei felt a pang of guilt. She defiantly retorted, "What? I merely shouted a few times. How was I to know those zombies had such keen hearing that they could detect the slightest sound?" The balding man exchanged glances with the others behind him, their eyes shimmering with intent. "Let us go. Our task is complete," Xiaoxiao advised Lu Chen and the others, signaling that it was time to depart. "Do not leave." The balding man swiftly positioned himself and his companions in front of them. "Although you may not be the primary cause, you bear some responsibility for this situation." Xiaoxiao regarded him with amusement, addressing him, "You know, dear sir, what allows you to stand here and converse with me?" The man endured and restrained himself, managing not to explode in anger at Xiaoxiao's remarks about his thinning hair. After all, children speak without a filter, and he had no desire to hold it against her. To do so would only portray him as petty. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of irritation. "Why?" he inquired, his voice steady. Xiaoxiao flashed a pair of adorable dimples and replied, "Because we eliminated all the zombies in the community, you were able to come down from the upper floors without a care. Shouldn't you be expressing gratitude to us? Otherwise, you might not have even been able to descend from your own building." The middle-aged man's face flushed, rendered speechless by Xiaoxiao's retort, for her words were undeniably true. They had contemplated descending earlier, but the sheer number of zombies blocking the stairwell had thwarted their efforts. They had attempted to break through, but all had ended in failure, resulting in the loss of many lives. Originally, they had numbered 15, yet now only 7 remained. The other 8 had perished in their attempts to escape downward. Consequently, everyone had become fearful and ceased any further actions, huddling upstairs and relying on the scant resources left to survive. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao and her group eliminating all the zombies in the building, they would likely have remained confined upstairs, consuming their limited supplies until they perished. They could not have stood here in the open air, breathing in the fresh atmosphere. That said, however, you have already eradicated all the zombies in the community. Why bother with killing a few more? The female property manager scoffed, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Xiaoxiao blinked her innocent, wide eyes and asked, "Auntie, have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" "One must retain dignity, just as a tree retains its bark. Without dignity, one becomes invincible, while a tree stripped of its bark is destined for demise." Chapter 81. The Skeleton Zombie. How dare you call me shameless? The female caretaker's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, Auntie, you are remarkably astute to comprehend such a complex statement." The female caretaker was incensed. "This is nothing short of a blatant insult. You wretched child." Her eyes blazed with fury, as if she wished to devour Xiaoxiao whole. She raised her hand to strike, but just as she did, a smile graced Xiaoxiao's lips, reminiscent of a small cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. Before she could make a move, a bolt of lightning erupted with a crackle, striking towards the female caretaker, swiftly followed by a burst of flames. Ah! The hand she had extended crackled with fire and electricity, inflicting torment that caused her to writhe on the ground. "Why are you attacking me?" the Mediterranean man exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. "She merely requested that you eliminate a few zombies. Is it necessary to injure her so grievously?" Apart from the middle-aged couple, he and several others stood tall, their expressions reflecting discontent, as if they were the embodiments of justice, while Xiaoxiao and her companions represented the forces of darkness. Xiaofeng scoffed coldly. Who does she think she is to command us? Xiaoxiao sneered. But you see, some individuals are perpetually insatiable and utterly shameless. With hands and feet of their own, they refuse to take action, yet shamelessly expect you to cleanse the community of the zombies, and if you decline, it becomes your fault. Should you comply, it is deemed your obligation. Is this not akin to the words of a mischievous child? Such shamelessness truly renders one invincible in this world. Xiaoxiao's remarks stripped away the pretense of several individuals, leaving them both embarrassed and furious, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Feng Guohua, who had been quietly observing, suddenly gazed toward the entrance, his expression reflecting sheer horror as if he had encountered something terrifying. Xiaoxiao and the others followed his gaze, and there, descending from the wall at the entrance, were several zombies. These particular zombies appeared remarkably peculiar. Their bodies were nothing but skeletons. From a distance, they resembled mere frameworks, although their faces lacked the decaying flesh. They appeared even more frightful, with dark, cavernous mouths filled with long, sharp teeth and claws on their hands that were as pointed as those of a beast. Xiaoxiao's heart raced violently. Were these not the second-tier mutated skeletal zombies? These skeletal zombies had evolved from those that had been devoured by other zombies before they could fully mutate, leaving only their bones behind. They moved with astonishing speed and agility. Most alarmingly, they were ferocious. Not only did they feast on humans, but they also targeted zombies. However, they did not consume the foul, putrid flesh of the undead. Rather, they sought the brain matter and crystal cores housed within the heads of the zombies. This explained the earlier agitation among the zombies outside. It was these skeletal fiends that had arrived. At that moment, the skeletal zombies were rushing towards them with terrifying ferocity. A rough count revealed at least 11 or 12. The Mediterranean man exchanged glances with a few others nearby and swiftly made his way towards a building to their left, which was a mere 3 meters away. Upon entering, they hastily locked the door behind them, having no intention of allowing Xiaoxiao and her companions to join them. This building was the closest, while the others either had entrances at the back or were situated 20 to 30 meters away, leaving no time to reach them. Oh no! The property management lady hasn't come in yet, exclaimed the young woman and the couple. What's the point of worrying? If she hasn't entered, then she hasn't. Are you hoping to attract the zombies with your shouting? Retorted the Mediterranean man, glaring at her. The girl crossed her arms in indignation. Her boyfriend tried to appease her. All right, don't be upset. What Wu Gus said makes sense. Besides, she's become a burden to us now. But if we don't let them in, won't they come looking for trouble? The girl questioned again. The middle-aged couple chimed in, agreeing, yes, we should open the door and let them in. My wife is right. It was inconsiderate of us to close the door so quickly, the husband added. What's there to fear? Letting them stay outside might help us eliminate the zombies. The Mediterranean man asserted with a fierce glint in his eyes. Wu Gu is correct. If they don't clear out the zombies, how will we ever venture outside again? Let us not forget that our food supplies are nearly depleted, the young man concurred. The security guard concurred, expressing his agreement with enthusiasm, suggesting it would be best to eliminate all the zombies outside. As they conversed, they suddenly noticed a little girl standing at the entrance, gazing at them with her enchanting, sparkling eyes. A delicate smile played at the corners of her lips. You want us to exterminate the zombies? Certainly, I rather enjoy slaying those creatures. However, Xiaoxiao paused, her smile widening, radiantly bright yet chilling the atmosphere around them. What I detest the most is being schemed against. Allow me to share a little secret. Those who have plotted against me have met their demise. The group was momentarily taken aback, their hearts racing at the sinister glint in her eyes and the tone of her voice. In the next instant, they witnessed Xiaoxiao swing a large machete at the door lock with a resounding thud. Their hearts nearly leapt from their chests. If this continued, the door would inevitably be destroyed. Moreover, the deafening noise would surely attract those terrifying zombies. What are you doing? Stop. The Mediterranean man's warning was cut short as the lock shattered under her strike. They had grossly underestimated the power of the blade. This flimsy door could be severed with a single swing. It surely did not require multiple strikes. Quick, brace the door. Don't allow her to open it. Despite the Mediterranean man's desperate pleas, he hastily called upon the security guard and the young man to assist in holding the door shut. The young man's girlfriend, determined, joined in to help. Only the middle-aged couple remained hesitant, with despair evident in the woman's eyes. I maintain that one should never push matters to the extreme. And now, look where we find ourselves. We are doomed. Sighing heavily, the middle-aged man resignedly closed his eyes. The opposing force could cleave iron chains, surely. Breaking down the door was only a matter of time. How could these individuals be so oblivious, continuing on this reckless path? Truly, they are beyond redemption. The door in question was the type that slid open, with a gap in the center. The group pressed against it, convinced that their collective strength surpassed that of a mere 5-year-old child. They believed that as long as they held firm, the adversary could not breach the door. Yet, they were utterly mistaken, profoundly so. Was Xiaoxiao merely an ordinary 5-year-old? She was a little demon, one who disregarded conventional tactics. Chapter 82. The arrival of Mu Yang. She had never intended to use brute force to push the door. Instead, she brandished a hefty cleaver. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung it toward the door. The faces of the group reflected sheer terror as they hastily withdrew their hands. If they did not act quickly, their fingers would surely be at risk. Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, expressing disappointment. "Oh, what a pity. I thought I might sever a finger or two." The group exclaimed, "Are you a devil? What is there to regret? What joy is there in chopping off someone else's fingers? Uncle and aunties, your gift has arrived." Xiaoxiao caught sight of the skeletal zombie rushing toward her, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. She swiftly pulled open the door, extending her hand to summon a vine that latched onto the window above. Ascending effortlessly along the vine, she vanished in an instant. The skeletal zombie, hunched and baring its sharp fangs, lunged wildly at the group. "Ah, run for your lives. Help me. Ah, don't bite me." A few individuals were thrown into a state of panic, fleeing chaotically. The young man, witnessing the skeletal zombie charging towards them, instinctively shielded his girlfriend with his own body. The girl, wide-eyed in disbelief, felt her gaze dull with a growing sense of despair. As soon as the skeletal zombie loosened its grip, she dashed towards her boyfriend, seemingly intent on not letting him perish without a fight. The Mediterranean man and the security guard, embroiled in a struggle for precedence in the narrow hallway, found themselves with their necks ensnared by the skeletal zombie's claws, leaving behind 5 gruesome, gaping wounds. Cries of agony echoed around them. The middle-aged couple, pale with fear, retreated incessantly yet found themselves with no further escape. They yearned to break free, but the moment they moved, the skeletal zombie swiftly turned, locking its gaze upon them. Instantly, their breaths hitched, their eyes filled with despair. "Honey, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid. Close your eyes." The middle-aged man held his wife tightly. Both shut their eyes, bracing themselves for the inevitable arrival of death. Yet, contrary to their expectations of pain, a sound reminiscent of bone shattering reverberated through the air. Cautiously, they opened their eyes to find a small figure standing in the shadows of the light. Clutched in her hand was a weapon that resembled both a knife and a gun, which she plunged into the skeletal zombie's skull. The couple trembled in astonishment, unable to fathom that Xiaoxiao would emerge as their savior in such a critical moment. But just then, the man noticed the security guard, now a zombie, lunging towards Xiaoxiao. "Be careful," he shouted nervously, and Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, swiftly conjuring an ice spike with a single hand. The chilling, piercing spike struck the head of the security zombie, causing it to collapse immediately. Subsequently, with remarkable speed, she dispatched the remaining few, rather than killing them outright. She allowed the skeletal zombies to turn them into zombies before dealing with them. This was because killing humans yielded no benefit. It was far more advantageous to eliminate zombies, as it extended her time within the space. After dealing with the last Mediterranean zombie, Xiaoxiao grasped her weapon, preparing to depart. "Thank you," the middle-aged woman expressed gratefully. However, the middle-aged man inquired, "Why did you not kill us?" Xiaoxiao did not turn around, but smiled leisurely. "I only slay those deserving of death." She had overheard their earlier conversation and deemed these two to possess a semblance of conscience. Their sins did not warrant death, merely unfortunate association with the wrong company. After leaving this remark, she extracted the crystal core from the skeletal zombie's head and exited, leaving the couple in stunned silence. As she stepped outside, she beheld the female property manager and Wang Rome, both having succumbed to zombie bites. Without hesitation, she dispatched them as well. Meanwhile, Feng Guohua had fled a short distance away, evidently having abandoned Wang Rome in his haste to escape. Yet, he had not fared any better, as a skeletal zombie leapt upon him, sinking its teeth into his neck. Seizing the moment while the skeletal zombie was preoccupied with its assault, Xiaoxiao swiftly approached and eliminated both the zombie and him in one fluid motion. When she ceased her actions, she discovered that Lu Qin and the adorable companion had already dealt with the remaining skeletal zombies. Moreover, there was an additional person among them. Xiaoxiao gazed at the figure standing beside Lu Qin, her round, wide eyes filled with disbelief. Was that not the mechanic Mu Yang? How could he possibly be here? Little one, is it truly you? At that moment, Mu Yang also spotted her. A glimmer of surprise danced in his eyes, and his lips curved into a warm smile, revealing a charming little canine tooth, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. I truly did not misjudge earlier. Xiaoxiao, taken aback, exclaimed, Brother, do you know our little imp? Yes, we have crossed paths a few times, Mu Yang replied with a gentle smile. Ah, what a pleasure it is to meet you again. I must thank you for your assistance earlier. Otherwise, we would not have dispatched those rather unsightly zombies so swiftly. Xiaoxiao extended his hand amicably, and Mu Yang graciously shook it. Mu Yang, how is it that you find yourself here? Xiaoxiao approached him, her face brimming with curiosity. Well, it's a rather lengthy tale, Mu Yang said as he pressed his lips together lightly. After we parted ways, I encountered some unforeseen circumstances and became trapped in a factory. Once I managed to escape, I found myself uncertain of where to go. So I thought I would search the city for supplies while hoping to encounter you again. Just a moment ago, while I was scavenging for resources in that building over there, he pointed toward a commercial building outside the community gate. I noticed that the zombies below were becoming agitated, with several of them having their skulls shattered by some skeletal zombies. Following the direction of the zombies' movement, I observed the skeletal figures rushing into your community, and at that moment, I caught sight of you. He smiled and shrugged, thus I approached. However, upon my arrival, I initially failed to see your silhouette, leading me to suspect I was mistaken. Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. It made sense now. Had it been someone else, she might have doubted the claim of seeking her in the city. Yet, upon glancing at the information on the appraisal panel, Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished. Name Mu Yang. Age 20. Ability, Metal Elemental Ability. Healing Ability. Ability Level, Primary Level 1. Goodness Rating, 85. Intimacy, 100. With this revelation, the intimacy level stood at a perfect 100. How fortuitous, indeed. Brother, I am Xiaoxiao, with the surname Ye, and the character for 1 in 123 followed by boat in Dragon Boat. As Xiaoxiao remained in shock, Xiaoxiao cheerfully introduced himself. Xiaofeng crossed his arms, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. Xiaofeng, the Xiao of heroism and the Feng of flames. Luqian cast a glance at Mu Yang and nodded subtly. Luqian. His words were succinct, devoid of any superfluous syllables. In this brief exchange, Mu Yang had already gleaned the basic personalities of the group. He offered them a sincere smile. Greetings, I am Mu Yang, Mu from 3 waters and 1 wood, and Yang meaning sunshine. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The others greeted one another in return. As night fell, let us return to that vacant house from last night for a night's rest and depart tomorrow, Xiaoxiao proposed. The others had no objections. Thus, a few individuals made their way towards the previously mentioned building, perhaps due to the demise of the skeletal zombies. The restless undead outside had quieted significantly, rendering the entire neighborhood temporarily safe. Chapter 83. Individuals with their own thoughts. I have some provisions here. Upon entering the vacant room, Mu Yang noticed that Xiaoxiao and the others appeared to lack food, so he opened his backpack. Inside, there was a considerable amount of sustenance: instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, chocolate, candies, and water. These were the most fundamental survival supplies capable of satiating hunger or providing energy. These are some items I found today. I had collected more earlier, but they are not here. We can retrieve them tomorrow. Mu Yang generously shared all his belongings without a hint of hesitation. Xiaoxiao playfully draped his arm over Mu Yang's shoulder. Brother, are you not worried that we might consume everything? In such times of scarce resources, his willingness to share was truly remarkable. Go ahead and eat. I don't share with just anyone. Oh, how I cherish that sentiment, Xiaoxiao replied, giving Mu Yang a hearty pat on the shoulder. Observing the warm camaraderie among the group, Xiaoxiao felt her spirits lift. She trusted Mu Yang's character and strength. With his inclusion, the combat capability of this team would undoubtedly surge. How wonderful, another laborer had joined. However, speaking of labor, she suddenly thought of Feng Xiaoshi and couldn't help but sigh, though their emotional connection was minimal. Witnessing someone perish at a moment filled with hope was still a heavy burden in her heart. This led Xiaoxiao to ponder the criteria for accepting others in the future. She resolved that, barring exceptional circumstances, after accepting Mu Yang, she would cease to take in new people entirely. Even if she were to accept someone, she intended not to regard them as close companions, to avoid any unforeseen events that might bring her unhappiness. As for Luqian and the others, she would exert her utmost effort to help them all become the strongest. Xiaoxiao was not one to dwell on the past. Having gathered her thoughts, she smiled at Mu Yang. Brother Mu Yang, may I have these items? I can exchange them for something else. Mu Yang paused for a moment, then placed the bag in front of Xiaoxiao with a gentle laugh. These were meant for everyone to enjoy. You can take charge. The others observed Mu Yang's gesture closely. At that moment, they truly accepted him. Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Brothers, after a long day of hard work, we must not deprive ourselves. Let us indulge in something delicious tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, eagerly anticipating what delightful dishes Xiaoxiao had in mind. Xiangfeng and Lu Chen also looked on with curiosity. Only Mu Yang seemed somewhat perplexed, unsure of the meaning behind Xiaoxiao's words. He watched as she seemingly conjured up dish after dish, each one a feast for the senses, some even emitting steam. Finally, Xiaoxiao presented a large bowl of steaming white rice. Of course, she did not forget the little darling, preparing a special treat just for it. Mu Yang found himself involuntarily swallowing, reflecting on how long it had been since he had savored such a meal. Do not speak of having eaten. After the apocalypse, not even a glimpse has been shared. His gaze trembled, his heart a tempest of emotions. What was once mere speculation now solidified into certainty. Xiaoxiao's visit to him for the purpose of modifying the vehicle before the end of days was undoubtedly not a coincidence. Observing the unfazed expressions of Lu Chen and his companions, he furrowed his brow in concern. Would the little one not arouse their suspicion by presenting these items? Would they harbor ill intentions towards her? No, he must vigilantly guard against them. He could not allow them to enact any harm upon the little one. While he remained wary of Lu Chen and his associates, he remained oblivious to the fact that they too were on guard against him. Should they detect even a hint of treachery in his heart, they would undoubtedly conspire to extinguish him. Xiaoxiao could no longer contain himself and sat down to grasp his chopsticks. He savored the fragrant and tender spicy chicken, wearing an expression of pure delight. Little one, this is absolutely divine. Each dish is my favorite. The spicy crayfish was bursting with flavor. Xiaofeng slurped a mouthful of crayfish, nodding in agreement. Just as Xiaoxiao reached for the vegetables, 2 peeled shrimp tails unexpectedly appeared in her bowl. Lu Chen and Mu Yang had simultaneously shelled the shrimp for her. Xiaoxiao beamed at the two of them, saying, "Brothers, please, enjoy your meal. Do not mind me. I can manage on my own." She was no 3-year-old in need of care. Mu Yang chuckled. It seems our little one has grown up. Subsequently, the group focused intently on their meal. With Xiaoxiao's incessant chatter and the occasional banter from Xiaofeng, the atmosphere remained lively. To provide illumination, Xiaoxiao brought forth a small rechargeable box, which could connect to a light bulb. Simple lighting posed no issue. After a brief respite post-dinner, everyone took turns to freshen up. Xiaoxiao fetched several large buckets, filling one half with spring water and pouring mineral water into the other. Xiaofeng was tasked with igniting the fire to heat the water. Upon completing his washing, Mu Yang felt somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Before today, he would never have dared to imagine indulging in hearty meals and luxuriating in hot showers. Yet, in such a short span, he had experienced it all. The peculiar water, despite leaving a faint odor, proved remarkably effective, alleviating the fatigue of the day and enhancing his vitality. Gazing at the soft mattress and blankets, he momentarily felt disoriented, as if ensnared in a dream. Yet, this dream felt strikingly real. Observing Xiaoxiao snuggling into her bedding, he couldn't help but smile subtly. How many more surprises did this little one hold? Nestled under the covers, Xiaoxiao shaped the blanket into a human form before quietly entering her space. She arrived at the towering 10 new buildings, nodding in satisfaction. This was her domain. By the way, little enemy, won't the items on the self-service vending machine be updated? After exchanging with Zhang Yi, the icon above dimmed, indicating that it could no longer be exchanged. Currently, only the icons for the secondary evolution liquid and the anti-scratch hood remained illuminated. Xiaoxiao pondered whether more items could be made available for exchange. Considering the quality of the products offered by the system, host, your points level is currently at 1, and you cannot unlock the secondary shopping interface yet. Once your points reach 150, you will be able to access the next shopping interface. Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, not dwelling on it. She currently had 116 points. And with Mu Yang's assistance, she should soon accumulate enough to reach 150. Just a couple more days. Clear all the zombies from an entire street. Reward, automatic enhancement of all streets in the super city. Does that include the shops on that street? Yes. Xiaoxiao quickly sifted through her thoughts and soon determined which street to choose. Chapter 84. Encountering Jiang Ruan again. Yulin Street in Rongqing was bustling with shops, and the greenery along both sides of the road was quite pleasing. It was a newly constructed street in the city. Although it was newly built, it offered a diverse range of goods and stylish architecture. Yun Xiaoxiao initially believed that the number of zombies on the street would be minimal. However, upon arrival, she was taken aback to discover that zombies were ubiquitous. From one end of the street to the other, they were densely packed, as if convening for a meeting. A group stood atop a building, gazing down below, to thoroughly cleanse the street of zombies. They needed to seal off the two intersections to prevent any new zombies from entering. Mu Yang analyzed the situation carefully. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging her brother's insight. You're right. I will take charge of the left side, while you handle the right. We will first erect a wall at the intersection, and then we can close the gates and eliminate the zombies. Having made up her mind, Nye Ijo instantly transported Mu Yang to the right intersection. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoxiao entwined vines around the wall, gradually descending toward the left intersection. When she was 2 meters away from it, she halted, using her feet to anchor the vines. She swiftly summoned ice with her hands. Before long, a layer of ice formed on the ground at the intersection. A layer of ice stretched into a line, which rapidly expanded in both width and height, transforming at a visible pace into a formidable ice wall. The surrounding zombies, alerted by the commotion, surged towards the source of the noise. Some leapt in an attempt to seize Yun Xiaoxiao, while others relentlessly hurled themselves against the ice wall. Indifferent even as chunks of their decaying flesh became ensnared and torn away by the icy barrier. The wall ascended until it reached a height of 5 meters before coming to a halt. With the task accomplished, Yun Xiaoxiao began to ascend the vines. Meanwhile, on the far right of the street, a towering metal wall, also 5 meters high, was erected. Observing this, Yun Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together. Big brother, please coordinate with me. All right, just say the word. When I release the water below, you unleash the lightning. No problem. Thus, a brutal spectacle unfolded. Yun Xiaoxiao poured water downwards, and Lu Chun detonated the lightning. The combination of water and thunder produced an astonishing effect. The zombies below immediately convulsed as if stricken by madness, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Before long, some could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. Their entire forms rendered numb. Nye Ijo, accompanied by 2 others, darted across the rooftops along the street, ensuring that every corner below was thoroughly targeted before concluding their assault. The dense mass of zombies fell in succession, leaving only a few fortunate souls still standing. Noticing that the effects of the lightning abilities were waning, Yun Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. The hunt was officially underway. The 5 of them, along with a scorpion, descended onto the street, resembling gods of slaughter, standing in a line. Armed with weapons and with bags slung at their waists, they prepared for the ensuing chaos. While excavating the crystal core, they simultaneously dealt with the sporadic zombies emerging from the shops on either side. They resembled butchers amidst the corpses. On a building above, someone exclaimed, "Look! They are vanquishing the zombies. They are incredibly powerful. Just now, they must have unleashed their lightning and water abilities to take down the zombies below, right? If only we could have them join our Rongxing base." A few individuals stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing in astonishment at Yun Xiaoxiao and her companions below. They had never witnessed a team that could sweep through a horde of zombies with such ease. It was astonishing. Listening to his subordinates, Zhao Rongyan rose and moved closer. Jiang Ruyan hurried to follow. However, a younger and more attractive woman brushed her aside, stepping next to Zhao Rongyan. Affectionately linking her arm with his and provocatively curling her lips at Jiang Ruyan. Clenching her fists tightly, Jiang Ruyan strode forward and slapped the woman across the face. "You shameless hussy, how dare you flirt with Yin Gu?" The sound of the slap echoed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Yet, Zhao Rongyan did not intervene in this altercation between women. The fact that women were vying for his attention greatly satisfied his male ego, serving as a symbol of his status and identity. After receiving the slap, Du Wenwen's face immediately bore 5 distinct handprints. Yet, she was not one to back down easily. She retaliated with a slap across Jiang Ruyan's face. "Jiang Ruyan, I advise you to recognize your place. Yin Gu is not your possession. Do you truly believe someone of his stature would be suited to stand alongside someone like you? I've heard you even have a daughter. Though you have given birth and retained your figure, a second-hand item remains just that. Yin Ji's forbearance does not grant you the right to monopolize him. Do you understand?" Du Wenwen exuded an air of arrogance, her demeanor as haughty as could be. Jiang Ruyan's eyes brimmed with indignation as she turned to Zhao Rongyan. "Yin Gu, do you permit her to treat me this way?" Her voice was laced with grievance and discontent. Zhao Rongyan cast her a detached glance, remarking, "Did you not also strike Wenwen just now? Consider it even." The incredulity in Jiang Ruyan's expression was palpable as she glared at Zhao Rongyan in fury. "What do you mean by even? Have you developed feelings for this wretched woman? Zhao Rongyin's defensive Du Wenwen unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration within her. On this expedition for supplies, Du Wenwen had persistently trailed Zhao Rongyin, subtly enticing him at every turn. Jiang Ruian had long harbored disdain for her. Yet, Zhao Rongyin consistently asserted that there was nothing between them, prompting her to suppress her inner turmoil, striving to appear magnanimous and devoid of jealousy. As long as Zhao Rongyin's heart remained with her. But now, Zhao Rongyin audaciously declared it even before everyone. Was this not a public slap in her face? Rage surged within her, a fierce desire to obliterate everything. Zhao Rongyin cast her an exasperated glance. Jiang Ruian, when one has a point, you ought to recognize your place. My affairs are not yours to meddle in. Even if I were to favor Wenwen, what business is it of yours? Everyone is an adult. Some matters, if left unaddressed, allow us to maintain a cordial relationship. However, once they are brought to light, it serves no one well. Do you understand? What do you take me for? Jiang Ruian exclaimed in frustration. Du Wenwen chuckled derisively, covering her mouth. Do you still not grasp Yan Ji's meaning? If you can play, then continue. If you cannot, then depart. It is as simple as that. Wouldn't you agree, Yin Ge? Du Wenwen leaned triumphantly against Zhao Rongyin. Zhao Rongyin smiled softly, intending to pinch Du Wenwen's cheek and commend her for her cleverness. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted downstairs, where a small figure was wielding a weapon resembling both a gun and a knife, forcefully cleaving a zombie's head in two. Chapter 85. What a buzzkill. It was as if he had bitten into excrement. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Rongyin's eyes. He narrowed them slightly, fixating on Xiaoxiao. Wasn't that Jiang Ruian's daughter? He had not anticipated that in such a brief span, she had grown immensely formidable. Moreover, the individuals accompanying her were all quite impressive in their own right. If he could enlist them all to his side, would those in the base still dare to whisper behind his back that he was merely a useless parasite? Upon returning to the base, he discovered that the power dynamics were intricate and far from the singular dominance of his father he had envisioned. Although his father appeared to be the leader of the base, various factions were entangled and vying for influence. Additionally, with the passage of time, the emergence of supernatural beings was akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain, leading other factions to grow increasingly audacious and subtly hinting at their intent to absorb them. Fortunately, he had awakened his extraordinary abilities, which temporarily suppressed the restless thoughts of those around him. However, this was merely a beginning. He needed to cultivate a more formidable force to attain absolute authority. This time, he led a team in search of supplies, eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Yet, unexpectedly, they encountered a horde of zombies that besieged them, resulting in the loss of several individuals, ultimately compelling them to take refuge in this building. As they found themselves trapped, uncertain of when they would escape, a few individuals suddenly appeared. Observing the falling zombies, a glint of calculation crossed Zhao Rongyin's eyes. He ruthlessly pushed away Du Wenwen, who was leaning against him. Du Wenwen, I believe you are mistaken. This is merely a charade. The one I have loved from the beginning is Rian. You were disrespectful to her. You must apologize. Although Du Wenwen was a dual ability wielder of strength and space, and possessed striking beauty coupled with a flirtatious demeanor, he had indeed entertained certain thoughts. No man could resist the allure and temptation of such a woman. Yet, in comparison to power, what value did a woman hold? Once he attained power, what type of woman would he not be able to have? Weighing the pros and cons, he decisively cast aside Du Wenwen. Jiang Ruian was not yet in a position to distract him. He still had use for her, although her combat abilities were negligible. Being merely a space-type ability wielder with a space capacity smaller than Du Wenwen's, making her seem superfluous, she was connected to a good daughter. Though not biologically related, there existed a bond nonetheless. With connections, tasks would undoubtedly become easier to accomplish. Du Wenwen gazed at Zhao Rongyin in disbelief. She could not comprehend why. In the span of merely a second, the other party's demeanor could shift so drastically. However, being a remarkably astute woman, she quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing Zhao Rongyin's imperious gaze. Today, she felt compelled to offer her apology. Turning to Jiang Ruian, she parted her lips. I'm sorry, Sister Jiang, I was just... But before she could finish her sentence, a sharp slap landed across her face, igniting a searing pain. Du Wenwen, who do you think you are to covet, my man? With Zhao Rongyin's backing, Jiang Ruian's arrogance surged once more. Although she was perplexed by Zhao Rongyin's sudden change in attitude, the opportunity to confront Du Wenwen, whom she deemed a harlot, was too enticing to overlook. The resentment lodged in her throat could not be quelled otherwise. Enough. Let this matter rest. We are all comrades here. Do not incite internal discord. Zhao Rongyan interjected, bringing an end to the farce. Each individual present appeared as though they had just savored a juicy piece of gossip, some lingering in their curiosity. With a darkened expression, Duanan silently retreated to a corner. Jiang Ruyan had dared to strike her twice. She vowed that one day she would settle this score. Zhao Rongyan, indifferent to the squabble between the two women, focused his attention below, observing Xiaoxiao and her companions as they cleared the streets of zombies and ventured into various shops. It was quite peculiar. Were these individuals specifically here to exterminate zombies? Look, they even have a large scorpion. It looks quite ferocious. What is it extracting from that zombie's head? As the onlookers remained captivated by Xiaoxiao and her team, curiosity enveloped the gathering. Xiaoxiao and her companions swiftly navigated through the various shops. Lu Qin and his team were responsible for eliminating zombies, while Xiaoxiao focused on collecting supplies from behind. Their coordination was impeccable, and in a short span of time, they had thoroughly scavenged the entire street. Subsequently, their attention turned to the towering buildings flanking the street. I noticed earlier that there seemed to be someone on the upper floors of one of those buildings. Lu Qin cast a glance at the floor where Zhao Rongyan and the others were situated. It was highly probable that survivors resided above, and it would be prudent for them to act together. Xiaoxiao and her companions had no objections. Safety was their primary concern. Resolute in their decision, they began to sweep through the buildings one by one. The first building they approached was a hotel, approximately 15 stories high. It had recently been renovated, and everything appeared fresh and new, suggesting it had not yet commenced operations, resulting in a scarcity of zombies inside. They encountered only a few zombie cleaners wearing uniforms on certain floors, whom they dispatched swiftly before proceeding to the building where Zhao Rongyan was located. This particular structure was a mixed-use complex. The ground floor was filled with shops selling clothing and footwear, but it was a scene of carnage, with blood splattered everywhere. Dismembered limbs and lifeless bodies of zombies strewn about. Clothing racks, garments, and shoes were littered across the floor, creating a chaotic atmosphere. However, there were few zombies on this level. They discovered only one zombie locked inside a fitting room. The others must have been drawn outside by the commotion, where they were subsequently eliminated by the group. Using the stairwell, they ascended to the second floor, which housed a large supermarket. Unfortunately, the supplies within were nearly depleted, indicating that it had already been thoroughly looted. The group pressed onto the third floor, which was home to a cinema. The west building serves as a gym. As Niaijo approached the staircase of the west building, he inhaled deeply, sensing the presence of the individuals that Qin had mentioned earlier. He decided to ascend and take a look. If there were no zombies, he would leave. Upon reaching the staircase, just as they were about to push open the door to the corridor, it swung open from the inside. A large group of people stood within, curiously observing them. Upon noticing the two individuals standing at the center, Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. How could it possibly be them? What a disappointment. Her expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. Jiang Ruyan was equally taken aback at the sight of Xiaoxiao. She stood in stunned silence for a moment. Ruyan, is this not your daughter? Please, invite them in to sit, Zhao Rongyan said, wrapping his arm around Jiang Ruyan's shoulder with a gentle smile. He cast a glance at the imposing figure of Xiao Feng beside Xiaoxiao. While he was unfamiliar with the others, he had encountered Xiao Feng at the dog training grounds. This man was formidable and had a notorious temper, disappearing without a trace thereafter. To his surprise, he now found himself alongside Xiaoxiao. The glimmer of determination in Zhao Rongyan's eyes intensified. He was resolute in his desire to possess them. Chapter 86. I, Xiaoxiao, born of heaven and earth, without father or mother. Jiang Ruyan looked at him in confusion. He was well aware that she had severed ties with this daughter. What was the meaning of this? Noticing Jiang Ruyan's inaction, Zhao Rongyan tightened his grip on her shoulder, subtly nudging his chin towards Xiaoxiao, narrowing his eyes in a silent command for her to speak. The pressure on her shoulder caused discomfort, prompting Jiang Ruyan to frown uncomfortably. After spending considerable time with Zhao Rongyan, it was evident to her what this smile and the menacing tone implied. She turned her gaze towards Xiaoxiao and suddenly comprehended why Zhao Rongyan had abruptly changed her demeanor. A mix of emotions surged within her heart. The daughter she had despised was now her sole support for maintaining her status and dignity. How ironic. Reflecting on her previous attempts to win Xiaoxiao over at the dog training facility, only to be met with indifference, she found herself at a loss for words. Upon hearing Zhao Rongyan proclaim that Xiaoxiao was Jiang Ruyan's daughter, Lu Qin and the others exhibited a hint of astonishment. They looked towards Xiaoxiao, but instead of the joy of familial connection in her eyes, they found only an endless chill and irritation. It became apparent to them that Yun Xiaoxiao's relationship with her mother was far from cordial. In contrast, Jiang Ruyan displayed a palpable lack of affection towards Yun Xiaoxiao. Upon their first encounter, there was no concern or inquiry, only her attention directed towards the man beside her. The man's words clearly indicated that he was not Yun Xiaoxiao's father. The way he regarded her was unsettling to Lu Qin and his companions, as his gaze was both blatant and tinged with ulterior motives. That, Xiaoxiao. Jiang Ruyan attempted to speak. Do not address me so intimately. Are we familiar? Jiang Ruyan glared. I'm your mother. What do you mean by unfamiliar? Humph. Yun Xiaoxiao let out a cold laugh, her eyes icy. Yun Xiaoxiao was born and raised without parents. What claim do you have to the title of mother? You. Jiang Ruyan gritted her teeth, at a loss for how to retort. Zhao Rongyan furrowed his brow and released Jiang Ruyan. He felt profoundly disappointed in her. He had hoped that with her assistance, Yun Xiaoxiao and her companions would willingly align with him, but to his dismay, the opposite was true. Yun Xiaoxiao showed no respect for her mother and harbored a deep aversion towards her. Truly, she was a useless burden. He took a couple of steps forward, donning a smile. Esteemed guests, I am the young commander of the Rongxing base. I noticed a few of you down below clearing out zombies, and I am quite impressed by your prowess. I believe that if you were to join us at Rongxing base, we could form a formidable alliance, ensuring great success in the future. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, you will never have to worry about food or drink, and you shall hold a distinguished position. He was confident that his humble demeanor would win their favor. After all, Rongxing base was the largest stronghold in the entire Rongxing. His personal invitation as the young commander was a tremendous honor, one they surely could not refuse. Yun Xiaoxiao, no matter how formidable, was merely a child of 5. Her survival thus far was undoubtedly due to the men surrounding her. As long as these men were willing to follow him, he firmly believed that Yun Xiaoxiao would come along as well. Furthermore, which man does not aspire to power and status? Aligning with him, the young commander would surely offer greater prospects. He was convinced that Lu Qin and the others would be tempted by his offer. However, he was quickly met with a harsh reality. Who cares about your pathetic base? Let's go, girl. This crowd makes me nauseous. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, clearly impatient. Upon seeing Jiang Ruyan, he recalled her as the wretched mother who had publicly denied her daughter at the dog-fighting arena. Fortunately, the young girl is not the biological daughter of that woman. Otherwise, it would be quite repugnant. How could someone like her possibly be worthy of being the mother of such a girl? He felt a pang of sympathy for Yun Xiaoxiao. Hey, how can you speak like that? What do you mean by broken base? Duan immediately retorted, having clearly noticed the discontent on Zhao Rongyan's face. As a woman of grace, she understood that one must alleviate a man's troubles to win his affection. If he found it difficult to express himself, she would take the initiative. After their brief exchange, she had gained insight into the situation. Zhao Rongyan's sudden change of heart was undoubtedly due to the fact that Jiang Ruyan, that wretched woman, was the mother of the little girl before them. Zhao Rongyan intended to recruit these formidable individuals for his own purposes, which explained his abrupt shift in attitude. Although a sense of anger simmered within her, she could not overlook the fact that Zhao Rongyan was a man of immense potential. Moreover, with Jiang Ruyan already out of the picture, if she performed admirably, the woman standing beside Zhao Rongyan would eventually be her. With such delightful aspirations in her heart, Du Wanwen felt increasingly self-important. Our Rongxing base is the largest in Rongxing. Countless individuals strive to gain entry, yet fail miserably. Our esteemed base leader has extended an invitation to you solely because of your perceived capabilities, so do not be ungrateful. No sooner had she uttered these words than a chilling blast and a searing heat surged towards her simultaneously. Her pupils widened in shock, as she had not anticipated such a sudden assault. She barely had time to react before her body was subjected to the torturous extremes of icy fire. Help me, she cried, writhing on the ground in agony. Zhao Rongyan and the others immediately braced themselves as if facing a formidable enemy. Was it truly necessary to resort to such harsh measures over a single remark? Zhao Rongyan cast a fleeting glance at the wailing Du Wanwen, his eyes shadowed with a hint of darkness. Did these individuals dare to target Du Wanwen, publicly slapping him in the face? How ruthless. Yet, you have yet to witness true cruelty. Would you care to see? Yun Xiaoxiao smirked, her aura radiating power. This woman's foul tongue deserved a proper lesson. Those who wallow in filth should bear their own burdens. We hold no such peculiarities. With that, Yun Xiaoxiao turned and ascended the stairs. This floor likely held nothing of our interest. Let us proceed upwards. She had just assessed the situation through the appraising interface. This group numbered 10, all possessing supernatural abilities. Though their strength was modest, Zhao Rongyan's power was decidedly peculiar, an ability of backlash. While he was absent from the infamous list of the top 10 ruthless individuals of her previous life, she had heard tales of the one who occupied the last position. Endowed with precisely that power, inflict harm upon him, and you would suffer in kind. Should you wish to take his life, know that in his demise, yours would follow. Though this ability may appear to lack combat prowess, it instills fear even in the mightiest. After all, such a person is akin to the foul waters of a sewer. Once tainted, one invites trouble. Therefore, she had refrained from engaging earlier, unwilling to see any of Lu Chen's companions harmed. As she observed the departing figures, Zhao Rongyan's face twisted in malice. He turned, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ruyan. A tremor coursed through Jiang Ruyan's body, an ominous premonition washing over her. Chapter 87. I will mar your face. Indeed, in the next moment, Zhao Rongyan seized her hair, yanking it back with brutal force. A searing pain erupted on her scalp, causing her head to tilt back in an exceedingly uncomfortable and embarrassing manner. Slap, slap. Her cheeks received 2 forceful blows, igniting a fiery ache that pierced her very soul, accompanied by a profound sense of humiliation. You worthless wretch. How can you call yourself a mother? How could a daughter so resolutely deny her own mother? What a monumental failure you are. The relationship between them had never been close. She was not even her biological child. And yet, she dared to retort. Slap, slap. Once again, her face endured a brutal assault. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Ruyan's lips. If it weren't for your incompetence, these people would have all yielded to me. But now you've ruined everything. Zhao Rongyan, in a fit of rage, yanked Jiang Ruyan backward with great force, causing her to stumble awkwardly and collapse to the ground. As she fell, Zhao Rongyan delivered several heavy kicks, venting not only the frustration and resentment stemming from his thwarted ambitions but also the fury of being publicly humiliated. With a sudden spurt of blood, Jiang Ruyan fell into utter disarray. Once his rage had subsided, Zhao Rongyan adjusted his collar and cast a fleeting glance at the open door. No one is permitted to close that door. His gaze was venomous, and after uttering this command, he departed with an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Du Wenwen, who had just extinguished the ice and fire that had engulfed her, glared darkly at Jiang Ruyan. Once Zhao Rongyan had left, she lunged at Jiang Ruyan's face with wild abandon, her eyes glaring red, as if she had lost her sanity. You despicable wretch! The daughter of a wretched person is indeed no better. That little vixen has marred my visage. Ah, my suffering shall not go unreciprocated. I shall mar your face, rendering you even more grotesque than I. The sharp nails inflicted deep gashes upon Jiang Ruyan's face, lacking any strength and still nursing her wounds. She was powerless to resist, forced to endure the torment inflicted by Du Wenwen. Only when her face was a bloody mask, unrecognizable and disfigured, did Du Wenwen exhaust her pent-up fury. Spitting in disdain, she coldly departed. The onlookers, having witnessed the spectacle, turned away one by one. Dazed and dizzy, Jiang Ruyan could faintly hear their mocking laughter echoing in her ears. Tears mingled with blood streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly, she began to laugh bitterly. A self-deprecating chuckle at her own absurdity. How ludicrous it was. She had forsaken her family and stable life, believing she had found true love once more. Yet, she had arrived at this tragic and pitiful end. Was this her retribution? No, it cannot be. She was not at fault. The blame lay with others. Jiang Ruyan's gaze sharpened, filled with resentment. Were it not for Yun Shaokai's incessant flirtations and repeated challenges to her boundaries, she would never have entertained thoughts of divorce. Had that child been her own, she would not have turned her back. Yet, she followed Zhao Rongyan, only to find him akin to Yun Shaokai, fickle and cruel. The fault lies with him, with all of them, just as Yun Xiaoxiao and the others descended from the upper floors. They were met with the sight of Jiang Ruyan's dismal state. She did not overlook the fleeting glimmer of hatred in Jiang Ruyan's eyes. In the brief time apart, Jiang Ruyan has been reduced to such a state. It appears that the man she wholeheartedly follows does not treat her well at all. The assailant struck Jiang Ruyan and left the door ajar, likely for her benefit. However, if the intention was to provoke her, it seems their calculation was flawed. Were she an ordinary child, even if not her biological mother, witnessing her mother in such a dire situation would likely evoke sympathy, prompting her to rush to her side in tears. This could very well align with Zhao Rongyan's desires, and both she and Lu Chen would fall in line with him. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail: she harbors no affection for Jiang Ruyan whatsoever. Not only would she remain unfazed by such a beating, but even death would elicit not a flicker of remorse from her. Little one, do you require my assistance? Mu Yang inquired tentatively. Among the group, except for Xiao Feng, None truly understood the dynamics between Yun Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ruian. In their subconscious, they believed that Jiang Ruian, while perhaps not her biological mother, must possess some degree of affection for her. Hence, Mu Yang's question arose. His concern was not for Jiang Ruian's injuries, but rather for Yun Xiaoxiao's potential distress over the other's plight. Assist her? What worth is there in saving such a person? Xiao Feng retorted coldly. He had previously witnessed Jiang Ruian's true nature. A heartless individual like her would only serve society better by her absence. Just as Xiao Feng finished speaking, it seemed Jiang Ruian caught wind of their conversation and slowly turned her head in their direction. Upon seeing them, the fury in her eyes ignited instantly. You wretched girl, this is all your fault. Are you pleased now? Happy? Are you feeling quite pleased with my misfortune? Had I known I would endure such torment because of you, I should have extinguished your existence from the very beginning. Jiang Ruian glared fiercely at Yun Xiaoxiao, as if wishing to bore a hole through her with her gaze. Goodness, is this woman quite deranged? How can she blame a child for this? Truly blinding to my titanium alloy eyes. Lu Chun and Mu Yang's brows furrowed slightly, their gazes darkening. Xiao Feng, known for his fiery temper, was ready to retaliate but was restrained by Yun Xiaoxiao. With narrowed eyes and a subtle smile gracing her lips, she addressed him. Brother Feng, she is my mother. Do not harm her. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yun Xiaoxiao's intentions. Based on his understanding of her, she ought not to be so benevolent. Where was the ruthless spirit she displayed while combating zombies? The mercilessness that had once left him hanging in despair? Turning her gaze towards Mu Yang, she smiled sweetly. Brother Mu, I would be grateful if you could tend to my mother's injuries. Mu Yang was taken aback. Although he had indeed considered Yun Xiaoxiao as potential sorrow and contemplated whether to save that woman after hearing the latter's words, he found himself devoid of any desire to assist her. It would be merciful enough not to trample her further. Seeing the cheerful light in Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes, Mu Yang sighed. Very well, I shall take a look at her. Jiang Ruian eyed Mu Yang warily. What do you intend to do? Killing is a crime. Do not touch me. Yet in the next moment, she felt a soothing energy enveloping her body, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. They were genuinely attempting to save her. Chapter 88. Who is truly manipulating whom? Jiang Ruian gazed at Yun Xiaoxiao and her companions with suspicion. What exactly do you intend to do? Yun Xiaoxiao approached her, leaning down to whisper in her ear with a voice meant solely for their ears. Of course. Saving you is not without cost. I require your assistance with a certain task. What task? Upon hearing Yun Xiaoxiao request her aid, Jiang Ruian felt an unexpected calmness wash over her. This makes sense. It was utterly unreasonable for someone who had so recently despised her to suddenly come to her rescue. If she was merely seeking assistance, everything fell into place. Eliminate Zhao Rongyan. What? Jiang Ruian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Xiaoxiao smiled subtly. You heard me correctly. That's impossible. I cannot do that. Jiang Ruian promptly rejected the notion. Yun Xiaoxiao leaned closer once more. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. You will acquiesce. I won't. Today, it was Zhao Rongyan who left you in such a state, correct? Oh, wait, he is a man after all. So he wooed Timur your face himself. Therefore, aside from you, the woman who was previously by his side must also be one of the culprits. Wouldn't you agree? Observing the tremor in Jiang Ruian's gaze, Yun Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows leisurely. Thus, your current position with Zhao Rongyan is akin to that of someone cast aside. Now that your visage has been ruined, even if your internal injuries heal, your appearance remains disfigured. Do you truly believe someone of Zhao Rongyan's stature and standing would choose to keep you by his side? With every word Yun Xiaoxiao uttered, the brilliance in Jiang Ruian's eyes dimmed, for she recognized the undeniable truth in each of Yun Xiaoxiao's statements. Before her disfigurement, Zhao Rongyan had already begun his flirtations with Du Wenwen, publicly casting her aside with disdain and leaving her in a state of embarrassment. Now that she has been disfigured, the situation has only worsened. Although Du Wenwen may no longer pose a significant threat, one cannot dismiss the emergence of others like Zhang Wenwen or Li Wenwen in the future. It is utterly implausible for her to continue lingering by Zhao Rongyan's side. His recent actions have made this abundantly clear. Observing Jiang Ruian's shifting gaze, Yun Xiaoxiao continued to persuade her. Moreover, if you eliminate him, I can ensure your escape. From Zhao Rongyan's demeanor towards us, you should recognize that we possess the capability to protect you. Should you choose not to join us, we can still escort you to a secure location, providing you with ample resources to sustain a tranquil life thereafter. Yun Xiaoxiao's words struck at the very core of Jiang Ruian's psychological defenses. She hesitated, gazing at Yun Xiaoxiao. Is what you say true? Although she felt tempted, As following Zhao Rongyan was no longer a viable option, she found it difficult to swallow her pride. Yet, trusting the words of a mere 5-year-old seemed equally implausible. Yun Xiaoxiao shrugged. You need not believe me. You can remain here while we proceed on our own path. Just as before, we can coexist separately, with no interference between us. Why do you want to kill Zhao Rongyan? Jiang Ruiyan's voice lowered significantly. Yun Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly. Why seek a reason to kill? If one wishes to kill, they simply do. A shiver ran through Jiang Ruiyan at these words. The Yun Xiaoxiao before her felt so alien, so unfamiliar, that it was as if she were gazing upon a stranger. Is this truly her daughter? Upon reflection, ever since she discovered that the girl was not her biological child, her attention had indeed waned. Perhaps it was during that period that the little one's heart began to twist. With a firm resolve, she declared, Very well. I shall comply. What do you suggest we do? Yun Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a captivating arc. Hadn't the fish just taken the bait? She had intended to treat Jiang Ruiyan as a stranger, yet unexpectedly, they were to meet again. Jiang Ruiyan continued to weigh heavily on her heart. To alleviate her distress, it would be preferable for this person to vanish from her sight. Upholding the principle of not wasting a single thread, she resolved to ensure that Jiang Ruiyan's demise would carry some semblance of value. Zhao Rongyan was a man she found utterly detestable, particularly the way he gazed at her, as if she longed to pluck out his eyes and crush them underfoot. His retaliatory powers also posed a considerable challenge. While upstairs, she had been contemplating how to rid herself of him. Upon seeing the injured Jiang Ruiyan, an idea took root. Zhao Rongyan was quite the benefactor, unwittingly presenting an opportunity before her. Was this not an opportune moment to kill two birds with one stone? As for the promises made to Jiang Ruiyan, those could only be honored if she lived to see another day. Had she not spoken the truth? Leaning close to Jiang Ruiyan's ear, Yun Xiaoxiao articulated each word with precision. Jiang Ruiyan nodded repeatedly. Mom, are you feeling better? Yes, I am much improved, thanks to this little brother. Jiang Ruiyan was filled with remorse. I am truly sorry, Xiaoxiao. It was my mother's fault in the past. You have generously forgiven me despite our history and even allowed your companions to treat me. I have caused you much distress. Rest assured, I shall treat you well from now on and strive to be a devoted and responsible mother. Yes, Xiaoxiao believes in you. When Zhao Rongyan arrived, he was greeted by a heartwarming scene of maternal affection. Initially taken aback, a smile soon graced his lips. He had indeed guessed correctly. No little girl could bear to witness her long-called mother suffering so gravely and remain unmoved. Ruiyan, are you all right? Zhao Rongyan approached with a look of concern. Jiang Ruiyan regarded him with displeasure in her eyes. What are you doing here? Impulsiveness? Is it impulsive to injure my mother so severely? Yun Xiaoxiao feigned anger. Her small face wrinkled in discontent. Zhao Rongyan lowered his head, appearing genuinely remorseful. I truly realize my mistake, Ruiyan. Please grant me the opportunity to explain myself. Jiang Ruiyan bowed her head, seemingly in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally raised her gaze. Very well. I shall grant you the chance to explain. However, I prefer fewer people around. Take me to a quiet place. I wish to hear your explanation thoroughly. Of course, I will clarify everything for you. By the way, your daughter. They will not leave. We have reconciled. That's good, Zhao Rongyan replied, his eyes twinkling with joy. He stepped forward and lifted Jiang Ruiyan into his arms, making his way towards the interior of the gymnasium. Goodness, what on earth is happening? What a dramatic turn of events. Zhao Rongyan's companions whispered amongst themselves, their expressions filled with disbelief. I have had my fill of gossip for today. Add 1. Add 100. Beside them, the woman squinted her eyes and stamped her foot in frustration. How can Jiang Ruiyan be so unrelenting? No. I must not allow her to regain power. Otherwise, she will have a terrible fate awaiting her. She treated me so poorly, surely she will seek fierce retribution. She contemplated pursuing her, but suddenly found herself obstructed by a small figure. Excuse me, dear auntie, where are you headed? The little girl smiled innocently at her. Chapter 89. Jiang Ruiyan is dead. Why should that concern you? Step aside and do not block my path. Oh, is that so? Yun Xiaoxiao whirled her little pinky in front of her chest. Instantly, a mist of icy fog began to rise. Du Wenwen's pupils quivered as memories of the past resurfaced. She swallowed hard. Humph. Finally, she stubbornly snorted and stood to the side, paralyzed by fear. Although Lu Chun and the others were oblivious to Yun Xiaoxiao's intentions, they maintained a discreet presence, quietly observing as if to say, create as much chaos as you wish. We will be here to catch you if you fall. Meanwhile, Zhao Rongyan led Jiang Ruiyan into a lounge within the gymnasium. He spoke many soothing words. promising to find the finest cosmetic surgeon and a healer with restorative abilities to help her regain her original appearance. For instance, he claimed that everyone he loved was her. Previously, he had merely been overwhelmed by anger, but he would certainly not err again. He vowed to eliminate Du Wenwen. Yet, the pain etched upon her face incessantly reminded her that all of this was but an illusion. Zhao Rongyan's sudden kindness towards her was merely an attempt to ensnare Yun Xiaoxiao and her companions for his own purposes. However, Yun Xiaoxiao and the others would never submit to him. In fact, they harbored intentions to eliminate him. This implies that the conditions under which Zhao Rongyan treated her well were nothing more than a beautiful bubble, easily shattered with a gentle poke. She could not sustain it. Should she truly fall under Zhao Rongyan's enchantment and fail to accomplish the tasks entrusted by Yun Xiaoxiao, her fate would likely be far worse than before. Having come to this realization, Jiang Ruian no longer indulged in Zhao Rongyan's flowery words. She quietly contemplated how to take action. Yes, I know you love me the most. I am fully aware of it. With reddened eyes, Jiang Ruian gently embraced Zhao Rongyan, who reciprocated the gesture. Rest assured, I shall love you even more in the future, he declared, his words dripping with sweetness. If one were to overlook the disdain and loathing reflected in his eyes, he truly appeared to be a man exceedingly tender towards his girlfriend. I believe you, Yin Ge So. Jiang Ruian drew forth the small knife entrusted to her by Yun Xiaoxiao, swiftly brandishing it and thrusting it toward Zhao Rongyan's abdomen with ferocity. You shall perish. She laughed maniacally, a glimmer of vengeful satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She withdrew the blade, and instantly, blood gushed forth. As she watched the crimson blood gushing from Zhao Rongyan's abdomen, accompanied by his incredulous and furious gaze, the pent-up resentment within her finally found its release. In that moment, it was exhilarating. However, just as she reveled in her triumph, an excruciating sensation erupted in her own abdomen, as if a gaping wound had been forcibly torn open. Blood spurting forth uncontrollably. She felt the signs of life ebbing away. Her eyes widened in horror. Why did it feel as though she had been stabbed as well? You wretched woman, you dare to kill me. Zhao Rongyan, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, seized Jiang Ruian's hair and dragged her towards the window. Did you not expect this? My ability is backlash. If I perish, you shall not survive either. This power was known only to his father and the assassin from the base who had previously sought to take his life. Others were aware that he had awakened to power, yet the nature of it remained a mystery to them. Upon hearing Zhao Rongyan's words, Jiang Ruian's heart trembled violently. How could this be? Why was it turning out this way? Had she known earlier, no matter how much she despised Zhao Rongyan, she would never have risked her own life. Yun Xiaoxiao? Yes, it had to be her. She must have known all along about Zhao Rongyan's ability, which is why she incited him to kill him. She wanted to eliminate both of them. Jiang Ruian's eyes flickered with a mix of anger and urgency. She yearned to explain, but Zhao Rongyan showed no inclination to grant her the opportunity. At that moment, fury had clouded his judgment. If you wish to kill me, I shall strike first. Zhao Rongyan violently lifted Jiang Ruian and unhesitatingly thrust her towards the window. No, it cannot be. Her voice was swept away by the wind. Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground, shattering bones and splattering flesh. Zhao Rongyan instantly lost all his strength and collapsed onto the floor. Due to the excessive force and his agitation, the blood flowed even more profusely from his abdomen. His gaze began to grow unfocused. Brother Yin, what has happened to you? Du Wenwen was the first to rush in, followed closely by the others. Moments earlier, they had heard the sounds of an argument within, and they knew something must have gone awry. Yun Xiaoxiao had also heard and did not hinder their entrance. Was it that vile Jiang Ruian who harmed you? Where is she? I shall have her torn to pieces. Du Wenwen exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. She is dead. Zhao Rongyan exhaled deeply, gesturing towards the window. The crowd turned to look outside, only to behold a mangled corpse. It was then they realized that the earlier loud noise was attributed to this. Lu Chen and the others glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao, expecting to see her in sorrow, yet were met with a semblance of tranquility instead. They had never held any fondness for Jiang Ruian, and thus her life or death stirred no emotional upheaval within them. Only mild surprise lingered. Just moments ago, the two had seemed perfectly well. How could their relationship have devolved into such a life-and-death struggle? Recalling the whispers exchanged between Yun Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ruian, coupled with her sudden shift in demeanor towards her, the others appeared to piece together the truth. However, they chose to remain silent on the matter. Let us go, Yun Xiaoxiao declared, turning to exit. With Jiang Ruian deceased and Zhao Rongyan bleeding excessively without medical aid, his demise was all but certain. Remaining would only squander precious time. It would be more prudent to slay a few more zombies and expedite the completion of our mission. Lu Qin and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. Their departure went unnoticed, for the others were preoccupied with Zhao Rongyan's injuries. If the son of the base leader were to perish on a mission while they remained unharmed, what favorable outcome could they expect upon returning? That wretched Jiang Ruian dared to inflict harm upon you. Duowen furrowed her brow and swiftly removed her coat to staunch Zhao Rongyan's wound. Indeed, since the zombies outside had been eradicated by those individuals, our departure should pose minimal risk. Zhao Rongyan weakly nodded in agreement. Thus, the group promptly began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. However, upon reaching the intersection, they were confronted by an imposing wall of ice. Chapter 90. Xiao Fengfeng. I am quite frightened. How could there be a wall made of ice here? Suddenly, they recalled the frost that Xiaoxiao had previously unleashed. Was it the work of Jiang Ruian's daughter? Yes, it must be. She seeks revenge for her mother, intending to trap us. Zhao Rongyan's gaze darkened as he urged the vehicle forward. The driver was about to accelerate when two figures emerged from the side, blocking their path. These two were Nie Yizhou and Xiao Feng. The group was filled with confusion, unsure of where these individuals had appeared from. What shall we do? Yin Gu. You should disembark and inquire about their intentions. Very well. Yet, he wore a troubled expression. Yin Gu, they request that we wait a moment longer. Wait. Can Yin Gu really endure such a grave injury? Duowen exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Have they mentioned how long we must wait? Zhao Rongyan inquired. They claim they do not know. We shall depart when the time is deemed appropriate. What do they mean by appropriate? They are doing this on purpose. First, they blocked us with an ice wall, then they told us to wait. It is clear they wish to wear us down. I propose we charge at them while they are still two in number. However, do not forget, that tall man with red hair can breathe fire. The others remained hesitant. Moreover, this ice wall appears quite formidable. We are uncertain if we can break through. Surely, we cannot simply wait indefinitely. Who knows if it is all a ploy? If it is indeed intentional, even waiting will not lead to their release. Most importantly, Yin Gu cannot afford to wait much longer. What if we turn back and take another route? In that case, we might as well force our way through. Despite the red-haired man's prowess, we are not to be underestimated. Indeed, the group reached a consensus, apart from Zhao Rongyan and the driver. Everyone else promptly opened their car doors and stepped out. As they emerged, they surrounded Xiao Feng and Nie Yizhou. Oh, are you planning to use numbers to intimidate the few? Nie Yizhou remarked, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Can you withstand this? He nudged Xiao Feng with a shoulder. Xiao Feng shot him a glance, silently urging him to take care of himself and not hinder his efforts. Very well, I shall take my leave. Nie Yizhou cast a fleeting glance at the roaring modified van, pursed his lips, and vanished as soon as the words left his mouth. Duowen and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Where did he go? At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes echoed unexpectedly. Everyone looked over, perplexed, only to witness a shocking scene unfold before their eyes. Zhao Rongyan was being held at knife point. A tremor passed through the onlookers. Wasn't that the person who had just disappeared? One individual pointed in astonishment at Nie Yizhou, who menaced Zhao Rongyan with a blade. Yin Gu, Duowen, and the others instinctively wanted to rush forward. However, a wall of flames surged before them, the searing heat washing over them. The fastest among them had their hair singed significantly. Oh no, it's so hot. Ah, my hair is gone. I'm balding. A wail erupted, and the others, hearts racing, halted in their tracks. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may happen to your Yin Gu. Nie Yizhou smirked, pressing the knife against Zhao Rongyan's neck in a clear display of threat. Before this encounter, the little spirit had warned him not to harm this individual due to his peculiar ability, which was a self-rebounding power. While he could not inflict harm, using the threat of violence was still permissible. Upon hearing Nie Yizhou's words, Duowen and the others indeed dared not to budge. Release our deputy base leader. Otherwise, the Rongxing base will never let you go, a man declared with a stern expression, huffing heavily. Oh, is that a threat directed at me? Nie Yizhou raised an eyebrow. He patted his chest, exclaiming, oh dear, I am so frightened. Xiao Feng, they say the Rongxing base will not spare us, and I fear for my life. You must protect me. Beside him, Xiaofeng's brow twitched violently, and a chill ran down his spine. Get lost. Try calling me Xiao Feng again. He retorted, disdainfully. You possess no sense of humor, Nie Yizhou remarked, rolling his eyes. The man, irked by his serious threat being so casually dismissed, felt his temper rise. Yet, with Zhao Rongyan still in their opponent's grasp, they dared not act recklessly. It felt as though a heavy stone sat upon his chest. stifling him and filling him with a desire to crash against a wall. Observing the taunting gaze of Xiaoxiao and the gleaming knife at his throat, a cold glimmer flickered in Zhao Rongyan's eyes. If this continued, he would surely bleed to death. No, he had to devise a plan. The situation was too passive. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. A resolute calculation flashed in his eyes as he suddenly raised his hand, gripping the blade. Drive. Yin go. The driver, taken aback by the blood streaming from Zhao Rongyan's palm, was momentarily stunned. This meant disregarding everyone else? He glanced at his comrades outside, steeling himself, and slammed the accelerator. Damn. Xiaoxiao had not anticipated that this Zhao would be so ruthless, even resorting to self-harm to crash into the ice wall. This wall must not break. The zombies within have yet to be eradicated. Should the ice wall shatter, the horde outside would surge in, rendering their prior efforts futile. He bore the pain surging through his palm and seized the knife with determination. He yearned to unleash a flurry of blows upon his opponent. Yet the thought of reciprocation tempered his resolve, prompting him to utter a particularly eloquent phrase in Chinese. At that moment, bang! The vehicle collided with the ice wall. Caught off guard, he was jolted against the front seat, the impact nearly dazzling him with stars. Good heavens! As the vehicle reversed and lunged forward once more, he swiftly darted to the passenger seat and promptly switched off the main power. The car screeched to a halt, teetering on the brink of overturning. He deftly escaped the confines of the vehicle and stepped outside. Damn, that was close. I nearly met my end. He patted his chest. Still shaken. Outside, Xiaoxiao was engaged in a fierce battle with Du Wanwan and others. Despite the overwhelming numbers against him, Xiaoxiao maintained the upper hand. He once again teleported into the vehicle, intent on dispatching the driver. Brandishing the knife, he lunged toward the man's abdomen. Chapter 91. You wretched girl. You shall not escape unscathed. Fortunately, the driver reacted swiftly, managing to restrain his hand and preventing the blade from penetrating deeply. However, his abdomen sustained a wound. Enduring the excruciating pain, he swiftly swung the knife. With a swift motion, a gash appeared on the opponent's neck, blood gushing forth. Once he confirmed the adversary had drawn their last breath, he pushed the car door open and stepped out. At that moment, Xiaoxiao, Lu Chen, and Mu Yang arrived just in time. Lu Chen rushed to assist Xiaoxiao. Mu Yang quickly supported Xiaoxiao, asking, "Are you all right?" "Do not worry. Young master possesses a robust vitality. I shall not perish just yet." Xiaoxiao remained as impoverished as ever, observing his robust demeanor. It was evident he was not on the brink of death. Mu Yang chuckled lightly, while Xiaoxiao bluntly pointed out, "Look at how pale your lips have become. If you don't seek treatment soon, death will be imminent. Hey, little imp, could you not wish for my demise? You are blessed with fortune and longevity. So why would I want to live as long as a turtle?" Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and poured a few drops of spiritual spring water onto his wound. This was familiar to Xiaoxiao, as he had used it before when he was shot. With its aid, his injury would heal swiftly. "Have all the zombies been dealt with?" Xiaoxiao inquired. "Yes, the other buildings are office towers, and there aren't many zombies there. Perhaps because this street is newly constructed. Many office spaces remain unleased. Additionally, due to the timing of the zombie virus outbreak, most people had yet to report to work, resulting in a scarcity of zombies inside." She had come here after receiving a prompt and reward from the system. "By the way, what about Zhao?" Xiaoxiao asked. Xiaoxiao gestured towards the back of the vehicle. "He's inside, still alive. You wouldn't believe it. This person is truly ruthless. In his desperation to break free, he even injured himself by gripping my hand." He raised the wounded hand for emphasis. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting to the ice wall, which had begun to crack but had yet to collapse entirely, as well as the group engaged in combat with Lu Chen and Xiaoxiao. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she thought, "So they wish to escape? Very well, I shall kindly lend them a hand." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she beckoned to Xiaoxiao and Mu Yang. 1 minute later, Xiaoxiao opened the rear door of the car and flashed a pure smile at Zhao Rongyan. "Uncle, weren't you wanting to go out? Allow me to assist you." Zhao Rongyan, feeling feeble, furrowed his brow in disbelief. "Would you truly be so kind? After all, you just killed my mother." Xiaoxiao blinked her innocent, wide eyes. "Of course, I'm a genuinely good person." Zhao Rongyan responded with uncertainty. "Is that so?" With a swift motion, Xiaoxiao used vines to hook onto the car, vaulting herself onto the roof. She stood languidly and clapped her hands toward Lu Chen and the others. All right. Cease the fighting. We shall let you pass." Upon hearing her voice, the group, who had been fiercely engaged in battle, abruptly halted. Xiaoxiao frowned. They had been on the verge of victory. Why the sudden cessation? He found himself perplexed. Lu Chen glanced at Xiaoxiao but said nothing as he approached her. Although Xiao Feng was confused, he refrained from questioning her. He understood that this little girl, though small in stature, possessed a cunning mind and was certainly acting with purpose. Yuan Wen, dragging her battered body, slowly made her way to the car. "Are you really so benevolent as to let us go?" she asked, her face etched with skepticism. Another man, visibly displeased, interjected, "Your people just injured so many of us. How do you account for that? Will you not provide us with an explanation?" Xiaoxiao, observing the already vanishing Xiaoxiao and the others, leisurely opened her phone, meticulously selecting something. "Hey, we are speaking to you, child. Where did the others go?" Several individuals raised their heads to gaze at Xiaoxiao, who stood nonchalantly atop the car, their expressions tinged with displeasure. Yet, Xiaoxiao suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Addressing them with enthusiasm. "Are you ready?" she inquired. "Ready for what?" They responded, perplexed. In that moment, they witnessed the ice wall before the car begin to slowly dissolve. She truly opened the door. "Hurry, get in the car," they urged, their hearts racing with urgency, when suddenly a resounding melody filled the air. "My heart is racing. It's love like a blazing fire. You are smiling. The one who is mad is me. Love, like flames, will warm the heart." I see the flickering fire of love. Their steps faltered, and they turned in astonishment toward Xiaoxiao, who held a phone, from which the enchanting song emanated. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from beyond the shattered ice wall. Panic-stricken, they lifted their gazes to behold countless zombies crashing into their line of sight. "Run!" they shouted in unison, their faces drained of color, hearts pounding in their throats. The throng of zombies surged toward them with relentless fervor. As if drawn by the scent of fresh flesh, eager to tear them apart. The proximity of the undead was chilling, as if they could seize them at any moment, sinking their teeth into their necks. It was utterly terrifying. A suffocating dread enveloped each individual. Without a moment to spare for Zhao Rongyan, who remained in the car, they fled in desperation. They thought that if they could just make it into the building, they would be safe. But to their dismay, an ice wall suddenly loomed before them, blocking their escape. Several individuals turned their heads in terror to gaze at the small figure perched atop the vehicle. The other party displayed an innocent smile, appearing remarkably endearing. Yet in that moment, they could not help but view her as a devil incarnate. The little imp had vanished. Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared on the roof of the car, remaining unhurried. Xiaoxiao tucked away her phone and cast a glance at the vehicle, where two zombies had already managed to claw their way inside. Soon after, a heart-rending scream pierced the air. Xiaoxiao bit her lip. While they could not directly kill Zhao Rongyan, the zombies certainly could. After a brief pause, she seized her weapon and sliced a gap into the car roof. Thus, the world would no longer harbor the existence of Zhao Rongyan. "Take me to the ice wall," she instructed as the horde of zombies began to ascend towards the roof. Xiaoxiao nodded, and in the next instant, they vanished, arriving at the ice wall. "Ah, you wretched girl, may you meet a dreadful end." Duowen shrieked as a male zombie, with a mouth smeared in darkness, savagely bit into her neck, causing her to scream in agony. She glared at Xiaoxiao with venomous hatred, wishing she could slay her with a mere glance. "You were so cruel. Your fate will be far worse than ours." Oh, the others soon fell prey to the zombies, becoming their grisly sustenance. In their final moments, each cursed Xiaoxiao, their words increasingly venomous. Yet, Xiaoxiao remained unfazed. She had heard such vitriol countless times in her previous life. The life inevitably leads to death. As long as one lives freely and elegantly, with a sense of comfort and joy, then this existence is far from wasted. Chapter 92. Is this a tad too naive? After eliminating the few individuals who were on the verge of becoming zombies, Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao finally proceeded to the area behind the ice wall, where they reunited with Lu Chun and the others. Mu Yang tended to Xiaoxiao's injuries, while Xiaoxiao, Lu Chun, and Xiao Feng, along with the little cutie, set about extracting the zombie course. They had previously focused solely on dispatching the zombies with utmost speed, neglecting to collect the cores in the process. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoxiao was being treated, they diligently completed the remaining tasks. Subsequently, they sought refuge in an unoccupied tall building, where they indulged in a sumptuous lunch and enjoyed a refreshing nap. Xiaoxiao, refusing to squander any time, stealthily entered her space. Observing the newly emerged streets within the city walls, her heart brimmed with delight. However, she noted that the previously constructed residential areas and these streets occupied merely 1/3 of the available space, leaving the remaining 2/3 vacant. "Little D," she inquired, "what purpose do these areas serve?" "Host, these are designated for future tasks," came the response. "What tasks?" "Ding. Task activated. Clear the school and hospital. Rewards include a complete construction set. What does that entail? It means that by clearing the zombies from a school, you will be rewarded with a comprehensive system of buildings including kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, and university. The same applies to hospitals. Clearing a hospital of zombies will grant you a fully equipped general hospital along with various research facilities. Xiaoxiao's lips twitched. You truly are quite generous. Thank you for your compliment, host. However, I find these items utterly useless. Can one expect her to pursue education in this apocalyptic world? It's simply inconceivable. Moreover, she has no intention of accommodating such a multitude. What purpose would an entire set of items serve? Yet, you must complete the task to obtain the most formidable stronghold in this desolate world. Xiaoxiao. She found herself at a loss for words. Well, it is true that nothing in this world comes without effort. Completing the task it shall be, with resolute determination in her gaze. Her next objective is to seize the school and the hospital. Having come to this realization, she exchanged all the crystal cores she acquired today for evolution liquid, coupled with the ones she obtained yesterday in the community. She now possesses 360 bottles of level 1 evolution liquid and 12 bottles of level 2 evolution liquid, the latter provided by the skeletal zombies. Subsequently, she beckoned, and the autonomous shopping machine floated before her. The display screen indicated that her current points stood at 239. The rewards from the community and street tasks amounted to 100 points each. Adjacent to the points was a button, beneath which were inscribed the words upgrade. She aimed and pressed it. Immediately, a mechanical voice resonated from the shopping machine. Upgrade successful. As the words faded, she noticed her points had dwindled to 89. Furthermore, the items available in the shop's kitchen had transformed. The previous offerings vanished, replaced by 2 new items. Function: assist supernatural beings in enhancing their abilities. Price: 30 points. Function: impervious to blades and bullets, capable of withstanding bites from zombies of level 3 and below. Requiring no maintenance for a lifetime. Price: 20 points. Xiaoxiao. Is the level 3 evolution liquid really so expensive? She currently has only 89 points. And if she redeems the level 3 evolution liquid, she will be left with merely 59 points, which is insufficient to purchase the combat suit. The incident where Xiaoxiao was injured served as a stark reminder for her. In her previous fervor to elevate their supernatural abilities, she had neglected their physical defenses. No matter how formidable one may be, they are still human. A mere scratch or bite from a zombie could prove fatal. In truth, if someone were to nonsensically proclaim that slaying zombies would earn her a house, she would undoubtedly label them a fool. Yet, they steadfastly believed in her, accompanying her in her madness. Charging into hordes of zombies to vanquish them was an act of trust in her abilities. If she could not even ensure their fundamental safety, she would hold herself in contempt. Thus, in the end, Xiaoxiao decided to use 80 points to exchange for the combat suit. After all, her wood-based supernatural ability had already reached level 3, making her quite formidable among supernatural beings. A delay in upgrading would not be detrimental. She also consumed the level 2 evolution liquid allocated to her, raising her ice-based ability to mid-level 2. Afterwards, she took a restful sleep in her space. Upon waking, she resumed her training, transforming into the embodiment of diligence. Timing her routine meticulously, she bathed and changed her attire before exiting her space. Shortly after her departure, the others began to awaken one by one. She distributed the evolution liquids amongst several individuals. Except for Mu Yang, the others were quite accustomed to it. What is this? Mu Yang queried, examining it with curiosity. Xiaoxiao patted his shoulder and said, Yanggu, this is a valuable item. You should drink it quickly. As Mu Yang observed Xiaoxiao and his companions drink without hesitation, he too dared to grasp one of the bottles and partake. Almost immediately, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, as if a transformation were underway. With each bottle he consumed, his expression shifted to one of increasing astonishment. Could this be the evolutionary serum from those zombie novels? Ultimately, as he experienced a meteoric rise in strength, his astonishment transcended mere words. Haha, indeed, Yanggu. You are quite trendy for indulging in zombie literature, Xiaoxiao teased. Mu Yang chuckled lightly. Yes, I'm a zombie enthusiast. I even had posters adorning my walls at home, and I've watched every zombie film without exception. Brothers, what about these garments? Perhaps you should wear them beneath your outerwear. The group examined the attire. It's surprisingly lightweight. Let me give it a try. Xiaoxiao said as he was the first to don a set. Lu Qin and the others followed suit. Quite nice, very comfortable, he remarked. Little girl, Does this clothing possess any special properties? It is impervious to blades and can withstand the attacks of zombies ranked 3 and below. How astonishing. The group was taken aback. Are you afraid? Nieijo raised an eyebrow at Xiaofeng. Unfazed, Xiaofeng replied, bring it on. That's what you said, kid, nowhere to run. With that, he brandished his knife, leaping towards Xiaofeng's arm. Goodness, it truly is impervious to weapons. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, face-palming. Are these two a tad too immature? The system's little adversary rolled its eyes. Have you forgotten how you once were? Xiaoxiao, what is our next task? Lu Chen inquired. Haha, brother Chen. Are you eager to slay some zombies? Lu Chen nodded earnestly. Yes, so. What is the task? Chapter 93. Zombie campus. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, as if an earthquake had struck, causing the entire house to sway. What is happening? The group steadied themselves and hurried to the window to look down. To their astonishment, they beheld a grotesque, colossal creature in the very spot where Zhao Rongyan and the others had been. It stood nearly 8 meters tall, resembling a monstrous amalgamation of zombies, with countless undead figures clinging to its form. The mouths of these zombies moved in a bizarre, uncoordinated manner. Its enormous feet stepped over the icy barrier, advancing forward. Its massive visage was adorned with the severed heads, hands, feet, and other remnants of other zombies, appearing as though it were stitched together from the fallen. Without warning, it swung a massive fist, shattering the glass instantaneously. Holy crap! The group's expression shifted dramatically, and they immediately rolled to the ground. Xiaoxiao knelt on one knee, suddenly looking up and squinting at the monstrous zombie outside the window. It was a level 3 mutated zombie, the fusion monster. This creature could absorb other zombies, transforming them into part of its own grotesque body. Over time, it grew even larger than a giant. The most terrifying aspect was that battling it meant simultaneously contending with numerous zombies. One could easily find themselves bitten by one of the many undead clinging to its form if they were not vigilant. In a previous life, numerous small bases met their demise due to its sudden incursion, instilling fear in the hearts of people. Such a nemesis of humanity is best eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, this is a grade 3 crystal core, one that comes at no cost. Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, resembling a poised little cheetah, her body coiling in readiness before she sprang forth, swift as a shadow. She unleashed her vines, ensnaring one end of the building. In an instant, she swung herself out, one hand brandishing a gun aimed at the creature's eyes. Its fatal weakness lay not in its head, but in its eyes. It possessed 2 crystal cores, one on each side. Xiaoxiao's movements were so rapid that Lu Chen and his companions could not grasp her in time. Their expressions turned grave as they rushed to the shattered window's edge, providing cover for Xiaoxiao and distracting the creature. The moment she swung past, the creature extended its massive hand towards her. A thunderous crack of lightning struck down upon that enormous hand. The creature howled in agony, hastily retracting its limb. It then thrust forth its other hand, but in a flash, a ball of raging fire and a metallic blade hurtled towards it. The creature emitted a wretched cry once more. At that juncture, a barrage of gunfire erupted, transforming its eyes into a sieve. It became frenzied, crashing about wildly, causing walls to crumble beneath its rampage. In mere moments, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. Though it lay dead, countless zombies remained in its wake, some with crushed skulls, while others continued to wail in anguish. Xiaoxiao's ability to swiftly eliminate it can be attributed to her memories from a past life, which revealed its fatal weakness to her. Otherwise, this formidable beast would not have succumbed so easily. Little ghost, how do you know that its eyes are its Achilles heel? Xiaoxiao smiled, remarking that it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Pure coincidence. Nieijo retorted, do I look like someone who believes you? However, he wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. I feel somewhat inferior, he suddenly mused, resting his chin in his hand with a somber expression. You all possess such formidable powers and combat abilities, yet I seem utterly devoid of any fighting prowess. You wouldn't think of me as a burden, would you? Xiaofeng shot him a glance filled with exasperation. If you're unwell, seek treatment. Why wallow in self-pity here? He continued. Aside from your tendency to chatter excessively and your somewhat lackluster abilities, you are not without merit. After all, are you not our express bus? Get lost. You're the one who talks too much. Upon witnessing Nieijo regain his vigor, a smile graced Xiaofeng's lips. Let us get to work. The group descended to the ground floor, where they diligently cleared the remaining zombies from the melting creature. Xiaoxiao also extracted a Tier 3 crystal core from its eye. By the way, are there any hospitals or schools nearby? After everything was completed, Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired. Lu Chen quickly grasped her implication. Was this the next task? Xiaoxiao nodded in affirmation. There's a hospital just 2 streets over. A few minutes later, they arrived at the walls of a junior high school. Why are there no zombies inside? Xiaoxiao questioned, staring at the desolate campus in bewilderment. It is conceivable that when the outbreak of the zombie virus occurred, the school announced a suspension of classes. This possibility looms large. Let us proceed and investigate. A few individuals traverse the desolate campus. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao softly beckons the others to halt. He gestures towards the left side of the teaching building, forming a wordless expression. There are zombies and people. The group quiets their movements, crouching to observe the scene ahead. They behold a throng of student zombies encircling a building, drooling with lifeless eyes devoid of vitality. They incessantly batter the doors and windows, as if something delectable awaits them within. Prominently displayed on the building is the word cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, a dozen surviving teachers and students huddle together, barricading the doors and windows with furniture. Yet, the relentless thuds against the barriers instill a deep sense of trepidation. Among them are resident teachers and boarding students. When the zombie virus erupted, the school announced the suspension of classes. Little did they know, the virus spread with alarming ferocity. And soon, mutations began to manifest within the dormitories. The infection spread at an astonishing rate, and the campus was overrun with zombies, ravenously pursuing and biting anyone in their path. Panic ensued. It was a female teacher who rallied everyone to seek refuge in the cafeteria, for it was the only place that could provide sustenance and stave off starvation. They believed that rescue would arrive shortly. However, as time dragged on, 2 months slipped by in agonizing anticipation. With supplies dwindling perilously, they realized that if they did not perish at the hands of the zombies, they would succumb to starvation instead. Thus, they covertly observed the zombies outside, and when the numbers dwindled, they flung open the door and dashed out. However, little did they know, as soon as they stepped outside, 2 zombies detected their presence. Subsequently, hordes of zombies surged towards them. It was as if the creatures caught a whiff of their scent, lingering outside while incessantly battering the door. Oh, how long for my mother and father. I wonder how they are faring now. Had I known the apocalypse would arrive, I would have refrained from inciting their anger. A girl with a bun sat on the ground, burying her head between her knees and sobbing softly. Indeed, the world outside had undergone a drastic transformation, and there seemed to be no one coming to their rescue. A slender boy, despondent, sat beside her, as though his soul had been stripped away. He lifted his gaze to a woman in her 30s with a high ponytail. Teacher Wu, do you think we can survive? Chapter 94. One day, we shall become strong. Wu Yaping's eyes flickered, but she soon donned a gentle smile. Do not worry. As long as we do not abandon ourselves, we will inevitably find a way. Let us not succumb to despair, but instead, muster our spirits. Everyone understood that these were comforting words from Wu Yaping. Yet, in that moment, her words acted like a soothing balm, calming the restless hearts of those present. They gathered together, brainstorming solutions. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside. The entire assembly in the cafeteria snapped to attention. What was that sound? It seemed like gunfire. Could it be that someone had come to rescue them? The atmosphere shifted dramatically as despair dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement. They pressed their faces against the cracks of the door and windows, peering outside to witness countless zombies collapsing one after another. Someone is coming to rescue us. How wonderful. We are saved. Laughter mingled with tears as hope flickered for the first time in over 2 months. With each zombie that fell, the light in their eyes grew ever brighter. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until at last, the gunfire outside ceased. Look, there is someone out there. A male student exclaimed, his face pressed eagerly against the window. The others turned their gazes to follow his pointing finger. To their astonishment, a 5-year-old child ruthlessly plunged a knife into the head of a zombie, twisting it to extract a crimson crystal. She deftly grasped it with a cloth and tossed it into a pouch at her waist. The realization struck them. Their savior was a mere 5-year-old child? Shock enveloped them. It was a scenario they had never envisioned. In their minds, a hero would surely be a formidable adult, perhaps even a warrior of extraordinary prowess. Yet, the reality was utterly inconceivable. Just then, they observed a man with red hair approaching. He cast a glance in their direction, causing a wave of fear to wash over the group. His demeanor appeared menacing, as if they had somehow offended him. What are they doing? Someone wondered aloud. It seemed as though he was searching for something within the zombie's skull. The notion struck them collectively. If someone else was risking their life for their safety, perhaps they too should lend a hand. The students, driven by their innocent impulses, resolved to act on their thoughts without hesitation. Seeing that there was no longer any danger outside, everyone opened the cafeteria doors. A giant scorpion. One girl, upon stepping outside, immediately spotted the cute creature facing the door. Startled, she let out a shriek and hurriedly hid behind Wu Yapin. The adorable creature, engrossed in selecting zombie crystal cores, glanced over at the commotion. Ah! Instantly. Several others screamed as well. The cute creature. Hearing the noise, Xiaoxiao and the others rushed over. What happened? Xiaoxiao inquired. There's a giant scorpion, stammered the woman with the bun. Xiaoxiao turned to look at the cute creature, which gazed back at her with a look of innocent distress. She gently patted its head in a gesture of reassurance, then addressed the group of students. Don't worry, it won't T-bite. The crowd was further astonished. Even Wu Yapin raised an eyebrow. This little girl was evidently not afraid of the giant scorpion and was so affectionate towards it. How extraordinary. Thank you all. Wu Yapin bowed slightly to Xiaoxiao, Xiaofeng, and Mu Yang, expressing her gratitude for their life-saving assistance. Luchin and Nia Izhou had gone to other areas of the school to clear out zombies. If it weren't for you, we would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape this time. Her earlier remarks had merely been to soothe the students' emotions. In truth, she felt anxious and uncertain about what to do. I just saw you searching for something in the zombies' heads. We can assist. As soon as Wu Yapin finished speaking, the students nodded in agreement. Yes. We have 15 people who can help you. Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. Very well. Having additional labor is undoubtedly advantageous. After all, why not make use of what is available? Although they had inadvertently rescued these people while completing their task, it was still an act of salvation. With the assistance of this group of teachers and students, the speed of collecting crystal cores increased significantly. In the end, Wu Yaping, accompanied by her students, presented all the collected crystal cores to Xiaoxiao and her companions. Upon witnessing Xiaoxiao's immediate decision to depart, a girl with a bun urgently called out, "Aren't you taking us with you?" Xiaoxiao turned around, smiling at her. "I'm afraid we cannot, dear sister. We have numerous matters to attend to, and it would be quite inconvenient for you to accompany us." The girl lowered her head, her eyes reddening. The others appeared deflated, like punctured balloons, each one lacking vitality. They did not intend to pressure Xiaoxiao and her group. It was simply that having tasted hope, its sudden disappearance left them at a loss. Xiaoxiao raised her gaze. What you ought to do should not depend on us. If you wish to survive, should you not employ your own intellect to devise a plan? However, in light of our acquaintance, I can offer you a suggestion. The campus is currently safe for the time being. You may gather all usable resources within the school, while striving to survive. Strengthen your physical abilities and practice your skills in slaying zombies. Then, seize the right moment to escape beyond the city limits, seeking a secure refuge to ensure your survival. She did not suggest they go to the Rongxing base, for although it appeared safe, it was not entirely secure. Xiaoxiao retrieved 8 first-level zombie crystal cores from her pocket, distributing them among the foreign students. Aren't these the things from inside a zombie's head? They exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoxiao nodded, explaining that these were called zombie crystal cores. After washing them with water, consuming them could enhance their innate abilities. However, they should be cautious, for excessive consumption could lead to adverse effects. She was reluctant to disclose her possession of the evolution liquid to outsiders. Among this group, only the Western students possessed abilities, albeit they likely remained unaware of their unique powers. Determined to assist them, she resolved to do what she could. Abilities? They queried, somewhat puzzled. Xiaoxiao promptly extended her palm, swiftly conjuring a stalagmite of ice. With a flick of her wrist, the ice shard shot forth, severing a nearby branch. The students gasped in awe. Incredible. This is what abilities are, allowing you to grow stronger. The rest, you shall comprehend in due time. Are only the Western students gifted with abilities? One inquired. Xiaoxiao affirmed, indeed, but fret not. Those without abilities can also become formidable through their own efforts. As they watched the group gradually depart, the remaining teachers and students stood in stunned silence. After a long pause, Wu Yaping finally spoke. That young girl is right. Relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. From this moment on, we must bolster our spirits and strive to grow stronger. One day, we will break free. Indeed, we must grow stronger. We shall become formidable. It is imperative. Chapter 95, a daring venture into the asylum across from a hospital. 5 figures suddenly materialized. This corner was devoid of zombies, rendering it relatively safe. The streets on either side lay desolate, with only a handful of zombies aimlessly wandering. However, in front of the hospital they faced, there were over 20 zombies. At this moment, the hospital's doors stood wide open. Bloodstains, dark and ominous, marred the security booth. The walls and the ground, while decayed and moldy severed limbs mingled with various scattered debris, painting a scene of desolation and decay. Xiaoxiao gazed at the large characters emblazoned on the hospital's entrance, her expression one of disbelief. "Brother Muyang, is this hospital a mental asylum?" Muyang scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. He hadn't paid much attention before. He had merely passed by once, and it certainly resembled a hospital. Xiaoxiao's lips quivered slightly. Externally, this mental asylum did not appear significantly different from an ordinary hospital. Could it be that mental asylums were not as perilous? Regardless, as long as it was a hospital, it would suffice. Perhaps the number of zombies in a mental asylum was fewer than that in a regular hospital? Once prepared, the five dashed forward swiftly. The zombies lunged at them with ferocity. However, the five proved to be an overwhelming force, swiftly dispatching all 20 or so zombies. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. A formidable horde of mental asylum zombies was steadily approaching, each clad in hospital garb, like a deluge unleashed from a breached dam. Converging from the western side of the hospital. Certainly, within the premises, there were numerous doctors and nurses clad in white coats, alongside security personnel and individuals dressed in ordinary attire. A few individuals swiftly entered the hospital, securing the door behind them, and formed a line, brandishing submachine guns ready to unleash a barrage of fire. Upon hearing unusual movements from behind, Xiaoxiao and Xiaofeng immediately pivoted, aiming their weapons at the entrance. This had been a prearranged strategy. Some would forge ahead while others would provide cover. This hospital was distinct from other comprehensive medical institutions, unlike others with multiple entrances. It possessed but a singular entry point. Apart from a large rectangular hospital sign, the entrance consisted solely of an automatic door and a security booth. The door and the hospital sign were not particularly elevated, rendering it feasible for zombies to scale them from outside. Thus, maintaining vigilance at the entrance was paramount. With concerns assuaged, Xiaoxiao and her companions could engage in their lethal pursuits unabated. Xiaoxiao wielded a compact submachine gun with minimal recoil, displaying speed and precision akin to Lu Chun, with each shot finding its mark. Although Muyang was not quite as adept as the two, he frequently practiced at a shooting range, ensuring his combat prowess was commendable. The adorable little creature exhibited formidable might, brandishing its sharp tail spike with pinpoint accuracy. The five of them, working in seamless coordination, rapidly felled numerous zombies within a brief span. After a moment's pause, observing no further zombies emerging. Apart from Xiaoxiao and Xiaofeng, who remained stationed at the entrance, Xiaoxiao, Lu Chen, and Muyang hastened towards the reception hall ahead. Unsurprisingly, they were met with a scene of carnage and disarray. As soon as they entered, two bloodied palms suddenly appeared against the glass of the registration window. A headless, bloodied bald figure suddenly appeared, its visage marred by crimson streaks. The entity frantically pounded against the glass, its white eyes, laced with dark veins, fixated upon them with an unyielding stare. The glass reverberated with a cacophony of sound, yet its quality seemed commendable, showing no signs of fractures thus far. One could only ponder which was more resilient, the glass or a bullet. Curiously, Xiaoxiao raised her firearm, preparing for her inaugural shot. Bang! The bullet pierced the glass, striking the zombie's cranium. Remarkably, the window remained intact, save for a small puncture. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Muyang teamed up, while Xiaoxiao partnered with the adorable companion, dividing into two factions to commence their sweep. Xiaoxiao gently pushed open a half-ajar examination room, her companion poised for action beside her. However, the room was devoid of life. Papers lay strewn across the floor, evidence of a frantic escape by those who had once occupied the space. Without delay, she ventured into the second examination room, where the scene was far more gruesome. There lay a zombie, reduced to nothing but a head and bones, gnawed upon mercilessly. Despite its dismemberment, its eyes remained partially open, a testament to the indomitable spirit of life. "I cannot bear to waste the flesh, so I shall grant you a bullet instead," Xiaoxiao declared with a generous heart as she pulled the trigger. At last, this zombie's head could find solace. Soon, Xiaoxiao reached the final examination room on this side. The door stood wide open, revealing a male zombie clad in a white coat. Its head tilted as it gazed at an intricate diagram of the brain hanging on the wall. Xiaoxiao found it rather peculiar. This zombie appeared quite the eager learner. Nonetheless, such curiosity did not imply it would refrain from attacking. As Xiaoxiao approached, the zombie's head made a sudden 90-degree turn, fixating its gaze upon her. In the next instant, The creature brandished a syringe, bellowing as it lunged towards her. The little darling sprang into action, her sharp weapon striking with the ferocity of a deadly sword. The zombie's roar was abruptly silenced. After dispatching the nearby undead, Xiaoxiao rejoined Lu Qin and the others as they ascended the staircase. Throughout the 6-story building, there were few zombies and no survivors to be found. Perhaps they had fled, or due to the timing of the outbreak, some patients had not yet arrived for their appointments, and certain doctors had failed to report for duty. This area seemed relatively safe. After securing the doors, they proceeded to the adjacent inpatient department. Unlike the outpatient hall, the moment one entered the inpatient wing, an eerie sensation enveloped the atmosphere. Flanking the nurse's station were dimly lit corridors, evoking a sense of foreboding, as if something sinister might emerge at any moment. The nurse's station on the first floor was deserted, and the corridors were devoid of zombies. The silence was profound, yet occasionally shattered by the distant growls of the undead and the unsettling sound of banging against doors, further chilling the already ominous ambience. According to the labels affixed to the elevator doors, the severity of the mental illnesses among patients increased with each ascending floor. The first floor housed only those with the mildest symptoms. Xiaoxiao and her companions continued to split into 2 groups, with her choosing the right side. Most of the doors on the first floor were either ajar or slightly cracked, revealing that the patients within had either been torn to shreds, transformed into zombies, or had managed to escape. Only 2 doors remained firmly shut. Upon opening the first door, Xiaoxiao discovered that although there were 3 beds within, only one girl resided there. She was curled up beneath the bed, leaning against the wall, her body already in a state of decay and emitting a foul odor. She had neither been bitten nor transformed into a corpse. It appeared she had perished from starvation. From the patient information at the head of the bed, it was revealed that she was merely 17 years old, with autism as the cause of her affliction. A ripple of emotion flickered in Xiaoxiao's gaze. Silently, she closed the door and approached another tightly shut door. After using a piece of wire to unlock it, she gently pushed it open, only to find that something was blocking the entrance, preventing her from proceeding. Xiaoxiao thought to herself, how can this be? She lifted her foot and kicked it fiercely. A cry of pain echoed, and the door swung open in response. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. People? Upon focusing her gaze, she discerned 2 individuals sprawled on the floor, a boy of approximately 15 years and a woman in her 30s. Behind them stood an elderly woman with gray hair and a stout man with a beer belly. Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback, for the detection panel indicated that these individuals were all endowed with supernatural abilities. The youth possessed sound wave powers, the woman exhibited speed and wind abilities. The elderly lady wielded wood powers, and the overweight man commanded water and mutated strength abilities. Nini, is that you, Nini? Suddenly, the woman in her 30s gazed at Xiaoxiao with astonishment. Overcome with excitement, she swiftly rose from the ground and dashed towards Xiaoxiao at an astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Xiaoxiao's gaze darkened as she swiftly drew her gun, aiming it at the woman's head. Do not approach, or I shall fire. If it were not for the woman's astonishingly high affinity of a full 100% towards her, she might have already pulled the trigger the moment the woman lunged forward. Mu Yang had also started off with 100% affinity, as they had crossed paths several times before, which was understandable. However, this was her first encounter with the woman, and the fact that the woman held such an elevated regard for her was exceedingly peculiar. The woman looked at her with a face full of hurt. Nini, do you not recognize your mother? I am your mother. Mother? Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, taking in the sight of the woman clad in a hospital gown, and suddenly realized the truth. The woman must be a mental health patient who mistakenly believed her to be her daughter. Xiaoxiao holstered her weapon and began to walk away. I am not your daughter. As long as the woman did not provoke her, she had no desire to take innocent lives. Yet, to her astonishment, the woman burst into tears at that very moment. Wah! Mother did not mean to abandon you. It was your heartless father who got someone else pregnant and brazenly came to force me into a divorce. I was so enraged that I chose to leave home. If I had known you would be hit by a car while chasing after me. As the woman cried, her expression suddenly shifted, and she gazed at Xiaoxiao with affection, joyfully embracing her. Nini, my sweet darling, do you know that mother loves you the most? Mother will never leave you again. I want to dress you in the prettiest little dresses and style your hair beautifully. Our Nini is the most exquisite little princess in the world. Observing the woman oscillate between laughter and tears, and recalling her earlier words, Xiaoxiao found herself reluctant to push her away. Perhaps it would be permissible to allow her a brief embrace, provided that she understood the woman harbored no ill intentions. Should any alarm sound, however, she would not hesitate to shatter the woman's skull. The other three individuals appeared to be quite normal, devoid of any signs of mental illness. Xiaoxiao gently patted the woman who was crouched and holding her. I truly have matters to attend to. The woman wiped her tears and stated earnestly, What is it? Mother will assist you. No need. Please, let me help you. The woman pouted playfully. Xiaoxiao's lips twitched in response, I genuinely do not require assistance. Yet the woman firmly grasped her arm and placed her finger to her lips, whispering, Shh, do not go outside. There are terrifying, man-eating monsters. I intend to slay those monsters, Xiaoxiao declared, and promptly set off to rendezvous with Lu Qin and the others. Initially taken aback, the woman displayed a conflicted expression. Yet after a fleeting moment of hesitation, she followed suit. Why are you following me? Xiaoxiao inquired, astonished as she turned her head. The woman smiled innocently. I will help you slay the monsters. Behind her, the other three had also joined in. Xiaoxiao pondered briefly. Was this external assistance arriving too effortlessly? After a moment's consideration, she resolved to lead them for the time being. She had a mission at hand and no time to engage in further discussions with them. Although the trio's feelings towards her were not particularly warm, they bore no malicious intent. The woman has now firmly established that she is indeed her daughter. And as a speed-type superhuman, it is not so easy to shake her off. Once everything concludes, perhaps she could leave them a portion of supplies as compensation before departing. When Lu Qin and Mu Yang arrived, they noticed several individuals trailing behind Xiaoxiao, their brows furrowed. And they were about to inquire about these strangers when the woman stepped protectively in front of Xiaoxiao, exuding a fierce maternal instinct. Who are you? What do you intend to do with my daughter? Lu Qin and Mu Yang were taken aback, pondering, didn't Xiaoxiao's mother just pass away? How could this little one suddenly have another mother? Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat helpless, exchanged a glance with the two, subtly indicating her head. Upon noticing the hospital gown the woman wore, they instantly comprehended the situation. Xiaoxiao tugged at the woman, gesturing towards Lu Qin and Mu Yang. They are my brothers. Nini, when did you acquire brothers? I met them while searching for you. Understanding that explaining things to this woman would be futile, she would inevitably regard her as her daughter, Xiaoxiao chose to refrain from elaboration. Oh, hello, brothers. The woman beamed and greeted them warmly. The atmosphere was undeniably peculiar and awkward. Nonetheless, with this additional person, their efficiency in clearing out zombies significantly increased. However, starting from the 10th floor, nearly all the patient room doors were locked from the outside, unlike the lower floors, where the doors were ajar or had been closed by the patients themselves. The rooms here transitioned from triple occupancy on the first floor to double occupancy on the second and third floors, culminating in single occupancy on the 10th floor. It is evident that the patients within this facility exhibit a certain degree of aggression and potential danger. The hospital refrains from carelessly opening its doors, lest family members, physicians, nurses, or cleaning staff fall victim to unforeseen attacks. As the sky gradually darkens, Xiaoxiao and her companions prepare to complete their tasks on this floor before concluding their efforts, intending to address the remaining matters at dawn. After all, sustenance is vital. One cannot function effectively on an empty stomach. While the mission must be accomplished, nourishment and rest remain indispensable. However, to their astonishment, 2 mutated zombies emerge within the building. Even when shot at, they exhibit no fear, continuing to roll menacingly at one's feet. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos, they lunge forward to deliver a vicious bite. Chapter 97. The little enemy is a trap. The spherical zombie rolls rapidly, akin to a swiftly rotating gear, careening down the narrow corridor towards Xiaoxiao and her group. Positioned at the forefront, both Xiaoxiao and Lu Qin were expressions of utmost severity, their eyes narrow as they strike almost simultaneously. Ice shards burst forth. Thunderous purple lightning erupts. The ice momentarily immobilizes the zombie sphere, only for the lightning to cleave it in twain. Their movements, though sequential, exhibit remarkable synchrony. In an instant, the half-circular, unidentified object quivers in place, resembling 2 halves of a watermelon, encased in a layer of ice. Granny Qin leans forward to peer at the scene, her already wrinkled face contorting into a frown before she retreats a couple of steps, revealing an expression of, oh, so that's how it is. Meanwhile, Qinji pays no heed to the spectacle, her gaze fixated on Xiaoxiao, radiating pride. Do not touch recklessly. Although it was frozen, it had just been split in 2, with blood still staining its surface. A careless encounter with infection could spell doom. As dusk approached, we hastened our pace. Mu Yang cast a glance outside the corridor. Several individuals nodded in unison. With the cooperation of the previous 2 floors, our synergy had been established, and our speed naturally increased. Moreover, this floor, likely due to the locked doors, contained several who had perished from starvation, while the remainder had transformed into zombies or left behind vacant rooms. As with the earlier floors, the doctor's office and the nurse's station were devoid of any presence. Xiaoxiao, as before, seized the opportunity to collect various medications, computers, and documents, anything useful. The reason for her newfound caution stemmed from Xiaoti's incomplete revelations. Previously, it had stated that clearing a community would reward her with 10 identical communities. Indeed, it had done so, whether these were replicas or entirely new. They came furnished with beds, sofas, coffee tables, air conditioners, and other essential amenities. Thus, she instinctively believed that subsequent tasks would not necessitate her deliberate collection of resources. The system would automatically provide the requisite infrastructure associated with each mission. Her conviction was bolstered by the subsequent street task, where the system similarly supplied her with essential materials. For instance, various amenities from hotels, equipment from gyms, and gear from karaoke venues. As for smaller items, previously used by others, such as clothing, soap, towels, or mops, she remained indifferent. If they were lost, so be it. She is no longer the person she once was. Now, she can be considered a little wealthy, having broadened her horizons. However, the school assignment is an entirely different matter. Little D mentioned that clearing a school would reward a complete set of educational facilities. Indeed, it was a reward, complete with desks and chairs. But what about the textbooks? The supplies? The books in the library? There is nothing. How can classes be conducted without these essentials? Although she has never attended school, she has certainly seen enough to understand the basics. Not having been to school does not equate to a lack of knowledge or experience. She became aware of this when she discreetly explored the school's interior while hiding at the hospital entrance. That is why she is concerned. Little D is neglecting the essentials, only rewarding the hospital but not providing computers, materials, or medical equipment, especially the medications and medical devices. What good is an empty hospital? Is it merely a place for patients to come in for tea and casual conversation, laughing together? To prevent such a blunder, she decided to gather these items first. If there is no reward, at least she will be prepared. If there is a reward, all the better, she will have double. It is a win-win situation. Once she had collected everything, Xiaoxiao opened the locked door. As soon as the door swung open, she saw Qingji with teary eyes, looking quite aggrieved. Xiaoxiao was puzzled, wondering what had happened. And I. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao emerge, Qingji immediately brightened up. Muyang sighed, explaining that she was worried about losing her and insisted on searching for her inside. Well, this is the 3rd time it has happened. It was the same on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Xiaoxiao bestowed a gentle smile upon Qingji. Nini, do not stray too far from your mother. At that moment, Qingji's spirits soared. It was then that Xiaoxiao keenly observed how delightful a woman's eyes appeared when they sparkled with joy, resembling a crescent moon. Very well, let us stay on this floor for tonight. This doctor's office is quite satisfactory, clean and spacious, with an attached restroom. I shall go assess the situation at the entrance. If all is well, I will summon Nia Yizhou and Xiaofeng. Muyang exhibited a radiant smile, eagerly volunteering. All right. Xiaoxiao responded with an affirmative gesture. At the hospital entrance, Muyang approached to find the corpses of zombies piled nearly like a small mountain. Some were attempting to rush inside, while others were fleeing from the hospital. Yang, have you concluded your tasks over there? Nia Yizhou inquired with a grin. Muyang nodded. We shall address the remainder tomorrow. What is the situation on your end? There are hardly any zombies approaching this direction now. Only the occasional 1 or 2 straying nearby. Then I shall barricade the entrance, and we can retire for the night. Splendid, I am quite famished, Nia Yizhou stretched languidly, patting his belly with a grin. All you think about is food. Are you a pig? Xiaofeng couldn't resist retorting. Nia Yizhou shot him a glance. If you're so capable, then abstain from eating later. Listening to their familiar banter, Muyang chuckled softly. These two truly were a source of amusement. He summoned his strength, and a metallic wall began to rise slowly from the entrance. Initially, it had not been constructed with the intention of conserving their combat efficacy, for erecting such a barrier was indeed quite physically taxing. Today has already demanded a considerable amount of energy, so it would be wise to conserve their physical strength rather than relying on firearms for survival. Moreover, when they arrived at the hospital, there were less than 2 hours left until dusk, rendering their mission seemingly impossible to complete. There is no urgency in having everyone engage simultaneously. Preserving some combat effectiveness within the team remains essential. They repaired the wall to ensure that the zombies could not breach it with ease. After which the trio proceeded towards the inpatient department. Upon encountering Qinjishi, Nieijo, and Xiaofeng exchanged puzzled glances. Oh, a newcomer? They mused. At that moment, they noticed a corner of the room where Xiaoxiao was staring wide-eyed at a portly man with a pronounced belly. The three of them exchanged looks of confusion. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 98. Blurred lines between friend and foe. It is better to kill as a collective than to pursue individual slaughter. A dull ache began to throb at Xiaoxiao's temple. She pointed at a bottle of water and a loaf of bread in front of her, asking, Uncle Fat, can you explain why my placement of these items is incorrect? Having previously encountered situations where survivors could not conveniently retrieve food from their supplies, Xiaoxiao had prepared black backpacks for Lu Qin and the others. Before each operation, she would ensure that each of them had some essential food and water readily available for emergencies. This had been discussed in advance with Lu Qin, and everyone considered it a reasonable precaution. It was best to refrain from disclosing the existence of their space to those they did not trust. The principle of possessing a jewel can invite calamity is well understood by all. Although they had temporarily allowed Qinji and the others to stay, Xiaoxiao remained vigilant towards unfamiliar faces. Thus, she resolved to make do for the first night. Earlier, she took out a handful of items, intending to offer some to Qinji and the others. After all, they had assisted her for quite some time today, and it was only reasonable to express her gratitude. However, to her surprise, when she placed a loaf of bread and a bottle of water before the stout gentleman, he insisted on rearranging their positions. Well, that was merely his habit, and she chose not to interfere. Yet, each time she set something down in front of others, he would invariably adjust its placement. Even her own items were not exempt from his scrutiny. She found herself at her wit's end and resolved to inquire about the rationale behind this peculiar behavior. What was wrong with having the bread on the left and the water on the right? Why must the water be on the left and the bread on the right? Would this arrangement somehow enhance its flavor? She was uncertain, but it simply felt right that way. The stout gentleman's voice was low and steadfast, clinging to his viewpoint. And the reason? There was none. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in frustration, Little girl, he's having a bout of obsessive compulsiveness, and you cannot reason with him. Yonai smiled kindly. Xiaoxiao slapped her forehead in realization. Of course, why was she arguing with someone who seemed unhinged? Wasn't she merely vexing herself? She switched the positions of the water and the bread and shrugged her shoulders. Is this better? The stout gentleman nodded, grinning cheerfully. Indeed. Nearby, Nieijo could barely contain his laughter. It appeared that not all individuals with peculiarities were as terrifying as depicted in films. Some were rather endearing. Upon seeing strangers, they understood that the sumptuous feast for the night had vanished. Nevertheless, everyone accepted this with equanimity. The meal was simple, and they consumed it swiftly. Nieijo wiped his mouth clean and curiously glanced at Nandi, who was nearby. Brother, your Rubik's Cube is quite worn. I have a new one here for you. He too enjoyed playing with the cube and had one tucked away in his bag. He handed his new cube to Nandi and retrieved the old one from him. His intentions were good, but unexpectedly, as soon as he took the cube from Nandi, the latter's emotions erupted. Without uttering a word, he glared at Nieijo with a puffed-up expression, his mouth agape. A cacophony of screams erupted. A relentless barrage that startled Xiaoxiao and the others into covering their ears. Even the adorable little one sought refuge in Xiaoxiao's embrace. The sound was markedly different from an ordinary scream. It pierced the air with a sharpness akin to a needle jabbing directly into one's ear, inducing a painful sensation. Even Xiaoxiao and her companions, who were innocently caught in the crossfire, found it nearly unbearable, let alone the targeted Nieijo. He felt as though his ears were on the verge of deafness and his head about to explode. Stop screaming, or I might just retaliate. Nieijo was irate. Offering a toy only to be met with hostility was truly a stroke of bad luck, as if misfortune had opened the door to him and settled in. Suddenly, the screams ceased. Qinji moved closer to Xiaoxiao. Nini, are you all right? Xiaoxiao shook her head and glanced at Nandi, who was holding his Rubik's Cube. His head bowed in silence as he continued to twist it. Nandi was not one for conversation. The cube was essential in his hands. Without it, he would lose control and scream. Qinji offered an explanation. Xiaoxiao understood. This must be yet another manifestation of his condition. Just now, his shout must have been a manifestation of his sound wave abilities. Its potency was indeed indiscriminate, capable of wreaking havoc on both friend and foe alike. It was far more effective to annihilate en masse than to engage in solitary combat. Yang, hurry and save me. I feel like I'm going deaf. My brain is about to explode. Xiaoxiao cried out desperately. Mu Yang rushed over, commencing the infusion of healing energy. He understood that Xiaoxiao had a penchant for mischief, but even he had felt quite uncomfortable moments ago. One could only imagine the distress of the very person under attack. The room fell into a brief silence as everyone took a moment to recuperate. Xiaoxiao sipped from a bottle containing spiritual spring water, instantly feeling a great sense of relief. It turned out that this miraculous water was not only effective for external injuries but also beneficial for internal ailments. After a considerable time had passed, Xiaoxiao finally felt somewhat better. With lingering trepidation, he glanced at Grandma Yo. Grandma Yo, could you possibly inform us in advance if you have any taboos? He was genuinely frightened. He feared that a careless mistake could trigger one of the old lady's hidden prohibitions, leading to yet another harrowing experience. After all, misfortune always seemed to follow him. Caution was essential. Grandma Yo chuckled softly. Oh, I have no particular taboos, just that I have trouble sleeping at night. Oh, trouble sleeping? That's not too bad, he replied, relieved. Sleep troubles were a personal matter and wouldn't disturb them. After all, once he fell asleep, he wouldn't be able to see anything. However, it was only in the dead of night when he urgently needed to relieve himself that he realized how terrifying that could be. As he awoke, he found himself face to face with a magnified, wrinkled visage grinning widely. His stomach tightened, and he nearly wet his pants. Ah, a ghost. He busily supported himself with both hands on the ground. His heels kicked back incessantly, and his body shifted backward. Suddenly, he let out a piercing scream, awakening everyone around him. Xiaoxiao flipped over, immediately turned on the light, and assumed a defensive stance, convinced that a zombie had invaded. However, upon closer inspection, the room revealed nothing amiss. Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart Xiaoxiao's mouth. Xiaofeng, with his fiery red hair, was the first to break the silence with a scathing remark. You big fool, what are you howling about in the middle of the night? Can't you let anyone sleep? Howling? He pointed incredulously at himself, and then at the milk carton, which seemed untouched by the commotion. Brother Ijo, from now on, please sleep soundly at night and refrain from disturbing us with your ghostly wails, or I might be unable to contain myself. Xiaoxiao threatened. Her small fist clenched tightly, exuding a palpable sense of menace. Xiaoxiao felt utterly wronged, casting a pleading glance towards Lu Chen and Mu Yang, hoping they would come to his defense. Yet, both merely shot him a disinterested glance before turning away to resume their slumber, clearly unwilling to engage. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Who understood the terror he had just experienced? Who comprehended his grievance? Moreover, he could no longer hold in his bladder. In a flurry, Xiaoxiao dashed towards the restroom.